A crisp sound echoed through the air as a sharp slap struck Zhuo's delicate face, his frail body crashing against the cold wall. At merely 6 years of age, he was already weak and powerless, now reduced to a pitiful heap on the ground, instinctively shielding his head with trembling arms. Zhuo, how could you be so scheming at such a young age? A chilling female voice pierced his ears, prompting him to lift his head in pain. The woman stood before him, clad in a sharply tailored corporate uniform, her alluring figure accentuated, and her breathtaking beauty capable of captivating anyone. Yet, her gaze towards him was laced with profound disdain. She was his elder sister, Su Wang. At T25, Su Wanga was at the pinnacle of her career, her stunning looks and position as the president of the Su Corporation rendering her the object of admiration for countless young talents in the capital. However, she never bestowed a second glance upon them, exuding an air of royalty, arrogantly looking down on those around her. In her eyes, aside from her cherished brother, there was no one else worthy of her attention. Feeling the searing pain on his cheek, Zhuo offered a bitter smile. This time, he had been kidnapped along with Su Long, yet Su Wanga had prepared a ransom solely for Su Long, displaying indifference to his fate. When the ransom was not delivered, the kidnappers threatened to take his life. Seizing a moment of inattention, he managed to escape, only to be met with accusations from Su Wanga, who blamed him for prioritizing his own escape over Su Long's safety. Yet, the kidnappers had already received the ransom intended for Su Long, and the entire city was aware that he was the beloved young master of the Su family, rendering them too fearful to inflict harm upon him. Despite this, Su Wanga and others still expressed their concern, rushing him to the hospital and even enlisting the help of renowned psychological experts for his treatment. But for him, not a single soul acknowledged his injuries. He received no words of care, only a harsh slap and merciless interrogation. Zhuo, I truly did not expect you to be so calculating at such a young age. You must have intentionally taken Su Long out when we weren't home, right? If it weren't for you, Su Long would not have been kidnapped, nor would he have been frightened. In truth, it was Su Long who had insisted on going out for snacks, dragging him along and threatening to report him to their sister if he refused. In the past, Zhuo would have sworn up and down to prove his innocence in this matter, but after countless lessons from his previous life, he had come to realize that no matter how he explained, Su Wanga would never believe him. Not only would she not believe him, but she would also deem him a natural-born liar. Your silence implies consent, does it not? Su Wang's tone grew even colder. Zhuo remained quiet, his small hands clenched in a fist. I did not. He responded, his youthful voice tinged with suppressed grievance. Despite possessing the soul of an adult, reliving the trials of his childhood still affected him deeply. Years ago, he and Su Long had been switched at birth. Su Long had usurped his identity, enjoying the privileges of wealth, while he had been raised by foster parents in the countryside, burdened with endless toil until he was recognized by the Su family a year prior. The Su family, a prestigious clan with centuries of history, placed immense importance on the education of their offspring. Although he was the true young master of the Su family, his years spent in the countryside rendered him incomparable to Su Long, who had grown up amidst luxury. His 7 elder sisters also held no affection for him, relegating him to the darkest servant quarters. The most painful aspect was winter. Su Wanga deemed him unclean, forbidding him from using the washing machine or even washing inside for fear of odors. He had to carry a basin of water outside to wash his clothes. Starving and freezing left him with a myriad of ailments in adulthood: stomach issues, leg pain, headaches. She endured relentless suffering day and night. Yet, Su Wanga was oblivious to his plight, or perhaps she knew but simply did not care. Upon hearing Zhuo's words, the chill in her eyes intensified. Oh, you know why you could not live in the Su family from the beginning? She paused, emphasizing her next words. Because you are destined for a life of disgrace that I warn you, if anything happens to Su Long, your worthless life cannot compensate for it. After berating Zhuo, Su Wanga was still unsatisfied and summoned the butler. Lock him in his room. As long as Su Long remains unwell, do not provide him with food or water. It wasn't me. Zhuo clung to a sliver of hope for explanation, but before he could finish, the butler had already ushered him into his room. The door swiftly locked, leaving him in a dark servant's quarters devoid of windows that, as usual, pressed his wound, finding a clean spot to sit. He knew this ordeal would last 3 days in his previous life. After being locked away by Su Wanga, she forgot about him, and by the time she remembered, he had gone 3 days without food, which led to a lifelong stomach ailment that eventually culminated in cancer in his 20s, causing him to suffer and die at a young age. Reaching out, he utilized the faint light seeping through the door's crack to inspect the bloodstains on his hand, and suddenly he chuckled. In his previous life, after the Su family fell into ruin, he had taken in his desperate sisters, caring for them diligently while working multiple jobs to support them. Yet, even as he collapsed from exhaustion, his sisters were still out searching for Su Long, leaving him alone to fend for himself in a rented room while gravely ill. From the moment he fell seriously ill and received no care, he understood that some relatives were not worth the sacrifices made for them. The corridor lights dimmed, and the last flicker of light in the room vanished, rendering the silence so profound it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. This time, I shall not forgive you. Meanwhile, after dealing with Zhuo, Su Wanga hurried to the hospital to visit Su Long. Had it not been for her desire to reprimand Zhuo and vent her frustrations, she would not have left his side. As the car traveled midway, passing a dessert shop, Su Wanga suddenly recalled that Su Long adored the egg pancakes from there. She instructed the driver to stop, intending to bring some pancakes to Su Long. The pancakes were freshly made, and, as they emerged from the oven, a sweet aroma filled the air. With the scent wafting around her, an unfamiliar image flashed through Su Wang's mind. It was a simply decorated rental apartment. With a golden glow of sunset spilling into the kitchen, a young man flipping pancakes while she obediently waited behind him. The scene oddly harmonious. Though his appearance had changed since childhood, Su Wanga instantly recognized that the young man was Zhuo. The vision was too strange. Why would she look at that schemer with such a dependent gaze? Dazed, Su Wanga returned to the car, leaning against her seat as various images flooded her mind. Chapter 2. The restoration of past memories amidst a tempestuous night filled with thunder and lightning. She and her 3 sisters were cast out of the Su family villa. Before them stood Su Long, their most cherished brother, smugly grinning while holding the hands of several unfamiliar women. Desperate and starving, they contemplated the unthinkable, yet they could not even quench their thirst. Once the pride of the heavens, they had fallen into the depths of despair, their former friends avoiding them as if they were plagued. Eventually, Zhuo discovered them and took them into a humble yet warm rental apartment, caring for them meticulously, helping them inch closer to salvation. Later on, the haunting laughter echoed in her mind. Su Wanga, everything in the Su family is now mine. You are truly foolish, not even understanding the depths of human hearts. You are not my real sisters. Even if you treat me well, I will never be grateful. The devilish laughter reverberated in her mind, causing Su Wanga to furrow her brows, her fair face turning pale as beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. She was evidently trapped in a nightmare. Miss. The driver and Appo's urgent voice jolted Su Wanga from her frightful dream. As the terrifying scenes receded, she opened her eyes to the neat interior of the car, yet her heart remained tumultuous. She gasped for air. Her mind flooded with horrifying images, the bankruptcy of the Su family, Su Long and Appo's betrayal, and Zhuo and Appo's redemption. Every detail was vividly clear, as if it had transpired just yesterday. At that time, she and her 3 sisters had been betrayed by Su Long, yet Zhuo, disregarding past grievances, had taken them in. However, they were still reluctant to believe that their beloved brother, whom they had cherished for over 20 years, could treat them so cruelly. They clung to a glimmer of hope for that wretched creature until the very end, when they were ultimately plunged into irreversible despair by that demon. When the 3 sisters were left disfigured and disabled by Su Long's treachery, she finally awakened to the truth, planning to return to that rental apartment to live with Zhuo. Yet, she was met with the devastating realization that the young man who had once bestowed upon them countless warmth was no longer in this world. It was then that she understood that the fool had been pretending to be strong all along. Despite enduring relentless suffering, he faced them with the brightest of smiles, silently swallowing all his pain without revealing his weakness to anyone. Initially, they felt a pang of guilt for not recognizing Zhuo's struggles sooner. But as time passed and the traces left by that young man faded from their lives, they suddenly realized how indispensable he had become to them. The bustling figure in the kitchen at dawn, the sticky notes on the fridge, the prepared lunchboxes, all had become irreplaceable elements of their existence. Sadly, the architect of their happiness would never return. Upon this realization, they truly felt the unbearable taste of despair. A sharp pain pierced Su Wanga and Appo's heart, unbeknownst to her. Tears streamed down her face, and she crushed the egg pancake in her hand. "Miss, what's the matter?" the driver inquired, puzzled. Knowing that Su Long was in the hospital and that the Su sisters had always doted on him, he reassured her with a smile. "Rest assured, young Master Long will be fine. The doctor said it was just a minor fall. He will recover with a few days of rest." Seeing Su Wanga weep, the driver found it amusing yet understood that, despite Su Zhuo being the true offspring of the Su family, Su Long would forever remain the sole young master. Therefore the servants, had no need to treat Su Zhuo with undue kindness. It would be better to think of ways to tease that lad, as it would surely delight young Master Long Su Long. Injured, Su Wanga strained to recall the memories in her mind and touched her smooth face. Finally comprehending a startling truth, she had been reborn. After being silenced by Su Long's machinations, she had returned to the year she turned 25. An overwhelming joy dispelled her sorrow. She had been given another chance. Little Zhuo wouldn't he have to? Oh, wait. She had locked little Zhuo in a room. "Return," Su Wanga urged eagerly. Remembering the recent events, she felt anger surge within her, wishing to slap herself. In her past life, because Su Long was not a blood member of the Su family, several elders strongly opposed his inheriting the Su group, insisting on retrieving the rightful Su sisters. To eliminate future threats, Su Long had even gone so far as to ruthlessly eliminate the sister who had cherished him since childhood, before pushing her into the deep sea. That wretch had smugly recounted all that had transpired over the years. It was only then that Su Wanga discovered that the kidnapping had nothing to do with Su Zhuo. Many subsequent events had also been orchestrated by Su Long, who had deliberately schemed to make them despise Su Zhuo even more. "Are we not on our way to the hospital? Didn't you want to see young Master Long?" the driver asked, bewildered. "I want to see Su Long," she echoed, realizing the absurdity. "Yes, you just got out of the car to buy an egg pancake for young Master Long." The driver couldn't help but sigh. Given Su Wanga's status, she should not need to engage in such tasks, yet when it came to Su Long, she insisted on doing everything herself. Only then did Su Wanga realize she was indeed holding an egg pancake. The memories of her past life were triggered once more. She knew Su Long loved egg pancakes but was unaware that Su Zhuo also adored them. She had never once bought one for him. He had to make them for himself. Yet, no matter how well he cooked, it could never compare to the delights of a dessert shop. Unfortunately, by the time she learned this, the Su family had already gone bankrupt and all the money had fallen into Su Long's hands. They were utterly destitute, unable to afford even a single egg pancake for Su Zhuo. "I'll say it again, return." Su Wanga's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes filled with coldness. "And do not refer to him as young Master Long anymore. Little Zhuo is the only young master of the Su family." The driver was taken aback, his mind numb, utterly confused by Su Wanga's sudden shift in demeanor. Hadn't she previously claimed that Su Long was the sole young master? Why was she now insisting it was Su Zhuo? Sensing the atmosphere in the car had grown tense, the driver dared not ask further and quickly turned the vehicle around to take Su Wanga back. At the Su family residence, the servants were aware that Su Zhuo was not valued in the household, and thus they had never treated him kindly. Today was no different. "Eat this." A plump, scowling maid glared at Su Zhuo, shoving a piece of moldy bread towards his mouth. The bread reeked of rot, and instinctively, Su Zhuo turned his head away, frowning. However, his small body was too weak from hunger to resist. "What are you being picky about? A worthless little master like you should be grateful for any food you receive." The maid sneered, roughly grasping Su Zhuo's chin and forcing his mouth open to shove the moldy bread inside. Chapter 3. Seventh Sister Su Ningyue. Su Zhuang struggled desperately, yet his frailty rendered him utterly incapable of resistance. The musty odor of moldy bread filled him with nausea, and he felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. But his throat was obstructed, making breathing a laborious task. Nearby, several servants stood idly by, their expressions laced with derision. TSK. A country bumpkin aspiring to be a young master. What a delusion. It was rumored that young Master Su Long had been injured, and the eldest young lady was in a frenzy. There was no time to concern herself with this unwanted wretch. They regarded Su Zhuang as one would a defenseless creature, deriving a twisted pleasure from his torment. As Su Zhuang writhed in agony, the maid's satisfaction only grew, her grip tightening mercilessly. Eat. You said you wouldn't eat, didn't you? If you refuse, I shall force it upon you. With each cruel word, she pressed down harder on Su Zhuang and Apos' head, shoving the bread forcefully into his throat, pushing him to the brink of suffocation. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the villa, and suddenly, Su Wanga burst in like a gust of wind. To her shock, she witnessed the scene unfolding before her, her once beloved younger brother, now being tormented by a group of servants. Rage surged through her, causing her to tremble violently. Stop this at once, she commanded, her voice icy enough to chill the entire hall. The servants, caught off guard by Su Wanga and Apos' sudden appearance, froze in place. She rushed to Su Zhuang and Apos' side without hesitation, yanking the moldy bread from his mouth and carefully assessing his condition. Her heart sank as she observed his pale face, which had turned ghostly from asphyxiation, and the slight purplish hue of his lips. A pang of anguish gripped her chest as she extended her arms, intending to lift the frail boy. However, just as her hand was about to make contact, Su Zhuang instinctively curled up, clutching his head as if fearing a blow. In that instant, it felt as if an invisible hand had clenched around Su Wanga and Apos' heart, halting her breath. Her hand hung suspended in the air, unable to comprehend the sight before her. Little Zhuang? Her voice trembled, a myriad of emotions swirling within her, tears welling in her eyes once more. Su Zhuang did not immediately respond. His body quivered slightly, his hands tightly wrapped around his head, seemingly terrified of being struck. In that moment, Su Wanga understood the truth. The servants had tormented him countless times during her absence. How dare you? Su Wanga and Apos' voice dripped with icy fury as her gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the servants. How dare you treat my brother in such a manner? The maid, her face pale with panic, quickly released her grip and stammered, Miss, we only wanted him to eat something. We never expected him to be so disobedient. Besides, didn't you say he was merely a country bumpkin? Silence. Su Wanga snapped, her expression darkening ominously. To bully a 6-year-old child, you truly have no shame. A cold laugh escaped her lips, her anger flaring even more intensely. You are all unworthy of remaining in the Su family, she commanded without mercy. From this moment forth, all of you, get out of the Su family. Not only will I dismiss you, but I shall also sue you for child abuse. Miss, you can and Apos' do this. One of the servants cried, collapsing to her knees in desperation. Su Wanga and Apos' gaze, as frigid as frost, swept over the ashen-faced servants, devoid of any sympathy. Prepare to face imprisonment. The servants recoiled in fear, each retreating, too terrified to utter another word. Get out, Su Wanga bellowed. The servants scrambled hastily from the attic, not daring to glance back. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and gently enveloped Su Zhuang in her arms, whispering softly, Little Zhuang, don't be afraid. Sister is here. No one will dare to bully you again. Her fingers brushed against his shoulder, which felt cold and frail, as if it might shatter with the slightest pressure. With all the gentleness she could muster, she carefully pulled his hands away from his head, attempting to embrace him tightly. But then, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Zhuang's body. In that instant, her heart shattered completely. His skin was marred with numerous wounds, his shoulders, arms, and back bore scarcely a patch of unblemished flesh. The bruises on his shoulders were particularly glaring, clearly the result of rough handling. Deep gashes adorned his arms, as if inflicted by a sharp instrument. The skin had scabbed over, yet it still appeared red and swollen. Trembling, Su Wanga lifted Su Zhuang and Apos' collar, revealing even more grievous injuries on his back, as if he had been savagely beaten with a blunt object. The lacerations were starkly visible, and some areas had begun to fester. These are Su Wanga and Apos' voice caught in her throat, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Gazing at the scars, it felt as though her heart were being stabbed by 1,000 needles, the pain rendering her breathless. Little Zhuang, sister is so sorry. Unable to contain her sorrow, she held him tightly, carefully avoiding his wounds, her tears falling drop by drop onto his clothing. Su Zhuang remained silent, his eyes unblinking, as if he had succumbed to a complete numbness. With utmost care, Su Wanga settled her fragile brother onto the sofa and immediately summoned the family doctor from the Lin household. Before long, cheerful laughter echoed from outside, and Su Wanga looked up to see Su Ningyue at the door. At 18, Su Ningyue was renowned as the most beautiful school flower. Her features delicate and perfect as if painted by the hand of a master artist. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping her in a radiant glow. Clad in a simple white dress that accentuated her slender waist, the hem swayed playfully as she walked. As she entered the living room, she spotted Su Wanga beside Su Zhuang and hurried over. "Sister, what is going on? I heard you sent Aunt Zhang away as soon as I returned." Su Ningyue's face bore a look of confusion. "Little Long is so fond of Aunt Zhang's cakes. How could you suddenly dismiss her?" Su Wanga regarded her coldly. "Do you know what Aunt Zhang has done? She has abused little Zhuang. He bears injuries from her beatings." Su Ningyue shrugged nonchalantly. "He deserved it." "Who told him to be so unlikable?" Su Wanga's expression shifted dramatically. "Little Zhuang is your brother. How can you speak of him in such a manner?" Su Ningyue recoiled, startled by her elder sister and Appo's uncharacteristic fury, having never witnessed such a loss of control in Su Wanga before. Chapter 4. Sending Su Long away, you must be out of your mind. Xiao Long is still in the hospital waiting for me, and I can't be bothered with you. Su Ningyue exclaimed as she ascended the stairs, rummaging through the toys Su Long had previously mentioned. With the toy in hand, she hurriedly made her way to the hospital to visit Su Long. That evening, she brought Su Long back home, where he nestled in her embrace. A look of superiority etched across his face. However, upon entering their abode, Su Ningyue was taken aback to find Su Wanga personally brewing medicine in the kitchen. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Had her sister finally come to her senses and begun to care for Xiao Long? Su Long, misinterpreting the situation, believed Su Wanga was preparing medicine for him, and, feeling delighted, leaned closer and softly whined, "Elder sister, I'm still very scared. I was kidnapped because of Su Zhuo. He took me out to buy snacks, and that is how the bad guys caught me." Su Ningyue immediately chimed in, "Exactly. Elder sister, Su Zhuo always takes Xiao Long to unsafe places, causing him so much suffering. He should be punished, and yet you still protect him." Just as they anticipated Su Wanga would chastise Su Zhuo as usual, she unexpectedly set down the medicine, casting a cold glance at them. Her voice devoid of warmth. "This medicine is not for Su Long." Su Long and Appo's smile instantly froze, staring blankly at Su Wanga, as if struggling to comprehend her words. "Elder sister, what did you say?" "This medicine is for Xiao Zhuo. He is unwell and needs care." Su Long's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept this revelation. He had always assumed he was the sole favored child in the family, believing all of his elder sister and Appo's actions were for his benefit. Now, it appeared that Su Wanga was preparing medicine for Su Zhuo. In an instant, Su Long's expression twisted in anguish, his emotions collapsing as he burst into tears, his face contorted with grievance. "No. Why are you making medicine for Su Zhuo? I am the one who is injured. I should be the one being cared for." Watching Su Long weep uncontrollably, Su Ningyue felt a surge of anxiety. "Elder sister, Xiao Long is the one who is hurt. He is the one who needs care the most." Su Wanga and Appo's gaze swept coldly over both of them, a sense of irritation rising within her. She understood that Su Ningyue had long been accustomed to showering all her affection upon Su Long. "Xiao Zhuo is my brother too," she replied icily. Su Long cried even harder, while Su Ningyue's face was etched with worry. She could not comprehend why Su Wanga had changed so drastically. Ignoring Su Ningyue, Su Wanga turned her attention to Su Long, stating, "Su Long, I will help you find your biological parents. You should return to them." Su Long was momentarily stunned. As if a realization dawned upon him, his complexion turning pale, tinged with fear and panic. He recalled being told that his biological parents were impoverished, living in dire conditions. How could he possibly return to such a life when he was accustomed to the luxurious lifestyle in the Su household? No, I don't want to go back. I refuse to return to that poor family." Su Long cried out vehemently, his voice piercing and shrill, tears streaming down his face like a torrent. "Elder sister." Su Ningyue gazed at Su Wanga in shock, recognizing that she was not joking. Her brows furrowed in disbelief. "You have truly lost your mind. Xiao Long, please don't cry. This is your home, and I won't let you leave," Su Ningyue soothed, embracing him, her heart shattering at the sight of his tears. Yet, Su Wanga remained unyielding. Her demeanor was steadfast. "This matter is settled. I will instruct my assistant to locate your biological parents immediately." With that, Su Wanga retrieved her phone and swiftly dialed her assistant. Seeing this, Su Long and Appo's cries intensified, nearly lunging at Su Wanga, desperately shaking her sleeve. "No, I don't want to go back. I want to stay in the Su household. I want Zhongma. I want cake. Su Ningyue could hardly believe her ears, her eyes widening in disbelief. Are you truly going to send Xiaolong away? He is our brother. Surely Su Zhuo has said something to you. I will never allow you to send Xiaolong away. With that, Su Ningyue stomped her foot in frustration, scooping up Su Long and rushing upstairs. Half an hour later, the family doctor hurried to the Su residence to examine Su Zhuo. Su Wanga anxiously waited nearby, her hands clenched into fists, knuckles white. Observing Su Zhuo and Appo's pale face and numerous injuries, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over her. I am so sorry, Xiao Zhuo. She had never anticipated that he had endured such torment at home. The scars, his instinctive defensive posture, and his small frame, seemingly accustomed to suffering, all pierced her heart. While the doctor examined Su Zhuo, Su Wanga's gaze never strayed from him, attentively watching over his frail body. Each gentle touch from the doctor made her heart ache. Doctor, how is he? She finally inquired, unable to hold her tongue any longer. The doctor looked up, his expression grave, letting out a long sigh. Miss Su, the young master has sustained severe external injuries and requires rest and careful nursing. But worse still, he appears to be suffering from autism. That one sentence struck like thunder, causing Su Wanga and Appo's body to jolt, her mind going blank as a buzzing filled her ears. Autism? No wonder Xiao Zhuo often seemed lost in thought, staring blankly in one direction. No wonder he rarely spoke to her. She had been completely unaware of his condition. How could this happen? Su Wanga murmured, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She could not fathom the extent of the suffering Su Zhuo had endured. Having reached the point of autism, the doctor spoke gently. Miss Su, please do not be too distressed. Autism is treatable, but it requires long-term patience and care. You need to spend more time with him to help him feel safe. Psychological therapy may also be beneficial in helping him gradually open up. Su Wanga silently nodded, committing the doctor's words to memory, ensuring she would not overlook any detail. Meanwhile, Su Ningyue, seizing the opportunity while Su Wanga was preoccupied, stealthily entered the kitchen. She quietly retrieved a packet of laxatives, pouring it into the medicinal concoction and stirring it gently, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. Xiao Zhuo, you scheming brat. I'll show you for trying to sow discord before my sister, she muttered through clenched teeth as she exited the kitchen. Carrying the medicine, Su Wanga approached Su Zhuo, cautiously placing the bowl before him, her tone as gentle as if she feared frightening a small animal. Xiao Zhuo, come, drink this medicine. It will help you recover more quickly. However, Su Zhuo and Appo's reaction caused her heart to tighten. His face turned ashen, eyes filled with palpable fear, instinctively shrinking back. His hands gripping the edge of the sofa tightly, resembling a frightened young creature, his gaze brimming with apprehension. Chapter 5. The sudden emergence of unfamiliar memories. Su Wanga and Appo's hand hung motionless in the air, her heart aching as if pierced by 1,000 needles. She could not fathom why Su Zhuo was so terrified until a fragment of memory unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. It was a year prior, when Su Zhuo had just returned to the Su family. Overwhelmed with anxiety, he inadvertently spilled tea, scalding Su Long. She recalled that day vividly. She had seized Su Zhuo and Appo's hand fiercely and dragged him into the kitchen, ladling a bowl of freshly boiled congee. Do you not revel in causing others pain? Then allow me to show you what true suffering feels like. Without hesitation, she forcefully poured the scalding congee into Su Zhuo's mouth. He struggled desperately, his small hands clutching her wrists, attempting to evade the bowl of hot porridge. Yet his youthful frailty rendered him powerless. Su Zhuo and Appo's face flushed crimson, his throat nearly burned. Yet she did not relent, believing he deserved punishment. Reflecting on this moment, Su Wanga felt her heart constrict painfully, almost rendering her breathless. She gazed at the frail boy before her, his eyes filled with terror, intertwining with the memories of that day, flooding her with profound regret. Xiao Zhuo, I am so sorry. Su Wanga choked, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. She gently set the medicine aside, knelt before Su Zhuo, grasping his hands tightly. Forgive me, dear brother. I was wrong. I should never have harmed you. Please, drink this medicine, will you? I promise I will never allow you to suffer again. Her tears fell drop by drop onto the back of Su Zhuo and Appo's hand, her voice laced with desperation. However, Su Zhuo remained motionless, instinctively wary of any approach from her due to the past trauma, especially upon seeing the bowl of medicine, which triggered the haunting memory of being force-fed hot congee. making it impossible for him to trust her again. At that moment, Su Wanga and Amp Oppo's phone rang suddenly. It was a call from her assistant. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the bitterness within, and gently patted Su Zhuo and Amp Oppo's hand. Sister will return shortly. Just wait for me. Rising, she stepped aside to answer the call. Just as she exited, Su Long rushed in from outside. Having heard about his sister preparing medicine for Su Zhuo, his heart brimming with jealousy. This is medicine for Su Zhuo. Why not for me? I want to drink it. With an unbalanced heart, he approached the table, snatched the bowl, and without hesitation, drank it all in one gulp. Su Long finished the medicine in one go, licking his lips, muttering, "The taste is quite strange." Not long after consuming the concoction, a sharp pain suddenly gripped Su Long and Oppo's abdomen. His face turned pale as he pressed his hands tightly against his stomach, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. He began to groan softly, his entire body curling on the floor, releasing cries of agony. "Ah, my stomach. It hurts so much. Sister, save me." Su Long writhed in pain on the ground. Xiaozhua, hearing her brother and Oppo's anguished cries, Su Wanga and Oppo's heart tightened, and she hastily hung up the phone, dashing into the room. The sight before her rendered her momentarily calm. Su Long was writhing on the floor, clutching his stomach, nearly convulsing, his face as pale as a sheet. In an instant, Su Wanga realized the issue lay with the medicine, her heart leaping to her throat. "You drank the medicine?" she gasped, her eyes widening in alarm. Su Long nodded, his face contorted in pain. "Yes, I drank it." Su Wanga's heart raced as panic surged within her. Her first thought was concern that Su Zhuo might mistakenly believe she had tampered with the medicine. The very potion she had prepared for Su Zhuo had caused Su Long such agony. Would Su Zhuo think she intended to harm him? She quickly turned and rushed to Su Zhuo and Oppo's door, attempting to clarify the misunderstanding. She knocked urgently, calling out, "Xiaozhua, listen to me. Sister would never harm you. You must believe me." Yet there was no response from within. After a few moments, Su Zhuo quietly approached the door and gently locked it. The soft click resonated like a heavy thunderclap in Su Wanga's heart. Stunned, she felt as though something had violently torn within her. She had earnestly sought to atone for her past errors, but now Su Zhuo would no longer trust her so easily. Standing outside the door, her hand slowly fell to her side, her gaze dimmed with despair. At that moment, Su Ningyue arrived, witnessing Su Long writhing in agony on the ground, her face turning ghostly pale. She had never anticipated that the concoction she had secretly laced with laxatives would be consumed by Su Long. "Xiao Long," Su Ningyue screamed, rushing to his side to support him. "How could you have drunk that medicine?" Her intention had merely been to teach Su Zhuo a lesson. She had not foreseen Su Long becoming the victim. Clenching her teeth, a flicker of malice crossed her eyes. "It's all Su Zhuo and Oppo's fault. If not for him, Xiao Long would not be suffering so greatly." After soothing Su Long to sleep, Su Ningyue paced the corridor, overhearing Su Wanga conversing with her assistant, her heart racing. "Miss, Su Long's biological parents have been located. They are willing to take him back immediately." Su Wanga softly acknowledged, clearly in agreement. Su Ningyue's heart plummeted, feeling as though a massive stone had settled upon her chest, making it hard to breathe. The fact that Su Long's biological parents had been found meant he might soon leave the Su family. "I cannot let Xiao Long leave. I absolutely must not." Clenching her jaw, her mind raced to devise a way to thwart Su Wanga. Suddenly, an idea struck her. If Su Zhuo were gone, the Su family would be left with only Xiao Long, and sister would not send him away. She sneered softly, her mind already plotting the next steps. She intended to send Su Zhuo to the countryside, erasing his existence from the Su family entirely. The following day, taking advantage of the servants and Amp Oppo's inattention, Su Ningyue stealthily entered Su Zhuo's room. Inside, Su Zhuo sat quietly in a corner, playing with his small toys. Upon hearing the door open, he instinctively looked up, his expression wary as he recognized Su Ningyue. She regarded Su Zhuo's frail form with disdain, squatting down to roughly lift him from the floor. Su Zhuo did not resist. He merely shrank back slightly. "You filthy child from the countryside. You're truly revolting," Su Ningyue grimaced. Her nose wrinkled as if she wished to avoid touching him further. Summoning her personal driver, she unceremoniously tossed Su Zhuo into the back seat while she took the front, instructing the driver to head to the countryside she had already arranged. As the car departed the villa area, the scenery outside blurred into oblivion. Su Ningyue gazed out the window, believing her plan to be infallible. However, As the vehicle traversed a secluded stretch of road, she suddenly felt dizzy, and an unfamiliar memory, not her own, flooded her mind. Chapter 6, She is right there. Watching you, she was bound in the back seat of an old truck, her hands and feet tightly restrained by ropes, a rag stuffed in her mouth. Her hair was disheveled, her face smeared with dirt, utterly devoid of its former luster. The vehicle jolted along, heading deep into the remote mountains. The surroundings were desolate, the darkness outside the window engulfing everything, save for the solitary flicker of the headlights in the night. She struggled desperately, yet felt utterly powerless. In the front seat of the truck sat a young man, his demeanor cold and a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Do you still think you're that high and mighty young lady?" His voice was deep and laced with mockery, his profile appearing ominously shadowed in the dim light of the vehicle, gradually merging with the visage of Zhuo Long. This was how he looked when he grew up. Zhuo Long sneered and continued, "Look at you now. No one would want you. You might as well go be someone's bride in the mountains." Su Ningyue and Appo's heart plummeted into an icy abyss, fear and despair spreading through her chest. She struggled furiously, emitting muffled cries, but no one would heed her pleas. This memory surged into her mind like a tide, rendering her cold all over. She abruptly opened her eyes, gasping for breath, realizing that she was still sitting in the vehicle, her forehead slick with cold sweat. She wiped her brow, noticing her hands trembled slightly. How could this be? How could Xiao Long treat me like that? Su Ningyue and Appo's mind raced, trying to reassure herself that it was merely a fleeting nightmare, a byproduct of her recent exhaustion that had intensified her hallucinations. Dreams are but illusions. Xiao Long would never become that way, she murmured softly to herself, forcing her mind to calm. Xiao Long had always been well-behaved and endearing, her most cherished younger brother, and he would never harm her. However, as the vehicle continued its journey, she suddenly caught sight of a gravestone through the window. The gravestone bore an uncanny resemblance to the scene from her dream, its weathered surface cloaked in moss, surrounded by overgrown weeds, exuding an air of desolation. Su Ningyue's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat trickling down her spine once more. The truck pressed on, the road growing increasingly remote until they arrived at a village deep within the mountains. Su Ningyue instructed the driver to stop, and, cradling Su Zhuo, stepped out of the vehicle. The desolation around them was palpable. The houses were dilapidated, the stone walls riddled with cracks, and the village roads pockmarked and uneven. The air thick with the scent of earth and decay. What alarmed Su Ningyue most was that the rundown dwelling before her mirrored the memories from her dream. Even the empty pigsty beside it was identical. She stood frozen, her unease intensifying. This place was a perfect replica of her dream, down to the smallest details. Could it be that dreams were indeed omens? In that moment of daze, two figures emerged from the house. A middle-aged man with a wrinkled face and a grim expression, and a stout woman. The man stood at the door, arms crossed, sizing up Su Zhuo, while the woman lingered nearby, a disquieting smile playing at her lips. The man and Appo's name was Lu San, and the woman and Appo's was Li Lan. Lu San snorted lightly, sneering. "Is this the kid? Looks like a scrawny thing. If you hadn't said he was free, I wouldn't have taken him." Li Lan cast a glance at Su Zhuo, her voice raspy. "Who knows if we can even keep him alive? If not, we might have to sell him off while he and Appo's still breathing." Su Ningyue stood there, a strange tightness gripping her heart. If she left Su Zhuo here, his fate would undoubtedly be grim, perhaps even sold off like a mere commodity. Yet at that moment, Zhuo Long's face resurfaced in her mind. He was her most beloved brother, whom she had watched grow up. Zhuo Long was so well-mannered and sensible, she could not allow him to leave the Su family. Looking at Su Zhuo's frail figure, her feelings of revulsion surged anew. He was an unwelcome presence, one who should never have entered their lives. Xiao Long was my brother. This little brat Su Zhuo should be removed from the Su family for the best. Su Ningyue clenched her teeth and turned to Lu San and Li Lan, coldly declaring, "I'll keep him. You may dispose of him as you wish." With that, she did not cast another glance at Su Zhuo and swiftly returned to the vehicle. As the door slammed shut, a sense of discomfort lingered within her. Those inexplicable memories and the eerily familiar scene were too strange. She endeavored to push those memories from her mind, convincing herself that it was all a fabrication. As night descended, Su Ningyue sat in the vehicle, gripping the seat tightly, her anxiety churning like a restless tide. The truck wound through the mountain roads, but regardless of the driver's efforts, the wheels seemed ensnared in the mire, refusing to budge. The surrounding mountain road lay silent, even the sounds of insects fading into the stillness, leaving only the headlights illuminating a small patch of the road ahead. "Miss, it seems the vehicle cannot get through." The driver's voice quivered slightly. "How could this be?" Su Ningyue anxiously glanced out the window. But darkness enveloped everything, rendering visibility impossible. Just as they found themselves at a loss, a hunched figure appeared, ambling towards them from the roadside, a villager passing by. The driver hastily exited the vehicle to inquire about the situation. "Good sir, do you know the way out?" "We can't seem to get through," the driver implored urgently. The villager halted, a peculiar expression crossing his features. In a hushed tone, he replied, "Not long ago, a little girl died here. Everyone in the village knows. We dare not travel this road at night. She died restlessly, causing disturbances. We villagers avoid this path after dark." The driver's face turned ashen. Glancing back at Su Ningyue, who too felt her heart race with anxiety. "It seems we cannot return tonight," the driver murmured, with no other recourse. Su Ningyue reluctantly acquiesced to the driver's suggestion, and they returned to Lu San's home, intending to seek shelter for the night. Lu San's abode was even more chilling and decrepit. Some tiles from the roof had fallen away, half the glass from the windows shattered, and the wind howled through the crevices, producing eerie sounds. Inside, Li Lan held out a set of tattered, foul-smelling clothes to Su Zhuo, insisting, "Put these on." Su Zhuo stood silently, clutching his shirt hem, refusing to accept the garments. "You little brat, are you disobedient?" Lu San's face darkened, his eyes cold as he raised his hand to strike Su Zhuo. Li Lan intervened, whispering urgently, "No, remember what happened last time? Don't kill him again." Lu San huffed dismissively, retorting, "Kids won't behave unless they're taught a lesson. Don't worry, this time I'll be careful not to kill him." Just as he prepared to strike Su Zhuo once more, the boy suddenly spoke, his voice chillingly calm. "The girl you killed, did she wear a strawberry hairpin?" Lu San and Li Lan froze, exchanging bewildered and alarmed glances. Chapter 7. He can see what others cannot. How do you know? Lu San's voice quivered slightly, revealing a hint of terror in his eyes. Su Zhuo raised his head, his youthful face adorned with innocence and naivety, pointed behind Lu San, and whispered, "She is standing right there, watching you." A sudden chill gripped Lu San's heart, and he felt a coldness creeping up his spine like a venomous serpent. Instinctively, he turned around, but found nothing but emptiness behind him. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the room became oppressively heavy, as if invisible eyes were watching them from the shadows. Filled with intense resentment, Li Lan trembled and turned her head as well, yet saw nothing. Still, the inexplicable chill intensified, as if a strange, indescribable aura permeated the entire room. Stop talking nonsense, you little brat." Lu San's voice had lost its previous ferocity, now laced with a forced calmness. Su Zhuo fell silent, and suddenly, the wind outside picked up violently, causing the dilapidated windows to rattle, the coldness becoming even more pronounced, as if it aimed to freeze the entire room. "Old Lu, this child is somewhat eerie, I think. We should not provoke her any further." Li Lan's legs began to weaken uncontrollably. Su Zhuo pointed behind them, his voice low and calm. "Her head is bleeding. Did you strike her?" Lu San's body went rigid, and he abruptly turned, pushing Li Lan aside as he dashed out of the room in a frenzy. Li Lan, utterly distraught, screamed and followed Lu San out. Su Zhuo quietly gazed at the little girl sitting by the window. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, with an exquisitely delicate and charming appearance. Her jet-black hair cascaded neatly over her shoulders, and her fair face bore a serene expression. Her round eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Adorned with a vibrant strawberry hairpin, her clothing impeccably clean and tidy, starkly contrasting with the dilapidated surroundings. A gentle voice resonated in his ear. "Can you help me? What is your name?" "I am called Little Strawberry," the girl replied softly, her expression tinged with sadness. Su Zhuo nodded, encouraging her to continue. "I once had a happy home, but one day, someone said they would take me to a fun place. I believed them and followed them." Little Strawberry's voice grew choked with emotion, her eyes glistening with tears. "But they brought me to this place, where I have to work every day and am often beaten. In the end, because I refused to obey, they killed me." Her voice grew faint, like a gentle, sorrowful breeze. "I want my mother to know that I am still here, but I can no longer see her." Little Strawberry's voice quivered with a hint of innocent hope. "Can you tell my mother?" Su Zhuo nodded. "I will tell your mother that you were sold here." A look of joy illuminated Little Strawberry's face, her tears transforming into gratitude in an instant. She bowed gently to Su Zhuo. Thank you for your willingness to help me. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the yard. Su Zhuo looked up to see Su Ningyue returning, followed by a heated argument. What is going on with you two? Why must you insist on taking Su Zhuo away? Didn't we agree on this before? This child is not right. He can see something sinister. Just now, he said he saw a little girl standing behind us. But that girl has been dead for a long time. We cannot keep him any longer. Li Lan quickly chimed in. This child is quite eerie. You should take him away. We cannot keep him any longer. Upon hearing this, Su Ningyue's brows knitted tighter, and with a cold snort, she approached Su Zhuo, her eyes filled with disdain. Su Zhuo, you are trying to scare people on purpose, aren't you? Su Ningyue's voice was frosty as ice. I have long known you are a natural-born troublemaker, no matter how well you pretend. Your inherent wickedness cannot be disguised. You concoct these frightening tales just to instill fear in them. You, this little demon, only wish to cause harm. I am not lying. Su Zhuo did not defend himself excessively, simply stating softly, that little girl's name is Little Strawberry. She was trafficked here not long ago. But they beat her to death. Lu San and Li Lan's faces drained of color, exchanging a glance filled with guilt. Yet, Su Ningyue gazed at Su Zhuo with skepticism, instinctively feeling he was fabricating a story. Suddenly, she recalled a recent news report. Indeed, there had been a report about a missing girl who wore a strawberry hairpin, and many had been searching for her, even making headlines in the local news. Her heart jolted, and her expression shifted from anger to hesitation. You say, that girl is named Little Strawberry? Su Ningyue murmured, images from the news flashing in her mind. In that news segment, the little girl's mother was inconsolable, clutching her daughter's favorite strawberry hairpin, desperately pleading for anyone to reveal her daughter's whereabouts. Chapter 8. The intersection of reality and dreams upon realizing that their scheme had been uncovered. Lu San ceased his futile chatter and struck the driver on the back of the head with a swift punch, rendering him unconscious. Su Ningyue, sensing the perilous situation, attempted to flee but was seized by Li Lan, who forcefully pushed her to the ground. Do you know who I am? Su Ningyue shouted defiantly. I am the seventh miss of the Su family. If you dare to harm me, the Su family will not let you go. Lu San let out a cold laugh, his tone dark as he replied, the Su family? In this place, the Su family holds no power. With that, he and Li Lan worked in tandem to bind Su Ningyue and Appo's hands and feet, securing her to a chair. Su Ningyue, filled with rage, cursed incessantly and struggled against her restraints, but they were tied too tightly for her to muster any strength. Aren't you afraid of death? When I return, you will pay the price, she yelled. Exhausted from her futile efforts, Su Ningyue felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, gradually slipping into a peculiar dream. In her dream, she found herself once again imprisoned in that dilapidated room, growing weaker with each passing day. Her limbs felt heavy and powerless, and the world around her grew increasingly blurry. Just when she was on the brink of starvation, a sliver of light seeped through the door, and a young man appeared before her. His silhouette was obscured by the light, yet it radiated warmth. Don't be afraid, seventh sister. I will take you away from here, the young man said softly, his voice akin to sunlight piercing through the shadows of her heart. He swiftly untied her restraints, lifting her with ease. Though she was utterly exhausted and barely able to stand, he did not hesitate to carry her on his back. As she rested against his strong shoulders, an unprecedented sense of safety enveloped her. The young man carefully evaded Lu San and Li Lan and Appo's gaze, leading her away from the cold confines of her prison. However, just as they were about to escape, Lu San suddenly emerged from the shadows, brandishing a metal rod and striking at the young man. You shall not escape, he bellowed. To protect her, the young man unflinchingly used his body to shield her from the blow. The rod struck his back with a heavy thud, eliciting a muffled groan of pain, yet he did not relinquish his hold on her. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and continued to flee with her. Dawn and Appo's cry, seventh sister, I will protect you, he reassured with a gentle smile, his eyes filled with comfort. Together, they dashed from the darkness into a realm of radiant light. As the dream began to fade into the brilliance, Su Ningyue had never experienced such selfless care, and the feeling of being wholly protected filled her heart with warmth. Abruptly, Su Ningyue awoke, consciousness returning to the cold reality. Her breath quickened, and her heart raced as the vivid dream felt as if it had truly transpired. Though still partially ensnared in the dream's embrace, the image of that gentle figure grew clearer in her mind. Her eyes widened, and an incredulous thought surfaced. The young man who had saved her in the dream was none other than the grown-up Zhuo. Still dazed, Su Ningyue quickly reassured herself that dreams often reverse reality. In the waking world, Su Zhuo would never come to her aid. Only Xiao Long truly loved her. After lunch, Lu San and Li Lan entered, each carrying a bowl of thin porridge. Lu San slammed the bowl down before Su Ningyue, his tone menacing. Don't even think about escaping. Behave yourself. Li Lan chimed in. If you don't, we'll sell you to the old bachelors in the village. A chill ran down Su Ningyue's spine, and she bit her lip in silence. Once Lu San and Li Lan exited to work in the fields, Su Ningyue breathed a sigh of relief. She cautiously retrieved a backup phone from her pocket, having prepared for such an eventuality. However, she knew her elder sister was likely in a meeting, and the others were abroad. Quickly, she dialed the Su family's landline number. To her surprise, the voice on the other end was that of Su Long Xiao Long. It's your sister. Hurry, tell elder sister that I've been kidnapped. Su Ningyue's voice trembled with urgency. Yet, Su Long showed no sign of concern. When will you buy me a gift? You still haven't gotten me the promised gift from last time. Su Ningyue hastily explained. Xiao Long, I'm in a dire situation. I promised to get you a gift when I return, but please tell elder sister that I've been kidnapped. But Su Long remained obstinate, his voice laced with childish petulance. Humph. You haven't bought the gift you promised, so why should I help you? You always say things and never follow through. You don't care about me. Su Ningyue was momentarily taken aback, a pang of hurt striking her heart. Yet, she was too weary to argue, pleading once more, Xiao Long, I truly am in danger. Please tell elder sister. And I swear I will get you a gift when I return, all right? Su Long coldly huffed and hung up the phone, leaving Su Ningyue with the sound of a busy signal. She stood frozen, the phone slipping from her grasp. She never anticipated that her beloved Xiao Long would disregard her plea for help simply because she hadn't fulfilled a promise. The overwhelming sense of anguish made it hard for her to breathe. Her world had revolved around Su Long, and she had been willing to do anything for him, never doubting his affection for her. Su Ningyue attempted to console herself, reasoning that Xiao Long was still young and didn't understand, that he surely hadn't meant to hurt her. Yet, she found it impossible to suppress the rising tide of pain. Determined to call the police, she was interrupted when the door to the inner room suddenly swung open, revealing Su Ming. Little Strawberry stood quietly at the doorway, still clad in her tattered dress, a strawberry hairpin adorning her head. She approached Su Zhuo and whispered urgently, You must tell my mother that I was abducted and my mother's number is. She proceeded to share her mother's contact information with Su Zhuo. Su Zhuo nodded, I promise you. Despite being tightly bound, Su Ningyue let out a soft huff, surprised that luck had favored Su Zhuo with the door opening on its own. However, to her astonishment, Su Zhuo walked towards her. Why aren't you leaving? Su Ningyue was momentarily stunned, expecting Su Zhuo to abandon her. Without uttering a word, Su Zhuo knelt down and deftly began to untie her ropes. This scene suddenly reminded Su Ningyue of her dream, where the adult Su Zhuo had similarly freed her and shielded her from harm. Once the ropes were undone, Su Zhuo stood and calmly instructed, Drive me back. Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, Su Ningyue guided Su Zhuo to the driver, who was imprisoned in the cellar. Together, they hastily boarded the vehicle and drove away from the eerie village. Chapter 9. A resounding slap. As night deepened, the vehicle traversed the dimly lit mountain road, the surrounding scenery growing increasingly eerie. The sky darkened, and the howling winds became piercing, as if an invisible force lingered nearby. When they passed the cemetery, the driver appeared unusually tense, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his voice trembling. Miss, we passed this way last time, and strange things happened. Now that it and Appos, it's dark, I fear. Indeed, before the driver could finish his sentence, the trees by the roadside began to sway violently, a chill wind sweeping through. The wind howled, whispering in their ears, and the temperature plummeted, creating an atmosphere of dread. Sitting in the car, Su Ningyue felt her heart race, despite her bravery. A shiver coursed through her. Su Zhuo glanced outside and calmly shouted, Stop causing a ruckus, go away. Gradually, the wind subsided, and the chill in the air began to dissipate. Moments later, tranquility restored, as if nothing had occurred. The driver sighed in relief, exclaiming, Incredible. That gust stopped as soon as it howled. Truly remarkable. However, Su Ningyue, seated in the passenger seat, coldly scoffed. It was merely a coincidence. With a displeased expression, Su Ningyue returned home with Su Zhuo. As their car entered the gates of the Su residence, they were greeted by a brightly lit villa complex. Servants rushed about the courtyard, their faces etched with panic. Upon entering, the furious voice of Su Wang echoed from the hall. Search. Keep looking. We must find Zhuo. Mobilize everyone. Leave no stone unturned. Her countenance was pale, eyes bloodshot, evidently on the verge of collapse from prolonged anxiety. How could he be missing? Zhuo is so small. It's freezing out. He must be terrified. Hurry up. Su Wang nearly roared, her body feeling as if it were plunging into a freezing abyss at the thought of what might happen to Zhuo. After all the hardship of retrieving him, how could she bear to lose him again? It's Miss Seven. Miss Seven has returned. A servant shouted. Su Wang turned to see Su Ningyue entering with Zhuo. Zhuo. Su Wang almost lunged forward, embracing him tightly, her eyes scanning him with concern. Where have you been? Are you hurt? I'm so sorry. I didn't take care of you. Ningyue, why did you take Zhuo out? Su Wang and Appo's voice turned icy. Su Ningyue instinctively avoided her gaze. Forcing a smile. I simply wanted to take him out for some fresh air. Su Wang fixed her piercing stare on the driver. You. Tell me what exactly happened. You'd best not lie. The driver, intimidated by Su Wang's commanding presence, stammered, Mississippi. Miss Ningyue, she wanted to take Zhuo to the mountains. Su Wang and Appo's expression shifted abruptly, fury igniting in her eyes, her voice as frigid as winter and Appo's breath. What? You intended to abandon Zhuo in the mountains? Su Ningyue hurriedly waved her hands, attempting to defend herself. No, I didn't abandon him. I just thought he shouldn't stay in the Su family. Silence. Su Wang's voice was sharp as ice. How dare you act in such a manner? Zhuo is our brother. You actually considered sending him to such a place. Do you have no conscience? Su Ningyue clenched her jaw, but refused to admit her wrongdoing. Stubbornly retorting, I merely wished for the Su family to find peace. Xiaolong is the one who should inherit the family fortune. Zhuo is merely a country bumpkin. Enough. Su Wang could no longer contain herself and slapped Su Ningyue across the face. Stunned, Su Ningyue felt a burning pain on her cheek. Her eyes wide with disbelief, brimming with grievance. You struck me for Zhuo. Covering her face, tears streamed down Su Ningyue's cheeks. Do you still not repent? Su Wang's voice was frigid. I command you to leave the Su family at once. Su Ningyue froze, shooting a resentful glance at Zhuo, her teeth gritted. Fine. I'm leaving. With that, she stormed out of the Su residence without a backward glance. Taking a deep breath to suppress her emotions, Su Wang turned. Gently grasping Zhuo's small hand, her voice filled with concern. Zhuo, were you frightened? Are you feeling unwell? Zhuo remained silent, his expression placid. Gazing at Su Wang with little emotional expression, Su Wang's heart ached for him, knowing he must have suffered greatly, yet remained silent about it. The guilt in her heart intensified, tears glistening in her eyes. It's all right. Sister will always be by your side. No one will harm you again, she whispered tenderly. After being expelled from the Su family, Su Ningyue went directly to a nearby luxury hotel. However, when she produced her credit card to check in, the attendant coldly informed her, I'm sorry, miss, your credit card has been frozen. Clenching her teeth, she fought back tears and exited the hotel. The biting cold wind of the night hitting her face. With nowhere to go, a sudden thought flashed through her mind, Xiaolong. Yes, Xiaolong would surely help her. Embracing this thought, Su Ningyue stealthily returned to the Su residence under the cover of darkness. She quietly climbed to the window of Su Long's room, where a corner of the curtain was slightly drawn. Through the glass, she saw Su Long seated on his bed, engrossed in playing with his favorite toy, the limited edition transformer she had gifted him for his birthday last year, worth 100,000. Gently tapping on the window, she called softly, Xiaolong, it's your sister. I'm back. Su Long glanced up but did not rush over. Instead, he continued playing with his toy. Sister has nowhere to stay, and my card has been frozen by the eldest sister. Could you lend me your New Year's money? I promise to pay you back. All right? Su Ningyue's voice trembled with emotion. She thought that simply asking would compel Su Long to help her without hesitation. To her dismay, Su Long pretended not to understand. His focus unwavering on the transformer, entirely ignoring her plea. He didn't even glance her way, as if the sister outside the window did not exist. Chapter 10. Irreparable Regrets. Su Long remained unresponsive, merely toying with his transformer. The expensive toy gleamed with a metallic luster, as if mocking Su Ningyue and Appo's Zhuo's predicament. With a heavy heart, Su Ningyue departed from the Su household, wandering through the night as the biting wind cut against her face like a blade. Eventually, she stumbled upon a small park and curled up on a bench to spend the night. The park was enveloped in silence, broken only by the howling wind and the rustle of fallen leaves. Nestled on the frigid bench, the cold seeped through her clothing, penetrating her very bones and causing her to shiver uncontrollably. It was cold, so cold. In the dead of night, as she lay curled on the bench, her body began to warm, and she gradually slipped into a hazy dream. In this dream, she was ill. Reclining on a soft bed, her head heavy to the point of immobility. The light surrounding her was gentle, and the atmosphere within the room was cocooned in warmth. As if someone were watching over her, a young man stood by her bedside, exuding a sunny disposition, his gaze imbued with a reassuring strength. He approached slowly, holding a damp cloth, which he gently pressed against her forehead. "You have a high fever, but do not fear. You will recover soon." His voice was low and soothing, akin to a gentle breeze that brought with it a boundless warmth. Su Ningyue moved her lips, attempting to articulate a response, yet no sound emerged. Sensing her unease, the young man tenderly grasped her hand and softly reassured, "Seventh sister, do not worry. Everything will be all right." He then produced a box of steaming cookies, offering them to her mouth with great care. "Seventh sister, you just took your medicine. Have some cookies. They will alleviate the bitterness." The cookies were sweet, soothing her parched throat, as if they dispelled all her ailments in an instant. A warm current flowed from her throat into her heart, enveloping her in an unprecedented warmth. However, upon awakening, the frigid wind continued to ravage the surroundings, revealing the desolate park and the dilapidated bench. Su Ningyue, still curled on the bench, felt the chill envelop her, with beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead. Slowly, she sat up, realizing it had merely been a dream. Yet the memory of the young man stirred her emotions. Once again, it was Zhuo, once again caring for her. How could this be? She murmured softly, shaking her head in disbelief. It was impossible. I must be craving cookies, Su Ningyue concluded. The cookies in her dream had been delightful, a flavor she had never experienced before. Strangely, how could she dream of something she had never tasted? Meanwhile, at the Su household, Su Wanga was striving to engage Zhuo in conversation. She resolved to take him out for some fresh air, gently inquiring, "Little Zhuo, would you like to go out with your sister? We could visit the amusement park or the seaside. The choice is yours." Zhuo sat on the sofa, his head lowered as he fiddled with a small, battered toy car. Su Wanga attempted various tactics to lure the toy from his grasp, hoping to replace it with something more appealing, yet all her efforts proved futile. Upon hearing Su Wanga's suggestion, Zhuo remained indifferent, failing to even lift his eyelids, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Disappointment washed over Su Wanga. She had endeavored to atone for her perceived neglect towards Zhuo, only to find that her efforts elicited no change in his distant attitude. Just as she felt overwhelmed, an idea struck her. Tentatively, she asked, "Little Zhuo, cousin is returning from abroad. I will go to pick her up tomorrow. Would you like to join?" To her surprise, a flicker of response crossed Zhuo's previously impassive face. He raised his head, a glimmer of anticipation illuminating his youthful visage, and affirmed with a simple, "Yes." Su Wanga was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected him to agree. A twinge of jealousy surged within her as she observed the eager expression on Zhuo's face, prompting her thoughts to drift back to the day he was first brought home to the Su family. On that day, Zhuo appeared frail in his worn plaid shirt, his face pale and gaunt beyond his years. He timidly stood at the doorway, tightly clutching a small piece of drawing paper, seemingly hoping to win her favor with his art. "Sister, I drew a picture for you," Zhuo murmured, his voice laced with trepidation. At that moment, she stood nearby, her gaze cold and detached, fixated instead on Su Long as he excitedly recounted the amusing events of his day. Zhuo, holding the drawing, hesitated for what felt like an eternity. Noticing her disinterest, he eventually lowered the paper, standing quietly by, too timid to speak further. He yearned for any semblance of acknowledgement, yet ultimately felt hollow. At that time, she perceived no wrongdoing. To her, Zhuo was merely a child recently returned from the countryside, appearing superfluous beside Su Long. All her attention was devoted to Su Long, leaving no room for the brother who had just come home. Yet, in that moment, Xia Qiuqing approached. Noticing Zhuo's timid demeanor, she stepped forward with a gentle smile and took the drawing from his hands. "Wow, little Zhuo, you've drawn beautifully," she praised, her face radiating warmth. "Shall I take this for your eldest sister?" Su Zhuo looked up at Zhuo, a flicker of joy crossing his features as he timidly nodded, encouraged enough to reveal a faint smile. At that time, she paid no heed to this exchange, remaining wholly absorbed in caring for Su Long, oblivious to her neglect of Su Zhuo. However, reflecting on it now, Su Wang felt a profound sense of regret. Su Zhuo had longed to integrate into this family, seeking her concern and validation, yet she had repeatedly overlooked him. Subsequently, Zhuo became the only person to genuinely care for Su Zhuo, always mindful of him during meals or playtime whenever she visited the Su household. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Su Wang's heart tightened. The memories grew ever clearer, and she could almost see the small figure of Su Zhuo, clutching his drawing paper, yearning for her smile, only to leave in disappointment. Now, all of this had crystallized into an irretrievable regret within her heart. With great effort, Su Wang managed to summon a smile. "All right, let me change my clothes, and then we shall go to pick up cousin." Noting Su Zhuo's continued silence, she sighed softly, resolving to set aside her thoughts and focus instead on how to bring him a bit of joy tomorrow. She hoped that with cousin S return, Su Zhuo's tendencies towards introversion might ease, even if it meant he would entirely overlook her as his elder sister. Before their departure, Su Zhuo slipped into the kitchen. He was small in stature, tiptoeing to reach the flour and other ingredients placed atop the counter. Despite the absence of adult assistance, he approached the task with utmost seriousness. Chapter 11. Su Zhuo and Appo's cookies. Su Zhuo picked up a small bowl, clumsily pouring flour into it. Next, he grasped an egg with both tiny hands. But the shell was too slippery, and it took several attempts for him to crack it open. He then took a whisk in his small hands, vigorously mixing the batter before retrieving a cookie cutter to pour the mixture into. His movements were somewhat uncoordinated, resulting in cookies that appeared rather misshapen. Upon hearing that Su Zhuo had ventured into the kitchen, Su Wang felt a pang of anxiety, fearing he might injure himself, and hurried over. As she reached the kitchen doorway, she saw Su Zhuo standing before the oven, his gaze fixated on the cookies baking within. The gentle glow from the oven cast a rosy hue upon his small face, and a hint of accomplishment shone through his youthful expression. Standing at the threshold, Su Wang felt a surge of affection as she observed the scene before her. At such a tender age, he was already intent on making cookies for others. Upon reflection, it seemed he had always quietly contributed, even when overlooked. From childhood to adulthood, this had been the case. In that moment, memories of her past life flooded back. Back then, she had been wronged by Su Long and expelled from the Su group. Once exalted, she had lost everything in an instant, struggling to meet even her basic needs. After Su Long ascended to the position of chairman, he relentlessly oppressed her, and no company in the capital would offer her employment. She found herself in utter despair, tirelessly searching for work, subsisting on dry buns for lunch. During that time, she had become a laughingstock in the capital. Residing in a cramped rental room, she would leave each morning dressed in ill-fitting, worn clothing, clutching her dwindling coins to squeeze onto a crowded bus, hoping to find work that day. Yet, during her midday breaks, she could only sit on a park bench, gnawing on her dry bun while perusing the endless rejection emails on her phone. In those most hopeless days, Su Zhuo would always prepare a box of cookies for her before she left, placing it in her bag without a word. He never pried into her job situation, merely performing these small acts of kindness to provide her with warmth. Whenever she sat exhausted on the bench, nibbling on her bun, she would discover that box of cookies he had made. The aroma of the cookies would temporarily dispel her sense of helplessness, making it seem as though the entire world was focused solely on her well-being. Her favorite were the delicate cookies infused with a subtle milky fragrance, soft yet crisp, imbued with a tenderness akin to spring water. No matter how destitute or helpless she felt, Su Zhuo never exhibited any disdain towards her. Rather, he offered her silent strength. Each cookie was a wordless encouragement from him. As these memories washed over her, Su Wang's eyes grew misty. Each time she savored the cookies Su Zhuo made, her heart would swell with the knowledge that someone cared for her, that she had not been entirely forsaken by the world. Observing the little Su Zhuo before her, laboring clumsily, filled her with an overwhelming sense of compassion. "Little Zhuo," Su Wang softly called, her voice resonating with tenderness. Hearing her, Su Zhuo turned to glance at her but said nothing. A servant approached Su Wang, whispering, "Miss, the cookies Su Zhuo made are truly delightful. I couldn't resist trying one, and I was amazed that such a young child could create something so delicious." This revelation stirred a wave of emotion within Su Wang. So, little Zhuo had learned to bake cookies at such a young age. acquiring skills unbeknownst to her during her inattention. The thought of Zhuo, so young yet so capable, filled her with both pride and sorrow. When Zhuo finally finished baking the cookies, Su Wanga stood by, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, hoping he would offer her one to taste his handiwork. However, Zhuo did not hand her a cookie. Instead, he meticulously packed all the baked treats into a box, leaving not a single extra piece behind. Su Wanga stood frozen, watching as Zhuo carefully placed the box down, suddenly realizing for whom these cookies were intended. A wave of disappointment washed over her. She had hoped that, after her rebirth, her relationship with Zhuo might grow closer. But it seemed his heart remained with his childhood favorite cousin, leaving her, due to her earlier neglect and coldness, shut out. If only she had not been so indifferent to Zhuo in the past, perhaps he would not have distanced himself from her. Filled with regret, as Zhuo exited the kitchen, Su Wanga could not resist approaching the box of cookies. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, she opened it and gently took out a few cookies. Gazing at the small treats, she felt an unexpected reluctance to eat them. Originally meant for Xiaqiofeng, she could not resist the temptation to taste the cookies made by Zhuo and Appo's own hands. Carefully, she stowed the cookies away in a corner of the kitchen before changing her clothes, preparing to accompany Zhuo to fetch Xiaqiofeng. Once they departed, Su Ningyue stealthily returned to the Su residence. After a night spent in disarray, she appeared disheveled. Her hair was unkempt, her clothing wrinkled, and her complexion pale, clearly having endured a night out in the cold. She quietly slipped into the kitchen in search of something to eat. In her rummaging, she inadvertently discovered the small cookies Su Wanga had hidden. Without a second thought, Su Ningyue picked one up and took a cautious bite. The cookie was crisp and sweet, its taste strikingly familiar, conjuring memories of the dream she had experienced the previous night. The flavor from the dream was identical to that of the cookie. Her heart raced as disbelief washed over her, leaving her frozen in place, her face reflecting incredulity. Chapter 12. Beneath the cookies lies a dead mouse. Su Ningyue nibbled on the small cookie in her hand, savoring the familiar aroma of milk and the crisp texture that transported her thoughts back to the dream she had the previous night. Just then, Su Long appeared in the kitchen and noticed the cookie in her hand. His eyes glimmered with mischief. "Sister, I made this especially for you. I didn't realize you would like it," he exclaimed. A look of surprise lit up Su Ningyue's eyes, and without a hint of doubt, she fully accepted Su Long's words. Unable to resist, she reached out and gently ruffled Su Long's hair. "Little Long, you're amazing. You can bake cookies at such a young age." Su Long blinked, feeling a surge of pride internally, while maintaining an innocent and obedient facade. "As long as my sister likes it," he replied with a smile, then casually added, "If you want, I can make you another box." To Su Long, it was evident that the cookies must have been made by the household servants, and all he needed to do was ask the servants to bake another batch, then threaten them to keep quiet, and Su Ningyue would believe the cookies were his handiwork. Su Ningyue nodded eagerly. "Really? That is wonderful. I want to take some to school. Can you make me another box, please?" "I can make another box. But could you buy me a gift that I like in return?" Su Ningyue didn't think twice and immediately agreed. "Of course. Whatever Little Long wants, I will get for you." "Well, sister, you said you would buy me that limited edition Transformers Super Optimus Prime, but you haven't gotten it yet. I really want that." That particular model was a globally limited collector's item, valued at over 100,000. Su Ningyue had promised Su Long she would buy it for him, but due to its limited availability, she had asked numerous friends without success. However, a Lego toy exhibition was coming up soon, where she hoped to find it. Without hesitation, Su Ningyue affirmed, "No problem. I will definitely buy it for you this time." Su Long nodded, "Then come by tonight to pick up the cookies. I will have them ready for you." Concerned that Su Wanga might return at any moment, Su Ningyue glanced out the window and decided to leave quickly. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, she jumped out of the window. Upon landing, her gaze swept across the corner of the wall, and she suddenly spotted a mouse scurrying by. Her brows furrowed, and a sly smile crept across her lips. Fearless by nature, she had no aversion to mice, especially considering she had spent a night outside, blaming everything on Zhuo. "Zhuo, you made me get kicked out by my elder sister. Let us see how I deal with you," Su Ningyue muttered under her breath, then swiftly grabbed the mouse. Holding the mouse, she let out a cold chuckle and stealthily crept outside Zhuo's room, slipping in quietly. She gently opened Zhuo's water cup and dropped the mouse inside. As the creature plopped into the cup, it made a faint splash. which only intensified the smile on Su Ningyue's face. After completing her mischievous act, she hastily exited Su Zhuo's room. Envisioning the terror on his face upon discovering the mouse in his cup, a sense of accomplishment swelling within her. Unable to suppress a soft giggle, she left with a light heart. Meanwhile, Su Long leisurely strolled into the kitchen and lazily remarked, "Can you all make me another batch of cookies?" To his surprise, the servant hesitated and said, "Young master, those cookies weren't made by us. They were made by little Zhuo." Su Long was taken aback, instantly pivoting on his heels and storming into Su Zhuo's room, where he found Su Zhuo drinking from a cup. With a disdainful expression, he demanded, "Su Zhuo, make me another batch of cookies." His tone was authoritative, brimming with entitlement. As Su Zhuo prepared to drink, he caught sight of the dead mouse in his cup. Immediately recalling a past incident, Su Ningyue had once stealthily placed a dead mouse in his cup, leading to a severe illness that nearly claimed his life. With this memory, Su Zhuo's gaze grew icy. He tightened his grip around the cup, but betrayed no hint of emotion, quietly placing it down. Seeing Su Zhuo's lack of immediate response, Su Long threatened, "If you don't, I'll tell sister that you're bullying me." In their previous lives, Su Long often used such threats, running to Su Wanga to complain whenever his demands were denied, and Su Wanga had never once sided with him. Watching Su Long's smug expression, Su Zhuo silently scoffed, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Fine, I'll make them for you." Satisfied, Su Long turned to leave, while Su Zhuo quietly stepped into the kitchen. That evening, Su Long approached Su Ningyue, proudly presenting a box of cookies. "Sister, look, I made you cookies again." Su Ningyue's eyes softened instantly. She embraced Su Long and affectionately kissed him. "Little Long, you're truly my wonderful little brother. I knew you were the best." Su Long basked in his triumph, feeling as though he had indeed crafted the cookies himself. Su Ningyue cradled the cookie box as if it were a treasure, stealthily climbing out the window to find a quiet corner. She settled into a wooden chair in the courtyard, ready to savor this delightful gift slowly. Moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting a gentle glow upon her as the night breeze caressed her, carrying the crisp chill of early autumn. Yet, warmth enveloped Su Ningyue's heart. She delicately picked up a cookie, placing it in her mouth. The crisp texture and subtle milk flavor flooded her senses, evoking a profound sense of satisfaction. After devouring a few pieces, she reflected on Su Long's thoughtfulness, deeming him the greatest gift heaven had bestowed upon her. However, as she reached the bottom of the cookie box, an odd odor suddenly assaulted her nostrils. Glancing down, her smile froze in horror. There, at the bottom of the box, lay a lifeless mouse. Its wide-open eyes and rigid body appeared grotesque under the moonlight. A wave of nausea surged within her, and her stomach churned violently. She scrambled to her feet and stumbled aside, doubling over to vomit profusely. The night wind tousled her hair, disheveled strands clinging to her beautiful face, enhancing her disarray. Su Ningyue trembled slightly, a singular thought racing through her mind. "Su Zhuo, this must be your doing?" Seated on the chair, she gripped the armrests tightly, her knuckles turning white, wishing she could storm over and strangle Su Zhuo right then and there. Seething with rage, she was interrupted when her phone vibrated suddenly. It was a message from Su Wanga. Su Ningyue paused, opening her phone to read Su Wanga's first line. "Did you steal the cookies I hid?" Quickly, she typed back, "What cookies?" Su Wanga responded almost immediately, "The box of cookies I hid in the kitchen. When did you take them?" Feeling a flicker of guilt, she replied, I just saw some cookies and ate a few. Why did you hide them? They're just cookies, right?" Su Wanga's reply was curt, but struck like lightning in Su Ningyue's mind. Those cookies were made by little Zhuo. Su Ningyue's brain seemed to go blank, her fingers trembling slightly. Cookies, made by Su Zhuo? She couldn't believe her eyes, repeatedly confirming the message's content. The words made by Su Zhuo echoing in her mind. She had always thought those cookies were baked for her by Su Long, yet the truth was Su Zhuo. After a prolonged moment of shock, Su Ningyue fought to contain her disbelief and continued messaging Su Wanga. "What do you mean? Su Zhuo made them. Are you sure? When did he start baking cookies? You've never paid attention to little Zhuo, so of course you wouldn't know he can bake." "I saw him do it with my own eyes, there is no doubt about it." Chapter 13. The biscuits made by Su Zhuo. Su Ningyue had scarcely closed her eyes all night. In the following morning, as she gazed into the mirror, she could hardly recognize herself. Her usually radiant and enchanting visage appeared haggard. Her skin, which was once as fair as snow, now bore a pallid hue. Her typically vibrant and expressive eyes were now marred by bloodshot veins, and the area beneath her eyes took on a faint bluish tint. Despite this, Her features remained exquisitely delicate, and with an added touch of fragility, she evoked a sense of poignant sympathy that tugged at the heartstrings of those who beheld her. As she entered the classroom, she weakly leaned against the back of her chair. The bright sunlight cascaded upon her pale face, rendering her akin to a delicate white lotus in sickness. Though devoid of its usual luster, it retained an air of nobility and grace. Immediately, the class and Apos, sycophant, Liang, hurried over with feigned concern. Ningyue, you look unwell. Please drink some warm water, he implored, presenting her with a cup. He then rummaged through his pockets to produce a box of cold medicine. This is the medicine I just bought. You must take some. Don't push yourself too hard. With a weary sigh, Su Ningyue replied feebly, could you please fetch me some biscuits? Upon hearing her request, Liang dashed off to the school's convenience store, returning shortly with a large bag filled with various brands of biscuits, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Ningyue, I brought them all back for you. Try them to see if they match the flavor you desire. However, as Su Ningyue opened a packet and delicately nibbled on a biscuit, her brow furrowed in disappointment. No, this isn't the flavor I was looking for. Noticing her discontent, Liang swiftly rushed back to the convenience store, returning with yet another assortment of biscuits laid out before her. Su Ningyue sampled each one, yet none could replicate the taste that lingered in her dreams. Just as despair began to settle in, the class monitor, a demure girl, offered her a biscuit. Ningyue, this is a biscuit I just received from a child in the neighboring class. Do give it a try. Upon taking a bite, Su Ningyue and Apos' eyes sparkled with recognition. This was precisely the familiar flavor from her dreams, a delightful crispness intertwined with a subtle hint of cream, transporting her back to that ethereal moment. She eagerly inquired of the class monitor, where did you acquire this biscuit? Surprised by her enthusiasm, the class monitor responded, a child from the neighboring class gave it to me. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ningyue rose, disregarding her frail state, and rushed out of the classroom. In the hallway, a throng of students were engaged in lively conversation. Look at that child. He is so adorable, one remarked. Indeed, I heard he is here visiting his cousin. As Su Ningyue walked, she perked up her ears, quickening her pace towards the source of the chatter. She made her way to the end of the corridor, and upon spotting a familiar figure, she froze in place. Zhuo was cradling Su Zhuo at the corner of the hallway, gently adjusting his collar with a tender smile illuminating her flawless face, akin to a captivating painting. Zhuo's beauty was not of the ostentatious kind, but rather a serene and graceful charm. Her delicate features were complemented by a pair of clear, water-like eyes that radiated warmth akin to the sun in spring. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a few wisps danced lightly across her cheeks, adding an enchanting liveliness to her presence. At that moment, she was solely focused on Su Zhuo, her gaze filled with affection, as if the world revolved around just the two of them. Nearby, several boys could not help but steal glances at her, their eyes brimming with admiration. Nestled in Zhuo and Apos' embrace, Su Zhuo appeared exceptionally well-behaved. He looked up at her and softly asked, Cousin, are the biscuits delicious? Zhuo smiled gently, nodding with warmth in her voice. Yes, the biscuits made by little Zhuo are the tastiest. From her distance, Su Ningyue felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. Once again, it was Su Zhuo. Why did he always stir such emotions within her? She loathed him, yet found herself fond of the biscuits he made. Why did she often dream of him caring for her in the future? Gradually, a crowd of students gathered in the hallway, captivated by the exquisitely charming little boy, each pulling out snacks and candies. Wow, you're so cute. Here, let me give you some candy, a girl said, smiling as she offered a piece of chocolate. Su Zhuo politely accepted it, murmuring his thanks, his adorable demeanor melting the hearts of those around him. Would you like a lollipop? I have a supersized one. Another girl exclaimed, producing a lavishly wrapped giant lollipop from her bag, grinning as she added, but there is a condition. You have to answer my question correctly to get this lollipop. What is the duration of a light year? The girl spoke with a playful glint in her eyes. Zhuo shook her head with a chuckle, softly protesting. That question is too difficult. Little Zhuo is just a child. How could he possibly answer? Su Zhuo glanced up at the girl and confidently replied in his youthful voice. A light year is a unit of distance, not time. It measures how far light travels in 1 year. The girl was momentarily taken aback, surprised that such a small child could answer so decisively. At a loss for words, she could only smile as she handed him the lollipop. You're amazing. Here, this is for you. As Su Zhuo accepted the lollipop with a nod of gratitude, the surrounding students erupted in astonishment, particularly the girls, their eyes wide with disbelief. Incredible. I can't believe he understands all this at such a young age. Another girl, feeling competitive, chimed in with a grin. Let me pose an even more challenging question. Let us see if you can answer this one. After a moment of contemplation, she presented a chemistry-related query. What happens when hydrogen and oxygen are mixed in a 2:1 volume ratio? Zhuo remained unfazed, promptly responding. When hydrogen and oxygen are mixed in a 2:1 ratio and meet a flame, they will combust violently and produce water. By this point, the surrounding classmates were utterly astonished. No way. How could he know such a difficult question? A flurry of students began to ask him various questions about mathematics, history, and even astronomy. But no matter the complexity, Zhuo answered each one without hesitation, eliciting awe and admiration from the crowd with every calm response. Just then, their teacher, having heard the commotion, squeezed through the crowd. Upon seeing the throng surrounding Zhuo, curiosity piqued in her mind. Approaching with a hint of surprise, she asked, "Whose little boy is this? How is he so remarkably intelligent?" Chapter 14. Fate. Zhuo noticed the homeroom teacher approaching and politely bowed his head in greeting. The teacher regarded him with an expression of admiration, acknowledging his remarkable ability to retain such vast knowledge at such a tender age, truly a prodigy. Naturally, she was aware that Zhuo was the young master of the Su family, and given the family's emphasis on education, she was only slightly surprised by his fluent responses to the students and Oppo's basic inquiries. Zhuo smiled softly. Shortly after Zhuo and Oppo's return, she had departed for an exchange program abroad. Throughout the year, she had worried that he might face bullying within the Su household. However, witnessing how well he had been educated put her mind at ease. Only Su Ningyue, standing nearby, gazed at him in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Zhuo had been back in the Su family for a year, and he had not set foot in kindergarten even once. How could he possess such knowledge? If it was all self-taught, then his capacity for self-education was indeed terrifying. Not far away, Su Wanga shared in the astonishment. She had never anticipated Zhuo would be so extraordinarily intelligent, having learned everything on his own. A sense of guilt and self-reproach stirred within her. She had once lavished all her affection on Su Long, neglecting her younger brother and overlooking his innate talents. As the class bell rang, the crowd around Zhuo gradually dispersed. The students returned to their classrooms, leaving only Su Wanga and Zhuo in the corridor. Su Wanga approached him, attempting to lift him into her arms. "Little Zhuo, come back with your sister," she urged. Yet, Zhuo gently evaded her grasp, causing her hand to freeze in midair, a sharp pang of heartache striking her. Her expression stiffened slightly as her fingers trembled and fell. The unmistakable glimmer of disappointment shone in her eyes. Su Wanga and Oppo's eyes reddened, regret flooding her heart. She lamented her previous indifference towards Zhuo. Had she shown him more care over the past year, perhaps they would not feel so estranged now. But at present, Zhuo's demeanor was colder than that of a stranger. "Come back with your sister," Su Wanga implored again. However, Zhuo merely cast a fleeting glance her way and softly replied, "I will walk by myself." Su Wanga stood frozen for a moment before trailing behind him. Within the classroom, Su Ningyue overheard a group of girls discussing Zhuo with animated excitement. A hint of irritation crossed her delicate features. "That child is simply too adorable," one exclaimed. "He looks like a little angel, so beautiful, clever, and well-behaved." Su Ningyue felt discomfort rise within her. "My brother Su Long is the cutest," she thought. "My little brother is far more charming than that little imp." The girls eagerly surrounded her. "Really? Can you bring your brother to show us?" Su Ningyue nodded. "Sure. I can bring my brother to meet you. Then you will see who is truly more adorable." During the recess, Su Ningyue promptly called her second sister, recounting the recent events in detail, including Su Wanga and Oppo's change in attitude towards Zhuo. After listening to Su Ningyue and Oppo's account, Su Qiming and Oppo's voice came through the phone. "Ningyue, regardless of what happens, you must take good care of Su Long. We will discuss everything else when I return." Su Ningyue nodded, feeling slightly reassured. Subsequently, Su Qiming transferred some money to her. After hanging up, Su Ningyue gazed out the window, just in time to see Su Wanga leading Zhuo away from the school. Watching their retreating figures, a wave of uncertainty washed over her. Recently, Su Wanga had undergone significant changes, even beginning to distance herself from Su Long, which set Su Ningyue on edge. After school, Su Ningyue sought out a somewhat notorious metaphysics master. Unbeknownst to her, this so-called master was merely a charlatan. Yet she willingly paid him a considerable sum. Su Ningyue shared all that had transpired recently, and the master stroked his beard, pretentiously examining her palm. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "This young master possesses an ambiguous fate, one that may not only jeopardize the Su family's fortune, but also siphon the vitality of those around him. If there are young children nearby, they may be at risk of malevolent forces threatening their lives. Your sister's change in demeanor is a direct result of the dark influence attached to this child." Young children? That must refer to Su Long. Su Ningyue thought, alarmed. Could Su Zhuo and Apos' dark aura affect Su Long? Is there a way to dispel it? She inquired anxiously. The master feigned deep thought before responding. The only remedy lies in branding the child with a talisman to ward off evil and misfortune, thus neutralizing the ominous energy in his fate. Hearing this, Su Ningyue gritted her teeth, resolute in her decision. She hired several burly bodyguards and pursued Su Wanga and Apos' vehicle. The cars racing down the road until they finally cornered Su Wanga's car in a secluded area. As Su Wanga's car came to a halt, she stepped out to find Su Ningyue approaching with an imposing demeanor, flanked by several bodyguards. Frowning, she coldly demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" With a steely gaze, Su Ningyue replied, "Eldest sister, Su Zhuo's fate is ominous and poses a threat to Su Long. I cannot allow you to pamper him any longer. I must take him away, for the sake of the Su family," and for Su Long rage surged in Su Wanga's heart upon hearing this. She had never expected Su Ningyue to behave so irrationally. Blocking Su Zhuo with her body, she sternly declared, "What nonsense are you spouting? Little Zhuo is my brother. I will not allow you to take him. You have no idea of the calamity he brings." Su Ningyue's voice sharpened as she commanded her bodyguards to seize Su Zhuo. The bodyguards lunged forward, attempting to forcibly extract Su Zhuo from Su Wanga and Apos' side. In a sudden burst of defiance, she pushed one of the bodyguards away, her eyes blazing. "Try to touch him, and you will regret it." Though startled by her fierce determination, the bodyguards quickly regrouped and pressed on. Su Wanga fought valiantly to protect Su Zhuo, but ultimately, she was outmatched by the trained bodyguards. In the ensuing chaos, she was forcibly separated, and Su Zhuo was snatched away by Su Ningyue. "Su Ningyue, have you lost your mind? Let him go," Su Wanga cried, attempting to rush forward to reclaim Su Zhuo, only to be firmly restrained by the bodyguards. Ignoring Su Wanga's furious protests, Su Ningyue replied, "Eldest sister, I am saving the Su family. Just wait for the outcome. Once everything is resolved, you will understand that I am doing what is right." Seething with anger, Su Wanga struggled to break free but ultimately could not prevent Su Ningyue from taking Su Zhuo away. Su Ningyue hurriedly took Su Zhuo to the residence of the metaphysics master. She was convinced that by following the master and Apos' instructions, Su Zhuo and Apos' malevolent aura would be dispelled, ensuring Su Long's safety. However, upon entering the courtyard, she discovered that another family was already consulting with the master. Chapter 15. Dreaming of past lives. In this poignant tale, we encounter a couple, the man, robust and burly, and the woman, appearing weary and haggard. Beside them stands a frail little girl, seemingly 6 or 7 years old, with a pale complexion and clad in tattered garments, evoking deep sympathy. The girl's mother, with a face etched in distress, implores a metaphysical master, "Master, our family and Apos' fortune has been dire of late. Every business venture results in loss. Is there a flaw in our fate?" The master, stroking his beard, feigns solemnity as he performs a few calculations with his fingers. He then adopts an enigmatic expression. "Your daughter possesses an unfavorable fate. Her aura is overwhelmingly negative, thus impairing your family's prosperity. To avert disaster, it is imperative to inscribe a talisman upon her back. Otherwise, your misfortunes will only intensify." The couple, fully convinced by the master and Apos' words, clutch each other and Apos' hands with fear etched on their faces. "What shall we do, master? You must save us." The master nods gravely, casting a dark gaze upon the frail girl, calmly stating, "By inscribing the talisman on her back, her fate can be altered, ensuring your family's safety." Upon hearing this, the little girl trembles, her eyes brimming with terror, yet she remains voiceless in her resistance. However, the man unhesitatingly consents. "Very well, master, we are willing." The mother, though pained, silently acquiesces to her husband's decision. She kneels, gently caressing her daughter's head, sighing, "I am sorry, my dear, it is not what I desire. But our family's business cannot endure any longer." Tears cascade down the girl's cheeks as she bites her lip, stifling her cries. The master then brandishes a searing iron, pressing it resolutely against the frail girl's back. With a horrendous hiss, her skin is instantly scorched, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. A heart-wrenching scream escapes the girl, her body curling in agony, her small face contorting in pain, her weak hands clawing at the ground as if seeking something to alleviate her suffering. Yet, her parents remain impassively silent, watching their child's torment with cold detachment. Su Ningyue, witnessing this harrowing scene, feels her heart constrict, her body frozen in horror. The girl's cries pierce her soul, rendering her breath shallow. For she has never beheld such cruelty. Her palms grow clammy, her feet instinctively retreating, but then her gaze falls upon the master. "It is your turn now," he states nonchalantly, directing his attention to Su Zhuo and subtly gesturing to Su Ningyue. She meets Su Zhuo's eyes, gritting her teeth as memories of her beloved brother Su Long flood her mind. "Make a swift decision, or it will be too late," the master urges impatiently, preparing another iron. With a deep breath, Su Ningyue forces her unease aside, slowly nodding, ultimately pushing Su Zhuo forward. "For the Su family, for little long," she repeats in her mind. Leaning against a pillar outside the courtyard, she twirls a strand of hair around her finger, her skirt billowing in the wind, revealing a glimpse of her fair calf. Her delicate visage betrays no emotion, her beautiful eyes glinting with cold resolve. "This ends today. After this, everything will be resolved. My sister shall no longer be affected by malevolent forces, and little Long will be spared harm. As long as little Long is safe, Su Zhuo's suffering will be worthwhile." With this thought, she feels a wave of relief wash over her. Yet suddenly, a sharp pain strikes her head, as if pierced by a dagger, plunging her into darkness. Her consciousness fading away. In her dreams, images gradually clarify. Su Ningyue finds herself transported to a past life, where forgotten memories surge forth like a tide. Su Long has matured, no longer the obedient child but a cunning adult. She once believed him to be her cherished little brother. Yet now she realizes the transformation into something terrifying. A scene flashes by, Su Long seated in the chairman's office of the Su family, smirking as he addresses her. "Sister, did you truly think I would still value familial ties? You have always regarded me as the heart of the Su family, but now, I require none of you." His words slice through Su Ningyue's heart like a frigid blade. She had imagined Su Long would forever depend on her, grateful for her support. Yet now, she comprehends that she was merely a tool for his ambitions of power. The memories that follow are even more brutal. Su Long, in his quest to seize control of the Su group, resorts to treachery against her. Her career and life crumble, leaving her with nowhere to escape as friends distance themselves. Her once glorious existence obliterated overnight. "I no longer need you, sister," Su Long sneers, cornering her into a dead end. Su Long, the brother she once adored, embraces a stunning woman while laughing maniacally by a fire. Meanwhile, she sits disheveled on the ground, tears streaming down her face, heartbroken as she cries out, "Su Long, you heartless wretch! How could you betray me after all I have done for you? Why, Su Long? What wrong has the Su family committed against you?" With a contemptuous snort, he retorts, "The grievances between me and the Su family cannot be summarized in mere words. Had I not seen the share transfer document in sister's study that day, I would not have acted so ruthlessly. The heir listed in that contract is Su Zhuo, not me. Do not deceive me with your pretenses of goodwill. Despite your kindness, you never intended for me to inherit the Su family's wealth. No. That contract was left by our parents, sister, and I never planned for Su Zhuo to inherit the Su family assets. You were always the only heir we considered. Sister consulted lawyers, yet we could not amend the contract. We even contemplated altering our parents and Appo's will for your sake. Just a few more days, and everything would have been yours." Su Long's laughter becomes increasingly maniacal. "Su Ningyue, do you think I would fall for your deceit? I desire not just a fraction of shares. Even if you handed them to me, I would not relent. I want it all, the entirety of the Su family." Then, Su Ningyue sees Su Long expelling all her sisters from the Su household. They find themselves homeless, unable to secure even a warm meal, subjected to the scorn of former rivals, forced to seek refuge from the rain in restaurants, only to be cast out as delusional. Chapter 16. Reminiscences of utter despair, they seemed to have plummeted from paradise to hell overnight, transforming from pampered heiresses into pariahs loathed by all. The architect of their downfall was none other than their once beloved brother. Just as they were on the brink of surrender, contemplating the finality of death, a beam of light unexpectedly illuminated their bleak world. Su Ningyue could never have imagined that the one to ultimately rescue her from the abyss would be him. After the bankruptcy of the Su family, everything dissolved into mere illusions. Former friends and relatives vanished without a trace. In her desperate quest for survival, she sought out her former confidant to reclaim the money she had lent, only to be met with scathing insults and ultimately thrust out of the villa by her brutish bodyguard. Her once dearest friend, now residing in a grand, well-lit mansion and feasting on abalone and ginseng, refused to repay the meager sum owed, leaving her to endure the biting cold of winter alone on the streets. Trusting her friend, she had lent the money without demanding a promissory note, a testament to the ugliness of human nature revealed in that moment. In her dire circumstances, only he stepped forward, bringing her nearly frozen body back to his home, where he lovingly prepared a bowl of steaming noodles. The dish was simple, adorned with mere slices of greens and scallions, yet it was the most delectable bowl of noodles she had ever tasted. After wolfing down the meal, she found herself still hungry, wiping her mouth and gazing at him expectantly. Without a word, he silently served her another heaping bowl. She relished 3 whole bowls, feeling a sense of contentment as she lay on a soft, comfortable bed, finally experiencing her first peaceful sleep in days. In the days that followed, she found herself living a life of comfort and joy. He would delight her with various culinary creations, and upon discovering her battle with anorexia, he took it upon himself to learn cooking. Unbeknownst to her, her eating disorder and stomach ailments gradually subsided. She began to forget that he had once seemed utterly useless in her eyes, engaging him in conversation, waking him from nightmares, sharing amusing videos, and even requesting him to ride her on his bicycle for shopping excursions. Noticing his faded white t-shirt, she longed to gift him a new one. Yet after the Su family's downfall, she was no longer the spendthrift heiress of yore. When she visited the brand stores she once frequented, no one greeted her with the warmth they had previously shown. She chose a shirt that would suit him perfectly, only to discover at the register that she could not afford it. The price of that garment reminded her of how many similar items she had once purchased for so long, not to mention luxury cars and watches. This became her greatest regret during that period. Fortunately, he did not disdain her newfound poverty. Instead, he selflessly took on multiple jobs to support their living expenses. Life could have continued in this blissful manner, had she not clung stubbornly to a glimmer of hope for that wretched creature, ultimately leading to her being exploited to steal confidential information from the J.K. Research Institute, resulting in her expulsion from the institution and a tarnished reputation in the academic community. During that time, her sisters suffered grievously, one more than the other, while the vile creature feared she might reveal the truth, poisoning her food with thallium. The initial effects of thallium poisoning manifested as skin lesions on her face, robbing her of the beauty she had always cherished. Su Long spread malicious rumors, claiming her academic credentials were fabricated and even stealing her research. Once a proud gem in her school, a paragon of excellence, she found herself swiftly transformed from a celebrated academic elite into a target of scorn. Fraud! How dare you stand here? Someone shouted in fury, hurling a rotten egg at her. Instinctively, she tried to evade it, but it was too late. The egg smashed against her, releasing a nauseating liquid that cascaded down her clothes and tangled in her hair, leaving her in a state of disarray. You don't deserve to remain in our school. Ugly creature, get out. More rotten eggs and refuse were flung toward her as she stood helplessly, tears welling in her eyes, yet she dared not let them fall. The crowd's jeers and derision surged like a tide, trampling her dignity and pride. Just as she teetered on the brink of collapse, a figure surged forward. Enough. It was Su Zhuo and Amp, Appo's voice. Without hesitation, he positioned himself in front of her, shielding her from the barrage of eggs and refuse that struck him instead. Su Zhuo and Appo's face became smeared with egg and filth, yet he stood resolute, like a mountain safeguarding her. Gradually, the uproar subsided. Though anger still simmered, no one dared to continue the assault. He gently grasped her hand, speaking softly, "Sister, let us go home." Once back in their rented apartment, Su Zhuo retrieved a clean towel, carefully wiping the grime from her face. "Sister, do not be disheartened. I believe in you." His gentle voice offered a semblance of solace, a flicker of light in her darkened world. The disfigurement inflicted by Su Long left her unwilling to venture outdoors, retreating into the dim confines of her room, fearful of the world's gaze and the mockery it harbored. During this time, Zhuo secretly knitted her a beautiful scarf, soft and warm, akin to a ray of sunshine in winter. "Sister, let us take a stroll. I will accompany you," he said with a smile, fully aware of her pain, yet never prying open the wounds, simply standing by her side. A warmth blossomed in Su Ningyue and Apos' heart, and she ultimately acquiesced. Together, they donned the scarf and walked down the street. The cold wind biting at their faces while the scarf enveloped her in a gentle warmth, revealing a world less indifferent than she had imagined. However, fate did not permit her peace for long. They unexpectedly encountered Su Long and his girlfriend. Recognizing Su Ningyue instantly, Su Long's girlfriend wore a smirk of disdain. "Oh, Sister Ningyue, how brave of you to venture out." Her words dripped with malice, her gaze fixated on the scarf around Su Ningyue and Apos' neck. With a malicious flourish, she yanked the scarf from Su Ningyue, leaving her in a state of panic as she raised her hands to shield her face, but it was too late. Her visage, marred by disfigurement, was exposed to the frigid air, drawing the gaze of passers-by. Goodness, how could her face have become like this? How horrifying! Listening to their hushed ridicule, Su Ningyue felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her eyes wide with a desperate plea for shelter from the brother she had once held dear. Yet Su Long merely observed with cold indifference, devoid of any compassion. In that moment, Zhuo and Apos' eyes ignited with fury. Without uttering a word, he charged forward, delivering a fierce punch to Su Long's face. "How could you treat her this way?" Zhuo shouted in outrage, marking the first time she witnessed this gentle soul unleash such fury. Chapter 17. A profound awakening. Su Long covered his face, refraining from retaliating, merely letting out a cold laugh before turning to his bodyguard beside him and instructing, "Call the police, take him away." Zhuo was forcibly escorted away by several bodyguards, leaving Su Ningyue stunned in place. She wished to intervene, but found herself utterly powerless. For the following 7 days, Su Ningyue vigilantly stood outside the detention center, unable to forgive herself for allowing Zhuo to bear the brunt of it all. On the 7th day, Zhuo was finally released. The moment Su Ningyue laid eyes on him, she was struck by the visible injuries adorning his body, bruises and abrasions that spoke volumes of the torment he had endured while detained. "You are hurt." Su Ningyue choked, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Yet, Zhuo simply smiled and shook his head, gently patting her shoulder, his tone still tender. "It's nothing, sister. Please don't be sad." Su Ningyue's dreams continued, and her memories gradually resurfaced, recalling the hellish time he had faced. Her own condition, deteriorating from thallium poisoning, left her face disfigured, robbing her of the will to live. She had heard whispers of a medication developed by the International Pharmaceutical Association that could counteract thallium poisoning, but its exorbitant price was beyond her reach. Having nearly given up on the thought of survival, unwilling to burden Zhuo further, her fate took a turn when he unexpectedly appeared before her, tightly clutching a vial of the much-coveted antidote. "Sister, you can return to your former self now." Zhuo's voice was calm, his lips curving into a soft smile. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Ningyue found herself at a loss for words, tears cascading down her cheeks. "How did you get this?" she managed to gasp. "I will find a way for the money," Zhuo replied with a smile, evading her question. Though his complexion was faintly pale, Su Ningyue, in her excitement, failed to notice the subtle details. All she knew was that she had finally been granted a chance to live. Soon after, the antidote took effect, and Su Ningyue's face gradually returned to normal. However, before she could fully bask in her joy, Su Long struck again. This time, he orchestrated her sale to a remote mountain village. Captured by human traffickers, she found herself locked away in a dark, damp room. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, Zhuo appeared once more, risking everything to rescue her. In the process of saving her, however, Zhuo sustained severe injuries, his back and legs marred by deep bruises and several bones cracked, yet he seemed unconcerned. Su Ningyue desperately sought to take Zhuo to the hospital, but the medical expenses loomed as an astronomical figure she could not afford. In her helplessness, she could only bring him home and tend to him herself. "Sister, I truly am fine. You need not worry," Zhuo insisted, his gentle smile unwavering despite the pain coursing through him. He always downplayed his suffering, as if the injuries were trivial, masking his agony behind soothing reassurances. Not long after, Su Ningyue received a message from Su Long. "Sister, I know you hate me, but I wish to see you." to talk. I have my reasons. Upon reading the text, Zhuo advised against meeting him. Sister, do not go. Su Long does not genuinely wish for reconciliation. He will not change. Torn between her emotions and Zhuo's concern, she pondered the possibility of Su Long possessing a shred of conscience, perhaps willing to lend her some money for Zhuo's treatment. She nodded in response to Zhuo and Appo's plea. I will not meet him, you can rest assured. Yet ultimately, she resolved to confront Su Long, yearning to question him directly about his cruelty and whether there were indeed justifiable reasons behind his actions. However, upon meeting Su Long, all hope dissipated. He sat behind a grand desk, his eyes devoid of warmth, filled instead with malice. Sister, I need you to do something for me, he stated coldly. Upon hearing his request, Su Ningyue instantly grasped his intentions. Su Long sought to use her to falsify evidence, proving himself as the legitimate heir of the Su family to seize their wealth and power. I will not assist you in fabricating lies, nor will I deceive the shareholders, she resolutely replied. Su Long and Appo's expression darkened instantaneously, a cold smile creeping across his face as he signaled to his bodyguards, since you refused to help. Do not blame me for being unkind. The bodyguards mercilessly advanced, forcibly dragging Su Ningyue away to a dimly lit room. In the days that followed, Su Ningyue endured brutal torment, subjected to Su Long's relentless cruelty. They deprived her of food and water, leaving her to suffer from hunger and thirst in her confined space. Shackled and unable to escape, her clothes tattered, she faced daily lashings from the guards. Why won't you cooperate? If you agree to help me fabricate the truth, this can all end. Su Long stood before her, devoid of any compassion. Her body weakened to the brink. She could barely stand, relying on the cold wall for support. Su Long ordered the guards to wrap her arms with barbed wire, the sharp edges embedding painfully into her flesh, every slight movement causing blood to seep from her wounds. The agony nearly suffocating her. Despite her arms being mangled and bloodied, she gritted her teeth, refusing to beg for mercy. To intensify her suffering, Su Long commanded his men to sprinkle salt onto her wounds. The searing pain from the salt and Appo's contact felt like fire, nearly causing her to faint. I'll give you one more chance. Su Long towered over her, his voice icy and devoid of warmth. Help me forge the truth. Prove I am the legitimate heir of the Su family, or this agony will persist. With great effort, Su Ningyue lifted her head, her voice barely a whisper. I will not aid you, never. The cold smirk on Su Long's face deepened as he turned away without a word, leaving the guards to continue their torment. The days that followed found Su Ningyue teetering on the brink of collapse, her body racked with hunger, pain, and humiliation. Each day, her wounds tore further, leaving her battered and bruised. Her face and arms bore the marks of lashes, the scars from the wire embedded deeply in her skin. In those moments, she finally discerned Su Long's true nature. The brother she had once cherished and trusted revealed himself as a heartless monster, devoid of any familial affection, using her as a pawn in his quest for power. Overwhelmed with regret, Su Ningyue cursed herself for not heeding Su Zhuo's warnings, for continuously harboring illusions about Su Long. Su Zhuo had shielded her from countless dangers and silently protected her, yet she had repeatedly chosen to trust Su Long, that cold-blooded wretch. During those harrowing days, her heart brimmed with remorse, lamenting her foolishness and the neglect of Su Zhuo and Appo's steadfast devotion. At last, a fleeting opportunity for escape emerged. One day, the guards grew lax in their watch, and seizing the moment, she freed herself from her bonds, enduring the excruciating pain as she fled the dark basement. Stumbling and gasping for breath, her sole thought was to return to Su Zhuo. She felt an urgent need to meet Su Zhuo, to convey to him that she had finally seen through everything and had awakened to the truth. After much effort and numerous obstacles, she eventually returned to the Su family home. However, upon arriving at the place where Su Zhuo once resided, what greeted her was not the warm smile she had longed for, but rather a solitary grave. Chapter 18. Irreparable Mistakes. Su Ningyue and Appo's legs suddenly weakened, and she collapsed onto the ground. Xiaozhuo. Her voice trembled and fractured, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She unsteadily rose to her feet and approached the grave, her fingers gently caressing the cold tombstone, her heart aching like a dagger. The stone bore the name Su Zhuo, her brother who had endured countless sufferings and torments for her sake, now eternally resting beneath the earth, never again to offer her a warm smile or softly utter, "Sister, do not be afraid." Her tears surged forth like a flood, and she knelt before the tombstone, her hands weakly pounding the cold soil. It finally dawned on her that the most precious person she had once taken for granted had departed from her life forever. Her cries echoed through the silent cemetery. Yet no matter how fervently she called out, Zhuo would never respond again. The grave and Apos' stillness pierced her heart. Zhuo, I am sorry. Sister was truly wrong, she murmured, tears cascading onto the cold stone. She loathed herself for not cherishing him, for repeatedly overlooking the brother who had silently protected her. Zhuo was gone, yet his presence lingered throughout her life. While he was alive, she had never truly recognized these moments. Each morning, he would prepare her favorite bread, placing it in the kitchen, though he would only nibble on a morsel himself. When her work consumed her, he would quietly organize her documents, ensuring everything was in order, never allowing her to worry. Whenever fatigue overtook her, he would silently offer her a cup of hot tea, reminding her to rest. Now, with Zhuo and Apos' absence, all of this had come to a halt. The room would no longer be filled with the box of cookies he had baked, nor would there be the heartfelt notes urging her to remember to eat and drink. Those simple yet warm gestures had transformed into boulders in her heart, heavy enough to suffocate her. She returned to her desolate home, where life had faded, leaving it cold and lifeless. No one cared for her anymore. No one prepared her breakfast, nor stood behind her in times of helplessness. Each time she gazed at the empty table, her heart would ache sharply. That was the place where Zhuo had once set out little treats for her. Whenever she sat by that table, staring into the void, warm memories flooded back unbidden. Zhuo, if only you were still here, she wept, fully aware that Zhuo would never answer her again. The warmth that came from her brother could never be reclaimed. Only after losing Zhuo did she realize he was the most important person in her life. The care and love he had given her had now become an unbearable pain in her heart. Every corner, every memory seemed to remind her of how he had silently guarded her life. And now, all of that had turned into an overwhelming emptiness with his departure. Afterward, the thallium poison erupted within her body, her health gradually deteriorating. Alone, she endured the torment as her hair fell out, her teeth decayed, and her skin festered, until finally, her sight faded as well. In those years of lingering agony, she could not cease to miss the one who had saved her yet left her behind. Time and again, she wished for a second chance. If only she could go back, she would never allow herself to err so grievously. But alas, life offers no reruns. As the final moments of life approached, she lay upon a bare wooden bed, suffering endless pain. In the instant her eyes closed for the last time, her thoughts were not of relief, but of finally seeing the one she longed for, the one who filled her with guilt. Zhuo, please, do not die. Su Ningyue whimpered in excruciating pain, her beautiful face contorted in anguish. In her dreams, she shook her head and finally forced her eyelids open. No, she cried out as her eyes opened, her forehead slick with cold sweat, her chest heaving violently, as if awakening from a nightmare. Once her heartbeat steadied, her hand caressed her smooth, pale face, her eyes widening in astonishment. What was happening? Hadn't Apos' her face been ruined? Trembling, she touched her face, and upon confirming she had not been disfigured, a torrent of emotions surged within her. She had actually been reborn. Reborn to a time before the Su family fell into ruin, back to being the carefree seventh miss of the Su family, when her sisters were all well. And Zhuo was alive. Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Ningyue covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. The thought of being able to reclaim what she had lost filled her with uncontrollable tremors. Zhuo, she whispered, only to be struck by a terrifying realization. Just moments ago, she had unwittingly handed Zhuo over to that fraudulent master. Realizing this, her blood ran cold, and she sprang to her feet, disregarding her fatigue as she dashed into the courtyard. Zhuo, she chanted her brother and Apos' name in her heart. Her steps hurried to the point of stumbling. As she rushed toward the master's room, she failed to notice the stones beneath her feet and twisted her ankle. The sharp pain made her gasp. Pain. Su Ningyue gritted her teeth, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Yet, despite the agony, she pressed on, limping forward. Bursting into the room, her gaze fell upon Zhuo, and she froze in place. He was bound to a chair, his small body curled up. A glaring burn mark seared into his back. The wound marred his tender skin, inflamed and ghastly. Zhuo hung his head, tightly clutching himself, his body trembling slightly. Zhuo. Su Ningyue knelt before him, her hands shaking as she reached out, hesitant to touch the charred areas. A wave of anguish coursed through her, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry. It was my mistake. Sister should not have." Zhuo offered no response, his gaze vacant and dull. He did not meet her eyes, shrinking further into himself, as if trying to hide. This was instinctual behavior for a child seeking to protect himself. Su Ningyue's heart ached to the point of suffocation. She longed to draw near, but each time her fingers inched toward him, he would tremble softly. "Zhuo, please. Look at me." She choked out softly. Yet, Zhuo remained unresponsive, his small hands clutching his clothing tightly, huddled in the chair. Soon, Su Wanga arrived with a team of security personnel, and upon seeing Zhuo's condition, her heart twisted painfully. Chapter 19. Second sister Su Qiming Su Wanga's associates unceremoniously subdued the bodyguards, their voices laced with fury. "How dare you snatch someone from Miss Su Wanga? Who gave you the audacity?" The bodyguards, heads bowed in submission, pleaded for mercy. One, with a tone of grievance, uttered, "We had no idea it was Miss Su Wanga. We were merely following orders." Su Wanga had no inclination to listen to their explanations. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Su Ningyue. And without a trace of compassion, she raised her hand and struck Su Ningyue across the face. "Have you lost your mind? How could you hand Zhuo over to such individuals?" Su Wanga rebuked. In an instant, Su Ningyue's cheeks swelled, yet she disregarded the pain and implored, "Elder sister, quickly take Zhuo to the hospital. His injuries are too severe." Upon hearing this, Su Wanga turned sharply to look at Zhuo, and her heart twisted painfully at the sight of his frail body marred by horrific burn scars. How could such a delicate being endure such torment? Yet, in this second chance at life, she had still failed to protect him. The burden of her sisterly duty weighed heavily on her. "Zhuo, we are going home immediately." Without hesitation, Su Wanga scooped him up and hastened toward the car. Upon their return to the Su residence, she promptly summoned the finest surgeon to tend to Zhuo and Appo's wounds. Meanwhile, Su Ningyue was obstructed by Su Wanga and Appo's men. She attempted to rush in for a glimpse of Zhuo, but the bodyguards coldly barred her from entering. "Let me in, please. I only wish to see Zhuo." Su Ningyue's voice trembled with desperation. "I just want to know how he is. Please, allow me to enter." Tears streamed down her face as her hands clutched the door tightly, yet she remained outside, anxiously awaiting news. As night fell, a torrential rain began to pour, enveloping Su Ningyue's figure in the cold, damp darkness. Her hair, drenched with rainwater, clung to her cheeks. Her once exquisite makeup was now rendered indistinct, and the rain cascaded down her elegant neck, thoroughly soaking her clothing, leaving her looking utterly disheveled. At last, Su Wanga emerged from the Su residence, holding a black umbrella that accentuated her icy demeanor amidst the downpour. Seeing her sister, Su Ningyue rushed forward, urgency lacing her words. "How is Zhuo? Is he all right?" With a frigid glance, Su Wanga replied, devoid of any emotion, "The little girl who was burned has already perished." Su Ningyue and Appo's heart felt as though it had been cleaved in two, her legs buckling beneath her as she nearly collapsed. A choked sob escaped her throat as she trembled. "And Zhuo? Is he okay?" Su Wanga's expression darkened further. "Zhuo's condition is dire. If he does not awaken, I shall never forgive you." Su Ningyue, pale and tear-streaked, Su Ningyue's tears mingled with the rain, her voice quivering as she pleaded, "I beg you, elder sister, let me see Zhuo just once. I only wish to see him, I truly." Su Wanga's gaze was as frigid as ice. "You will not see him, not in this lifetime." With that, she turned away, her silhouette gradually receding into the veil of rain. Su Ningyue collapsed to the ground, kneeling in the pouring rain, desperately calling out, "Elder sister." But Su Wanga did not look back. Kneeling in the downpour, soaked to the bone, Su Ningyue felt no coldness from the rain, only an overwhelming sense of regret. She remained helplessly on her knees, surrendering to the relentless storm. Through the cold night, Su Ningyue remained awake, her knees pressed against the unforgiving ground, the pain long numbed. Yet the clarity of her remorse intensified. Every inch of her body ached, the biting wind seeping through her drenched clothing, chilling her to the core as if it intended to freeze her entirely. As time passed, her strength gradually waned. Her complexion grew pale as paper, her lips tinged with blue, unkempt hair clinging to her sodden face, rendering her a pitiful sight. As dawn approached, the rain ceased. Yet Su Ningyue could barely hold herself upright, struggling to remain on her knees. Just as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, A car slowly came to a stop at the entrance of the Su residence. The door opened, revealing a slender, strikingly beautiful woman stepping out. Su Qiming emerged, her silhouette graceful, encased in a form-fitting gown that accentuated her exquisite curves, reminiscent of a meticulously crafted porcelain vase. Her delicate waist seemed to invite a gentle embrace, and her long legs moved with an effortless elegance. Her breathtakingly beautiful face captivated all, her brows arched like distant mountains, exuding a hint of allure, while her lips, thin and vivid red, drew the gaze of those around her. Upon spotting Su Ningyue kneeling on the ground, Su Qiming's heart ached. She hurried over, her voice laced with concern. "Ningyue, what has happened? Why are you kneeling here?" As she spoke, she attempted to assist Su Ningyue to her feet. But Su Ningyue lacked the strength. Her legs had long lost sensation from prolonged kneeling. Su Ningyue weakly lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with desperation. "Second sister, I beg you. Please speak a few words on my behalf to elder sister. Let me see Xiao Zhuo." Su Qiming paused, clearly bewildered by her sister's sudden concern for Su Zhuo. She chuckled lightly. "Why the sudden interest in him? That little brat annoys me when I see him. Ningyue, you need not concern yourself so much with Su Zhuo. That child is overly burdened with thoughts, and such children are not meant to be nurtured." With tears streaming down her face, Su Ningyue shook her head in agony. How could she convey to her second sister that the truly unmanageable one was not Su Zhuo, but rather Su Long? Given elder sister's recent reactions, she must have also been reborn, while Su Qiming had not. In her sister's eyes, Su Long remained the most precious treasure in existence. Having once regarded that wretch as a gem herself, she understood that no matter what she said, Su Qiming would never believe her. "Then tell elder sister that if she does not permit me to see Xiao Zhuo, I shall remain here on my knees." In this second chance at life, she sought only to amend the regrets of her past. If she could not even face the one to whom she owed the most, what was the purpose of her rebirth? Su Qiming appeared speechless, yet offered no further counsel, gracefully striding inside. Su Wangge was desperately trying to coax Su Zhuo into taking his medication, but he remained obstinately unyielding, refusing to swallow even a morsel, leaving Su Wangge feeling helpless, as if she were but a child. To her, persuading Su Zhuo to take his medicine seemed a far greater challenge than sealing a multi-million-dollar contract. "Elder sister, if he refuses, then do not force him. He is being ungrateful. Why waste your patience on him?" Chapter 20. Regret for not presenting him a gift before he reached out. Su Wangge cast a sidelong glance at her and coldly retorted, "Silence." Su Qiming shrugged, unimpressed, and pouted, "Fine, I won't say much. Sister, Ningyue wishes to see Su Zhuo. She mentioned that if you deny her, she will kneel outside indefinitely. It's bitterly cold out there. Won't she ruin her health by doing so?" Su Wangge lowered her gaze to Su Zhuo, who lay quietly on the bed, his small face as pale as parchment, exuding an aura of fragility. The thought of the injuries Su Zhuo had suffered rendered her unable to forgive Su Ningyue. "Let her kneel if she so desires." Su Wangge and Appo's voice was as cold as ice. Su Qiming frowned. "It rained all night yesterday. She is drenched. If this continues, something terrible will surely happen." Su Wangge remained silent, tightly gripping the medicine bowl in her hands, her gaze once again resting on Su Zhuo. Even after living a second life, she still failed to fulfill her duty as an elder sister, still unable to protect Su Zhuo. Outside, the torrential rain began to ease. Yet Su Ningyue remained kneeling in the rain, her body reaching its limits. Her once rosy lips had lost their color, resembling a kite battered by the storm. Pitiful and worn, Su Ningyue knelt in the rain throughout the night, ultimately unable to endure and collapsing to the ground, necessitating emergency transport to the hospital. In her unconscious state, Su Ningyue dreamt once more, feeling as though she had returned to her past life, when Su Zhuo would quietly care for her during her sickness, using his warm hands to apply a damp cloth and preparing light, nutritious porridge for her. "Xiao Zhuo," she murmured softly in her stupor, as if he were right beside her, watching over her. However, when she finally opened her eyes, the tender figure of Su Zhuo was absent, replaced instead by the striking, somewhat pained visage of Su Qiming. "You and Appo's finally awakened. I truly do not understand your suffering," Su Qiming said, arms crossed, standing beside the hospital bed. Su Ningyue slowly regained her senses, a wave of disappointment washing over her. She had hoped that upon awakening, she would see Su Zhuo by her side, offering her a gentle smile. "Xiao Zhuo, how is he?" Su Ningyue asked weakly. Su Qiming disdainfully shrugged. "I have no idea how he is, nor do I care. You're tormenting yourself for no reason. That child isn't worth your concern. Su Ningyue fell silent, simply tiredly closing her eyes. She knew that further explanations were futile. Su Qiming's prejudice against Su Zhuo was deeply ingrained, not something she could change with a few words. Finding their conversation unproductive, Su Qiming left the hospital, casually purchasing a plethora of toys for Su Long. Upon seeing the toys, Su Long's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed to Su Qiming, eagerly tearing open the packaging. Su Qiming affectionately ruffled his hair, her heart lifted by his joy. Su Long stood to the side, her expression inscrutable. Her gaze fell upon Su Zhuo's room, ripples of emotion stirring within her. Qiming, why didn't you prepare a gift for Xiao Zhuo? He's injured. And you show no concern for him? Su Wang suddenly inquired. Su Qiming scoffed. He doesn't deserve it. Su Wang bit her lip slightly, but said nothing further. Her gaze drifted past Su Qiming, focusing on Su Zhuo's room, memories flooding her mind like a tide. In the past, every time she returned from afar, she would bring an assortment of toys and clothes for Su Long, who was notoriously picky. Any toy that did not meet his approval would be discarded, regardless of their considerable worth. As for Xiao Zhuo, he would always stand at a distance, quietly watching them with longing in his eyes, yet never daring to approach. He never voiced his desires, merely standing in the shadows, silently observing Su Long joyfully unwrapping gifts. His slender figure appeared particularly lonely during those times. A pang of regret twisted in Su Wanga and Appo's heart, her eyes welling with tears. She had never realized the extent of her neglect and the profound harm it had inflicted on Su Zhuo, leading him to develop autism at such a tender age, making him reluctant to open his heart to others. She loathed herself for not paying more attention to that child standing in the corner, for not offering him a gift before he reached out. Su Wanga instructed the butler to bring in the gifts she had prepared for Su Zhuo, one by one placing them in his room: robot models, educational toys, miniature cars, and a collection of books. The most striking of all was a colossal Optimus Prime. So exquisitely detailed, it seemed to have stepped right out of an animated series, its packaging meticulously crafted, clearly a costly limited edition. Upon seeing the Optimus Prime, Su Long's eyes lit up, and he hurried over to embrace it. He looked up at Su Wanga with a pleading tone. "Sister, I want this Optimus Prime too. Can you give it to me?" Su Wanga replied coolly, "This is not for you, it is for Xiao Zhuo." Su Long gradually loosened his grip on the toy he yearned for, his lips quivering slightly, his voice tinged with grievance. "But I wanted to." Seeing Su Long's distress tugged at Su Qiming's heart. "Sister, isn't this a bit biased?" "Biased?" Su Wang's tone sharpened. "Su Long has received far too much throughout his life. Every time you return, you bring him a mountain of gifts. What has Xiao Zhuo ever received?" Su Qiming and Appo's expression soured, her tone growing harsher. "But Su Long has always been our most cherished brother. And what is Su Zhuo? Merely an unnecessary presence." Su Wanga's voice turned even more severe. "Xiao Zhuo is also our brother. He has long been deprived of familial love and has to endure our disdain. He developed autism at such a young age. He is the one who needs our care most." Su Qiming muttered under her breath. "Who cares about his illness?" Su Wanga ignored her, turning to instruct the butler to transfer all the gifts to Su Zhuo's room. Su Long's emotions erupted, and he cried out in despair. Seizing the models and toy cars Su Qiming had purchased, forcefully hurling them to the ground, resulting in a shower of toy fragments. Watching Su Long throw a tantrum, Su Qiming knelt beside him, gently coaxing, "Stop crying. I'll buy you more." But Su Long was unresponsive, consumed by his tears. Su Qiming glanced towards Su Zhuo and Appo's room, a wave of dissatisfaction washing over her. That model was worth at least several $100,000, and sister simply gifted it to that little brat. Such a waste. Feeling indignant, Su Qiming snapped a picture of the pile of gifts in the living room and sent it to Su Ningyue. "Look at sister. Buying so many gifts for that little brat. Su Long is crying." Expecting Su Ningyue to commiserate with her, she was taken aback when the response came after a long pause. Simply an "oh." Su Qiming was bewildered. Was that it? Did Su Ningyue not feel a shred of sympathy for Su Long? At that moment, Su Ningyue was in the hospital receiving 4 fluids, her calves swollen like radishes. Barely able to walk, being in the hospital, unable to see Su Zhuo, was tormenting for her. She opened the photos Su Qiming had sent, her thoughts drifting far away. That day was Su Long and Appo's birthday, and he had invited many classmates over. All her sisters, who were usually busy and rarely seen, returned to celebrate, bringing carefully prepared gifts, each of considerable value. Yet, Su Long merely glanced at them before discarding them, as if such gifts were too commonplace to elicit surprise. As for Su Zhuo, it had been a year since his return to the Su family, and the number of words exchanged with him could be counted on one hand. Last year, he celebrated his birthday alone in the small dark room. Not even a simple happy birthday was uttered, which would have been enough to satisfy him. Regrettably, there were no birthday wishes, no gifts, nothing at all. Su Long, perhaps sensing the envy in Su Zhuo's eyes, unexpectedly pushed him onto the cake stand. The cream cake splattered across his face and body. Subsequently, several boys conspired with Su Long to falsely accuse him of attempting to ruin Su Long's birthday celebration by deliberately toppling the cake. She truly believed them. To vent Su Long's frustration, she followed his suggestion and bound him to a pillar on the rooftop. On that frigid winter night, as the droplets froze into ice, he remained tied to the pillar while a dozen or so individuals sprayed him with water guns. Once they grew weary of their antics, they scampered off to the hall to devour the newly ordered cake, leaving him alone on the balcony. They indulged in their revelry until late, by which time the water on Su Zhuo's body had frozen into ice, and his condition had deteriorated. Upon seeing her approach, he strained to open his eyes, gazing at her as if she were a lifeline. He believed he was saved, that he would no longer endure the cold. However, Suning Yue covered her reddened eyes, unwilling to revisit the subsequent events. Each recollection felt like a dagger piercing her heart, the agony accompanying every breath. Every moment, an inescapable torment. She was the executioner who nearly brought death to her brother. How could she dare to seek his forgiveness? The Su family. Xiao Zhuo, I've had someone clean and redecorate the brightest room on the second floor. You will surely like it. Su Zhuo's injuries had yet to heal, not only the wounds, but the 3 years of hunger and exposure had left him with numerous ailments. The doctor advised proper recuperation, lest he suffer a fate similar to that of his past life, an untimely demise. Since she had been granted a second chance at life, Su Wanga was determined to prevent the tragedies of her previous existence. No matter how arduous the path, she would raise her Xiao Zhuo well, ensuring he grew up healthy and strong. Su Zhuo furrowed his brow, seemingly unaccustomed to Su Wanga's insistence on staying here. Ah, is that so? Reflecting on the room she had painstakingly arranged, Su Wanga and Appo's spirits dwindled, her head drooping in disappointment. That sister had someone prepare this room as well. Su Zhuo, drained of patience, coldly brushed past Su Wanga. A pang of sorrow struck Su Wanga, suddenly realizing that this very scene had unfolded countless times before. The once indifferent and aloof persona she had embodied had transformed into one filled with hopeful anticipation, only to be met with disappointment. Su Wanga lingered outside Su Zhuo and Appo's room for a while, feeling a tightness in her chest. She ultimately stood alone in the courtyard, staring vacantly at the withered flowers. The afternoon breeze was chilling, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. The butler, unable to bear the sight, urged, "Miss, perhaps it would be best to return inside. It is far too cold out here." Cold, Su Wanga murmured absently, her thoughts drifting back to that night 2 years prior. It was not cold at all, compared to that evening. Wandering down the desolate street, Su Wanga lost track of time, realizing she was utterly alone. Unable to maintain her composure, she leaned against the wall, crouching down and burying her head in her knees, sobbing quietly. Su Qiming had no knowledge of Su Wanga's whereabouts. All she understood was that in her absence, no one was left to truly care for her. After soothing Su Long for a while, and when silence enveloped the villa, she rose and strode directly to Su Zhuo's room, forcefully kicking the door open. The door slammed against the wall, startling Su Zhuo, who had yet to recover from his injuries, as he lifted his head to find Su Qiming entering with an impassive expression. Chapter 21. She is inferior to a cat. Su Qiming swiftly targeted the toy box belonging to Su Zhuo in the corner of the room, and without a moment and Appo's hesitation, she seized the box and made for the door. "Give me back my little car." Su Zhuo's voice was faint. He climbed off the bed and rushed over, attempting to reclaim his toy box. Su Qiming cast him an impatient glance and forcefully shoved him aside, causing his frail body to topple onto the floor. "I am merely borrowing it for a few days for Xiao Long. It's not as if I'm keeping it from you. Why are you so selfish? Refusing to share your toys with your brother?" He lay on the ground in silence, fixated on a small car that had tumbled from the box. Su Zhuo bit his lip, propping himself up in a bid to retrieve the little vehicle. As Su Qiming turned to leave, she inadvertently stepped on the small car beneath her foot. With a sharp crack, the toy shattered. Without a backward glance, Su Qiming crushed the broken toy beneath her heel. Striding out of the room, the toy box in her unforgiving grasp, Su Zhuo sat dazed on the floor, his gaze fixed on the remnants of the crushed car. His small hands quietly clenching, yet no tears fell. Upon reaching the doorway, Su Qiming glanced back to see Su Zhuo kneeling, silently picking up the shattered toy, and a sudden wave of disorientation washed over her. She was abruptly reminded that, no matter where he went, Su Zhuo always clutched that little car tightly in his hands. Yet, she had never paid attention to it, nor contemplated what that toy meant to him. At that moment, she grasped that the object she had effortlessly destroyed might hold significant value for Su Zhuo. She had anticipated Su Zhuo would cry and demand the expensive toys back, akin to Xiao Long's tantrums, but instead, he cradled the nearly broken car as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. However, the sound of Xiao Long's cries interrupted her reverie. She cast a glance at the shattered toy on the floor, said nothing more, and handed Su Zhuo's toy box to Xiao Long. The moment Xiao Long laid eyes on the toys, he ceased his wailing. After playing for a while, he presented his phone to Su Qiming. "Sister, I want this too. Can you buy it for me?" Su Qiming looked at the screen and discovered that the toy Xiao Long desired was the latest limited edition, priced significantly higher than the previous one. Nevertheless, she did not hesitate, replying, "All right, sister will buy it for you." Xiao Long immediately erupted with joy, clinging to Su Qiming and showering her with affection. Yet, in that very instant, an unfamiliar scene flashed through Su Qiming and Apos' mind. She envisioned herself in a future scenario where Xiao Long had grown tall, his innocent countenance replaced by a more mature demeanor. He stood before her, urgency etched in his eyes. "Sister, I want that racing car. It's just over 3 million. Can you buy it for me?" At that time, her career would have faced numerous setbacks, rendering her incapable of affording such an extravagant toy. Her once enchanting visage would be marred by fatigue, and she could only shake her head helplessly, attempting to explain, "Xiao Long, I truly do not have that much money right now. Perhaps later." Before she could finish, his expression chilled instantly. "You're so useless. You can't even earn this little money." She wished to defend herself, yet found her voice lodged in her throat. Without pausing, Xiao Long continued with increasingly venomous words. "If you have no money, then go sleep with someone to earn it for me. Otherwise, what use are you?" Those words pierced her heart like sharp knives, mercilessly embedding themselves within her. The Xiao Long before her had transformed entirely into a stranger. The brother who once sought her affection had vanished, replaced by a man devoid of emotion, solely focused on extracting from her. She could see herself standing before Xiao Long, her face a mask of confusion, while he appeared desperate, intent on draining her of all her worth. Su Qiming's heart ached, the suffocating memories rendering her breathless. In reality, Xiao Long still clung to her, his face filled with innocence, as if nothing had transpired. Su Qiming and Apos' hands trembled slightly, her thoughts tumultuous and unsettled. She endeavored to calm herself, reminding herself that it was merely an illusion, not a reality. To affirm this notion, Su Qiming adjusted her expression, donning a visage of profound sorrow. She lowered her head, her gaze tinged with melancholy. "Xiao Long, sister has been blacklisted. I fear I will never be able to act again." Su Qiming had always prided herself on her acting skills. Now, in an attempt to gauge Xiao Long's reaction, she deliberately choked up her voice, presenting herself as fragile and helpless, waiting for her brother's comfort. In her imagination, Xiao Long would rush over, embrace her, and fervently inquire about her well-being, his face brimming with concern as he sought to cheer her up. After all, Xiao Long had always depended on her. She was his closest sister. However, reality did not align with her expectations. Upon hearing her words, a look of disdain crossed Xiao Long and Apos' face. He frowned, pushing Su Qiming away without courtesy, stating bluntly, "If you can't act, then don't. I'll just find another sister to buy me toys." Su Qiming's heart plummeted. She stood there, stunned, completely unprepared for Xiao Long's reaction. She gazed at his small face, feeling as if it gradually merged with the image of the young man from her imagination. Su Qiming could only console herself that Xiao Long was still young and naive. She stubbornly believed that Su Zhuo's nature was inherently selfish, far more so than the future version of Xiao Long in her dream. Reaching for a bag of snacks from the table, she ambled toward the sofa, intending to indulge while watching television. Just as she tore open the snack bag, Su Zhuo suddenly appeared, swiftly snatching the bag from her hands. Su Qiming was momentarily taken aback, preparing to scold him, but was stopped by Su Wana. "Qiming, That bag of snacks was bought for Zhuo by Qiuming. Su Wanga spoke softly, her voice laced with complex emotions. Su Qiming scoffed coldly, her face twisted in dissatisfaction. This is just his selfishness. He doesn't understand how to share it all. Su Wanga did not intend to argue with her. Observing Su Zhui's condition, she made a mental note to contact the family doctor later to adjust Su Zhui's prescription. Su Qiming then took another bag of snacks, settled on the sofa, and began watching a television drama. It was summer, and 8 out of 10 popular shows featured her face. Growing bored, she rose from the sofa. However, as she approached the floor-to-ceiling window in the hall, the scene before her rendered her motionless. In a corner of the garden, Su Zhuo was crouched beside a stray cat. The cat and Oppo's front leg appeared injured, limping as it walked. Su Zhuo gently stroked the cat, holding a snack bag, feeding it morsels bit by bit. Sunlight bathed the ground, casting a soft glow through the branches, enveloping Su Zhuo and the cat in a serene aura, as if freezing the moment in time. Occasionally, a few leaves drifted to the ground, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of autumn. Everything around them fell silent, leaving only Su Zhuo and the stray cat, creating a breathtaking tableau. Su Qiming stood transfixed. This scene starkly contrasted with her preconceived notions of Su Zhuo. She had believed him to be indifferent and selfish, yet at this moment, he was quietly tending to an injured cat. Most strikingly, he was using the very snacks he had just denied her to feed the cat. Did he truly despise her, or was it merely a reluctance to share his snacks? Realizing this, Su Qiming felt her cheeks flush with anger, and she stomped her feet on the floor in frustration before storming upstairs. Chapter 22. The injured kittens in the warehouse were all hurt by Su Long. As Su Qiming was about to return, she suddenly overheard the servants whispering nearby. This kitten was fine last night. How did it end up like this today? It seems to have been hurt by someone. Su Qiming approached, scrutinizing the small creature closely. Indeed, the wounds on the kitten did not appear to be accidental. They bore the marks of intentional cruelty. Furrowing her brows, Su Qiming and Oppo's gaze fell upon Su Zhuo, and a conjecture sprang to her mind. Su Zhuo, she coldly interrogated, did you deliberately harm this kitten, only to feign compassion in front of eldest sister while pretending to treat its injuries, hoping to present yourself as benevolent? After all, Su Zhuo had engaged in such reprehensible acts before, so her suspicions were hardly unfounded. Su Zhuo remained silent, his gaze fixated on the injured kitten, seemingly oblivious to Su Qiming's words. Infuriated, she resolved not to let this matter rest. Pulling out her phone, she snapped a photo of the kitten and swiftly crafted a post for Weibo. Today, I discovered an injured kitten at home. Spoiled children are truly the most terrifying creatures in this world. As anticipated, Su Qiming's Weibo post rapidly garnered significant attention, with comments flooding in like a tide. Such a spoiled child, clearly no upbringing. This is no mere brat. This is a criminal. How pitiful the kitten is. I hope he is reborn as a kitten in the next life to experience the torment he inflicts. Watching the screen, a smile unconsciously crept onto Su Qiming's lips. Truly, these spoiled children are without manners. If they can harm a kitten, what will they become in the future? What kind of monster will they grow up to be? As she casually scrolled through the outraged comments, she crossed her legs, sipping her drink, wearing an expression that reveled in the chaos. Indeed, the eyes of the public are keenly discerning, she mused to herself. Su Wanga, having caught sight of Su Qiming's phone screen, remarked coolly, do not incite your followers further. If the flames of anger reach Su Zhuo, you shall be cast out of the Su family, just like Su Ningyue. She was well aware of the situation. In fact, 3 years prior, they had learned that there was another biological son of the Su family lost to the world. The elders had intended to bring Su Zhuo back immediately. But when the family prepared to retrieve him, she secretly went to see him and returned to vehemently oppose the decision, resolutely preventing Su Zhuo's return. At that time, the Su family had long regarded Su Long as the heir, and he had indeed shown remarkable potential. The elders believed that a child raised in the countryside for 4 years could not possibly compare to their meticulously cultivated successor, leading to the abandonment of plans to bring Su Zhuo home. This delay stretched on until 2 years later, when Su Zhuo and Oppo's adoptive parents passed away. Her actions were prompted by a shocking sight she witnessed the day she sought out Su Zhuo. She saw him, shockingly, abusing several stray cats. The poor kittens were bloodied. One had a gouged eye, another a severed leg, and some bore singed fur, exposing raw flesh beneath. The horrific scene was etched into her memory. planting a deep-seated aversion towards Zhuo that pierced her heart like a thorn, making her feel nauseated every time she encountered him. Thus, after the Su family fell into ruin, she refused to accept any assistance from Zhuo, repeatedly berating him, declaring that she would rather die than accept his help. In her eyes, Zhuo was a despicable person of low character. As the eldest daughter of the Su family and the youngest female president in its history, she was a gem coveted by countless men, and even in misfortune, she felt he was beneath her. Yet, despite her disdain and scorn, that fool always followed her without complaint, providing her with a bowl of hot porridge each morning, remaking it if spilled, until she consumed it, year after year, without fail. Gradually, her prejudice and disdain were washed away by waves of gentleness and patience, allowing her to set aside her obsession and engage in calm conversations with him. However, Su Wang'a had to admit that until Su Zhuo's death, she could never fully open her heart to him, haunted by the shadows of her youth, always fearing that the young man with a clean and gentle smile might suddenly turn violent, as he had with the kittens. Only after Su Zhuo and Apos' passing, when his slender figure vanished from her world, did she truly realize how irreplaceable he had become in her life. His presence weighed heavily enough to cleanse all prejudice, enabling her to care for him wholeheartedly. As for that incident from years past, she had long since ceased to care. Even if Su Zhuo had been a mischievous child, he had grown into a cheerful and sunny young man. What harm had he done to a few stray cats? After all, they could hardly compare to her brother's worth. Thus, Su Wang'a comforted herself. She regarded Su Zhuo as she once did Su Long, finding countless excuses for him due to her favoritism, convinced that he never acted with malice. Su Qiming paused her scrolling, slightly pouting her lips, and feigned obedience, saying, "I understand, eldest sister. Rest assured, I will say no more." Once Su Wang'a turned to leave, Su Qiming immediately lowered her head, picked up her phone, and carelessly scrolled through the screen, finding the most scathing comments and lightly tapping like. Watching the post's popularity soar, she felt a sense of satisfaction and decided to step outside for some fresh air. As she strolled through the garden, she spotted Su Zhuo squatting there, feeding the stray cat, and a wave of revulsion surged within her. She marched over and kicked the snacks from Su Zhuo and Apos' hands, scattering them across the ground. Su Zhuo offered no resistance, lowering his head in silence. "Stop pretending. Enough already," Su Qiming coldly spat, her anger flaring at the thought of Su Zhuo using such tricks to win Su Wang'a's affection. Bending down, she intended to take the kitten away to prevent Su Zhuo from using it for his theatrics. To her surprise, the stray cat lunged at her, its sharp claws scratching her calf and leaving behind thin marks. Su Qiming let out a shriek, stumbling backward. She had always been sensitive to pain, and now, with the cat's scratch, her face contorted in agony, involuntarily releasing a cry. "Damn it, it's all your fault, you little rascal." She gritted her teeth, yanking Su Zhuo up from the ground. Knowing he could not resist Su Qiming's strength at 6 years old, Su Zhuo allowed her to drag him to the pool beside the garden. The water in the pool was crystal clear, reflecting their figures. Su Qiming prepared to throw Su Zhuo in, intent on teaching him a harsh lesson. Just as she was about to act, a sudden wave of dizziness engulfed her, and the scene before her began to blur. Shaking her head to regain clarity, unfamiliar memories surged into her mind. She beheld an entirely alien scene, an abandoned garage, dimly lit, with the ground strewn with tattered cardboard boxes and rusty metal parts. The garage housed numerous kittens, all bearing wounds and scars. Some had severed ears, others broken legs, and still others were marked with burns. Seeing this horrific sight, a chill ran down Su Qiming and Apos' spine, and she instinctively took a few steps back. At that moment, a young figure of Su Long abruptly appeared. He stood to the side, looking impassively at the battered kittens, devoid of any compassion, his eyes betraying a hint of cruel excitement. Su Qiming felt her heart constrict violently as she realized that all the cats had been tormented by Su Long. The images in her mind persisted, recalling the moment when she and Su Long were walking home. She had been preoccupied with what she had witnessed, her expression growing increasingly grim. "Xiao Long, animals are friends of humanity. You cannot act in such a manner. Upon our return, I shall inform my elder sister, and the birthday gift I promised you for next month will be forfeited." However, she did not anticipate that Su Long would suddenly push her from behind. Su Qiming felt the ground vanish beneath her, and she tumbled down the slope. Her body crashed against the rocks, pain surging through her like a tidal wave. a sharp branch slicing her face and leaving a stinging wound. Her mind was a whirlpool of confusion, and when she finally regained her senses, she found herself standing by the edge of a pool, clutching Su Zhuo's collar tightly, yet the chill in her heart lingered. At that moment, Su Wanga rushed in like the wind, and upon seeing Su Qiming poised to throw Su Zhuo into the water, she swiftly wrenched Su Zhuo from her grasp. "What are you doing?" Su Qiming, still disoriented from her recent hallucination, appeared bewildered, seemingly unaware of her actions. Su Wanga forcefully pushed her into the pool. Splash! Su Qiming lost control as she plunged into the water, her slender form engulfed in an instant. Her meticulously styled hair became drenched, and her wet garments clung to her delicate figure, accentuating her graceful curves. "Ah, help! Help!" Su Qiming cried, flailing her arms desperately against the water's surface until, with the aid of a servant, she managed to struggle back onto the shore. Once ashore, Su Qiming twisted her dripping clothes with fervor. She intended to confront Su Wanga. But suddenly, the earlier hallucination resurfaced in her mind. The warehouse, the kittens, and Su Long standing still. Su Qiming pondered the scenes from her vision, and a sudden recognition struck her. The abandoned garage seemed familiar. She strained her memory and abruptly recalled a location, a decrepit warehouse across from Su Family Street. Her heart raced. She was reluctant to admit that what she had just witnessed was real, yet an overwhelming urge compelled her to investigate that place. "I shall uncover the truth. It cannot possibly be." Su Qiming resolved inwardly, determined to cross the street and ascertain whether the scene truly mirrored that of her vision. Chapter 23. Dreams Come True. Su Wanga donned a professional suit, her flowing hair cascading over her fragrant shoulders. Beneath her sunglasses, her ruby-red lips resembled cherries, and her graceful figure was captivatingly beautiful, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Accompanying her was a girl equally pure and charming. Together they formed a striking tableau amidst the bustling streets. Under the scorching sun, Lin Weike fanned herself with her hand, pouting in complaint. "Oh dear. Why is it so hot today? I and Appos, VE already tanned. Wanga, after all these years, you never contacted me. Why choose this moment to reach out?" Upon hearing Su Wanga and Appos' purpose for seeking her out, Lin Weike burst into laughter. "What? Wanga? You claim you saw my daughter and Su Zhuo torturing kittens when we were young? Haha. You're joking. My daughter has raised 2 kittens, and she treats them like royalty, feeding them whatever she eats. How could she possibly mistreat them?" Su Wanga glanced at the photo of the 2 chubby orange cats and felt Lin Weike's words rang true. Yet, she remained perplexed. What had truly transpired back then? You know, Su Long witnessed them mistreating the kittens too. He was so scared he fainted, and shortly after, he was diagnosed with heart disease. Because of this incident, I have always felt guilty towards Su Long, especially since I insisted he accompany me to see Su Zhuo. After that day, Su Long spent a day and night in the hospital. When he regained consciousness, she rushed into his ward only to find the pale child lying there, her heart aching for him. The first words Su Long uttered were not accusations about her taking him to Zaihe village, but rather tears of sorrow, lamenting that he would be an unhealthy child from then on and fearing that they would abandon him. She promised Su Long that he would always be her only brother, vowing never to acknowledge another. As for Su Zhuo, as long as she lived, he would never return to the Su family, and he would not inherit a share of the family wealth. What on earth are you thinking? My daughter and Su Zhuo torturing kittens? That's absurd. Lin Weike found it humorous. My daughter was actually bandaging those poor kittens. Bandaging? Su Wanga inquired, intrigued. Yes, Su Zhuo found those kittens and brought them home. My daughter told me that Su Zhuo spent his entire week's allowance on medicine for them, and when his parents found out, he received quite a scolding. Listening to Lin Weike and Appos' recollections, Su Wanga unconsciously clenched her palm, her throat dry. But I clearly saw. Don and Appos, do you believe me? Just wait. My daughter even recorded a video. Lin Weike retrieved her old phone and fished out a video from her favorites. Due to the passage of time and numerous device changes, the video was quite blurry. Yet, Su Wanga could still make out Su Zhuo, youthful and innocent, gently cleaning the injured leg of a kitten with antiseptic. The kitten, however, protested against the treatment, hissing and eventually scratching him. "Oh no, you're bleeding," exclaimed Lin Wan and Appos' voice. "That and Appos' all right. Just help me catch it back. Its wound isn and Appos' bandaged yet. It can end Appos' run around." The ensuing events unfolded just as Su Wanga recalled, as Su Zhuo and Lin Wan chased after the frightened kittens, creating chaos in the yard. Being two young children, they lacked experience, and the other injured kittens soon added to the pandemonium. In the midst of the chaos, Zhuo was unaware of Su Wanga and Su Long watching from the wall, nor did he realize that Su Long had fainted from fright. The video continued for quite some time, capturing Su Zhuo and Lin Weike as they worked tirelessly to rescue the injured kittens. Oblivious to Su Wanga and Oppo's desperate search for help for Su Long. During this time, Su Zhuo had been scratched multiple times by the feral cats, blood streaming down his exposed arms, covered in claw marks. Su Wanga felt her heartache. She had once adored kittens. And witnessing Su Zhuo and Oppo's alleged cruelty had left her with lifelong trauma. Yet now, she found herself harboring disdain for these creatures. Those ungrateful, clawing little beasts deserved to starve in the wild. That way, little Zhuo would not get hurt. See, Su Zhuo is good to animals. He is a kind-hearted child. Indeed, he truly is a remarkably kind boy. Su Wanga and Oppo's emotions were tumultuous. She never imagined that in the relationship between her and Su Zhuo, she had always been the one at fault. In her past life, after Su Zhuo's demise, she spent a night of unbearable grief, comforting herself with the notion that had it not been for that incident, she would not have treated Su Zhuo so poorly. Although she felt guilt towards him, she also believed her indulgence towards Su Long had led to the Su family and Oppo's tragic fate. Yet, the catalyst for all this was not her. It was years ago. On that blood-soaked afternoon when Su Zhuo gouged out the kitten's eyes, leaving her with an indelible shadow of fear and loathing towards her brother. She had used this as an excuse to alleviate her own pain and regret. However, she never realized that the so-called unforgettable shadow was merely a figment of her imagination. That foolish boy, so kind-hearted, how could he ever harm soft, adorable kittens? Wiping away her tear-stained eyes, she forced a smile. I understand now. Thank you for sharing this with me. From this moment forward, she could devote herself wholeheartedly to loving him. He was so wonderful, deserving of all her care. She would never again allow him to suffer any injustice. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Qiming followed her memories into the abandoned warehouse. The iron door creaked sharply, echoing in the desolate surroundings. Inside, the warehouse was dim and lifeless, its broken windows shrouded in dust and cobwebs, with sparse sunlight casting mottled shadows on the ground. The space was empty, save for discarded tools and scattered wooden crates. As Su Qiming surveyed her surroundings, a sigh of relief washed over her. Indeed, it was just a dream. Just as she prepared to leave, a faint mewl echoed in her ears. Her steps halted abruptly, her heart racing. What was that sound? She murmured to herself, scanning the area, yet seeing nothing. Following the feeble sound, she ventured deeper into the warehouse. The sound was intermittent, yet gradually grew clearer. Finally, in a corner of the warehouse, she spotted a tattered cloth hanging from a metal frame, seemingly concealing something. The mewing emanated from there. With trembling hands, Su Qiming slowly reached for the fabric. As she lifted a corner, the sight before her caused her pupils to constrict and her breath to catch. Behind the frame lay several feeble, dying kittens. Their bodies were mere skin and bones, their fur matted and stained with blood. Some of the kittens' legs were unnaturally bent, their bones clearly broken, while deep wounds marred their ears, festering with infection. Their eyes were filled with despair and pain, emitting faint, pitiful cries. The horrific scene left Su Qiming and Oppo's throat tight, rendering her speechless. She could not believe her eyes. A chill rising within her, cold sweat trickling down her back. This sight mirrored the images from her dreams perfectly. She closed her eyes, and once again, the image of that abandoned garage from her dreams surfaced in her mind. There, a group of tormented cats mirrored the scene she witnessed now. Could it be? Was the dream real? She murmured to herself, feeling incredulous. A feeble kitten emitted a piercing cry, causing Su Qiming's heart to constrict sharply. She understood that she ought to leave this place, yet her thoughts tangled chaotically, akin to a knotted thread, impossible to unravel. Time became a blur until the soft sound of footsteps outside the warehouse shattered the silence. Instinctively, Su Qiming turned her gaze toward the entrance, where the iron door was slowly pushed open, revealing a familiar small figure, none other than Su Zhuo. She paused momentarily, her eyes darting between Su Zhuo and the injured kittens. Her mind flooded with countless speculations. Could it be that these unfortunate creatures were brought here by Su Zhuo? Yes, it must be him. These kittens were captured by him. The doubts in her heart ignited like a flame, beginning to burn fiercely. She held her breath, took out her phone, and activated the camera. hiding in the shadows as she fixed her gaze on Zhuo, poised to document his misdeeds. However, the next scene caused her brows to furrow deeply. Zhuo did not harm the kittens. Instead, he crouched down and opened a first aid kit. Then, he awkwardly cradled an injured kitten in his arms, delicately wiping away the dirt with gauze. Su Qiming was taken aback, her mind suddenly blank. The flame within her seemed to be extinguished in an instant by icy water. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy, Suju's actions were filled with earnestness. He applied ointment to the wounds of the kittens, occasionally murmuring words of comfort, as if these fragile creatures were his dearest friends. Su Qiming and Apos' gaze remained fixed on Sujuo as she witnessed him carefully bandaging the last kitten and placing it back in a warm corner. Sunlight streamed through the dilapidated windows, casting an indescribable purity upon him. A violent tremor surged through Su Qiming's heart. The previously indifferent and selfish Sujuo seemed to collapse in that moment, replaced by a kind-hearted child who cared for the weak. She longed to call out to him, yet found herself at a loss for words. Sujuo remained oblivious to her presence, continuing to tend to the kittens. The dusk light gradually dimmed, and the scenery outside the warehouse was enveloped in a haze of twilight. A slight chill permeated the air, and a gentle breeze seemed to attempt to soothe the silence within the decrepit warehouse, while the remnants of the sunset filtered through the windows, illuminating Suju's focused figure. Gradually, the sky darkened, and the surrounding scenery blurred into obscurity. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. Su Qiming turned around to see several shadows approaching. The sounds grew closer, intermingled with the laughter and shouts of children. Su Long appeared outside the warehouse, leading a group of children, laughing and chatting with his companions. "Hey, look, that and Apos. That's my secret base." Su Long pointed at the warehouse, but his laughter abruptly ceased upon spotting Sujuo. The other children halted as well, directing their gazes towards Sujuo. Su Long's eyes shifted from the kittens beside Sujuo to Sujuo himself, and his smile gradually faded. "Sujuo, who allowed you to save these cats?" Sujuo glanced at Su Long without responding, continuing to bandage the kitten's wounds. Su Long's expression darkened, and he tightened his grip on the lollipop, slamming it onto the ground with a sharp crack. The other mischievous children, witnessing this, began to cheer. "Who gave him the right to meddle? Let's teach him a lesson." The children, brimming with mischief, advanced towards Sujuo, with Su Long leading the charge, forcefully kicking the medical kit beside Sujuo, causing the bottles and jars to clatter to the ground with a dissonant crash. Sujuo's body jolted, and the medication scattered across the ground. The other children encircled him, shoving and pushing, some grabbing his collar, others throwing punches, plunging the scene into chaos. Su Qiming stood frozen in place, her pupils trembling slightly. She had not anticipated Su Long and Apos' brute behavior, nor did she foresee that the events from her dream would once again validate that the one tormenting these kittens was indeed Su Long. Those fleeting seconds felt interminable, and ultimately, she gritted her teeth, choosing silence. She could not abandon her younger brother, whom she had cherished since childhood, simply because of a dream. Perhaps this was merely a coincidence. Little Long was still young, and if she reasoned with him, he would surely amend his ways. Su Long swung his fist once more, aiming a heavy blow at Sujuo. Sujuo slightly sidestepped, evading Su Long and Apos' attack, his body nimble like a kitten. Su Long nearly stumbled from his own momentum. Yet Sujuo seized the opportunity and swiftly tripped him. Su Long fell heavily to the ground, letting out a muffled thud, his expression darkening. Chapter 24. Let us go. Don't look back, come on. Get him. Su Long lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, furiously commanding his group of followers. The children immediately surrounded Sujuo, eager to launch an attack. However, Sujuo exhibited no fear. He deftly sidestepped the first assailant, seizing the boy by his collar and flinging him to the ground with force. Another boy attempted a sneak attack from behind, raising his fist to strike Sujuo's nape. Sensing the movement, Sujuo lowered his body and swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful kick to the boy's knee. The boy lost his balance and fell, howling in pain. Within mere minutes, Su Long and Apos' henchmen were all decisively dispatched to the ground, groans echoing around them. Witnessing his entourage defeated, Su Long, still cradling his belly, struggled to rise, his eyes filled with fury as they bore down on Sujuo. At that moment, Su Qiming, standing at a distance, felt a surge of pity as she observed Su Long writhing in agony. "Stop it," she cried, rushing forward to grasp Sujuo's wrist, forcibly halting him. Zhuo raised his head, calmly stating, he struck first. Lying on the ground, Su Long clutched his belly, tears brimming in his eyes, yet he still protested vehemently, You just want to find an excuse to hit me. Su Qiming's heart ached at Su Long's cries, though reason told her that Su Zhuo was in the right. She couldn't bear to see her younger brother in distress. She approached him gently, lifting him into her arms. It's all right, everything is fine. I'll take you to the hospital, she assured him, cradling Su Long. At the hospital, as the doctor treated Su Long's wounds, he continued to wail in pain. Clinging to Su Qiming's hand, his voice tinged with a whimper, Sister, help me teach Su Zhuo a lesson. He hit me. Torn between her feelings, Su Qiming knew Su Long was in the wrong, yet the affection she had nurtured for him since childhood made it impossible for her to see him suffer. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, she ultimately yielded to Su Long's request. All right, I'll help you take revenge. A few days later, Su Qiming recruited several older children, offering them 200 yuan to wait outside the Su family villa and devise a plan to teach Su Zhuo a lesson. After a brief discussion, they decided to use firecrackers to frighten him. Su Qiming observed them as they crouched by the garden, burying a mound of firecrackers in the spot where Su Zhuo would usually appear to feed the cats. An unsettling feeling stirred within her. She felt this was too dangerous, potentially leading to dire consequences, yet she did not intervene. Her gaze flickered, and after a moment of internal conflict, she resolved to remain uninvolved. Having promised to help Little Long, she felt compelled to follow through. Regardless of how Su Long had changed, he was still her beloved brother, she silently affirmed. Su Qiming reminisced about the tender moments shared with Su Long, recalling his soft, helpless appearance at birth, her heart melting at the thought. Although most of those memories were tied to extravagant gifts, she still found warmth in the sight of his smile. Yet, unbeknownst to her, an unfamiliar memory intermingled with her thoughts, fleeting yet chilling. The scene before her blurred, as if an invisible force had drawn her into another realm. Su Qiming found herself standing at the edge of a precipice, the fierce wind whipping around her. An adult Su Long stood before her, his expression icy, devoid of the warmth she once cherished. Hand over the core secrets of the Su family, his voice was devoid of emotion, starkly contrasting with the brother she once adored. Standing at the cliff's edge, her heart raced, a pained smile gracing her lips. Su Long, how could you be so heartless? I cannot believe you would jeopardize us all for a mere scrap of power. His gaze remained unreadable, cold as he regarded her like a stranger. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Family ties? They are worthless in the face of power. Surrender the secrets, or you will face the consequences. Su Qiming's hands trembled, questioning why she ever believed Su Long would have a change of heart, why she trusted that this pampered brother would never harm her. Just as they reached an impasse, a figure approached silently from the woods. Su Qiming's heart leapt. It was Su Zhuo. Now an adult, he stood tall, his eyes devoid of fear, filled only with concern for her. Sister, you go ahead. I'll hold them off. Without further ado, Su Zhuo positioned himself in front of her. Su Long laughed coldly, signaling his subordinates to advance, wielding clubs as they swiftly surrounded Su Zhuo. His movements were reminiscent of a nimble leopard, evading attacks and retaliating mercilessly against the burly men. However, outnumbered, Su Zhuo gradually began to tire. Blows from the clubs struck him with dull thuds. Su Qiming watched helplessly as Su Zhuo endured injuries to protect her, her chest heaving with guilt. Why do you still protect me? Her voice quivered, nearly failing her. Su Zhuo, clutching his wounds, blood trickling from his lips, still managed to offer a gentle smile. Because you are my family, sister. He struggled to maintain his stance before her until they managed to escape. Sister, let us go, don't look back. Su Qiming felt as though something within her had been torn apart. She inhaled deeply, desperately trying to disengage from the memory, yet the ache lingered. Only when the wind's howl receded did she slowly return to her senses, her hands clenched into fists, nails digging into her palms. Meanwhile, in reality, Su Zhuo approached the little cat he had come to feed, unknowingly nearing the area where the mischievous children had buried the firecrackers. Su Qiming stood nearby, her heart tightening with anxiety. She knew that if he took one more step, the firecrackers would explode. It could startle him, or worse. Her hand twitched slightly. She bit her lip but still did not intervene. Just then, the little cat suddenly looked up, gently scratching Su Zhuo's pant leg before scampering away. Su Zhuo halted, casting a glance at the cat, ultimately deciding against advancing further, He followed the little creature back to the other side of the garden. Su Qiming remained silent, feeling as if a weight had settled in her chest. As night fell, Su Qiming hoped to get a good night's rest. But a switch in her mind seemed to have been flipped, preventing her from finding peace. She took several sleeping pills, attempting to force herself to slumber. And as she neared sleep, a sudden phone call jolted her awake. Eyes closed, she took a deep breath, suppressing her irritation, and groggily answered, "What is it?" On the other end came a familiar wail, laced with a plaintive tone. "Sister, I want a game console. You promised, but I've waited so long." It was Su Long. Even through the phone, his cries stirred her already tumultuous emotions. Su Qiming pressed a hand to her temple, battling the headache as she struggled to remain calm. "I understand, little Long. I'll go buy it for you tomorrow. Stop crying and get some rest." "Really? You keep your word, right? I want the most expensive one." Su Long's voice shifted from weeping to excitement. Su Qiming forced herself to maintain a steady tone. "Yes, I'll get it for you tomorrow. Just don't cry anymore, little Long." After hanging up, she stared blankly at her phone, a wave of emptiness washing over her. Su Long's demands, Su Zhuo's silence, and the images of the little cats intertwined within her consciousness. That night, Su Qiming tossed and turned, her mind awash with doubts, utterly deprived of slumber. The following day, as she sat in the car, the journey to the film set felt interminably long. The sunlight outside was bright and blinding, yet her head felt as though it were being pressed down, a dull ache lingering within. She gently cradled her temples, her strikingly beautiful visage betraying a hint of weariness. Her usually meticulously styled curls cascaded messily over her shoulders, and her delicate fingers occasionally pressed against her forehead in an attempt to alleviate the throbbing pain. The scenery outside whizzed by in a blur, her consciousness gradually fading, as an invisible breeze swept through, lulling her into a state of reverie. Suddenly, the tableau before her shifted, warm light poured into the room, and the surroundings were so tranquil it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 25. No one can compare to Su Zhuo. She felt as though she were reclining on a soft bed, beads of cool sweat continually forming on her forehead. The gentle sound of footsteps drifted to her ears, as if someone were approaching her. Struggling to open her eyes, she beheld a young man standing by her bedside, holding a steaming bowl of soup. "Second sister, please drink some calming soup," he said, his voice deep and soothing, reminiscent of a gentle summer breeze. The young man was tall and elegant, with kind eyes, presenting the bowl of soup with a demeanor as warm as the sun. It was Su Zhuo, now grown. He sat beside her, delicately offering the soup, his long fingers steady as he held the bowl, exuding a sense of security. "I'm fine," she murmured, attempting to decline his care, only to realize her voice was barely audible. Su Zhuo said little, gently stirring the soup with a spoon and feeding her small sips, the warm aroma enveloping her senses. "Don't worry, I am always here," he reassured her. In a daze, the scene before her began to fade, and the reality outside the car returned to her vision. Su Qiming jolted awake, discovering she was still in the car, her forehead still clammy with cold sweat. Yet, the dream felt so vivid. Su Zhuo and Appo's tender and considerate demeanor lingered in her mind. How could this be? Su Qiming whispered, unwilling to accept that the young man in her dream was Su Zhuo. As the car continued towards the film set, her emotions were thrown into disarray. Leaning back in her seat, it felt as though two invisible hands were crushing her head, the pain radiating to her temples, becoming increasingly unbearable. She struggled to recall the warmth and comfort Su Zhuo had provided her in the dream. "Give me a masseur, my head hurts." The assistant immediately nodded and hurriedly made a call. Moments later, a petite masseur stood before Su Qiming. With her eyes tightly shut, she fought against the intensifying discomfort, waving her hand to signal the assistant to have the masseur begin. The masseur cautiously approached, pressing her hands on Su Qiming's head. Yet, each touch felt like it was tearing at her nerves, the pain intensifying. Her brow furrowed tighter, her lips paling. "Be gentler. Do you even know how to massage?" Su Qiming snapped impatiently. The assistant quickly stepped forward, timidly saying, "Sister Qiming, I found the best masseur. Would you like me to find someone else?" "Find someone else? None of them are useful." Su Qiming suddenly erupted, pushing the masseur away. Her head throbbed increasingly, as if something within her mind were expanding, threatening to engulf her sanity. Unbidden, she recalled Su Zhuo's hands from the dream. At that moment, his fingertips seemed to penetrate her muscles, erasing all tension and pain. Every inch of her skin found solace in his touch, but now, no one's massage provided relief. Her head still throbbed. making her want to smash it against the wall. Even if you find another messer, it won't help. Su Qiming angrily slapped the seat, her eyes reflecting suppressed helplessness and agitation. She had thought that finding the right person would alleviate her headache, but reality repeatedly proved that no one could offer her the comfort that Su Zhuo had in her dream. The assistant stood by, at a loss for words, afraid to utter another syllable. She could only silently observe as Su Qiming's complexion paled, fatigue evident in her eyes. A wave of helplessness washed over Su Qiming as she leaned back in her seat, letting out a deep sigh. It was merely a dream. Why did Su Zhuo in her dream feel so achingly real to her? For 2 consecutive days, Su Qiming barely slept, leaning against the seat. Her tightly knit brows revealed an ineffable weariness. Just as she finally intended to take a brief respite, her phone rang sharply. Struggling to open her eyes, she saw it was a call from Su Long, and a flicker of tenderness replaced her fatigue. "Xiao Long, sister, can you bring me lunch at noon?" Su Long and Amp, Appo's soft and endearing voice came through the line. "Of course, I and Amp, Appo's LLB there," Su Qiming replied with a gentle smile, dragging her heavy body to drive towards the kindergarten, thinking that Su Long must be missing her. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, as soon as Su Qiming stepped through the gate, she captured everyone's attention. Adorned in a delicate pink dress, the hem swayed gently with her steps, exuding elegance and grace. Her tall figure paired with her exquisite features radiated an inner glow, particularly her enchanting eyes, each smile causing hearts to flutter. As if starlight had descended upon the earth, a throng of boys and girls rushed toward her, exclaiming, Big Star Sister, please sign for us." Not only were the children excited, but several teachers were also drawn over. A young female teacher shyly handed her a pen and paper, saying, "Miss Su, my daughter adores you. Could you please sign for her to take home?" Su Qiming smiled gently, taking the pen and signing her name with grace. As if accustomed to such scenes, the children cheered, eagerly presenting notebooks, hats, and backpacks, all vying for her autograph. "Ms. Yu is here," a little girl suddenly shouted, pointing into the distance. Su Qiming looked up to see the principal and Su Wangu approaching leisurely. Su Zhuo quietly followed beside Su Wangu, his slender figure illuminated by the glow of the setting sun. Su Ningyu trailed behind them, clad in a light blue teacher and Amp, Appo's uniform, appearing fresh and dignified, radiating warmth. "Teacher Su." The children rushed towards Su Ningyu, as if she were their son. They seemed to forget the presence of the big star, crowding around Su Ningyu instead. She was gradually pushed aside by the throng, the lively cheers surrounding her, while the teachers warmly greeted Su Ningyu. Su Long stood to the side, his smile frozen on his face. The attention that had once been directed towards him and his sister suddenly shifted like a tide towards Su Zhuo. Su Long's expression grew darker, discontent simmering within him. Why were both elder sister and seventh sister so enamored with Su Zhuo? On the other side, Su Wangu held Su Zhuo as they entered the reception room with the principal. She sat in a chair, holding her phone, but her mind was far from the screen. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward the testing room door, a hint of anxiety coloring her expression. She pondered Su Zhuo's self-taught knowledge, secretly speculating just how high his intelligence might be. Not far off, the principal was smiling obsequiously, saying, "Miss Su, rest assured. We have deliberately lowered the testing standards this time. I've reduced the IQ requirement for admission from 120 to 100. The young master will surely have no issues." His tone was excessively flattering, fearful of displeasing Su Wangu. Upon hearing this, Su Wangu cast him a blank stare. Before she could ponder further, a familiar figure entered the waiting room. Su Ningyu appeared pale, her hair somewhat disheveled, her clothes wrinkled, looking exceptionally haggard. Chapter 26. Test results. Su Wangu lifted her head, her gaze instantly turning icy. "I wanted to ask you earlier, how did you end up here?" Su Ningyu appeared somewhat flustered, lowering her head, her hands twisting the hem of her clothing, her eyes darting nervously. Her voice was tinged with a hint of hoarseness. I just missed Xiao Zhuo too much and wanted to see him." Su Wangu furrowed her brow and coldly retorted, "Miss him? To see how he is recovering from the injuries you caused?" Su Ningyu bit her lip, averting her gaze as if she dared not meet Su Wangu's eyes. She lifted her head slightly, only to lower it again swiftly, her voice quivering with suppressed emotion. "I know I was wrong before. I just want to know if he is okay." Instinctively, Su Ningyu tightened her grip on her clothes, her fingertips turning white. She longed to articulate more, but each time words hovered on the tip of her tongue, it felt as though her throat was blocked, and all she could emit were intermittent sobs. The air between the two women grew heavy with tension, but fortunately, at that moment, Su Qiming entered the reception room, cradling Su Long in her arms. Her curiosity piqued at the sight of Su Wanga and Su Ningyue both bringing Su Zhuo here. Sister, are you out of your mind? Bringing him to such a prestigious kindergarten? Honestly, with his. I doubt his intelligence is particularly high. Su Wanga responded with little more than a cold glance. Though her heart fluttered with unease, there was also a flicker of hope. Su Zhuo's demonstrated learning capabilities had already surpassed those of the average child, and the results of this test would serve as the most direct affirmation. Having lost so much, she now wished only for Su Zhuo's happiness, perhaps in hopes of alleviating the guilt that weighed heavily on her heart. Su Qiming, draped lazily over a chair with Su Long in her arms, surveyed those present with a nonchalant gaze. Sister, you can't possibly think Su Zhuo could outshine Xiaolong in this test, right? Xiaolong's IQ is 165. A top-tier genius anywhere. Do you really believe Su Zhuo could be smarter than him? Judging by his apparent impatience with answering questions, I doubt it. She tilted her chin upward, idly tousling Su Long's hair, and continued to embellish. If the results are low, don't come crying to us. Su Long, who had been quietly playing with his toys, perked up at the praise, proudly lifting his head and declaring, I and Appos am the smartest. I must be smarter than Su Zhuo. On the surface, Su Wanga maintained her composure, yet inside, she felt a pang of anxiety. The Su family had always viewed Su Long as their future heir. If Su Zhuo's talents proved to be vastly inferior, the family would withhold their support from her. Nevertheless, she was determined not to repeat the mistakes of her past life. I and Appos am quite curious, Su Qiming said, arms crossed and eyebrows raised in mockery. Once the results are out, if he doesn't and Appos to even score 100, you should really consider keeping him at home with a tutor instead of expending so much energy. After enduring for a long while, Su Wanga finally lifted her head, a glimmer of coldness in her eyes. Enough, my patience is limited. Su Qiming rolled her eyes in response. All right, I won't say another word. Half an hour later, the principal emerged from the testing room, an anxious expression on his face, the report in his hand trembling slightly. All eyes in the reception room immediately focused on him. The principal finally stopped before everyone, his voice quivering. Miss Su, the results of the young master's IQ test have come in. Su Wanga raised her head, a flicker of crossing her face. 210, the principal and Appos' voice was deep and clear. An abrupt silence enveloped the reception room. Su Wanga was momentarily stunned, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirling within her. She had never imagined Su Zhuo would possess such an astonishing IQ. Her gaze fell upon him, her eyes sparkling with pride. Su Ningyue and Appos' fingers unconsciously clenched tightly. 210. She could hardly believe that Su Zhuo was such a prodigy, and yet, she had repeatedly harmed him in the past. Su Qiming's smile froze on her face, disbelief written all over it. Her voice was hoarse. No? It can and Appos, TB, 210? How could he possibly have such a high IQ? Su Long and Appos' previously smug expression vanished in an instant, as if doused with cold water. He pouted, beginning to mumble, no way. I and Appos am the smartest. I and Appos am smarter than him. He glared at Su Zhuo, resentment filling his eyes. Su Zhuo stood quietly to the side, his face betraying no emotion, as if these numbers were of no consequence to him. Finally regaining her composure, Su Wanga gently stroked Su Zhuo's head, her voice imbued with indescribable tenderness. Xiao Zhuo, you're amazing. Su Zhuo remained unresponsive, standing there like an isolated island, cut off from the clamor of the outside world. The principal wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly added, Miss Su, the young master's IQ is exceptionally rare. We will certainly provide him with the finest educational resources. Su Wanga nodded, letting out a soft sigh as she gazed fondly at Su Zhuo. Su Qiming stood rigidly, a cold smile attempting to mask her disdain. So what if he's smart? He might not even surpass Xiaolong in the future. After a brief discussion with the principal, Su Wanga decided to enroll Su Zhuo in the first grade. Before entering the classroom, she looked at Su Zhuo and couldn't help but remind him once more, Xiao Zhuo, if you have any questions, come find me, all right? Su Zhuo remained indifferent, his small face tense, merely clutching his little backpack, the gift from Xiaoqiu Dream. He did not raise his eyes to meet Su Wanga's gaze even once, nor did he show any sign of acknowledgement. A slight tightness gripped Su Wanga's heart. Though she had grown accustomed to Su Zhuo's introversion, each time she faced such scenes, a dull ache would still pierce her heart. At that moment, her phone vibrated. A message from her assistant. Su Longa quickly glanced at the screen, her expression turning serious. Su Long's biological parents had already been brought to Haiqing. Her gaze lingered on Su Zhuo for a fleeting moment. Then she pursed her lips, concealing her emotions, and watched as Su Zhuo entered the classroom. As the class bell rang, children rushed out of the classroom, frolicking on the playground. Su Long, however, stood in the classroom, arms crossed, glaring at Su Zhuo, who stood nearby. A circle of curious children surrounded him, all of whom were his usual followers. With his head held high in arrogance, Su Long proclaimed, "Did you know? Su Zhuo comes from the countryside. He is nothing like me and dozen and oppos. He deserved to be in this kindergarten." The surrounding children looked at Su Zhuo with astonishment. "Isn't he your family's young master?" One child couldn't help but ask. Su Long scoffed, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt. "Humph. My sister is nice to him just because she feels sorry for him. You don't know? He is merely someone we took in from the countryside. Raised there for many years without any education. To put it bluntly, he is just a country bumpkin." Chapter 27. A lifetime of irreparable regret. The other children immediately began to chatter amongst themselves. "So he hails from the countryside. I thought he was someone remarkable." One child sneered. "No wonder he has been so silent. Perhaps he can't even speak." Another chimed in, laughing. Su Long gazed at Su Zhuo, a smug grin spreading across his face. "He is just a worthless country bumpkin. If it weren't for my sister's soft heart, who would care about him?" The surrounding children erupted in laughter, echoing his sentiments. Su Long confidently approached Su Zhuo, yanking open his small backpack. Taken by surprise, Su Zhuo watched as the zipper flew open, scattering its contents on the floor, including the painstakingly repaired toy car that rolled out and came to a stop at Su Long's feet. Lowering his gaze, Su Long scoffed, "What a piece of junk. You actually repaired this? Only a country bumpkin would play with such a thing." He bent down to pick up the toy car, deliberately toying with it in his hands, his face a mask of disdain. Several nearby boys gathered around, joining in the mockery. "Ha ha ha, this toy is so outdated. It must belong to a country kid. We haven't played with such cars in ages. It's hilarious." One boy patted Su Zhuo's shoulder maliciously, taunting, "Why don't you buy some decent toys? Repairing this broken car is just laughable." The classroom resonated with jeers, and Su Long reveled in his triumph, raising the toy car high with a malicious grin. "Since you cherish this junk so much, let me help you repair it once more." Before the words left his mouth, he violently hurled the toy to the ground, stomping on it with force. The already damaged car shattered into pieces, its parts scattering across the floor. At last, Su Zhuo stirred. His gaze fixed on the remnants of the toy, his expression unchanged, yet his fist clenched tighter. Just as he was about to launch a fist at Su Long, Su Ningyue entered the classroom, immediately catching sight of the scene. A pang of distress gripped her heart as she witnessed the boys encircling Su Zhuo, their laughter ringing cruelly in the air. Su Zhuo stood among them, head bowed, gripping his backpack strapped tightly, motionless. The broken toy car lay scattered on the floor, evidently just smashed. Anger surged within her, tightening her chest. What a pathetic toy. It's the standard fare for a country bumpkin. Su Long waved Su Zhuo and Appo's backpack triumphantly, and the surrounding children laughed boisterously, pointing at the shattered car. "What are you all doing?" Su Ningyue approached them with a cold demeanor, her voice laced with suppressed fury. The children halted their antics, their expressions turning to shock, silenced by her imposing presence. Stepping closer to Su Zhuo, she noticed his downcast eyes, and her heart ached. "Is it amusing to bully your classmates?" Su Ningyue and Appo's icy gaze fell upon Su Long and the rowdy boys. One boy muttered defiantly, We were just playing." He didn't fight back. "Playing?" Su Ningyue's laughter was tinged with incredulity. "Very well, I shall join your game. You all will stand at the back of the classroom as punishment." The boys' faces drained of color, exchanging glances, too frightened to protest further. And they shuffled towards the back, heads bowed. Su Long remained frozen, a flicker of grievance flashing in his eyes. He had never anticipated Su Ningyue would punish him for Su Zhuo. He had always been her favored brother, never facing such treatment before. Attempting to defend himself, he raised his head and, using his usual pleading tone, said, "Sister, I didn't do anything. I just..." Su Ningyue coldly interrupted, "You too." Su Long was taken aback, unable to believe he was also being punished. "Why should I be punished? I'm your brother," he shouted at Su Ningyue. his eyes brimming with indignation, resembling a child deprived of affection. The other boys, witnessing Su Long's outburst, fell silent, afraid to speak. "Be quiet," Su Ningyue hissed, her gaze sharp as a knife, her tone icy and filled with authority. "If you continue to make noise, you won't even be allowed to stand." Upon hearing this, Su Long exploded with rage, stomping his foot on the floor, flailing his arms as he wailed, "I refuse to stand. You favor Su Zhuo. You only care about him. None of you love me." His words ignited Su Ningyue's fury. With her brow furrowed, she marched over and seized Su Long by his collar, lifting him effortlessly, her movements decisive and unhesitant. Su Long flailed desperately, trying to escape her grip, but with a powerful toss, Su Ningyue expelled him from the classroom. He landed heavily on the floor outside, shrieking in pain, his face smeared with tears and snot, his cries echoing. Several classmates were stunned by the scene and turned to Su Ningyue, who stood at the doorway, coldly watching Su Long turning back. Su Ningyue saw Su Zhuo still standing in the corner of the classroom, surrounded by the scattered pieces of the broken toy car. A sharp pang gripped her heart as she beheld the shattered remnants. She knelt down, gently collecting the pieces, her fingers brushing over the damaged fragments. A memory suddenly surfacing in her mind. One day in a past life, she had wronged Su Zhuo, mistakenly believing he had intentionally pushed Su Long down the stairs. Consumed by rage, she deemed him a bad child and resolved to cast him out of their home, ordering the servants to throw away all his belongings, including this very toy car. At that time, Su Zhuo had recklessly dashed outside, kneeling on the ground, desperately retrieving the discarded items, especially this toy car. She had been utterly indifferent, considering it merely a worn-out trinket, unworthy of concern. However, she later learned it was the only gift bestowed upon Su Zhuo by the village chief, the sole person who had shown him kindness in their rural home. Tears streamed down Su Ningyue's face as she recollected that moment, guilt swelling within her. Slowly, she extended the toy car and Appo's remnants to Su Zhuo, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry." Su Zhuo silently accepted the pieces, still refusing to speak. Su Ningyue gazed at him, tears flowing freely, finally realizing the magnitude of her past mistakes, which perhaps she would never be able to atone for in this lifetime. Chapter 28. The disappearance of 12 car keys. Tears welled in Su Ningyue's eyes, her voice quivering slightly as she spoke. "Xiao Zhuo, I promise I will help you fix it." Yet, Su Zhuo's gaze remained vacant and detached, as if her words had not reached him. At that moment, Su Ningyue's heart plummeted. She understood that Su Zhuo still refused to accept her. To him, her existence was merely an unhealed wound. Inside the classroom, the chatter of other children became a mere blur. Su Ningyue felt ensnared in a fog, helplessly watching her once beloved younger brother regard her with indifference. Before the end of school, the teacher announced from the podium, "Tomorrow, we will hold a parent-child event. Please tell your parents to join us." As soon as the words fell, the classroom erupted in excitement, with children eagerly discussing who they would bring to school the following day. Su Long turned around, proudly declaring to his friends, "My second sister will definitely come to accompany me. She is a superstar. The one you saw today." A group of children gathered around him, eyes sparkling with envy and curiosity. "Wow, your sister is amazing." The next day, Su Qiming stood before the mirror, meticulously selecting her outfit. She chose an exquisite champagne-colored dress that cascaded gracefully, accentuating her perfect figure. Her slender waist resembled that of a willow, and her long legs were straight and elegant, exuding the grace of a film star in every movement. In the mirror, her makeup was flawless, with soft eyeshadow and fiery red lips, her gaze radiating allure and coolness. "Perfect." Su Qiming smiled, confidently twirling, the hem of her dress billowing like a blooming red rose. For tomorrow's parent-child event, she was determined to make her little Long the center of attention, ensuring that Su Ningyue could not overshadow her. Just as she was about to leave, Su Qiming glanced at her reflection once more, the image of a goddess from a myth. Yet, as she turned away, a sharp pain struck her head, and her steps began to falter. She staggered, leaning against the doorframe, eyes closed. At that moment, a vivid and intense memory surged into her mind. She felt transported to a previous life. After being pushed off a cliff by Su Zhuo, her cheek had been lacerated by harsh branches. Her eldest sister had sought numerous renowned doctors for reconstructive surgery, yet none could restore her to her former self. After her disfigurement, her world crumbled entirely. Still, she could not bring herself to blame Su Long, believing it had not been intentional. However, Without her beauty, she could no longer secure any roles or contracts. Once surrounded by adoring fans, she had become a laughingstock, a figure to be avoided by all. Those days were shrouded in darkness, as if she were trapped in an endless abyss. All fame and glory vanished, leaving her to wander like a specter through her former life, devoid of direction. Once, dragging her weary body to the kindergarten to pick up Su Long, she had hoped for even a modicum of solace from her brother. Yet, upon arriving at the school gate, when Su Long caught sight of her, his smile froze instantly. Xiaolong, sister is here to pick you up. She attempted to muster a smile, but the scar on her face rendered it painfully awkward. Su Long wrinkled his brow in disgust, taking a step back and coldly stating, "You are not my sister. My sister would never be so ugly." The surrounding children began to whisper, erupting into malicious laughter. Look at her face. So ugly. What a monster. Su Qiming stood frozen, her hand suspended in midair, unable to lower it. The ridicule pierced her heart like daggers. And Su Long's disdain was the final straw that shattered her pride. On the brink of collapse, she suddenly felt a small hand gently grasp her fingers. Looking down, she saw Su Zhuo, that quiet boy, who never spoke or participated in conflicts, stood by her side, holding her hand tightly. He said nothing, yet his clear eyes conveyed warmth. Su Qiming gazed at Su Zhuo, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, she realized she was not entirely alone. Though she had lost all her fame and fortune, there remained one person, this little brother, who still stood by her side, unwavering. The memory abruptly ceased, and Su Qiming snapped back to reality, discovering she was gripping the doorknob tightly, her fingers pale. Her heart raced violently, as if a heavy stone pressed upon her chest, making even breathing a struggle. She had never imagined that the brother she had once overlooked would be the only source of warmth during her most helpless moments. Damn it. Why am I dreaming of this again? And it connects to the last time too. Su Qiming rubbed her aching forehead, trying to calm herself, yet her mind remained a tumultuous mess. As she prepared to leave, Su Wang noticed something was off with Su Qiming. Just as she intended to inquire, she suddenly realized her keys were missing. Bewildered, she searched every corner of the living room, puzzled that the 12 car keys, which were usually neatly hung on the key rack, had completely vanished. Furrowing her brow, she rummaged through the tidy entrance, questioning whether her recent busyness had caused her to misplace them elsewhere. Yet, the hallway remained spotless, and nothing could be found. The 12 keys seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving not even a trace. Impossible. Has someone broken into the house? Su Wang muttered to herself in confusion. Meanwhile, at the kindergarten entrance, huff, huff, Su Ningyue stood breathless before the sign-in sheet, one hand on her knee, the other tightly clutching the string of car keys, her cheeks flushed, panting like a husky that had run 10 kilometers. She had exerted immense effort to arrive at the kindergarten ahead of Su Wang, clutching the 12 car keys she had stealthily obtained from her sister. Success. Su Ningyue chuckled quietly, reminiscent of a mischievous child, pride swelling within her as she glanced at the sign-in sheet, her lips curling upwards. She picked up a pen and without hesitation wrote her name beside Su Zhuo and Apos, S, diligently drawing a small heart in the parent signature column, a signature style unmistakably hers. The teacher overseeing the sign-in couldn't help but glance at Su Ningyue's somewhat disheveled face from her hurried run, then at her signature, wearing a perplexed expression. Su Zhuo's parent? Yes, that's me. Su Ningyue replied confidently, wiping the sweat from her forehead, striking a pose as if to declare, I am the most qualified parent. The teacher and Apos' expression grew increasingly complex as she murmured, wasn't Apos, Miss Su Wang coming? Yet refrained from saying more, only nodding awkwardly. Internally, Su Ningyue reveled in her triumph, turning to wink at the expressionless Su Zhuo sitting in the car. Before long, Su Qiming, wearing sunglasses and a mask to conceal her troubled expression, slowly entered the kindergarten, holding Su Long's hand. She was evidently still lost in thought, the unfamiliar memories swirling in her mind, causing her considerable distress. Chapter 29. Su Long's biological parents. Su Long stood proudly with his small entourage, clad in exquisite suits, basking in the glow of Su Qiming behind him, clearly relishing the spotlight. They engaged in light-hearted banter, and a smug smile adorned Su Long's face, indicative of his eagerness for the upcoming parent-child event. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside the door. Son, our son. Two ragged middle-aged farmers rushed in, breathless. Their tattered clothing, worn for many years, bore the marks of time, with yellowed fabric stained with dirt. The man wore a pair of dilapidated rubber shoes, his toes nearly exposed, while the woman's hair was disheveled, her lips cracked, and her hands bore the traces of labor in the fields. They appeared utterly distressed, as if they had hurried from the countryside, their faces weathered and weary. We finally found you, son. The woman and Appo's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Su Long. Su Long was taken aback, turning to face them, his expression shifting to one of revulsion as he recoiled several steps. Who are you? Who claims to be my parents? He glared at them with disdain, scrunching his nose as if the earthy odor clinging to them was unbearable. We are your biological parents. Son, you were mistakenly taken from us when you were young, and we've finally located you, the man exclaimed, extending his hand in hope. However, Su Long and Appo's response was starkly opposed to their expectations. Don and Appo's, touch me. Su Long's face twisted in disgust as he forcefully shoved the man's hand away, then, without hesitation, kicked at the man's leg. Get lost, you country bumpkins. Who says I'm your son? I don't know you, he shouted angrily, his expression darkening. The woman rushed forward, attempting to grasp Su Long, but he violently pushed her aside, causing her to stumble and drop her belongings, revealing a few worn clothes and an expired thermos. The surrounding parents looked on in astonishment, unable to fathom Su Long and Appo's brutality towards the farmers. The woman sat on the ground, tears brimming in her eyes. Son, we are telling the truth. When you were little, this thermos contained milk that we brought to your kindergarten. Su Long showed no mercy, continuing to lash out, shouting, I'm telling you, I am not your son. Get away from me. I never want to see you again. The scene of Su Long assaulting his biological parents drew frowns from the nearby teachers and parents. Sensing the gravity of the situation, an older female teacher hurried forward, grasping Su Long's hand, her voice stern. Su Long, how can you treat your biological parents this way? They gave you life and raised you. Have you no sense of gratitude? Whispers of disapproval rippled through the gathered parents. Look at this child, utterly unrefined, bullying his parents at such a young age. What will he become? A parent placed a hand on their child's shoulder, warning softly, don't play with Su Long anymore. He is an ill-mannered child. The other children mimicked the adults, disdain etched on their faces as they stared at Su Long. A few giggled behind their hands, some pointing at him, saying, look, he doesn't even recognize his own parents. What a bad child. Su Long and Appo's face flushed with anger, trembling with rage as tears began to stream down his cheeks. He turned to Su Qiming, whining, Sister, I don't want to go with them. I don't want to go back. Su Qiming held him tighter, her beautiful eyes glaring at Su Ningyue. Step aside. Little Long will not return with them. Just as she intended to leave with Su Long, Su Ningyue stepped forward, blocking her path. Elder sister, Su Long should go back with his biological parents. Su Qiming's voice rose in pitch. Are you mad? Little Long cannot go back with them. Don't you see who they are? He is the young master of the Su family. Su Ningyue stood firm, asserting that no matter how impoverished, biological parents are still parents. Su Long deserves to know his identity and has a duty to return to them. Parents gathered around, drawn by the argument. A mother of a well-dressed little girl scoffed, biological parents are the true family. No amount of wealth can erase blood ties. Another parent nodded in agreement. Indeed, a child who denies their biological parents will amount to nothing significant in the future. The children clustered together, whispering mockingly. He doesn't even recognize his own mom and dad. What a little villain. Hearing these harsh taunts, Su Long's face turned ashen, tears spilling uncontrollably. He cried while clinging to Su Qiming. Sister, I don't want to go with them. I don't want to go back. Su Qiming tightened her embrace, glaring fiercely at Su Ningyue. You must let me pass. Little Long will not go back with them. With that, Su Qiming attempted to leave, but she was overpowered by the couple, and with the help of onlookers, they forcibly took Su Long away. In a panic, Su Qiming hurriedly drove after them. The couple rode in a cart, grazing by the river when she caught up. Taking a deep breath, Su Qiming pondered how to reclaim Su Long suddenly. She inadvertently overheard their conversation. Quickly, don't waste time. This deal is already set. Once we deliver him, we'll get our payment, the man urged anxiously. Be quiet. Once we receive the money, we'll never have to worry again. The Su family will never find us, the woman replied in hushed tones. This revelation struck Su Qiming like a thunderbolt. They were not Su Long and Appo's biological parents, they were human traffickers. A chill raced down her spine, and a fierce determination ignited in her eyes. She could not afford to lose Su Long, absolutely not. After exchanging a few words with the couple, Su Qiming hurried back to school. Today was Parent-Child Activity Day, and as the event had yet to commence, chaos reigned at the venue. Using her status as a parent, she entered the campus. Seizing the moment while Su Ningyue was occupied with a teacher, she swiftly approached Su Zhuo, covering his mouth and lifting him effortlessly. Though her hands trembled, she did not falter. She quickly retrieved a delicate silk scarf from her bag, binding Su Zhuo and Appo's hands and forcefully shoving him into the car. I and Appo's am sorry. Su Qiming whispered silently to herself, a whirlwind of emotion surging within her, yet she chose to remain silent. Lately, she had been plagued by inexplicable dreams involving Su Zhuo. This could not continue. As long as Su Zhuo vanished from her life, she would no longer be troubled by such dreams, nor would she have to confront those memories. This way, she could devote herself entirely to loving her little Long. Chapter 30. Su Long was utterly indifferent to her fate. When Su Wangge hurried to the school, she was met with the sight of Su Ningyu. Her face pale as a ghost. Su Ningyu stood with her head bowed, softly sobbing. Su Wangge approached, her gaze as cold as a sharp blade, demanding, "Explain yourself. Where has Xiao Zhuo gone?" Su Ningyu bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. I couldn't keep an eye on him. Second sister took him away. What? Upon hearing this, Su Wangge was instantly engulfed in rage, her palm clenched into a fist, almost poised to strike Su Ningyu across the face. Yet, at that moment, her gaze fell upon the bruises marring Su Ningyu's face, and she suppressed her hand, forcing it down. Taking a deep breath, she stifled her impending fury and coldly stated, "Once I find Xiao Zhuo, I shall hold you accountable." With her head still lowered, Su Ningyu's tears fell to the ground like raindrops. Meanwhile, after exchanging Su Long for Su Zhuo, Su Qiming returned alone to the desolate Su family villa. As she shut the door, her heart raced violently. Suddenly, her phone rang sharply, causing her to tense as she picked it up. A strange number flashed on the screen. After a moment's hesitation, she answered, "Hello? You speak the truth. This child is indeed worth more than Su Long. However, I've changed my mind. I do not wish to sell him to anyone else." The voice on the other end was chillingly cold, devoid of any warmth. "If you want him to live, provide a ransom of 5 million. This amount should be trivial for the Su family. Otherwise, I shall ensure he meets a gruesome end." Su Qiming's grip on her phone stiffened, yet her voice remained eerily calm. "I have no money." Clearly taken aback by her composure, the voice paused for a few seconds before sneering, "Are you joking?" Unmoved, Su Qiming replied in an unwavering tone, "I have no money. Do as you wish. Silence him if you must." A profound silence fell on the other end. Su Qiming's voice was eerily serene, as if Su Zhuo's fate bore no consequence for her. Yet, the moment she hung up, a sharp pain surged through her chest. She clutched her heart, doubling over in agony, as if a cruel blade was violently twisting within her. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead, and her breathing turned rapid and erratic. Despite enduring this sudden torment, her gaze remained hollow. Although she uttered words of indifference, deep within, an uncontrollable wave of fear and guilt surged forth. A fleeting, unfamiliar memory flickered in her mind. As the pain in her chest intensified, it spread like wildfire throughout her body. At that moment, a vivid recollection surfaced, her desperate efforts to purchase an extravagant racing car for Su Long, who had insisted he could not lose face in front of his peers. Determined not to disappoint her brother, she had plunged headfirst into what appeared to be a lucrative investment opportunity, only to realize it was a deceitful trap. She found herself confined in a decrepit room, surrounded by filth. The air was thick with a stench, and rotting garbage littered the corners. Suddenly, a menacing man approached, pinning her down with a mocking grin. "Since you have no money, I and Appo's LL leave you crippled, begging on the streets, or your family can ransom you for 200,000. Fear gripped Su Qiming, yet a flicker of hope persisted within her. Trembling, she dialed Su Long's number, convinced he would rush to her aid without hesitation. After a prolonged ringing, he finally answered. "Hello? Second sister, what's up?" His voice was languid, accompanied by the sound of mahjong tiles clattering in the background. Su Qiming fought to maintain her composure, her voice trembling. "Xiao Long, I've been kidnapped. They're demanding 200,000 for my release. Can you?" Before she could finish, a cold laugh interrupted her. 200,000? Where would I get that kind of money? Are you joking, second sister? Her heart sank. Desperately suppressing despair, she pleaded, "You could borrow some from friends. Please, just give them the money." "I'm busy," Su Long replied, utterly unconcerned for her well-being. Second sister, Figure it out yourself. I'm in the middle of a game with my buddies. Don't waste my time. Su Qiming froze. The incessant sound of mahjong echoed in her ears, and she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. You truly do not care for me? I am your sister. Stop bothering me. Su Long snapped impatiently. If you can't handle it, don't expect me to help. With that, the call abruptly ended. In that instant, the phone slipped from Su Qiming's grasp, and she crumpled helplessly onto the filthy floor, feeling more desolate than ever. The brother she had tirelessly protected was completely indifferent to her life or death. Tears blurred her vision as she realized the once cherished sibling had turned into a figure of chilling apathy. Her efforts to provide the best for Su Long had yielded this heart-wrenching response. It seems your brother truly does not care for your fate, the trafficker mocked her. And in that moment, all hope dissipated. As the trafficker contacted Su Zhuo, she harbored no expectations. How could Su Zhuo possibly come up with such a considerable sum for her? Yet, to her astonishment, when the call connected, Su Zhuo's voice was laced with palpable tension, as if his concern lay solely with her safety rather than the financial demands. Without hesitation, he acquiesced to the trafficker's terms. 200,000? Her heart swelled with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Su Zhuo would be willing to part with such a substantial amount for her sake. Before long, Su Zhuo appeared before her, clutching a black bag filled with cash. His complexion was ashen, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. Yet she was too preoccupied to notice the exhaustion etched on his face. Second sister, I've brought the money. Let us hurry and leave. But all she felt was relief, utterly oblivious to the peculiarities of Su Zhuo and Apos' demeanor. Her only desire was to escape that wretched place. Suddenly, Su Qiming snapped back to the present, gripping her phone tightly as her heart raced uncontrollably. After a moment's hesitation, she inhaled deeply and dialed her assistant. Arrange 2 capable individuals for me. I require a location. Upon arriving at the couple's residence, Su Qiming was struck dumb by the sight before her. In the street outside, a group of ragged, emaciated children sat huddled together, their faces smeared with dirt, their eyes devoid of hope. Some were missing arms, others legs. Lacking even the strength to stand, they curled up in corners, extending their frail hands in desperation. Their wounds festered, the stench of decay permeating the air. As flies buzzed incessantly around them, they appeared as forsaken souls, abandoned at the fringes of existence, with only a battered tin bowl before them, containing a few scattered coins and crumpled bills. As Su Qiming beheld this scene, her stomach churned, and unfamiliar memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Was this not the very place that had haunted her dreams? In those dreams, she too had been trafficked here, becoming one of those children. She had once sat in this very spot, tears streaming down her face, rendered voiceless by despair. The thought sent shivers through her body, and her hands turned icy. At the moment when her heart was in turmoil, the couple emerged from the dilapidated dwelling. The man roughly seized Su Zhuo by the arm and forcefully thrust him into the center of the yard. Su Zhuo's complexion was pallid, his frail form nearly swaying under the man's grip. The man's voice was cold and venomous. You wealthy folks are truly heartless, even willing to sell your own child. Since your family refuses to pay, do not blame us if we break one of his arms and cast him onto the streets to beg. With that, he drew a rusted machete from his waist, raising it high, prepared to strike Su Zhuo and Apos' arm with brutal force. Witnessing this scene, Su Qiming felt a violent struggle within her. Instinctively, she yearned to rush forward and thwart the man, yet in that fleeting moment, a thought flashed through her mind. If Su Zhuo were to become disabled, he would forever lose the chance to vie for the family fortune against Su Long. This notion pierced her heart like a thorn. Su Long was her most beloved brother, and she had always wished for him to inherit the Su family's legacy. Now, if Su Zhuo were to be rendered disabled, Su Long would face no threat. The family wealth, power, and everything would belong to Su Long. This thought rendered Su Qiming's steps paralyzed. Her feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, preventing her from advancing another inch. At that moment, Su Zhuo glanced her way. His gaze was calm, devoid of panic, yet it concealed a hint of desolation that pierced Su Qiming's heart. She clenched her fingers tightly, her heart pounding like a drum. Her hands formed tight fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Yet reason whispered to her, "Let go. Do not interfere. This is for Xiao Long." Chapter 31. Breaking the formation, the soul shall be free. The man had noticed Su Qiming's presence, his cold gaze shifting towards her as he darkly inquired, "Are you here to purchase a child? This one is quite good. You can do anything with him." A wave of unease washed over Su Qiming as she felt a chill creep into her heart. Her eyes lingered on Zhuo for a moment, her palms tightening, and the previously wavering thought resurfaced in her mind. Everything was a matter of weighing options, and her footsteps faltered once more. Zhuo, after all, posed a threat to Xiaolong. She constantly reminded herself that Xiaolong was the only one she should be concerned about. I am not. Su Qiming hesitated before responding softly. At that moment, strange footsteps echoed from the distance as an oddly dressed old man approached slowly. He held a cloth bag and had slanted eyes that were profoundly discomforting. The old man walked directly to the trafficker, surveying Zhuo with an eerie smile. I want this child, he rasped, his voice low and hoarse, like a cold wind brushing down one's spine. The man's face lit up with delight as he exclaimed, Good eye. This child is obedient and absolutely worth it. Su Qiming's heart constricted, a wave of indescribable unease washing over her. Yet before she could make a decision, the old man had already lifted Zhuo off the ground. Feeling an agonizing headache, Su Qiming refused to linger any longer. She departed with her bodyguards, casually finding a small stall to eat. She struggled to calm herself, but her stomach churned violently, making it impossible to consume anything. During her meal, she noticed two plainclothes police officers investigating nearby as a crowd began to gather. Her gaze casually swept over the scene, spotting the officers engaged in conversation with a witness. Do you want to know about that incident? The case of the girl in red, one witness whispered to the police. You know? The officer inquired gravely. Indeed. I witnessed it. The girl died with nails embedded in her head and weights tied to her feet. This is the method of refining little ghosts. I believe another child will die in this town soon, and it will be a boy, perfectly complementing the girl, a balance of yin and yang. The witness spoke with an inexplicable fear. Nearby patrons overheard the conversation and began murmuring. One individual frowned and whispered, ever since that girl died, nothing in this town has been normal. The aura is heavy with darkness, and strange occurrences abound. Refining little ghosts. Su Qiming suddenly recalled the old man's gourd, adorned with a drawing of a little ghost. Could it be that his intention in taking Zhuo was to refine a little ghost? A girl, along with Zhuo, would indeed form a perfect pair of yin and yang. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided to share this lead with the police. Upon hearing her account, the police promptly inquired about the identity of the child taken by the old man. When informed that it was Su Qiming's brother, the officers were visibly shocked. Your brother? Aren't and Appos, do you concern for him? They pressed. Su Qiming, maintaining an outward calm, coldly replied, His life and death are of no concern to me. I am merely intrigued by the notion of refining little ghosts. The officers were taken aback, struggling to comprehend her apparent indifference as an older sister whose brother had been taken by a nefarious individual. To assist with the investigation, Su Qiming and her two bodyguards moved into the girl's home. The atmosphere within the house was unbearably oppressive, with mottled stains in the corners and the air thick with an eerie aura, as if the echoes of the deceased lingered within. Meanwhile, the old man had taken Zhuo deep into a sinister forest, where the towering, twisted trees obscured the light, and a pervasive chill hung in the air. The old man retrieved a red dress, forcibly dressing Zhuo, and attached two heavy weights to his feet. As he busied himself, he muttered, Red dress, weights, a young boy and Appos' body. This is the perfect condition for refining a wicked little ghost. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes. The practice of refining little ghosts is an ancient malevolent sorcery, wherein the grievances and souls of the living are ensnared within a corporeal vessel, typically selecting innocent boys and girls as sacrifices. The red dress symbolizes blood and resentment, while the weights represent bondage and oppression, firmly anchoring the soul within the flesh, preventing transcendence and transforming it into a thoroughly malevolent spirit. At the moment the old man began to chant his incantation, Zhuo inadvertently glanced towards the depths of the trees nearby. There, he spotted a gnarled old tree with branches sprawling in disarray, and at the very top, a little girl in a red dress hung lifelessly. Her face was as pale as paper, her eyes hollow, and her long hair danced in the wind. The red dress swaying slightly, as if welcoming some eerie ritual. Though shrouded in death shadow, the girl's features retained a trace of her former beauty. Her skin was nearly translucent, and her dark eyes seemed to harbor endless resentment. Zhuo and Appos' heart raced as he tentatively whispered, Who are you? The girl hanging from the tree stirred slightly, her lips parting slowly as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. At that moment, the old man also sensed Zhuo's gaze and followed it, his heart plunging with trepidation. The place Zhuo was staring at was where he had previously refined a little ghost. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as an inexplicable fear took root within him. He could actually see her? The old man and Apos' face turned ashen, a hint of panic creeping in. The act of refining little ghosts was notoriously treacherous. A single misstep could lead to one's own downfall. This seemingly harmless child possessed the ability to perceive what ordinary people could not. The old man's hands trembled slightly, the talisman paper clenched tightly within his grasp. Zhuo continued to gaze at the girl, a mixture of fear and curiosity swirling within him. At that moment, the little girl's voice floated softly through the air. Imbued with a tinge of sorrow, "My name is Ying. My soul has been refined into a little ghost and imprisoned in the gourd at his waist, while my body hangs lifeless from this tree." Zhuo's heart jolted at her words, and he instinctively clenched his fists. "Can you help me?" Ying's voice grew more earnest. Zhuo glanced at the old man with the gourd at his waist, then turned his gaze back to Ying's lifeless form. He nodded, resolved to assist her. Ying whispered, "He has confined my soul within a bagua formation, buried beneath a stone at the base of the tree. If you can unearth that stone and destroy the formation, my soul shall be free." Without hesitation, Zhuo knelt down and began to dig at the roots of the old tree. Chapter 32. Becoming your servant. The ground lay blanketed in a thick layer of fallen leaves and mud. He exerted all his strength, his fingers scrapped raw, and his nails stained with dirt. The old man swiftly sensed Zhuo and Apos' intentions, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "You little brat. Dare you disturb my bagua formation?" Enraged, he lunged towards Zhuo, attempting to intercept him. However, at that very moment, a sudden frigid wind swept through the air, stirring a whirlwind of dry leaves that sliced across the old man's face like a knife. The force of this gust knocked the old man to the ground, leaving him momentarily incapacitated, his expression one of utter terror. Zhuo persisted in his excavation, and soon his fingertips grazed a hard stone. Taking a deep breath, he pried the stone free with great effort. The stone was inscribed with peculiar runes. "Quick, destroy it," Sakura urged anxiously. Without hesitation, Zhuo seized the stone and slammed it against the ground with force. The stone shattered into several fragments, the formation dissipating as the surrounding air seemed to lighten considerably. Sakura's figure gradually became indistinct, drifting in the air with a relieved smile upon her face. "Thank you, at last. I am free." No sooner had she spoken than the old man's gourd shattered into countless pieces, scattering everywhere. Immediately after, the little girl, transformed into a vengeful spirit, erupted from the broken gourd, her eyes ablaze with the flames of hatred, charging toward the fallen old man with palpable malice. Before the old man could react, the vengeful spirit had already pounced upon him, her sharp nails piercing through his shoulder. He let out a shrill scream, his face contorted with fear as his gaze began to lose focus. Without a moment's hesitation, the little girl opened her mouth, filled with razor-sharp teeth, and sank them into the old man's head, the sound of her gnashing teeth echoing ominously. The old man cried out in agony, struggling futilely to push the little girl off him, but his attempts were weak and ineffective. Ultimately, his eyes rolled back in their sockets. His features twisted in torment as he emitted intermittent wails. The little girl's teeth, as sharp as steel, tore through the old man's flesh, shredding his neck and causing blood to spout forth like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. In excruciating pain, the old man's head contorted as she savagely crushed it, the sound of crunching bones resonating in the air, until ultimately, there was silence. Zhuo stood by, observing the brutal spectacle, although a chill coursed through him. He understood that this was the old man and Apos' just recompense. The little girl rose from the old man and Apos' corpse, her vengeful aura gradually dissipating, her formerly grotesque visage softening. She floated over to Zhuo, her eyes filled with gratitude, and whispered, "Thank you. You have freed me from this endless suffering. I have but one final wish. I wish to see my parents at home. Can you help me?" The little girl's spirit seemed as light as a feather, swaying gently in the breeze. Unable to move far or discern direction, Zhuo took Sakura's hand, sensing her cool touch. He silently tightened his grip, promising to take her home. As they walked, the shadows of the trees danced, and an unusual silence enveloped them. Meanwhile, Su Qiming was at the girl's home, dining with the police and the girl's parents. The parents wore expressions of deep sorrow, while the police reassured them solemnly, "Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to find the perpetrator." Just as they discussed the case, a faint knocking sounded at the door, plunging the room into silence. The girl's mother felt a surge of anxiety and rose to open the door. The moment it swung open, her gaze fell upon the door, and she froze in place. A dark red handprint, starkly visible, marred the door panel, seemingly fresh, dripping with blood and exuding an inexplicable chill. The girl's mother's eyes widened in horror. Her lips trembled, and she could not utter a sound. Her body swayed twice before collapsing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Chaos erupted within the room as the police jumped from their seats in shock. Upon seeing the blood-stained handprint, their faces turned pale, and one slipped, falling to the floor. Su Qiming was similarly terrified, her soul nearly escaping her body, her pupils dilating as she instinctively recoiled. Frantically, she searched for a safe corner, ultimately diving into a nearby cabinet, curling up within, her hands covering her mouth. Sakura lowered her head, clutching Suju's shirt tightly. Her voice filled with grievance. Did I do something wrong? Why are they so afraid? Zhuo extended his small hand, gently patting Sakura and Appo's back. Soothing her, you did nothing wrong. Your family does not wish to forget you. They simply cannot see you. Sakura, like a child deprived of support, suddenly threw herself into Suju's embrace, weeping bitterly. They no longer want me. I long to return home, but no one remembers me. Suju stroked Sakura's hair with his small hand, reassuring her, do not be afraid. I will take you home. As Suju comforted her, Sakura's sobs gradually subsided. She lifted her head, tears still glistening in her eyes, and asked softly, really? Suju nodded affirmatively, truly. At dawn, the police discovered the old man and Appo's corpse deep in the woods, the surrounding vegetation stained with blood, an eerie atmosphere permeating the village. The old man and Appo's demise was horrific. His skull had been crushed, his body marked with dreadful wounds. Upon witnessing this scene, the villagers erupted in fervent discussion. It must be the work of a vengeful spirit. That eerie blood handprint from last night, and the girl who hanged herself, surely it is the ghosts of our village seeking revenge. Fear rapidly spread throughout the village, prompting everyone to retreat into their homes, bolting their doors. The village fell into silence, an unsettling breeze whispering through, infused with a ghostly essence. Before long, the old man and Appo's master, Master Xiandong, learned of his disciple and Appo's demise and hurried to the village. A renowned master of metaphysics, he donned a Taoist robe, his face solemn, wielding a whisk that emanated an unfathomable aura. Standing in the village and Appo's center, Master Xiandong coldly surveyed his surroundings and declared, there must be a vengeful spirit at play. Tonight, I shall reduce the malevolent ghost to ashes to restore clarity to this realm. The villagers gathered around, gazing at Master Xiandong with awe. He raised his whisk, proclaiming with authority, no matter where you hide, tonight you shall find no refuge. The villagers whispered among themselves, Master Xiandong has arrived. They say he has practiced for decades, subduing countless evil spirits. Indeed, last time in the neighboring village, he quelled a ghost in a single night. He is truly formidable. Isn't it so? He can reverse even the most twisted of fates. His abilities are beyond compare. The girl hid behind Suju, her voice trembling. I am no match for Master Xiandong. His Taoist powers are too formidable. I cannot contend with him. As she spoke, her figure seemed to waver, as if she might dissipate at any moment. After a moment of contemplation, Suju softly inquired, how can we defeat him? The girl replied, if you are willing to let a drop of your blood fall upon my hand, it will grant me strength. I shall become your servant, using my vengeful spirit and Appo's power to protect you. In turn, my strength will be significantly enhanced. Chapter 33, he was like a beam of light, illuminating her world. All right, Suju agreed. Subsequently, he pierced his own finger, allowing droplets of crimson blood to fall upon the girl's pale hand. As Suju's blood touched the girl's hand, a chilling aura immediately permeated the surroundings. The girl's ethereal form instantaneously solidified, as if she had summoned back the long-lost power from the depths of the underworld. Her once ephemeral body now emanated a formidable presence, her black hair billowing without wind, and her eyes glinting with a piercing cold light. From this day forth, I shall serve you. The girl's voice no longer trembled but resonated with resolute determination, akin to a monarch returning from the abyss. A fierce wind arose, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently, and dust swirled from the ground, as if heaven and earth trembled in anticipation of the girl's vengeance. She suddenly lifted her gaze, fixating intently on Master Xiandeng, who stood at a distance. "Do you think you can control me with mere talismans?" She scoffed, her voice as frigid as ice. "Today, you shall pay for your transgressions." Master Xiandeng furrowed his brow, sensing the shift in her aura, and unease began to creep into his heart. He waved his wand, attempting to suppress the malevolent energy surrounding her. Yet, at that moment, the girl was no longer the vengeful spirit he once manipulated. She extended her delicate arm, and an invisible chain materialized in the air, imbued with a chilling darkness, hurtling toward Master Xiandeng. The chain moved with such swiftness that he could barely react. Momentarily stunned, he hastily swung his wand in an attempt to block it. However, the chain, fueled by powerful resentment, pierced through his wand and ensnared his neck tightly. "Release me, you wretched spirit." Master Xiandeng's face paled, and he struggled desperately, grasping the chain around his neck, but the more he fought, the tighter it became. The girl regarded him with icy disdain, her gaze devoid of any sympathy, instead brimming with unending fury. "Did you think you could control my life and death forever? Now, it is your turn." The wind howled ferociously, lifting sand and stones, casting the scene into an eerily surreal spectacle. The girl's long hair danced wildly in the gale, her eyes sharp as blades, radiating an unparalleled aura of power. Master Xiandeng and Amp Apos' complexion shifted to a ghastly shade of purple, his eyes filled with terror. With a sickening crack, the chain brutally crushed Master Xiandeng and Amp Apos' neck, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, his life extinguished in an instant. The girl stood amidst the howling wind, slightly panting. "Second miss, this place feels wrong. We must leave at once." The onlookers, unable to see the girl, perceived it as Master Xiandeng having taken his own life. Yet, the scene was already bizarre enough. Su Qiming's expression soured as she contemplated returning. But Su Zhuo remained behind. "Second miss. Very well, let us return," Su Qiming replied indifferently, departing from the ominous little town. She settled into the vehicle, resting her head against the window, the endless night blurring the scenery beyond. Before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber. In her dreams, she found herself in disarray on a film set, her face marred by prominent scars. Deformed, she had lost the brilliance she once possessed. Those directors and producers who had once fawned over her now recoiled as if she were a viper. Each audition met with cold rejection, devoid of even a courteous word of consolation. She felt as though her life had reached its nadir, teetering on the brink of utter collapse. At that moment, she beheld Su Zhuo. The slender figure stood before her, his gaze still clear, adorned with a gentle smile. Without excessive consolation, he uttered but a single phrase, "Sister, you can do it. I believe in you." Su Qiming was taken aback. She had never truly noticed Su Zhuo, even dismissing him at times, deeming him a burden to the Su family. Yet, in this instant, his words pierced through her obsidian world like a ray of light. Suddenly, she felt a flicker of courage, resolving not to surrender. She accepted a role in a production, albeit a minor one, a disfigured woman. Although merely a supporting character, Su Qiming, through her remarkable acting prowess, vividly conveyed the character's pain and struggle. Her performance captivated the audience, reclaiming long-lost applause. Gradually, her career began to flourish. Just as she was elatedly heading to find Su Zhuo with her earnings, she overheard a low, tense argument upon entering the house. Rushing into the living room, she found Su Zhuo kneeling before several burly men, his body trembling slightly. Su Zhuo and Apos' hand was firmly pressed against the table, a knife in the hand of one of the men glinting ominously. "If you don't repay the money, we'll collect interest." One of the men sneered, brandishing the blade. "What are you doing? Stop." Su Qiming rushed forward, fear gripping her heart. "Sister, don't interfere." Su Zhuo turned his head, his face pale but still attempting to calm her. Before his words could fully escape, the knife descended, blood splattered, and a finger was severed from Su Zhuo's hand. In that instant, Su Qiming was rendered speechless. She stumbled towards Su Zhuo, enveloping him in her embrace, her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. It dawned on her that Su Zhuo had secretly borrowed from loan sharks to pay off her debts, and she had been oblivious to his sacrifice. "It's all right, sister. My finger can be reattached." Su Zhuo spoke softly, a tender smile lingering on his face, as if he were not the one injured. Su Qiming's heart ached as though it were being mercilessly sliced. She held him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks, falling onto his already cold face. Her role had only earned her a meager few thousand yuan, insufficient to bridge the chasm of debt. In desperation, Su Qiming steeled herself to approach Su Long. Su Long, I truly need help right now. Could you lend me some money? I promise to repay you soon. She had never been so humble. Yet Su Long rolled his eyes, his disdain evident. What could be so urgent? You told me you had no money to buy a car, and now you come asking for cash? What a joke. Su Qiming felt her frustration rising. I'm not asking for myself. It's to help Su Zhuo pay off his debts. Su Zhuo? Su Long's expression instantly darkened. You actually spent money on him? Sister, are you out of your mind? Why should that good-for-nothing have your assistance? Su Long. He is my brother. I cannot stand by and watch him suffer. Su Qiming explained, stifling her grievances. Don't mention that worthless piece of trash. Su Long exploded, his words laced with venomous mockery. You truly are a good sister, willing to spend on that waste instead of buying me a racing car. Su Qiming clenched her teeth, her anger surging. You have no idea what Su Zhuo has done for me. Su Long scoffed, his gaze icy as he looked at Su Qiming. If you wish to squander money on that waste, then fine. If you want to protect him, I'll ensure you can't even speak, let alone act. As he spoke, he gestured for his men to take action. Several burly men advanced, seizing Su Qiming and forcefully pinning her to the ground. What are you doing? Let me go? Su Qiming struggled fiercely, but she was no match for the strength of these men. Her arms were held fast, rendering her immobile. In the next moment, a bucket of scalding hot water was brought forth, and Su Long stood nearby, a cold smile gracing his lips. You don't deserve to speak, sister. With that, the boiling water was poured down her throat. The excruciating burn felt like 1,000 needles piercing her skin. She wanted to scream, to call out. But all that escaped her throat was a heart-wrenching groan of anguish. Her throat scorched by the boiling water, her once melodious voice was irrevocably silenced. She was acutely aware that she would never again stand upon the stage, nor would she have another opportunity to act. Chapter 34. Enlightenment and regret memories surged like a tide, flooding the depths of her dreams. She was rendered mute by a burn to her throat, unable to speak or take on roles, engulfed in pain and despair. Su Zhuo remained silently by her side, enduring the most challenging days with her. Each morning, he would rise early to prepare a warm, throat-soothing soup for her. Though he was not eloquent, he infused all his care into that bowl of soup. He accompanied her as she submitted resumes, and despite her repeated rejections, he steadfastly remained by her side. He even contacted renowned doctors abroad, arranging for her to undergo a 3-year recovery surgery overseas. Yet, throughout those 3 years, he never reached out to her. During that time, she was plunged into anxiety, yearning to understand why Su Zhuo had severed all communication. Was it because her past actions had wounded his heart, leaving him utterly disappointed in her as a sister, prompting him to disregard her entirely? Finally, after 3 years, her throat healed, and she could speak again, even returning to the entertainment industry. However, upon returning home, she learned that her eldest sister, Su Wangge, and all 5 younger sisters had perished. At that moment, Su Long knelt before her, weeping as he said, "Second sister. 7th sister is missing. 4th sister was also killed by Su Zhuo. He has harbored resentment towards you for your neglect, waiting for an opportunity to exact revenge." Su Qiming was so stunned she could hardly articulate a response, her entire being frozen as if struck by lightning. Her eldest sister had been killed by Su Zhuo? She could hardly fathom that he would act in such a manner. Yet, she recalled that Su Zhuo had indeed never contacted her during those 3 years. Could it be that the affection he had shown prior to her departure was merely an illusion, and the silence of the past 3 years was the stark reality? Su Long continued to sob. I treated you that way only to protect you. I knew he would eventually turn on you. I had to do this to save you. Su Qiming longed to confront Su Zhuo, but struggled to believe he could truly be the murderer of his own sister. With a heavy heart, she arrived at the cemetery, only to find Su Zhuo standing before Su Qianyu and Appo's grave, digging into the earth with his hands. At that moment, she felt as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped her heart, nearly suffocating her. She could not reconcile what she saw. The brother who had once been tender and caring, now stood digging the grave of his sister. Could it be that Su Zhuo truly harbored such hatred for them, loathing them to the extent that even in death, he would not allow her to find peace? Su Zhuo, Su Qiming called out, nearly expending all her strength. Her voice trembling, Su Zhuo slowly turned, a flicker of joy in his eyes. Second sister, why are you doing this? Su Qiming questioned sorrowfully, shattering the hope reflected in Su Zhuo's gaze. Yet, at that moment, she failed to notice the shattering in his eyes. She could not accept that the person who had quietly protected, and aided her had transformed into the very murderer of his sister. Why did you do this? Why kill Qianyu? Su Qiming cried out in anguish. With a sudden resolve, she plunged the dagger in her hand deep into Su Zhuo's body. Her movement was so swift that she barely had time to comprehend it, only realizing she had truly struck him when the warmth of blood seeped into her palm. Su Zhuo emitted no sound, his gentle eyes still fixed upon her. He lowered his gaze to the blood oozing from his chest, the light in his eyes dimming with each passing moment. The wail of police sirens filled the air as officers rushed to the scene. As they approached, Su Zhuo staggered back a step, forcing a weak smile. It is my own doing. I've lived long enough. I wish to end it. The officers hesitated momentarily before swiftly supporting Su Zhuo. Su Qiming gradually loosened her grip on the dagger, her heart aching at the sight before her. She had thought this single act could obliterate all her suffering, yet Su Zhuo, in a bid to protect her, took all the blame upon himself. He wished to end his own life? A police officer questioned, his eyes filled with skepticism. Su Zhuo nodded, never once glancing at Su Qiming again. The officers asked no further questions, hurriedly transporting him to the hospital, while Su Qiming stood frozen, her heart a tumult of emotions. The sensation of the dagger lingered in her palm, the warmth of blood an indelible mark, piercing her heart. Su Zhuo's figure grew more distant until he vanished into the ambulance, leaving Su Qiming still in a daze. News soon arrived from the hospital. Su Zhuo's injuries were severe, his condition critical. The doctors advised family members to come and see him one last time. But Su Qiming did not go. Days turned into weeks, and she shut herself off from the world. She ceased to think of Su Zhuo, as if the brother who had once brewed soup for her and connected her with foreign doctors had vanished from her existence. Much later, one day, she inadvertently heard the news. Su Zhuo had passed away. When the news reached her, she was on set, surrounded by a bustling crowd. Yet it felt as if the world had suddenly come to a halt. The sounds around her blurred, and her chest felt as if pierced by an invisible blade. She stood rigidly, her heart hollow. She had not seen him one last time, nor had she attended his funeral. But now it was all over, and there would be no more chances. In that moment, tears fell uncontrollably. She had believed she could find closure, yet the pain in her chest deepened. After Su Zhuo's death, Su Qiming lived almost mechanically. Su Long suddenly became very attentive, bringing her to his villa, placing her in the finest room, and assigning numerous bodyguards and servants to care for her. Everyone treated her with utmost respect, as if she were still the beloved movie queen. She had thought Su Long genuinely cared for her, even believing that this sole surviving brother might be her only reliance in this world. However, the truth was like a knife, slicing brutally through her existence. One day, while inadvertently eavesdropping on a conversation between Su Long and his investors in the villa, she stood at the top of the staircase, gripping the banister tightly, her ears filled with their cold, heartless words. As long as Su Qiming is still alive, my plan will not fail. She has completely lost sight of the truth. Let her continue living like this. Su Qiming's heart constricted violently. At that moment, she could hardly breathe. She felt an invisible void in her heart expanding, anguish surging forth to fill her entire chest. She finally understood. Su Long's concern was merely for his own gain. He only needed her alive as a fade to placate the skeptical investors and the outside world. And the fifth sister, whom she thought had been killed by Su Zhuo, had in fact been murdered by Su Long. As for the seventh sister's disappearance, that too was orchestrated by Su Long. Her world crumbled. She realized she had been mistaken all along. From the very beginning, she had erred. She had believed Su Zhuo to be the enemy, when in truth, he was the one who loved her most dearly. The true demon was the one she had always trusted and depended upon, Su Long. Chapter 35. Your sister is here to pick you up. Tears mingled with anguish cascaded from Su Qiming's eyes. She found herself unable to forgive either herself or Su Long. She yearned for mutual destruction with Su Long, seeking vengeance not only for herself, but also for her 6 sisters and Su Zhuo. That fateful night, Su Qiming sought out Su Long's chamber. However, Su Long had anticipated her move and commanded his subordinates to imprison her. After a grueling struggle, she managed to escape. Weary and staggering, arriving at Su Zhuo and Appo's grave. Having lost everything, a tumultuous blend of hatred and regret weighed heavily upon her, nearly suffocating her. Before Su Zhuo and Appo's tombstone, she could no longer contain her despair and wept uncontrollably, her tears flowing like a breached dam from her heart, which was riddled with wounds. I'm sorry, Xiao Zhuo. I was wrong. She knelt on the ground, gripping the cold gravestone tightly, her sobs echoing as the pain within her soul burned like a fierce flame. In that moment, she realized that Zhuo had been the one who truly cared for and protected her. Yet she had persistently misunderstood and hurt him until he departed from her world. Uncertain of how long she had cried, a deep voice resonated from behind her. Miss Su. Su Qiming lifted her gaze in confusion, finding a middle-aged police officer in uniform standing before her. His expression was somber, and he held a thick notebook in his hands. Who are you? Su Qiming asked, her vision blurred by tears and her voice hoarse. I am an officer from the Haiqing Public Security Bureau, he replied, his tone calm, yet burdened. I have something to show you. He then extended the notebook towards her. Su Qiming hesitated for a moment before accepting it. As she opened the first page, familiar handwriting appeared before her, Zhuo's. Her hands trembled violently, and tears once again clouded her vision. It was a series of heartfelt messages addressed to her. Second sister, I know you may never like me, and will always despise me, but I have never blamed you. You sacrificed so much for so long, and I do not harbor hatred for you. For you were once the closest person to me. In truth, I have always been protecting you. You just never knew. Each line pierced Su Qiming's heart like a dagger. Her tears fell incessantly onto the pages, blurring the ink. She continued to read. Finding that the words were filled with Zhuo's concern for her during his time in prison, his handwriting grew increasingly erratic, clearly reflecting the deterioration of his health over time, yet he persisted in documenting his longing for her. A director has been slandering you online. I couldn't help but confront him. I know I could be sentenced for this, but I am willing to bear all consequences for you. You are my second sister, and I cannot allow anyone to hurt you like this. If it weren't for your lingering feelings for so long, I would have killed him. After all, a life for a life would be worth it. Upon reaching this point, Su Qiming's sorrow became nearly unbearable. During her 3 years abroad for treatment, Zhuo had fought fiercely to protect her and ultimately received a 3-year prison sentence. She turned to the last page of the diary. Second sister, once you heal your voice, I will be in the front row to watch your performance. At this, Su Qiming could no longer restrain herself. She clutched the diary tightly to her chest, weeping openly. She finally understood that Zhuo had never harbored resentment towards her. Instead, he had silently safeguarded her during her darkest moments. Yet she had directed all her hatred, misunderstanding, and indifference towards him. Until the very end, he had continued to protect her, even when engulfed in despair. How profoundly she had erred. I'm sorry, Zhuo. I'm so sorry. Tears streamed down her face, her voice choked with emotion, the anguish and remorse within her rendering her nearly incapacitated. The officer stood behind her, silently observing the scene, letting out a sigh. Yet this was the price she had to pay, forever burdened by guilt and pain for losing Zhuo. 3 days later, in a dimly lit bathroom, Su Qiming slashed her wrist, her consciousness gradually fading into darkness. Just as she believed she would vanish from this world, a sudden icy sensation jolted her, and a blinding light flashed through her mind. She abruptly opened her eyes, gasping for breath, realizing she was no longer seated in the bathtub but rather in the back seat of a car. The familiarity of her surroundings sent a jolt to her heart. I am still alive? Her gaze darted around the vehicle. It was the car her eldest sister had gifted her on her 22nd birthday. Everything exactly as she remembered. No, wait. Is this my rebirth? She was taken aback, her hand flying to her mouth as memories of her past life surged forth, as if she had just traversed through them. Zhuo's demise, her regret, and her anguish, all intertwined, causing her heart to ache once more. Is this fate, granting me a second chance? She was astonished, exhilarated, yet somewhat bewildered. However, in a fleeting moment of joy, she suddenly realized she had just left Zhuo in that cursed village. Her heart sank, and the color drained from her face. Quick! Turn around. We must return immediately. Su Qiming and Appo's voice trembled with urgency, her demeanor akin to a startled cat. Her tone was so insistent that it startled the driver. To the village, hurry. The driver, caught off guard by her sudden panic, nonetheless complied, swiftly turning the car around and speeding towards the ominous village. Su Qiming sat in the back seat, her mind a whirlwind, her hands clenched into fists, fingertips trembling slightly. The image of Zhuo filled her thoughts, his frail figure, his silent gaze, and the myriad moments she had once overlooked now pierced her heart like needles. Zhuo, wait for me. This time, I will not allow you to suffer any harm. As the car drew nearer to the village, darkness enveloped the sky, swallowing the distant mountains. The closer they got, the more uneasy Su Qiming felt. She abruptly shut her eyes, memories of Su Zhuo collapsing before her resurfacing, how he had been so weak. Nearly unable to stand, pale as a ghost, yet still striving to endure the pain, whispering, "It's all right, sister, I can hold on. Xiaozhua, I cannot lose you again," she vowed silently, her teeth clenched, nails digging into her palm. Su Qiming picked up her phone and dialed her third sister. Su Qian. After a few rings, the call connected, accompanied by the sounds of hurried footsteps and tense breaths in the background. "Third sister, I need your help. Xiaozhua is missing and may be in a perilous situation. Are you in Australia on a mission? Can you send a rescue team?" On the other end, Su Qian, clad in combat gear, stood at the edge of a high-rise building, her keen eyes fixed on a distant, abandoned structure. Her tall, athletic frame was accentuated by a silver handgun holstered at her waist, her black ponytail dancing in the wind, her countenance exuding an air of undeniable strength. "Target acquired," she whispered to her team, her gaze unwavering as she focused on the fleeing figure in the distance. The fugitive was concealed within a dilapidated factory, clad in tattered clothing. Clutching a gun, panic etched across his face. He believed he had evaded capture, unaware that he was already in Su Qian and Apos' sights. She spoke quietly into her earpiece. "Prepare for action." Several team members swiftly melted into the shadows, surrounding the factory. Su Qian drew her handgun, her movements precise and decisive. Without a hint of hesitation, she narrowed her eyes, calmly aimed, her breath steady as her finger gently pressed the trigger. A gunshot echoed, and the fugitive fell to the ground, a bullet having unerringly pierced his brow, taking with it all his malevolence into the ether. The scene fell into silence for a few moments, soon broken by the astonished exclamations of the team members. "Good heavens, the captain's marksmanship is extraordinary. Truly, our most formidable sniper." Su Qian remained impassive, as though the events that had just transpired were merely a facet of her daily duties. She gently blew the smoke from the muzzle of her gun, turning to her subordinate beside her, instructing, "Secure the area." Just as she was about to continue with her mission briefing, a voice from Su Qiming's phone urged her again. "Third sister, are you listening? I need your help." "Xiaozhua." Su Qian hesitated for a moment, a flicker of cold derision crossing her gaze. "Su Zhuo, that little brat is missing. I have no time to waste searching for him. He has always been a nuisance." Su Qiming felt a tightening in her chest, surprised by Su Qian and Apos' indifference. She hurriedly responded, "Third sister, he is our brother. If we don't find him soon, something terrible will happen." Su Qian laughed coldly, her voice devoid of warmth. "What does Su Zhuo and Apos' disappearance have to do with me? Don and Apos, forget, I have never cared for him." Some of Su Qian and Apos' team members, engaged in tidying the scene, inadvertently overheard her words. Although they said nothing, astonishment flickered in their eyes. "Su Zhuo's fate is of no consequence to me." Su Qian ended the call, showing no intention of uttering another word. On the other end of the line, Su Qiming and Apos' face paled instantly, clutching her phone tightly. She could only silently pray for Su Zhuo's safety. On the hillside, Ying gently savored the lollipop Su Zhuo had given her, looking up to see Su Qiming stumbling towards her, recalling the moment when Su Qiming had abandoned Su Zhuo here. She waved her hand, summoning a gust of wind that rustled the surrounding trees as the sky darkened ominously. The wind grew fiercer, nearly toppling Su Qiming. She was knocked to the ground, sustaining several abrasions, blood oozing from her arms and knees. The wind carried an insidious chill, relentlessly assaulting her body. Observing this, Su Qiming's driver and bodyguard rushed forward, urging her to retreat. "Miss, the wind is too strong. You cannot remain here. Young Master Xiaolong is waiting for you at home." Yet Su Qiming shook her head, struggling to rise. Despite her body wavering perilously, she shouted Su Zhuo and Apos' name with fervor. "Xiaozhua, where are you? Your sister has come to fetch you." Ying stood nearby, coldly observing Su Qiming and Apos' anguish. At last, Su Qiming encountered a villager, who looked at her with grave concern and whispered, "The case has been resolved. Master Xiandang and his disciples have harmed many children, transforming them into spirits. Their bodies are buried on the mountain. The resentment is too strong. No one dares to approach." Su Qiming's heart plummeted, her vision blurred, overwhelmed by endless regret and terror. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she pushed past her bodyguard's attempts to restrain her, stumbling up the mountain. "Don't go. The resentment on the mountain is too strong. Living souls will face peril." The villagers shouted in fear, trying to grab her, but Su Qiming would not heed the warnings. Xiaozhua, she cried as she ran, tears mingling with sweat. Falling to the ground, the wind howled violently around her, echoing the cries of countless restless spirits, reverberating through the mountains, ignoring the searing pain in her feet. She fixated on the path ahead, Suzhua's frail figure haunting her thoughts. Would he be scared? Would he feel despair? Where was he now? She nearly broke down, questioning herself, yet found no answers. Repeatedly calling Suzhua's name in her heart, she was met only with the chilling wind in response. I'm sorry. Xiaozhua. I and Appos. Am so sorry. Su Qiming wept uncontrollably, knowing she must find him, even if he could never forgive her, even if it was too late. She finally arrived at the hillside rumored to conceal the bodies of the children, looking up to see the mountaintop shrouded in ominous clouds. Chapter 36. Third Sister. I have come to escort you on your journey, miss. The bodyguard who had been accompanying her hurried after her, but halfway down, a sudden chill enveloped his ankle. Looking down, he was horrified to see his severed hand protruding from the sand. The bodyguard fled down the mountain in a frenzy. Su Qiming knelt on the cold slope, watching as the hand emerged from the earth, her heart feeling as though it were being sliced open inch by a dull blade, each breath igniting a searing pain in her chest. Zhuo, she murmured, fear beginning to grip her heart. Could that frail, youthful figure be buried here, waiting for her in solitude? The assistant and Appos' screams echoed in her ears, but she could not absorb any of it. Gently, her hands brushed against the icy severed hand, and the long-suppressed regret surged forth, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks, blurring her vision. No, it cannot be. Trembling, she touched the loose soil and began to dig fervently, disregarding the pain of stones and thorns piercing her skin. Soon, her fingertips were lacerated by sharp earth and stones, blood seeping out and staining the ground, yet she seemed oblivious, madly clawing at the hard soil. Her bloodied hands had grown numb, but she persisted stubbornly, her gaze losing its luster, becoming lifeless and desolate, only one voice remaining in her mind. It cannot be you. Little Zhuo, it cannot be you. If it truly is you, what shall I do? She gritted her teeth, tears plummeting onto the mound, obscuring her sight. In her frantic digging, the spirits of the deceased children were disturbed, their heads popping up from their resting places, pleading, Hey, stop digging. Please, do not disturb my grave. A small boy in a tattered red dress floated over, shaking his head with a sigh. This sister. We have been lying here for quite some time. Please spare me. Another ghost, clutching a toy bear, pouted angrily. I was sleeping peacefully, truly. Su Zhuo and Ying sat atop the slope, exchanging puzzled glances. Su Zhuo furrowed his brow, contemplating. Strange, why is she suddenly so concerned about me? Ying pondered for a moment and replied, Could it be she fears you are not completely dead and wishes to confirm? Indeed, that is quite plausible. Su Zhuo nodded earnestly, finding some merit in this analysis. Before long, overwhelmed by her emotions, Su Qiming suddenly rolled her eyes back and collapsed softly onto the soil. When Su Qiming awoke, she found herself lying in an unfamiliar room, simply yet neatly arranged, with gentle light streaming in, imbued with a touch of morning warmth. As she groggily sat up, she caught sight of a slender figure beside her, Su Qian, who wore a slight frown as she gazed at her. Su Qian was tall and graceful, her coldly beautiful features rendered even more exquisite in the soft light. Dressed in a fitted military green coat, she accentuated her straight waist and long legs, her delicate face tinged with a hint of anger, her eyes radiating a calm sharpness, akin to a thorny rose in the desert. The town mayor busily poured tea nearby, stealing glances at the two beauties before him, scarcely believing his eyes, such remarkable figures. Standing before him simultaneously, he rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. You two young ladies are truly celestial beings descended to earth. I have never seen anyone more beautiful in my life. Miss Qiming appears even more radiant than on television, and Captain Su is indeed a heroine among women. Yet neither acknowledged him. Su Qian regarded the flustered Su Qiming with an impassive expression. She spoke coolly, I am merely here on someone else's errand to find someone. Do not overthink it. With tear-filled eyes, Su Qiming implored, Qian Qian, please help me find little Zhuo. He may be nearby. Su Qian lowered her gaze, her voice as frigid as ice. An inconsequential person, why must you cling to his life or death? That troublesome little ghost should leave the Su family sooner rather than later, for everyone's benefit. At that moment, a team member rushed in, his expression grave. "Captain Su, we have just unearthed the body of a young boy. Judging by his stature, he appears to be around 6 years old, dressed in a blue shirt and black pants." The mention of a blue shirt and black pants struck Su Qiming like a bolt from the blue, her world collapsing in an instant. She stared blankly at the team member, then shoved aside anyone in her path and stumbled toward the excavation site. When she saw the boy's body on the ground, she fell to her knees, hands cradling the small garment, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, "Little Zhuo. No, it cannot be you. No." However, behind her, Su Qian watched the scene with indifference, her heart remarkably composed. She inwardly scoffed, secretly telling herself that such an outcome might not be a bad thing after all. Su Qiming wept uncontrollably, nearly fainting on the ground. With all her strength, she cried out Little Zhuo's name, gently grasping the tiny corpse's hand, staring for a long while, before abruptly exclaiming, "No, he has 6 fingers. This is not Su Zhuo." Su Qian, growing impatient, furrowed her brow and coldly replied, "Second sister, you are mistaken. Su Zhuo has 6 fingers. This is indeed Su Zhuo." She turned to the team member and commanded, "Immediately arrange for a death certificate and expedite this matter." Su Qiming struggled to rise, blocking Su Qian's path as she cried out, "No, I know Little Zhuo is still alive." Su Qian's gaze was icy, seemingly uninterested in further discussion. She sidestepped Su Qiming and waved her hand, instructing others to remove the body. She certainly knew that the child was not Su Zhuo. She had merely heard that Su Wanga and Su Ningyue and Apos' attitudes towards Su Zhuo had recently shifted. Observing Su Qiming and Apos' state, it seemed that Su Zhuo's permanent disappearance might be the best outcome, as long as they deceived Su Qiming first and procured a death certificate for Su Zhuo. Then that person would cease to exist in this world. As for the identity of that boy, they could issue a supplementary certificate once it was clarified. With this plan in mind, Su Qian instructed the team before returning to the temporary lodging arranged by the mayor for some rest. In the stillness of the night, Su Qian fell into a deep slumber beneath the dim moonlight, only to be abruptly awakened by a chilling breeze rising from her feet. In her hazy state, she found herself enveloped in a thick mist. From within the fog emerged an elderly figure, long white beard flowing, robes billowing. Gazing directly at her, the Su family's fate has run its course, calamity descends, and the decree of heaven is revealed. Su Qian looked into the depths of those lake-like eyes, wishing to speak but finding herself unable to utter a sound. In the next moment, the scene before her shifted abruptly to the dilapidated and desolate Su family estate. The stone lions at the entrance were cloaked in moss, the once exquisite carvings covered in dust. The flowers and grasses in the courtyard were withered and decayed, the entire estate resembling a lifeless shell stripped of vitality. Her gaze turned toward the main hall, once adorned with portraits of Su ancestors, now shrouded in cobwebs. Several strangers moved furniture, packing ancestral calligraphy and decorations as if they were auctioneers preparing items for sale. Those belongings that once belonged to the Su family were now mere commodities awaiting the highest bidder. Su Qian's gaze was drawn further away, where she vaguely saw several coffins, each bearing the names of her sisters, Su Wanga, Su Ningyue. Each name weighed heavily on her heart. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed around her, cold as the frost of winter, sending shivers down Su Qian and Apos' spine. She turned to see a figure standing in the shadows, slowly advancing. "Third sister, I have come to escort you on your journey." Chapter 37. A guiding light for you. Su Qian recoiled in terror as a burst of white light erupted, causing the young man to scream as he staggered backward, swiftly dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. Suddenly, a gentle yet resolute voice resonated in her ear. "Do not be alarmed. The Su family is still under the protection of the Z-Way star. Even a malevolent force with sinister intentions cannot easily stir trouble." Upon hearing this, Su Qian and Apos' heart calmed slightly, though her confusion lingered. She attempted to discern the identities of the protective Z-Way star and the hidden malevolent force, but found herself at a loss. Her fragmented dream abruptly shattered, and Su Qian awoke with a heart full of doubts. The faint morning light seeped into the room, illuminating her weary face. "The malevolent force," she murmured softly, an image of Su Zhuo flashing inexplicably in her mind. She harbored a faint suspicion that this malevolent force might indeed be Su Zhuo. However, when she thought of Su Long, a sense of reassurance washed over her. Su Long had always been obedient and understanding, deeply cherished by his elder sisters, gentle and docile. seemingly embodying the image of the protective Z-Way star from her dream. As these thoughts settled in her mind, Su Qian began to organize her thoughts and gradually found her composure. In the afternoon, at the suggestion of the mayor's wife, she visited the local temple reputed for its efficacy. The temple master handed her a piece of talisman paper, which she held in her hands. The paper slightly yellowed with age, its intricate ink patterns exuding an aura of antiquity. The temple master cautioned her, "This talisman must be used at dusk. Write the name of the person you wish to curse upon it, and it will assuredly afflict them with malevolent spirits, rendering them nearly impossible to survive. If they harbor resentment, they will suffer even more in death, unable to transcend." Su Qian nodded slightly. She retrieved a pen, focused her mind, and prepared to inscribe Zhuo and Apo's name. Yet, an image suddenly flashed in her mind, causing her to freeze, the pen poised but unmoving. "What is it?" The mayor, noticing her pause, looked on with concern. "It's nothing," Su Qian quickly reassured him, intending to write the name, but suddenly feeling tethered by a memory. A hazy vision emerged before her, illuminated by the soft glow of a Buddhist lamp and the distant chime of temple bells, reminiscent of a faraway dawn. She saw herself lying weakly on a hospital bed, surrounded by a cold desolation, the scent of medicine pervading the air. Often, a familiar figure silently watched over her bedside. The scene shifted, revealing Zhuo, now a grown man, kneeling before the Buddha, eyes tightly shut, fervently praying. He whispered, "If my third sister can recover, let me bear all misfortunes in her stead." Yet, her condition showed no signs of improvement. The image transformed again, depicting Zhuo on a winding, steep mountain path. Barefoot, he prostrated himself with each step, ascending towards the temple at the summit. With every laborious motion, he knelt on the rugged trail, hands touching the ground, forehead pressed against the cold stone, his devotion seeming to surrender his very soul to the heavens. From dawn to dusk, his pallid complexion bore witness to his fatigue. Veins pulsing at his temples, his body swaying precariously, yet his resolve never faltered. The mountain trail was long and winding, but he continued his prostrations, utterly focused. Upon reaching the temple, Zhuo personally lit 3,000 Buddhist lamps, igniting each tiny flame with care. Countless lights flickered within the hall. And kneeling amidst this sea of illumination, he murmured his wishes, as if pouring every ounce of hope into those faint glimmers. In that moment, he appeared both tender and resolute, like countless stars igniting the night sky, fiercely devoted to guarding her. Miraculously, her health gradually improved thereafter. Yet, Zhuo fell ill. Lying weakened upon a bed, resembling a lifeless doll, shattered and heart-wrenching. He gazed at her with fragile eyes, smiling gently as he said, "You have finally recovered, third sister." Tears welled uncontrollably in Su Qian's eyes. Her heart pricked as if by a sharp thorn, igniting a sensation she had never felt before. Rubbing her temples, she attempted to dispel the emotion. "It's all a fabrication, a mere illusion." Surely, the fatigue from her recent missions had conjured these hallucinations. Su Qian focused on the blank space on the talisman paper before her, ultimately stubbornly inscribing Zhuo's name, as if doing so might restore everything to her anticipated course. As night descended, Su Qian sat alone in her room, an inexplicable unease creeping into her heart. Drowsiness gradually enveloped her, and she sank into slumber. In her dreams, a mist swirled around her, the silence almost suffocating. Suddenly, a deep and authoritative voice pierced the air, cold and unyielding. "Your choice will bring ruin upon the Su family." Su Qian trembled at the proclamation, lifting her gaze only to see nothing but the haze. "What do you mean? Have I erred in some way?" she called out, seeking clarity, but darkness surrounded her. The voice echoed coldly in her ears. "If you persist, the Su family shall face annihilation because of you." The dreamscape seemed to tear apart, the scene shifting abruptly as Su Qian witnessed the Su family crumbling amidst a wasteland, their former glory now extinguished. Familiar sights were draped in a layer of cold ash, the grim conclusion leaving her chilled to the bone. She struggled to scream, yet her voice was trapped in her throat. She desperately sought to awaken but remained ensnared in the dream, the authoritative voice whispering incessantly in her ears. Slicing through her soul, "Your actions shall bring ruin." Startled awake, Su Qian gasped for breath, her palms slick with cold sweat. Outside, the sky loomed ominously. As if a storm were imminent, faint rumbles of thunder echoing, as if heaven itself were enraged. Clutching the blanket tightly, she recalled the weather forecast, which had promised sunny days ahead. How could the winds howl and thunder crash so suddenly? Turning her gaze, Su Qian spotted the talisman paper. An incredible thought arose within her, The only thing she had done in recent days was seek this talisman, and now this dream had unfolded. Could it be that her misstep was in requesting this talisman? After a moment's contemplation, Su Qian grasped the talisman, but then picked up the pen from her bedside table, methodically striking through the name she had inscribed. Before long, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and sunlight streamed through the clouds, banishing the darkness in an instant. Chapter 38. The choice between Su Long and Su Zhuo. Sushi gazed out at the clear sky, sunlight filtering through the clouds and casting a warm glow upon the roof. She bit her lip, reluctant to accept the notion that Su Zhuo was indeed the Zhuo star referenced in her dreams. Recalling the temple from her vision, she remembered a plaque inscribed with the words Fanjing Temple, prompting her to investigate its existence. By what seemed to be a stroke of fate, she discovered that the temple was real and not far from her location. Determined to seek further clues, Sushi decided to visit the temple. Entering Fanjing Temple, she was met with a resplendent hall adorned with ancient Buddhist statues, the flickering candlelight casting an ethereal ambience. A solemn and mysterious aura enveloped the temple. With a mix of emotions, Sushi made her way toward the back mountains. Unlike in her dream, the area was not illuminated by eternal lamps, nor was there any sign of Su Zhuo bowing at every step. The surroundings were still, save for the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. She paused, feeling her unease dissipate. This reality starkly contrasted her dream, affirming its falsehood. At that moment, the abbot emerged from the hall, clad in a dark robe, his steps measured and his countenance benevolent. "What brings you here, my child?" he inquired. Sushi bowed slightly and replied, "Master, I dreamt that our family was on the brink of great calamity. Can you enlighten me about this matter?" The abbot regarded her in silence for a moment before gesturing for her to follow him deeper into the temple. "Perhaps your dream holds a kernel of truth," he began, his voice resonating in the tranquil courtyard. The Zhuo star represents the guardian of righteousness in the world, while the Sha star symbolizes impending disaster. To discern between the two lies within the clarity of your heart. Sushi was taken aback, doubt flooding her mind. She had suspected Su Long to be the Sha star. Yet her dream had shown Su Zhuo praying for her well-being. Shaking her head, she asked urgently, "Master, how can one know who is the Sha star and who is the Zhuo star?" The abbot turned slowly. "If the Zhuo star truly resides beside you, he will manifest his goodwill through action, while the Sha star's malevolence will follow him like a shadow. Have you ever witnessed someone making sacrifices for you?" A jolt of realization coursed through Su Xia's memories flashed before her eyes. She recalled Su Zhuo praying for her during her illness, ascending the mountain with reverence, and the eternal lamps. These visions were too vivid to dismiss as mere illusions. They suggested that Su Zhuo had expended every effort to protect her. Yet, if the dream held any truth, then Su Long must indeed be the Sha star, and Su Zhuo the Zhuo star. Her voice trembled as she grappled with this unsettling truth. The abbot nodded slowly. "Dreams guide you toward the truth, yet the ultimate choice must come from within. Each heart possesses its own scale." Su Xiandapo's heart raced, overwhelmed by the weight of her thoughts, as she unconsciously followed the abbot deeper into the temple. She lifted her gaze, suddenly feeling a gentle breeze that carried the scent of sandalwood. Looking into the distance, she was astonished to see twinkling lights atop the mountain. The eternal lamps, just as in her dream, began to glow, illuminating the entire peak. The scene before her mirrored her dream precisely. This was the very place where Su Zhuo had prayed for her. Her heart quickened. Could it be that the dream was not merely a figment of her imagination? Just as she was processing this revelation, a message from her subordinate interrupted her thoughts. "Captain, it's bad news. Young Master Su Long's convoy was ambushed on the road, and he has been kidnapped." Su Xiandapo's eyes widened in shock, her heart clenching painfully. Just moments ago, she had suspected Su Long to be the Sha star and had summoned him to the temple for guidance. Now, it seemed her doubts had led to dire consequences. Was this a warning from fate? "Su Long, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you." Her palms turned cold as she sprang to her feet, neglecting to bid farewell to the abbot, rushing down the mountain. "Quickly, assemble a rescue team," she ordered as she ran. Despite the turmoil in her mind, she could not accept the possibility of her brother being in danger. The thought of losing Su Long was unbearable. The rescue team swiftly gathered, equipped with the most advanced search and rescue technology, including satellite positioning systems, infrared detectors, and special scent tracking devices, even bringing along trained rescue dogs. "Su Long cannot be harmed. We must find him." After an entire day of frantic searching, They finally discovered a trace of Su Long at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts. The atmosphere outside was oppressive and eerie, a chilling aura permeating the air. Su Shi inhaled deeply, leading her team cautiously toward the entrance. Suddenly, a tall woman appeared at the door, confronting Su Shi. With a chilling smile, she spoke. You and Appos, VE finally arrived, Su Shi. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped Su Long? Su Shi demanded, her hands trembling with fear for her beloved brother and Appos' safety. I am Lang Shui, the woman replied with disdain, her voice dripping with arrogance. Your arrival today is merely to present you with a choice. As the warehouse doors creaked open, Lang Shui stepped aside, revealing Su Long bound to a pillar in a white shirt. Su Zhuo stood quietly beside him, unbound and devoid of fear, exhibiting an unsettling calmness. Lang Shui approached Su Zhuo, gently stroking his hair, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. What a delightful little boy you are, don't you agree, Su Shi? Unfortunately, I only need one of them. You must choose one, the other will perish. With that, she produced a glinting dagger from her sleeve, her gaze icy. You have 1 minute to decide whom to save. Choose one, and the other must die. Su Long, he cried out. Sister, save me. I don't want to die. I'm your brother. Release Su Long. Otherwise, I swear I will not let you escape. Su Shi and Appos' voice was firm, though her composure had shattered at the sight of her brother in peril. Su Zhuo's fate was of no concern to her. Lang Shui smirked coldly, the dagger ringing sharply in the air, its blade gleaming ominously. Chapter 39. Su Zhuo's choice. She cast a glance at Su Zhuo, who stood in the corner, her voice laced with menace. Do you truly not care about this little one's life? Then I shall, before your very eyes, eviscerate him and let you witness the price of your choice. Do as you wish, Su Qian retorted coldly. I and Appos, VE already stated. His life or death is of no concern to me. Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp pain gripped her heart, as though a cruel dagger had sliced through her chest. She fought to suppress the anguish, her voice unwavering as she shot back. His life is irrelevant to me. But should you dare lay a finger on Xiao Long, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Upon hearing Su Qian and Appos' response, Su Long and Appos' face broke into a smug smile. He sneered at Su Zhuo, his tone dripping with derision. Do you see? You are but a child abandoned by all. Sister cares only for me. Go on, hurry and die. Su Zhuo and Appos' gaze remained icy, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such indifference. Lang Shui raised a dagger, its tip aimed squarely at Su Zhuo's chest, seemingly poised to plunge down at any moment. Just as the dagger was about to strike, a fragment of unfamiliar memory suddenly flashed through Su Qian and Appos' mind. In a previous time, Su Long had matured, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, he had transformed into a kidnapper, holding both her and Su Zhuo captive. Su Wangu rushed in hastily, as Su Long forced her to choose between them. Bound tightly together, their lives hung by a thread. The glint of the assailant and Appos' blade shimmered ominously, while Su Wangu stood a short distance away, her gaze wavering between them, clearly torn. Save Xiao Zhuo first, she cried out. Yet, at that very moment, Su Zhuo suddenly broke free from her grasp, hurling himself towards Su Long's blade. The tip of the dagger pierced Su Zhuo's chest, blood gushing forth, staining his pristine attire crimson. Su Zhuo clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he uttered not a sound of pain. Seizing the fleeting moment of Su Long and Appos' shock, he lunged forward, enveloping him in an embrace as they both tumbled into the raging waters below the bridge. At that instant, the roar of the river seemed to consume all sound. While she stood frozen, her heart engulfed in confusion and disbelief. Xiao Zhuo, she cried out in anguish from the bridge, helplessly watching as Su Zhuo and Su Long vanished into the turbulent current. In a bid to save her, Su Zhuo had selflessly exchanged his own life. Memories surged like a tide in Su Qian's mind, her breath quickening as vivid images pierced her heart like daggers. Suddenly, Su Qian snapped back to reality, cold sweat trickling down her temples. How could this be? How could Xiao Long have kidnapped her? And how could she have shown such concern for Su Zhuo in a dream? Before her, Lang Shui still brandished the dagger, while Su Zhuo stood silently, reminiscent of his presence in her dream. In that dream, Su Zhuo had made a choice on Su Wanji's behalf, sacrificing his life for hers. Yet in reality, the one making the choice had become her. Now, she had to exchange Su Long and Appos' life for Su Zhuo and Appos'. Su Qian opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. Don and Appos, T. A voice rang out. Su Qiming rushed in, her gaze locking onto Su Zhuo, who sat beneath the knife. She felt her legs weaken, almost collapsing to the ground. Let him go. I will stay. Su Qiming struggled to maintain her composure, her voice trembling. The woman scoffed and shook her head disdainfully. Rules are rules. It's now a tie. I cannot release either of these children. Su Qiming's heart tightened. She could scarcely hear the voices around her, knowing that delaying would only place Su Zhuo in greater peril. I am a star, worth more than a little boy. I am willing to sacrifice myself for Xiao Zhuo. It is a bargain that benefits you. Su Long's face drained of color. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Su Qiming, his eyes brimming with hurt. Second sister. How could you choose him? I hate you. His voice was shrill and piercing, tears streaming down his face, rendering him both fragile and helpless. Su Qian's heart ached as if it were being cleaved in two. Xiaolong, Don and Appos, T cry. There is still third sister. She will ensure your safety. At that moment, a team member stealthily approached Su Qian, whispering, the sniper is ready. But we can only secure one advantageous position for the ambush. Due to the shooting angle, we can only prioritize saving one hostage. Su Qiming froze, her hands instinctively clenching. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. Qian, save Xiao Zhuo. Otherwise, you will regret it. Su Qiming urged in a hushed tone. She understood that if Su Qian made a wrong choice now, she would inevitably find herself ensnared in the depths of remorse and guilt, just as she had. Regrettably, Su Qian paid her no heed. Only one can be saved? Su Qian repeated softly. Qian, do not make a choice you will regret. Su Qiming gritted her teeth, lifting her gaze to Su Qian. Su Qian's expression was disturbingly calm, her eyes assessing the situation with an unsettling clarity, as though she had already made her decision. Xiaolong, Su Qian murmured, her tone devoid of inflection. Su Qiming was taken aback, her face contorting in shock as she looked at Su Qian. You choose Su Long? Su Qian merely cast her a cold glance, her resolve unwavering. He is the one I must protect. Su Qiming's heart twisted painfully. She understood Su Qian's obsession with Su Long. The woman remained silent, her gaze fixed coldly upon her. The sniper's rifle was already aimed, the bullet poised to be unleashed, and a heavy sense of oppression hung in the air. Don't. Su Qiming lunged towards Su Zhuo with a swiftness that took everyone by surprise. The sniper's finger was nearly on the trigger, yet at that split second, he hesitated. Su Qian's expression darkened, her voice laced with fury. Have you lost your mind, Su Qiming? Unmoved, Su Qiming shielded Su Zhuo protectively, enunciating each word. I will not allow anything to happen to Xiao Zhuo. Absolutely not. Su Qian glared at Su Zhuo with gritted teeth. This is all your fault. The woman chuckled lightly before delivering a brutal kick that sent Su Qiming sprawling, unceremoniously binding both her and Su Zhuo together. Next, the woman presented the dagger before Su Zhuo and Su Long, coldly stating, surviving is simple. Take up this dagger and stab her. Whoever strikes will ensure their own survival. Su Qian stood aside, her brow furrowed deeply as she firmly believed Su Zhuo would resort to violence to save himself, while she trusted that Su Long, despite his occasional capriciousness, would never harm second sister in such dire circumstances. She quietly instructed her subordinates to wait for the opportune moment. Once Su Zhuo acted, they would fire, determined to rescue Xiaolong. As for Su Qiming, her defending that little wretch was a consequence she had brought upon herself. The woman's gaze flickered between the two, watching them with keen interest. Come now, little ones, make your choice. Is it her, or is it yourself? Chapter 40. He never changed. The atmosphere in the room thickened momentarily as Su Long and Appos' hand slowly reached for the dagger offered by the woman. Give it to me, he said. A flicker of disbelief crossed Su Shi's eyes. She never anticipated that Su Long would so decisively grasp the cold blade. She stood frozen, her heart pierced as if by a dull knife, unable to reconcile the image of her usually gentle and harmless brother with the current reality of him accepting the dagger without hesitation. Su Qiming, bound and seated on the ground, fixed her gaze upon Su Long. As he took hold of the dagger, a chilling smile crept across her lips. So, you have always been so selfish and cruel, she murmured, her eyes devoid of the affection they once held, replaced instead by profound hatred. Holding the dagger, Su Long stood before Su Qiming, his hand trembling slightly. Sister, I'm sorry, I don't want to die. Su Qiming let out a cold laugh, her eyes gleaming with a mocking resolve. How blind I was to cherish you, only to discover you are nothing but a heartless wretch. Su Long raised the dagger, its blade glinting ominously as it sliced through the air, aimed relentlessly at Su Qimeng's chest. Even if I become a ghost, I will never forgive you. Su Qimeng did not struggle, merely locking her gaze on his Su Long. As the dagger pierced her skin, a surge of pain coursed through her body like an electric shock, yet her expression remained unchanged. Her eyes filled solely with deep-seated loathing. Blood flowed down the blade, staining her garments in a haunting red. Su Shi stood nearby, aghast, unable to fathom that Su Long would inflict such harm upon Su Qimeng. Despite Su Qimeng's recent change in attitude towards him, her love for Su Zhuo over the past 6 years had hardly diminished. Su Qimeng seemed to have grown numb to all pain, her gaze icy. "I hate you, Su Long," she whispered, blood escaping her lips along with her words. "Can you let me go?" Su Long's voice brimmed with a sense of triumph. The woman stood aside, watching with cold eyes, a satisfied smile curling her lips as she turned towards Su Zhuo. Eerie laughter echoed in the warehouse as she regarded Su Long, a glint of approval flashing in her eyes. "How brave you are, young master," she remarked coldly, tightening her grip on the dagger, her gaze now fixed on Su Zhuo, her face adorned with a cruel smile. "It seems today, the one destined to die is you." She raised the dagger high, its gleaming blade aimed directly at Su Zhuo. Su Qimeng's heart tightened, instinctively placing herself in front of him. Though her strength had waned and blood poured from her wound, she exerted every ounce of energy to shield Su Zhuo. "Don't worry about me, Xiao Zhuo, just run," she cried, tears welling in her eyes. However, Su Zhuo merely cast her a cold glance, unwilling to owe her any debt. Without hesitation, he pushed Su Qimeng aside, redirecting the woman's dagger towards her. Ready to strike. Seizing a rock from the ground, Su Zhuo hurled it at the woman's head with all his might. The stone struck true, catching her off guard and causing her to stumble and fall. Su Qimeng stared at the woman on the ground, memories of her past life flooding back, when Su Zhuo had similarly risked everything to protect her, unhesitatingly putting his life on the line. Though she had taken him for granted in her previous life, he had always silently guarded her in his own way. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, her heart aching beyond words. It dawned on her that Su Zhuo had never changed. He remained the brother willing to protect her. "Xiao Zhuo." Su Qimeng was filled with regret, tears streaming down her pale face. Finally managing to suppress her shock, Su Shi composed herself and directed her subordinates. "Now and Oppos, it's our chance. Go," she commanded coldly. Several bodyguards and rescue team members rushed forward, swiftly subduing the woman before she could react. The warehouse fell silent, broken only by the rapid breaths of a few individuals. Su Qimeng collapsed to the ground, her face streaked with tears, while Su Zhuo stood beside her, his expression impassive. "Take them to the hospital," Su Shi instructed calmly, casting a deep, complex glance at Su Zhuo as she approached. The blaring sirens of the ambulance pierced the air as the group was transported to the hospital. Upon arrival, the doctors immediately commenced emergency treatment. Though Su Qimeng was injured, she was fortunately not in grave danger, merely succumbing to a temporary faint due to her heightened stress. Su Shi remained silent, standing alone outside the ward, the turmoil of her emotions roiling within her. "Captain, your brother has awakened and is asking for you," one of her subordinates reported. Steeling herself, Su Shi made her way to Su Long and Oppos' hospital room. Su Long collapsed into her embrace, sobbing, "Sister, I didn't and Oppos. T mean to hurt sister too. I was just terrified of never seeing you again. I truly feared for my life." His hands clutched at Su Shi's sleeves desperately. Su Shi held him tightly, her heart swelling with compassion. "It's all right, don't be afraid. Your sister is here. No one can harm you," she reassured him gently, patting his back with affection. Wiping away his tears, Su Long continued, his voice trembling. "Sister, that woman. She kidnapped me all because of Su Zhuo." He told her that if she helped him, our sisters would pay her a hefty ransom. "I heard it with my own ears." Su Shi paused, her expression sharpening with suspicion. "You mean Su Zhuo instructed that woman to kidnap you?" "Yes." Su Long nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face. It was all Su Zhuo. His tearful eyes reflected a sense of deep injustice. Upon hearing these words, a blaze of fury ignited within Su Shi. She had already harbored doubts about Su Zhuo, and now Su Long's accusations solidified her belief in his betrayal. Rising with icy determination, she stormed towards Su Zhuo's room. Su Zhuo sat quietly on the edge of his bed, his demeanor calm. He glanced up at Su Shi, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. "Su Zhuo." Su Shi's voice was cold. "Why did you let that woman kidnap Xiao Long? Can't you tolerate him?" Do you think that if Xiaolong dies, we will favor you? Let me tell you, don't harbor such delusions. Someone like you will never be liked by anyone. Su Zhuo's expression remained indifferent. I didn't. Su Shi's rage erupted completely. Didn't? Xiaolong just told me everything. How dare you claim you didn't and amp? Oppos, to betray him. She advanced angrily, gripping Su Zhuo and amp. Oppos' arm tightly, pulling him to his feet. I knew it from the moment you returned to the Su family. You were destined to harm Xiaolong. Chapter 41. The true face of Su Long. Su Zhuo furrowed his brow, enduring the pain radiating from his arm, yet he spoke calmly. I have said. It is not my concern. Furious, Su Shi and Oppos' fingers trembled slightly, unwilling to hear any further justifications from Su Zhuo. Silence, she barked, roughly pulling him up from the bed. Leave. Get out of here. Her eyes brimmed with anger and disappointment as she forcefully ushered Su Zhuo out of the hospital. Su Zhuo stumbled slightly, his body colliding with the wall, yet he uttered not a word. He merely cast a quiet glance at Su Shi before silently turning away and making his way towards the hospital exit. Behind him, Su Shi continued to tremble with rage, her heart devoid of any relief, instead nurturing a vague sense of unease. She strove to suppress this feeling, coldly observing Su Zhuo and Oppos' retreating figure. Outside, the rain gradually intensified from a gentle patter to a torrential downpour, large droplets hammering against the window, creating a dull, thudding sound. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, blurring the outlines of the street scenes, while the air became imbued with a damp chill. The wind, mingled with rain, battered against the hospital's glass, allowing a frigid breeze to seep into the room. Standing in the hospital corridor, Su Zhuo allowed the rain to drench his clothes, rendering him thoroughly soaked and appearing even more fragile. A subordinate lingered at the door, hesitating for a moment before turning to implore Su Shi. Captain, with such heavy rain, let him come inside. He is just a child. If this continues, he will fall ill. With arms crossed, Su Shi stood by the window, unmoved. He must pay for his actions, she replied coldly. The rain fell relentlessly, washing away the figure of Su Zhuo until he became indistinct. He remained still, head bowed, allowing the rain to cascade down his face and drip from his soaked hair, his clothes clinging to his form, outlining his youthful, frail silhouette. Su Shi gazed resolutely at Su Zhuo, yet suddenly, an intense pain pierced through her mind, akin to a sharp blade. Clutching her head, her brow furrowed. And in the next moment, an unfamiliar scene flashed before her eyes. A staggering 50 million had inexplicably vanished from the Su family company's account, plunging the already beleaguered family into deeper turmoil. At that moment, Su Long had told her, Sister, I saw Su Zhuo sneak into eldest sister's room. At that time, Su Shi had trusted Su Long implicitly, rushing to confront Su Zhuo without hesitation, delivering a stinging slap across his face. How could you do this? Her voice echoed throughout the room. Su Zhuo's cheek instantly turned red and swollen, yet he refrained from arguing, merely gazing silently at Su Shi. Get out. Su Shi seethed, pointing towards the door. You do not deserve to remain in the Su family. Outside, the rain continued to pour down, and Su Shi, indifferent, stood at the entrance, watching as Su Zhuo quietly walked into the curtain of rain. His silhouette became increasingly obscured until it gradually vanished from her sight. The scene shifted, drawing Su Shi into a smoky, cacophonous casino. The dim lighting of the casino reflected off the sweat-soaked, greedy faces, while the air was thick with the sense of tobacco and alcohol, infused with a sense of decay. The card tables were filled with a motley assortment of individuals, gamblers with fierce expressions fixated solely on the stakes before them, as if the entire world revolved around the rise and fall of money. In the center of the table sat Su Long, appearing utterly dejected. His disheveled hair framed a face that bore the marks of desperation. Surrounded by a pile of lost chips, his expression a mix of fervor and the madness characteristic of a gambler at the end of his rope. As Su Shi burst into the casino, witnessing Su Long's disheartened demeanor as he clutched his last card, her heart sank. Su Long, what are you doing? She exclaimed, slamming her hand against the table in an attempt to rouse him. Su Long lazily lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes filled with disdain, and then, as if impervious to her fury, he resumed his intense focus on the card in his hand. Seeing that she could not retrieve Su Long and Oppos' sanity, Su Shi approached to pull him up, but he abruptly stood, shoving her away. She stumbled back, nearly losing her balance. Get away. Do you have any idea that you have squandered all the money at home? You are destroying the entire Su family. Su Shi questioned loudly. Su Long and Appo's expression shifted, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Clearly, he had lost. Sister, he suddenly changed his tone, kneeling before Su Shi, a false smile plastered across his face. I was wrong. I realized my mistakes. Please lend me some money. I can surely turn things around. Sister, please, save me. He pleaded incessantly, clutching her legs as though grasping at a final lifeline. Su Shi gazed at the Su Long before her, the once promising brother now reduced to a wretched gambler. Pain surged within her heart as she attempted to reason with him. Xiaolong, wake up. You have sunk too deep. If you continue to gamble, you will ruin yourself and the Su family. However, Su Long's demeanor shifted once more. He lifted his head, the plea in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a fierce and malevolent glare. Since you refuse to help me, do not blame me for being ungracious. He abruptly stood, violently snatching Su Shi's ring, phone, necklace, and bag, disregarding her struggles as he forcefully pushed her to the ground. You've lost your mind. Su Shi gasped, her wrist and shoulder throbbing from the impact. Su Long paid her no heed, hastily fleeing towards the counter to exchange the stolen items for chips, returning to the table to continue gambling. Exhausted, Su Shi leaned against the wall outside the casino, the cold wind causing her to shiver as waves of pain coursed through her heart. She glanced at her injured wrist, tears silently slipping down her cheeks. Just as despair threatened to consume her, Zhuo appeared unexpectedly, holding an umbrella as he approached her silently. Sister, come with me. Zhuo's voice was gentle, like a warm breeze dispersing the shadows in her heart. Su Shi looked up at him, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Not long ago, she had expelled him from their home, yet here he stood before her, just like in their childhood, offering her shelter from the rain. I'm sorry. Su Shi choked out. Zhuo did not reproach her. He simply shook his head gently and offered her a clean jacket. As she donned the jacket, warmth began to seep back into her body, melting away the chill within her heart, bit by bit, under Zhuo's kindness. Observing her tattered clothing, Zhuo unhesitatingly took her to the nearest mall, selecting several new outfits for her and even purchasing a new phone. Do you not resent me? She asked softly. Zhuo smiled tenderly, not at all. They ventured into a restaurant where Zhuo ordered her favorite dish. Seated across from one another, despite the absence of superfluous conversation, Su Shi felt a long-lost warmth enveloping her. Zhuo attentively served her food and inquired if she would like some hot soup. Yet, upon returning home that night, the figure at the entrance sent a chill racing through her heart. Chapter 42. Su Long's deceit. Sister, I realize my mistakes. I beg you, please help me once more. Su Qian's heart softened at his plea. She intended to approach and assist Su Long, but at that moment, his gaze turned icy. He swiftly drew a dagger from behind and fixed a cold stare upon her. If you refuse to lend me money, do not blame me for my actions. Su Qian was jolted awake from her reverie, her chest rising and falling rapidly, as if she had just escaped from a nightmare. The memory of the dream lingered, her heartbeat still unsettled, as if those fragments were vividly replaying before her eyes. She blinked forcefully, repeatedly reassuring herself. It was all an illusion, nothing but a fabrication. Yet, for reasons unknown, every detail of that dream remained strikingly clear. Su Long's desperate pleas, his sinister grin, the chilling dagger, and the warmth of Zhuo echoed in her mind. She struggled to regulate her breathing, forcing herself to regain composure. Nevertheless, the images from the dream, particularly the sight of Su Long wielding the dagger, continued to send shivers down her spine. Gently, Su Qian pushed open Su Long's hospital room door and stepped inside. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed where Su Long was engrossed in his phone, his fingers incessantly swiping across the screen. Upon noticing Su Qian's entrance, he hastily flipped the phone screen away, an expression of guilt momentarily crossing his face, before adopting an innocent smile. Sister, you're here. A flicker of doubt crossed Su Qian's mind, but seeing Su Long's naive demeanor quickly assuaged her concerns. She settled beside him, grasping his hand gently. Little Long, remember, never engage in gambling. The consequences are dire once you get involved. Su Long widened his eyes, feigning innocence. Sister, what is gambling? Seeing her brother's demeanor, Su Qian finally felt reassured. She gently patted his back, urging him to rest well. However, that evening, Su Qian stumbled upon something peculiar. Upon checking her phone, she discovered a multitude of recent recharge records in her account. The more she examined them, the more perplexed she became. They were all for a game named City of Sin. She had never heard of this game before, but out of curiosity, she downloaded it, only to find the visuals rife with violence, gambling, and criminal undertones. The game was set in a city dominated by gangs, betting, and underground crime, where players built their criminal empires, controlling casinos, underground fighting rings, and illicit trade to amass wealth. The in-game currency relied heavily on recharges, and gambling was its mainstay. Su Qian was taken aback. She had never participated in such games. So how could there be such records? She quickly checked her transaction history and found that all these transactions had occurred that very day. The amounts were substantial, sending a wave of dread through her. Regaining her composure, Su Qian recalled Su Long and Appo's furtive behavior earlier. Could it be him? She approached Su Long and Appo's bedside, softly inquiring, "Su Long, did you recharge on your phone?" His expression shifted abruptly, and he shook his head vehemently. "Sister, I did not. It must have been Su Zhuo. He stole my phone yesterday." Su Qian regarded Su Long with a measure of skepticism. She had distinctly seen him stealthily using his phone, and his words were undoubtedly deceitful. Instead of confronting him directly, she silently exited the room, positioning herself in the corridor to observe through the door and Appo's crack. After a moment, believing his sister had left, Su Long retrieved his phone from under the covers and resumed playing. He erupted in frustration at the screen, cursing, "Why won't this wretched game let me win? I've spent so much already." Witnessing this, Su Qian's heart tightened. Su Long's current demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual obedient self. His frantic behavior resembled the adult version of him she had envisioned at a gaming table, sending chills down her spine. Su Qian struggled to reconcile the child before her with her innocent little brother. At that moment, a subordinate approached, whispering, "Captain, I've brought your brother to my dorm. He was caught in the rain and now has a high fever. You should check on him or have a doctor examine him." Su Qian's brow furrowed slightly, her tone icy. "A fever? That is the punishment he deserves. Do not administer any medication for now. Let him come to his senses and realize his wrongdoings." The subordinate hesitated, gently suggesting, "That boy is quite obedient. This kidnapping may not have been instigated by him. Please don't be too harsh. After all, he is still just a child." At this, Su Qian felt a flicker of uncertainty. Reflecting on Su Long's earlier deception, doubts began to surface within her. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, she turned to her subordinate and commanded, "Go interrogate that woman." Chapter 43. How peculiar. Had she not always been indifferent towards him? Soon, Su Qian's subordinates hastily arrived to report back to her. In a hushed tone, she said, "Captain, after investigation, it appears that the woman's actions are driven not by any other motives, but by a desire for revenge against you." "Revenge against me?" Su Qian furrowed her brow, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. "Why would she seek revenge? I have no grievances against her." Her subordinate hesitated, yet continued, "You should recall that Cold Snow's husband, the fugitive you personally eliminated not long ago, is indeed her spouse." Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, memories of the recent operation flooding back. The fugitive had been ruthless, leading a band of criminals wreaking havoc in the city, ultimately falling at her hands. At that time, she had thought little of it, merely fulfilling her duty to uphold justice. "So that is the case," Su Qian murmured softly, her hands instinctively clenching. She realized she had misjudged Su Zhuo. Noticing her prolonged silence, her subordinate cautiously interjected, "Captain, to be fair, your brother has done nothing wrong." Su Qian's frown deepened, emotion swirling within her. Rationality insisted that Su Zhuo was innocent, that she had indeed misunderstood him. Yet, another sentiment prevented her from relinquishing her biases against him. Her thoughts drifted back to when Su Zhuo first joined the Su family. She vividly recalled an incident when he had intentionally added mango powder to her meal, knowing she was allergic, nearly disfiguring her face. The swelling had been so severe that she could scarcely be recognized, and it took over a month of treatment to recover. That incident had planted a deep-seated aversion towards Su Zhuo in her heart. "That boy, he is nothing but trouble," Su Qian muttered to herself. With a deep breath, her demeanor turned cold. "Inform them to disregard Su Zhuo. I no longer wish to concern myself with his affairs." That night, after a long day of toil, Su Qian lay exhausted on the hospital bed, yearning for a moment of tranquility to soothe her restless spirit. Yet, from the adjoining room, a cacophony of enraged shouts pierced the air. The sounds fluctuated wildly, interspersed with the raucous effects of a video game. It was evident that Su Long was once again engrossed in gaming, his emotions running high. Finally unable to endure, Su Qian seized her pillow and pressed it firmly against her ears, desperate to muffle the cacophony. However, despite her efforts, the uproar from next door remained painfully audible. as if resonating directly in her ears. With a weary sigh, she sat up and swiftly accessed her phone, locating the intimate payment feature she had set up for Su Long, and decisively disabled it. As anticipated, the raucous gaming sounds abruptly ceased, enveloping the room in an unexpected silence, as if all noise had been effectively muted. Su Qian exhaled in relief and reclined back onto the bed, finally able to rest in peace. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow throughout the room. Outside, birds chirped merrily in the branches, heralding the dawn of a new day. The air was imbued with the fresh, damp essence of morning, stirred gently by a soft breeze, invigorating her senses. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Su Qian sat up, her mood slightly lifted. Just as she prepared to rise for her morning routine, she was startled by the sound of hurried footsteps. The door swung open, and her subordinate rushed in, a look of urgency etched across his face. "Captain, this is Dyer," he panted, beads of sweat dotting his brow. Su Qian's expression shifted to one of concern. "What has happened? Speak slowly." "The young master's breakfast porridge has been tampered with. Seafood was added. He is severely allergic, and he is already showing symptoms." "What?" Su Qian sprang to her feet, her face darkening. She was acutely aware of the severity of Su Long's seafood allergy. This prank was akin to playing with fire. "What has the doctor said? How is he now?" "The doctor is currently attending to him, but the situation is grave. They advise that we find a specialist immediately," her subordinate replied. Su Qian felt her heart leap into her throat. She swiftly grabbed her phone and reached out to the most elite medical team available. Su Long lay in his hospital bed, his face etched with discomfort. "Sister," he weakly called out, his voice tinged with vulnerability. "I feel awful. May I have my phone? I want to play a game to distract myself, or I really cannot bear it any longer." Looking at Su Long's pale visage, Su Qian nodded helplessly. With a sigh, she retrieved her phone from her bag and handed it to him. Upon receiving it, a smile broke across Su Long's face, as if a spark of vitality had returned to him. "Sister, could you enable the intimate payment feature again?" He feigned discomfort, a hint of pleading in his tone. "After you disabled it, I couldn't and amp, oppos, play mini-games." Su Qian hesitated. While she was reluctant to allow him to engage in such games, she couldn't bear to see him in distress. Thus, she opened her phone and reactivated the feature before returning it to him. Su Long's eyes gleamed with delight as he accepted the phone. "Thank you, sister. You were so kind to me," he exclaimed, immediately engrossing himself in his game. After a while, he suddenly set the phone aside and turned to Su Qian, a look of grievance crossing his face. "Sister, do you think it might have been Zhuo? I am certain he put seafood in my porridge. Remember last time when he added mango powder to yours? He almost ruined your face. I believe he did the same this time." Recalling the surveillance footage she had seen, where Zhuo was clearly implicated, she firmly replied, "You are correct. He has never been trustworthy, always indulging in such malicious pranks. It seems he is at it again." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qian stormed towards her subordinate's dormitory. She intended to confront Zhuo directly and demand an explanation. When she pushed open the dormitory door, the sight before her halted her fury in its tracks. There lay Zhuo on the bed, his complexion alarmingly pale, drenched in cold sweat, eyes tightly shut, and breathing heavily. His body trembled slightly, radiating heat that indicated a fever, clearly delirious. Su Qian stood frozen, her gaze fixated on Zhuo. His small face was contorted in discomfort, lips cracked, cheeks flushed, and his breathing erratic, revealing extreme fragility. The bedclothes were in disarray from his struggles, and his small hands clutched the blanket tightly, evidently suffering from the torment of his high fever. Suddenly, Su Qian's heart sank. It was evident that Zhuo was not feigning illness. Witnessing his frail state stirred an unexpected ache within her heart. How strange. Had she not always been indifferent towards him? Why did this matter to her now? Chapter 44. Memories from a past life. He is nothing but a vile breed, undoubtedly feigning illness to elicit my sympathy. Su Qian coldly instructed her subordinate, standing nearby. "Throw him out. Do not allow him to linger here any longer." Upon hearing Su Qian and Amp, Oppos' command, the subordinate was momentarily taken aback. "Captain, Zhuo is gravely ill. Tossing him out could lead to dire consequences," the subordinate murmured, attempting to appeal to Su Qian's compassion. However, her gaze remained icy. "There is no need for further discussion. He brought this upon himself. This incident undoubtedly involves his machinations. Take him away. He need not remain here." The subordinate, feeling helpless, recognized that no amount of persuasion would sway Su Qian's resolve. Approaching Su Zhuo, she gently attempted to rouse him. "Xiao Zhuo, wake up." Slowly, Su Zhuo opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his body. He struggled to lift his head, but found himself nearly devoid of strength. The subordinate, suppressing her own compassion, assisted Su Zhuo as they made their way out of the hospital room. As they stepped outside, a biting cold wind met them head-on. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the howling wind, which carried an unbearable chill. The subordinate hastily removed her coat, intending to drape it over Su Zhuo to shield him from the frigid air. "Do not give it to him." Su Qian and Apos' frigid voice sliced through the air from behind, as chilling as the gust itself. The subordinate and Apos' hand froze mid-motion. She turned to look at Su Qian, but ultimately retracted her coat, helplessly watching as Su Zhuo trembled in the cold. Su Zhuo stood feebly, mustering the strength to raise his head. In a slow, hoarse voice, he inquired, "Why? Why treat me this way?" Su Qian gazed into Su Zhuo and Apos' eyes, feeling a flicker of emotion within her heart, yet she swiftly quelled that wavering. Turning away, she coldly declared, "This is what you deserve. Captain, you are too ruthless. Knowing he is so gravely ill, you still intend to cast him out. You truly are heartless." The howling wind masked the sound of the subordinate's departing footsteps. Su Qian remained motionless, her expression impassive, as if she had heard nothing. Her countenance retained its frosty demeanor, seemingly unaffected. She stubbornly reassured herself, "I am not in the wrong. Su Zhuo has always been a bad seed. He deserves this punishment. He has been wicked since childhood, inherently malevolent." However, as Su Qian engaged in her self-reassurance, an excruciating pain suddenly pierced her consciousness like a sharp thorn. Instinctively, her hands clutched her head, her brow furrowing in agony as cold sweat broke out on her forehead. A muffled cry of pain escaped her lips, as if something were tearing apart her brain. The torment surged from deep within her mind, akin to countless needles simultaneously piercing her nerves, rendering her incapable of thought. Her vision blurred, and in a fleeting moment, she seemed to glimpse an entirely unfamiliar scene, memories from a past life. In that instant, Su Qian felt as though she had returned to another time and space, where she beheld a grown Su Zhuo. He had transformed into a young man, the childishness of his face replaced by a somber maturity. Yet his eyes still bore a trace of melancholy and solitude. A recollection struck her, in a scene from a past life. She had inadvertently discovered Su Zhuo's secret allergy to peanut butter. At that time, she and Su Long had conspired to teach Su Zhuo a lesson. This vile creature had tormented me for too long. Now it was his turn to suffer. Together with Su Long, they had seized the opportunity when Su Zhuo was unsuspecting, force-feeding him a copious amount of peanut butter. Su Zhuo struggled desperately, but was unable to escape. The peanut butter coated his mouth and throat, his complexion draining of color as he gasped for breath, his body convulsing violently. "Stop pretending." Su Qian stood nearby, arms crossed. Derision etched upon her face as she observed his plight. "Do you not revel in causing harm? This is your just retribution." Su Zhuo gritted his teeth, barely managing to hold on. He knew that if he did not clarify things soon, he might never have the chance to explain. "Third sister," he rasped, each word seeming to be forced from his throat, "I never intended to harm you. My actions regarding your allergy were because I wanted that person to leave you, Qi Feng. He is not the good man you believe him to be." Su Qian, standing coldly by, regarded him with disdain, her face contorted in disgust. "What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you fabricate lies to slander him?" Su Zhuo's voice faltered as he continued to explain with great difficulty. "Qi Feng, at that time, I saw him with another woman. He is a fickle scoundrel. After your allergy manifested, he found your rash repulsive and abandoned you. I admit, my actions were somewhat immature and inappropriate, but that was because I was too young. I saw how infatuated you were with Qi Feng and could think of no better way." "Enough," Su Qian interrupted, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Do not speak such nonsense. Qi Feng is a rare good man. He has never wronged me. He left me because he was gravely ill and did not wish to burden me." Su Zhuo shook his head and pressed on. "Your unwillingness to believe me is your own affair, but you will inevitably discover his true nature." Su Qian's fury reached a boiling point. She could not endure the disparagement of the man she had once loved. Raising her hand, she struck Su Zhuo across the face. The slap was merciless, the sharp sound echoing through the empty hospital room. A bright red handprint blossomed on Su Zhuo's cheek, yet he did not cry out. He merely gazed at Su Qian in silence, his eyes devoid of hatred, filled instead with resignation and exhaustion. Yet, In that moment of emotional upheaval for Su Qian, the scene abruptly shifted. The night was dark, with moonlight spilling like water upon the ground, casting a chilling glow. Qi Feng and Su Long were crouched in secrecy, appearing to dig for something. Su Qian, filled with curiosity, stealthily approached. Concealed within the shadows of the trees, she held her breath and strained to overhear their conversation. "This is truly troublesome. It's all your fault for being too ruthless," Qi Feng complained in a hushed tone. Su Long appeared visibly anxious, his voice trembling. "We administered too much of the drug. We only intended for her to faint. Who knew it would escalate to this? What good does it do to say that now?" Qi Feng retorted coldly. "A life has been lost. The situation has spiraled out of control, and we must dispose of it quickly, or we will all be finished." Su Qian's heart raced as she overheard this, cold sweat beading on her brow. Her palms were clammy as she instinctively took a step closer. Why were Qi Feng and Su Long involved in a matter of life and death? What had they done? As she drew nearer, an unbearable stench of decay assaulted her senses. Following the source of the odor, her eyes widened in horror. In a pit at the edge, a jar contained the twisted body of a deceased woman, her face marred by bruises and scars. Chapter 45. The Truth. The woman and Appo's body curled up, her skin exhibiting a bizarre shade of purple due to an overdose of medication, her eyes half open, refusing to close even in death. A conspicuous red birthmark marked the nape of her neck. Fear and shock involuntarily elicited a soft gasp from her. Though her voice was faint, it was sufficient to halt the actions of Qi Feng and Su Long simultaneously. They abruptly looked up in the direction of Su Qian. Qi Feng's gaze instantly turned frigid, brimming with murderous intent. "Su Long, silence her." Qi Feng's voice was ruthlessly cold. Su Long clenched his teeth, his eyes flickering with inner turmoil, but ultimately relented. He picked up a nearby shovel, hands trembling slightly, and slowly approached Su Qian. "Su Long, what are you doing?" Su Qian's voice quivered. With each step Su Long took, Qi Feng stood by, coldly observing. In that moment of impending doom, Su Zhuo suddenly burst forth, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Qian. "Do not harm her," he implored. "Sister, run." Struggling to utter the words, Su Zhuo's effort was palpable. The scene shifted once more, and Su Qian found herself momentarily lost in another vision. Su Zhuo sat in a wheelchair, his complexion pale, yet he smiled gently, reassuring her. "Sister, I'm fine, do not worry." Suddenly pulled from that painful memory, Su Qian's heart raced, her breath became erratic. Leaning against the wall, she endeavored to regain her composure. The images in her mind remained stubbornly persistent. Could that memory truly be reliable? To her, Qi Feng had always been the gentle, considerate man she cherished deeply. How could he possibly be the scoundrel Su Zhuo described? It was absurd, utterly impossible. A bitter laugh escaped her lips as she cast aside those chaotic thoughts. She needed to ascertain the truth. Qi Feng could not be as Su Zhuo claimed. She picked up her phone, dialing her subordinate. "I will send you a person's information shortly. Please investigate his current situation." For years, she had dared not inquire about Qi Feng's whereabouts, fearing that the man she loved deeply was no longer alive. Thus, she chose to deceive herself, believing he was living somewhere in the world. "Understood, Captain," her subordinate acknowledged, swiftly taking action. After hanging up, Su Qian leaned back in her chair, her turbulent emotions gradually settling. She refused to believe that Qi Feng could be that kind of man. He had once said their breakup was due to his illness, not wanting to burden her. Even after they lost contact, it was merely Qi Feng's desire to spare her from worry. Time ticked away, and Su Qian continuously reassured herself. Qi Feng could not have deceived me. His illness was indeed severe. Just as her heart began to find peace, her phone vibrated suddenly. A message from her subordinate appearing on the screen. Opening the message, a photograph leaped into view. In the picture, Qi Feng stood on the terrace of an upscale restaurant. His expression relaxed, a smile gracing his face. He held a glass of red wine, seemingly engaged in jovial conversation with a group of friends, exuding vitality, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. Staring at the photo, Su Qian was momentarily stunned. Qi Feng's health was in stark contrast to his previous claims of being gravely ill. He appeared completely healthy, Su Qian murmured to herself, a flicker of doubt igniting within her. Yet soon, she forced herself to concoct an excuse, comforting herself. Perhaps advancements in medicine had cured Qi Feng. Yes, that must be it. To thoroughly confirm her suspicions, Su Qian picked up her phone once more, dialing her subordinate to arrange for several agents to discreetly follow Qi Feng and Appo's every move. I want to know what he does daily, whom he associates with, and if there are any irregularities. Her subordinate promptly agreed, swiftly organizing the investigation. Time passed quickly as Su Qian juggled other matters while awaiting her subordinate's report. She presumed the findings would align with her expectations. Qi Feng remained the good man she had always known, unchanged. However, not long after, her subordinate sent another message. Su Qian opened her phone. This time it was not just one photo but several. The first image depicted Qi Feng seated in a CAF, conversing intimately with a young woman adorned in elegant attire, both smiling at one another. The second photo captured Qi Feng walking hand in hand with another woman into a luxury store. Altogether, the photographs revealed over a dozen different women. Each image pierced Su Qian's heart deeply. Her grip on the phone tightened, her long-held beliefs beginning to waver. She was unwilling to accept that the man she once loved could betray her in such a manner. Su Qian's hands began to tremble, her heartbeat quickening. Flashbacks of Su Zhuo's past words surged through her mind. At that moment, she clicked on the next photo, and upon seeing the woman within, her heart felt as though it had been dealt a crushing blow. There, in the photograph, Qi Feng was holding hands with a girl, entering a dimly lit venue. What astonished Su Qian further was the girl's neck, adorned with a bright red birthmark, the very same mark of the woman she had envisioned in her fantasies. Su Qian's hands trembled uncontrollably, making it impossible to steady her phone. Overwhelmed, she felt a wave of dizziness, her surroundings beginning to blur. After a prolonged moment, she bent down to retrieve her phone, dialing her subordinate, released those photos to the public platform. Upon ending the call, she stood rooted in place, aware that once those images were made public, Qi Feng's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The carefully crafted image he had built would crumble in an instant. As night deepened, the garden outside the hospital appeared eerily tranquil, with only the gentle breeze rustling the leaves, creating a whispering sound. Su Qian, lost in despair, crouched beside a bench, her gaze vacant, as if her soul had departed her body. Her mind remained engulfed by the visions that had haunted her, with all surrounding sounds becoming indistinct. While she sat in the garden, a subordinate rushed over, his face etched with urgency, breathless as he reported, "Captain." After being expelled from the hospital, an old woman took Su Zhuo away. Su Qian furrowed her brow slightly. What old woman? Chapter 46. The scene in the monitor. His subordinate swallowed hard and continued. She is the wife of that old man who recently practiced summoning spirits. According to the villagers, she is actually the true inventor of the art of spirit summoning. Old Zhang is merely her apprentice. The subordinate and Apos' expression was anxious as he implored, "Captain, Xiaozhua has been taken away by that old woman. It may be dire. Should we not quickly dispatch someone to rescue him?" She lifted her head, her face devoid of emotion, and replied, "Take a few people to search, but do not create too much commotion. I am weary and shall return to my quarters for rest." A glimmer of disappointment flashed in her subordinate and Apos' eyes, yet he nodded, "Yes, Captain." Su Qian stood up and returned to her room in the hospital. She threw herself onto the bed, closed her eyes, and attempted to erase everything from her mind. She pondered, if Su Zhuo were truly to perish, would I feel sorrow? The answer swiftly manifested no. She held not a shred of sentiment for Su Zhuo. He was merely an inconsequential presence in her life. However, at the moment she closed her eyes, memories surged forth like a tidal wave, completely engulfing her thoughts. She found herself involuntarily immersed in a recollection of her past life. It was as if she stood in a desolate wilderness, surrounded by howling winds, utterly alone. Before her lay a modest grave, unmarked and devoid of adornment, standing there forlornly, as if abandoned. Su Qian approached the grave slowly, a wave of inexplicable oppression washing over her. Weeds flourished around the tomb, and not a single flower graced the site. The gravestone was coated in dust and dirt, clearly neglected for a long time. This grave belonged to Su Zhuo. His passing went unnoticed, with no one to visit him. Even this grave appeared in such disrepair, as if his entire existence had been forgotten in the torrent of time. No one cared about his past, nor did anyone remember his being. After Su Zhuo and Apos' death, misfortune relentlessly plagued Su Qian, as if she were caught in an endless whirlpool of bad luck. Early one morning, as she stepped out of her home, a bucket of dirty water was dumped from above, drenching her completely. At noon, in the restaurant beneath her office, she ordered a meal. But as it was set before her, the legs of the table and chairs collapsed, sending her and the tray crashing to the ground. To make matters worse, During an afternoon meeting, the elevator malfunctioned, trapping her for an hour in the stifling heat until the repairman finally rescued her, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. Day after day, these calamities inundated her like an unrelenting tide. On the brink of collapse, Su Qian had no choice but to seek the counsel of a highly esteemed master. The master scrutinized her, his expression growing grave as he murmured, "The Ziwei star of your Su family has fallen, inviting malevolent energy and misfortune. With the protective star departed, you have encountered this series of calamities." Su Qian jolted back to reality, cold sweat soaking her back. She struggled to reassure herself that it was merely an illusion, yet deep down, she gradually comprehended that perhaps the Su Zhuo she despised was indeed the true guardian star of the Su family. Meanwhile, Su Qiming groggily opened her eyes, feeling a sharp pain in her shoulder, realizing she was still in the hospital. Faintly, she heard voices outside her ward and, straining to listen, caught the name Su Zhuo. Her heart tightened, and despite the pain from her wounds, she mustered her weakened body to inch closer to the door, eager to discern the commotion outside. Two subordinates conversed in hushed tones. "Captain," it seemed she misunderstood. She claimed that Xiao Zhuo had put seafood in Su Long's porridge, which led to him being expelled. Poor little fellow, it was pouring rain when he left. Su Qiming's heart constricted, conjuring an image of Su Zhuo, drenched and forlorn. She flung open the door and, ignoring her pain, made her way to find Su Qian. "You sent Xiao Zhuo away for some baseless suspicion?" Su Qian paused momentarily, her expression chilling as she crossed her arms. "I merely held him accountable for his actions." Su Qiming found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her eyes betraying a complex swirl of emotions. She took a deep breath, striving for calmness, yet anger and sorrow filled her chest. Amidst the tumult of her feelings, a memory surfaced. It was a dreary afternoon in her past life when Su Long approached her, accusing Su Zhuo of stealing her necklace. In a fit of rage, she stormed into Su Zhuo's room, rifling through his belongings, and indeed found the necklace in his drawer. Enraged, she disregarded Su Zhuo's explanations and summoned her police friend. Without hesitation, he took Su Zhuo away, treating him like a criminal without proper investigation. She had harshly berated Su Zhuo, using the most derogatory language, ultimately leveraging her connections to have him incarcerated. She had coldly turned her back on him, leaving him alone like a forsaken prisoner. She never offered him a chance to explain, and at that moment, Su Zhuo had merely lowered his head, silently enduring her scorn. Yet later, Su Qiming learned that it was Su Long who had stolen her necklace, intending to sell it to Gamble, only to have Su Zhuo retrieve it. He had planned to return the necklace to her the next day, unaware of Su Long's treachery. Tears blurred Su Qiming's vision, her heart aching as if pierced by a blade. She recalled Su Zhuo and Appo's helpless gaze, the way he silently bore her reprimands, and waves of regret crashed over her. She lifted her head to look at Su Qian, her voice laden with profound disappointment. "Su Qian, cannot you grant Xiao Zhuo a chance to explain?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Qian and Appo's face, but she quickly scoffed, dismissing, "Su Zhuo is inherently like this. Why defend him? He does not deserve my trust." Su Qiming felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness rise within her. She shook her head, at a loss for words. Had she not once believed she treated Su Zhuo with fairness and impartiality? Then see for yourself. Su Qiming, suppressing her tears, seized Su Qian and Appo's arm and led her to the hospital and Appo's monitoring room. With the assistant and Appo's help, they accessed the footage from several days prior. On the screen, a nurse wheeled in a food cart, gently placing breakfast by Su Zhuo's bedside, reminding him to eat well. Su Zhuo nodded obediently, thanking her. Just as the nurse departed, Su Long stealthily peered from the adjacent room, ensuring no one was watching before swiftly entering the room. The footage revealed Su Long staring at Su Zhuo's breakfast for a moment before quietly exiting the room to pilfer several large shrimp from the cart next door. Chapter 47. The Ghost Festival. Su Long crushed the large shrimp into pieces and added them to the porridge. As he worked, he murmured to himself, "Whenever I fall ill, third sister always feels distressed for me, allowing me to play on my phone and indulge in games without anyone minding." Upon hearing this, Su Qian and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze shifting from the monitor to Su Qiming, surprise flickering in her eyes. She had never imagined that her dearly cherished younger brother could harbor such cunning thoughts. On the screen, Su Long meticulously stirred the porridge, ensuring the shrimp blended seamlessly. Once satisfied that there were no traces left, He clapped his hands and unabashedly began to eat. Su Qian stared in disbelief, her breath hitching. She never expected that the brother she had once held so dear would concoct such a dreadful scheme just for a few rounds of gaming. Su Qiming scoffed, having long since lost faith in Su Long. Through gritted teeth, she remarked, "Do you still believe he is a kind-hearted child? This is the brother you admire." Without waiting for a response, she disregarded her own wounds and the torrential rain outside, determined to search for Su Zhuo. No matter what, I must bring Xiao Zhuo back. Initially, Su Qian instinctively tried to stop her, but Su Qiming pushed her aside, realizing she could not deter her. Su Qian reluctantly followed Su Qiming into the downpour towards the mayor's residence. Upon seeing the two drenched women, the mayor immediately offered them towels to dry off and ushered them inside to escape the rain. Suppressing her exhaustion, Su Qiming pleaded, "Please help me find Xiao Zhuo, and the Su family will offer a generous reward." The mayor repeatedly agreed, swearing to assist her in bringing the boy back. He even procured a loudspeaker and tirelessly broadcasted the search throughout the town day and night. Observing the mayor's actions, Su Qian couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Deeming the loudspeaker utterly ineffective, she bowed her head in silent prayer, wishing that the boy would never return, thus sparing her any further trouble. As dusk fell, the mayor suddenly produced a collection of talismans and protective charms, yellow amulets, vermilion powder, peace ropes adorned with incantations, and ancient wooden dolls known to ward off evil were among the items. The mayor meticulously instructed them on how to place the talismans, cautioning, "Tomorrow is the ghost festival. Strange occurrences often happen in the town at this time. You must affix these items to your doors and windows to prevent any malevolent spirits from entering." The mayor and Appo's warning triggered a faint, hazy memory in Su Qian's mind. It was also on the ghost festival night when she had been alone in her room, resting. Half awake, she felt a chilling presence, as if icy hands were constricting her throat. She struggled desperately, but could not utter a sound. Ultimately, it was the master who arrived and fashioned a peace pouch from Su Zhuo's belongings, hanging it by her side to dispel the malevolence, allowing her to sleep peacefully. Snapping back to the present, Su Qian found the notion absurd. How could the clothing of the deceased serve to ward off evil? She shook her head, dismissing the thought. Meanwhile, Su Qiming sat nearby, tightly clutching the miniature car left behind by Su Zhuo. She gently wiped the dust from its surface, treating it as if it were a treasured artifact, murmuring softly, "Xiao Zhuo, you must be safe. Elder sister is looking for you, and second sister is waiting. Please come back. Do not let anything happen to you." Su Qian cast her a sidelong glance, letting out a cold snort without saying a word. As night descended, the town was eerily quiet, with a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops and the moonlight casting a soft glow over the land, creating a serene ambience where even the shadows merely swayed lightly. Su Qian and Su Qiming slept soundly through the night, devoid of dreams. However, as dawn broke and the first light fell upon the town, Su Qian heard hushed voices outside. "Last night, I heard strange sounds coming from the backyard, like someone was crying. Me too. I felt as if something was watching us from outside the window. It was terrifying." Su Qian felt a twinge of confusion. They had encountered nothing unusual the night before. With her curiosity piqued, Su Qian stepped out of the mayor's residence and headed straight into town. The atmosphere on the streets was unusually oppressive. The familiar vendors and neighbors appeared restless. Fear etched across nearly every face as they whispered about the previous night's bizarre occurrences. I was at home when I suddenly heard the stairs creaking, as if someone were coming up, but I was all alone. An elderly woman spoke in hushed tones, her eyes wide with dread. I was too scared to make a sound, so I hid under the covers and barely managed to fall asleep. That is nothing. My front gate was banged on repeatedly last night. When I opened the door, no one was there, but the ground was covered in bloody footprints. Later, I found the latch on the gate had been forcibly broken. Su Qian surveyed her surroundings and approached a shop, noticing a dilapidated wooden board hanging askew from the doorframe, with muddy, unclean footprints leading inside. The chain on the door had been shattered into several pieces, as if it had been violently forced open. Something is amiss here. With that thought, Su Qian resolved to return with Su Qiming. Yet, Su Qiming insisted on staying, declaring she would not leave without finding Su Zhuo. Frustrated, Su Qian snatched the toy car from her hands and hurled it far away. The miniature car arced through the air, landing directly in the fountain. "I see you're possessed." Su Qian could no longer contain her anger. Su Qiming watched in shock as the toy car, a keepsake from Su Zhuo, flew from her grasp. Her eyes widened. Her hand froze midair, unable to intervene before Su Qian's throw sent the car splashing into the chilly water, sending a spray of droplets glistening in the morning light. No. Su Qiming's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. A sharp pain gripped her heart, a mix of anger and disappointment in her gaze. This was the only thing Xiao Zhuo left for me. I don't care about you. If you don't want to go back, then I'll return by myself tomorrow morning, Su Qian retorted coldly, turning away with her final words hanging heavily in the air. The night was dark as ink, the sky shrouded in thick clouds without a glimmer of starlight. The shadows of the trees swayed eerily in the cold wind, producing a low rustling sound akin to sinister whispers. Su Qian lay in bed, tossing and turning, her unease amplifying. Just then, a faint, irregular knocking sound reached her ears, as if something were quietly tapping on the door, the rhythm erratic, fluctuating between slow and fast, imbued with an unsettling aura. Knock, knock, knock. Su Qian sat up abruptly, instinctively leaning against the headboard. Silence enveloped her, save for the eerie knocking. Outside, the wind suddenly intensified, as if the night's gale were howling silently. Who is it? Su Qian murmured softly. The knocking persisted, and she held her breath, straining to discern the source of the sound. Suddenly, a dense shadow seeped through the crack of the door, as if something unknown lingered outside, lurking. Chapter 48. The sight after death. The door suddenly burst open with a resounding bang, plunging Su Qi into darkness. A chilling force, as cold as the depths of the abyss, gripped her throat with an iron-like hold. She struggled for breath, her windpipe constricted as if by a vice, allowing not even a whisper of air to pass through. Just as her consciousness began to fade, she faintly heard the whispers of two eerie children beside her. When I came here yesterday, I caught a whiff of his scent, so I refrained from causing any trouble and went to play with those outside. The voice of the other specter was even more frigid. It was she who dissipated that scent. As Su Qi's vision dimmed further, her awareness slowly ebbed away in the suffocating agony. It dawned upon her, in a haze, that the tranquility of the previous night was due to the lingering presence of Su Zhuo. It was that discarded toy car that had sheltered her. The pressure around her neck intensified, and despite her desperate struggles, her fingers dug into her own skin, yet she remained ensnared. Ultimately, her hands fell limply to her sides, her body gradually crumpling to the ground, where the bruises encircling her neck lay grotesquely. Time lost all meaning as Su Qi felt herself floating weightlessly in the air. She observed her own body being carried away by paramedics. Su Qiming knelt on the ground, her eyes swollen and red, choking back sobs as she called out her name. The mayor, uncertain of what to say, attempted to console her. Su Qi gazed at her sister, a complex array of emotions swelling within her. She had never anticipated that the sister who often stood in opposition to her would be so profoundly pained by her departure. Yet, her greater concern lay with Su Long, fearing he would feel heartache and loneliness upon realizing her demise. Drifting softly, she made her way to Su Long's room, eager to ascertain his reaction. There he sat, a broad smile gracing his face as he engaged excitedly with his mobile game. The screen flashed with frenetic activity as he shouted, come on, you and Amp, Oppos, replaying so poorly, wasting my time." He waved his hands animatedly, completely immersed in the game. Su Qi was taken aback. There was not a trace of sorrow on his face, not even a fleeting inquiry about her condition. Floating silently in the room, she watched Su Long curse vehemently, her heart plummeting into despair. The brother she had fiercely protected now appeared so indifferent, as if her existence bore no weight. Suspended in the air, her gaze dimmed, her heart heavy with sorrow. She overheard a young nurse inquire, perplexed, "Your sister has been rushed to the emergency room. We don't know if she can be saved. Why aren't you the least bit sad?" Without lifting his gaze, Su Long nonchalantly waved his hand, a lollipop dangling from his mouth. "It's no big deal. I still have 4 older sisters to ask for money. 5th sister is loaded." Su Qi stood frozen, struggling to comprehend her ears. This was her brother, whom she had devoted herself to protecting, sacrificing her own life to fulfill his every wish. She could hardly believe that her passing was so inconsequential in his eyes. She had thought, despite his occasional capriciousness and playfulness, that he held her dear. Yet at this moment, a searing pain tore through her. Her spirit continued to drift in the void, as if floating along a river of time. She witnessed the tapestry of her life unfold before her. Flickering images whisked her back to distant years, just out of reach, yet hauntingly familiar. Her gaze settled on a tender scene, a cradle, where a mere few months old Zhuo lay quietly. His petite face, soft and delicate as satin, held bright, clear eyes that sparkled with innocence, a hint of a naïve smile gracing his lips, revealing a delicate set of gums, as if he were laughing at her. As a girl of merely a few years older, she leaned down, cautiously extending her finger. Zhuo and Apos' tiny, soft hand grasped her finger tightly. In that warm moment, a rustling sound outside abruptly interrupted her reverie. Looking up, she saw an old beggar, shabby and blind, approaching the window. His voice was gravelly, "Little girl, your newborn brother will be a calamity, bringing ruin to the Zhuo family." Suspended in the air, Sushi was taken aback. She recognized this old beggar and recalled the events of that year, secrets long buried in her heart, never spoken of. Yet now, they resurfaced vividly before her. Regardless, "I am not at fault," she murmured to herself, suppressing the unease within. She remembered that night, dismissing the beggar's curse, even chastising him. The security quickly ushered the beggar away, and she felt a sense of relief. But as night fell, unknown noises began to echo from outside. As she tried to ignore the unsettling sounds, an invisible force tightened around her throat, constricting her breath. Events unfolded just as in her memories. Sushi's ethereal form floated nearby, witnessing her youthful self in distress, bitterness bubbling within her as she reflected, "Zhuo is a disaster. I made the right choice by discarding him." The scene shifted, revealing her younger self staggering into the nursery at midnight. She cradled Zhuo and quietly slipped out, glancing around before hastening towards a nearby dumpster. The night breeze caressed her face, and Zhuo's laughter echoed in her ears. Despite the tremor in her heart, she callously placed him beside the refuse and turned away, not daring to look back. Sushi and Apos' spirit lingered by the dumpster, watching as Zhuo remained momentarily dazed. At that moment, he was undeniably adorable, his few months of life shining as brightly as the sun. She waited until someone discovered him before departing. According to her memories, Zhuo should have been rescued by a kind couple from the countryside. To her astonishment, the person who approached was none other than the old beggar. Just after little Sushi left, a pair of murky eyes emerged from the shadows. Sushi's spirit gasped as she watched the old beggar, accompanied by a middle-aged woman, holding a child near the dumpster. In the dim moonlight, she recognized the child in the woman's arms. It was Zhuo, holding her breath. Sushi listened intently as the old beggar spoke to the woman. "This child's fate is ominous. He was born on Ghost Festival. Only those of great wealth can resolve this." His voice was hoarse and cold, laced with calculated intent. "Tonight is the perfect opportunity to place him into a wealthy family. His destiny will aid us in achieving great things." The woman held Zhuo tightly, her gaze filled with greed and anticipation. "Just wait. He will usurp everything from that unfortunate child of the Zhuo family." Chapter 49. All is a deception in a state of disembodied contemplation. Sushi gazed at the scene before her, her heart a tumult of intricate emotions. She finally comprehended that the old blind man had schemed from the very beginning to substitute Zhuo for Zhuo, intending for Zhuo to leverage the fortunes of the Zhuo family to escape the fate of being a calamity, all while she remained blissfully unaware. Having cast aside Zhuo herself, Sushi watched in disbelief as the old blind man took the discarded Zhuo into his arms, her pupils constricting, a wave of incredulous horror washing over her. The old blind man had indeed carried off Zhuo, leaving Zhuo at the threshold of the Zhuo family. To her shock, this entire affair had been a meticulously orchestrated ruse from the outset. After she had abandoned Zhuo, her family believed he had been abducted, and at that precise moment, they encountered Zhuo at their doorstep and resolved to adopt him. Within Zhuo's swaddling lay his birth date, which Sushi remembered distinctly. It was not the Ghost Festival. Had it been, the Zhuo family would never have taken him in. It was the old blind man who had deliberately concealed Zhuo and Apos' true birth date. As Sushi floated in her ethereal state, the unfolding revelation struck her like a heavy blow to the chest. She suddenly realized that her past actions had unwittingly ushered a calamity upon the Zhuo family. The scene shifted, and she beheld the swaddled Zhuo being welcomed into the warm embrace of the Zhuo family. Surrounded by loving family members who lavished upon him every affection she had once yearned to bestow upon Zhuo. As he grew, he received unconditional indulgence and pampering from his relatives. No matter how selfish he became, the Zhuo family chose to overlook the distortions of his character. In stark contrast, Zhuo endured a much grimmer fate. The old blind man had taken him back to a dilapidated shack, forcing him to sleep on the damp, dark ground and feeding him moldy remnants, often subjecting him to beatings and scoldings for his cries. Su Shi's spirit ached as she witnessed Su Zhuo sobbing himself to sleep on a frigid night, his small form curled tightly, and in that moment, her heart twisted with pain. As she observed the starkly divergent lives of the two, layers of shock and regret surged within her, akin to sharp thorns piercing her chest. She had long forgotten the tender smile of that child, the way he clung to her with his little hands, blinded by the so-called calamity narrative. She had cast him away. Trembling, Su Shi yearned to reach out and touch Su Zhuo's fragile form, yet she could only helplessly pass through him, powerless to alter the course of his fate. An indescribable wave of remorse surged within her, and she finally grasped that the true harbinger of disaster was not Su Zhuo, but Su Long. He was the one who would bring ruin to the Su family, betraying familial bonds. How could it be? How could it be this way? Time flowed like merciless quicksand, and Su Shi soon witnessed the 5-year-old Su Zhuo being returned to the Su family, yet he was met with indifference and baseless misunderstanding. Su Long frequently troubled him, seizing moments of solitude to kick and mock him. Initially, Su Zhuo would resist, but as soon as Su Long cried, they would rally to his side, reprimanding Su Zhuo in his stead. On one occasion, Su Long wept before her, claiming his pocket money had vanished, insisting it must have been Su Zhuo who stole it. Su Zhuo shook his head vigorously, voicing a muted defense. "I did not take your money." Yet she merely cast an impatient glance, reprimanding Su Zhuo and demanding he apologize to Su Long. With reddened eyes, Su Zhuo lowered his head and complied. She witnessed another scene where Su Long suddenly smashed a cup to the ground, sobbing and shouting, "Sister, he took my toy and wants to hit me." They were dining when they heard the cries and rushed to Su Long's aid. Su Zhuo sat innocently in the corner, bewildered by the unfolding drama. "Why do you always act this way? Your brother is still young. Can't you be more accommodating?" Su Zhuo bit his lip in grievance, choosing not to argue further. As Su Shi observed this, a dull ache settled in her heart. Was this truly how Su Zhuo was treated within the Su family all along? But he had done nothing wrong. Su Long was indeed a bit selfish, yet he had committed no grievous error. Perhaps he would improve as he matured. Su Shi could only console herself with these thoughts, though the comfort felt achingly inadequate. Would maturity truly change anything? Time sped forward, and Su Long soon grew up. Not having transformed as Su Shi had hoped. Rather, he had become even more brazen. He became embroiled in gambling, running wild with a group of raucous friends under the guise of the Su family. During those years, her sisters were preoccupied with their own careers, entirely oblivious to Su Long's actions when they were out of sight, only aware of providing him with the best of everything, showering him with unconditional affection. Little did they know that Su Long had already undergone a complete transformation. Su Shi stood in shock as she watched Su Long at a card table, losing hundreds of thousands in a single night, then frantically calling them for money, causing her heart to numb with despair. The illusions she had previously harbored were indeed real. Su Long had truly succumbed to gambling, which meant that the future Su Long could, just as in her previous visions, act ruthlessly towards them for mere monetary gain. She dared not contemplate further and felt a sense of bewilderment. At that moment, Su Long was in his senior year of high school. If her memory served her correctly, Su Long had always excelled academically, not only gaining admission to the nation's top university, but also ranking among the best in his school. This very fact only heightened her sisters and Appo's adoration for him, placing all their hopes for the family and Appo's future upon his shoulders. Yet, Su Long spent his days either gambling or socializing, never seen studying. How had he achieved such high scores? Was it possible that Su Long was, in fact, a prodigy? Su Shi pondered in confusion, vaguely sensing that perhaps he was indeed a genius, but reality soon delivered a resounding slap to her face. As the third mock examination approached, they promised Su Long that if he placed in the top 10 of his school, they would gift him a racetrack as a reward, based on Su Long's previous performance. Achieving such a ranking should have been a breeze for him, yet he appeared somewhat anxious. Chapter 50. Mistaking fish eyes for pearls after several days of inner turmoil. Su Long sought out Su Zhuo. Su Qian floated nearby in a daze, astonished to see Su Long approaching Su Zhuo, requesting him to take the exam on his behalf. Su Zhuo paused momentarily before responding coolly, "Very well, but it will cost you 2,000. Upon hearing this, Su Long scoffed mockingly. "I never imagined you were so desperate for money. Is this all you can rely on to get by?" Su Zhuo's expression remained unperturbed. He calmly accepted the money and turned to leave, not casting another glance at Su Long. Su Qian watched in bewilderment. Why would Su Long enlist Su Zhuo to take the exam when he could easily achieve high marks himself? And why did Su Zhuo need that 2,000? Was he truly in such dire financial straits? Amidst her confusion, Su Qian observed Su Zhuo walking into a supermarket with the 2,000, only to emerge with several large bags of cat food. He approached a group of stray cats at the street corner, bending down to feed them one by one. A pang of emotion stirred in Su Qian's heart as she watched Su Zhuo's slender figure elongate in the dim streetlight, momentarily touched by the sight. Nevertheless, Su Qian remained perplexed about how Su Zhuo would take the exam for Su Long. They shared no blood relation and bore no resemblance to each other. Surely, the teachers at school would notice? The scene quickly flashed back to the mock examination. Su Qian quietly floated beside Su Zhuo as the examination bell rang and the invigilator entered. To her astonishment, the invigilator greeted Su Zhuo with a smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Su Long, it seems this top position is once again yours. If only the teacher and Appo's daughter could be as outstanding as you. The teacher amiably patted Su Zhuo on the shoulder. Su Zhuo offered a polite smile, nodding gently as if accustomed to such praise, and took his seat with composure. Subsequently, fellow students reached out to him. Scholar God, grant me extraordinary performance this time. Su Scholar God, lend me some luck. I just need to make it into the top 100. Su Zhuo responded with smiles, lightly bumping palms with his classmates. Hearing their titles for him, Su Qian was struck with disbelief. These students regarded Su Long as the Scholar God, not Su Zhuo. A wave of incredulity washed over her as she gradually comprehended the truth. All of Su Long's accomplishments were actually the result of Su Zhuo's efforts. The halo of exceptional talent surrounding Su Long had always belonged to Su Zhuo. In her mind, Su Qian pieced together an unforeseen reality. Su Long had likely manipulated the principal into facilitating Su Zhuo's enrollment under his identity, allowing Su Zhuo to study and take the college entrance examination in his stead. Soon, the day of the college entrance exam arrived. Su Long once again employed the same tactic, having Su Zhuo take the examination for him. Scoring an impressive 740, Su Zhuo achieved a remarkable result, yet no one celebrated his success. In a spiritual state, Su Qian floated beside the Su family as they celebrated Su Long's achievement. The living room was brightly lit, with 7 sisters surrounding Su Long. Su Wangu raised her glass with a smile. Little Long has not disappointed us. The future of the Su family depends on him. Su Qiming stood nearby, gently patting Su Long and Appo's shoulder. Little Long is truly the pride of our family. Su Yafei, holding Su Long and Appo's hand, half-jokingly remarked, I always said Little Long was the best. In stark contrast, Su Zhuo sat alone in a corner. Like a forgotten shadow, the lively atmosphere around him was beyond reach. He bowed his head slightly, his frail body curled into itself, eyes reflecting desolation and solitude. He remained silent, his face devoid of expression, allowing the surrounding revelry to drown him in an abyss of indifference. Su Qian observed Su Zhuo in that corner. His fragile silhouette seemed isolated by an invisible wall. He had never truly belonged to this family, destined to be an overlooked presence. Before long, Su Zhuo enrolled in the best university in Haiqing. However, the academic pace at Haido was far beyond what Su Long could keep up with. Within a week, he was utterly overwhelmed. Su Qian witnessed Su Long slam a thick stack of textbooks and assignments before Su Zhuo, his usual disdain evident. Stop dawdling, finish this before tonight. Su Zhuo lifted his gaze, casting a calm glance at Su Long before silently opening the assignment book. The tasks were riddled with intricate formulas that even Su Qian found daunting. These problems belonged to advanced courses at the university. She marveled at how forward the Haida curriculum was. Though she had performed well in college, even she struggled to comprehend these challenges. Yet, Su Zhuo merely glanced at the problems before swiftly beginning to write. His pen danced across the paper, pausing occasionally as a fleeting frown of contemplation crossed his brow, quickly replaced by ease, as if the complex problems were mere practice exercises. Su Qian watched in astonishment. Su Zhuo's movements were deliberate and unhurried. Every formula transformation and every step of derivation was executed with precision. Within mere minutes, he returned the hefty assignment book to Su Long, incredulous. Flipped through it to find all the answers neatly written. Satisfied, he grunted. Well, who would have thought you had some skills? If you cannot adapt to Haida's pace, you can let me attend your classes like in high school, Su Zhuo replied matter-of-factly. Su Long and Appo's eyes widened. Can you even handle the facial recognition at the school entrance? Of course, Su Zhuo replied, unfazed. We did it in high school, didn't we? Su Qian's heart raced as she began to grasp Su Zhuo's motives. Ever since he returned from the countryside, no one in the Su family had cared for him or assisted with his enrollment. Su Zhuo sought to leverage Su Long's identity to secure an opportunity for education. He attended the finest high school in Haicheng and subsequently the best university. Even if he used another's identity, the knowledge he acquired was undeniably his own. In that moment, Su Qian found herself at a loss for words. All along, she and her family had perceived Su Zhuo as an illiterate good-for-nothing, while Su Long was their paragon of excellence. Yet, unbeknownst to them, all of it was a facade. They had been blinded by Su Long's deceit, mistaking fish eyes for pearls. They had never endeavored to understand Su Zhuo, hence they overlooked his brilliance. Who would have thought Su Zhuo was so talented? Su Qian murmured to herself, a startling thought igniting in her mind. Su Zhuo, with his exceptional capabilities, could easily rival Su Long if he wished. After the years of neglect from the Su family, surely he would seek his vengeance upon them once he completed his studies. She had envisioned the downfall of the Su family in her fantasies. Could it perhaps be intertwined with Su Zhuo's fate? Chapter 51. Su Long is the harbinger of catastrophe. Su Qian continued to hover beside Su Zhuo, initially anticipating the day when Su Zhuo would unleash his vengeance upon the Su family. To her astonishment, not only did he refrain from retaliating, but he also devoted himself to silently safeguarding them. Employing his exceptional analytical prowess, he assisted his eldest sister in deciphering company data, crafting numerous exemplary proposals that he anonymously forwarded to Su Wanga. He also utilized his connections from university to help his second sister navigate the intricate web of the entertainment industry. Perhaps Su Qiming remained oblivious to the fact that the major productions that catapulted her to fame were, in truth, the fruits of Su Zhuo and Appo's endeavors on her behalf. Moreover, the remarkable success of the doctoral project undertaken by their youngest sister was also significantly attributed to Su Zhuo and Appo's support. He even aided her in unraveling two complex transnational cases. Su Qian was taken aback. The timid and ineffectual Su Zhuo she had always known possessed such audacity. Yet, Su Zhuo's health was deteriorating. She often witnessed him suppressing coughs, at times even coughing up blood. The incident where he was stabbed while investigating a case for her only exacerbated his already fragile condition. This fool. Why wouldn't he seek medical attention? Observing Su Zhuo hastily bandaging his wound, without even considering a hospital visit, Su Qian couldn't help but furrow her brow. However, it soon dawned on her why he acted thus. He simply lacked the funds. The Su family, though appearing prosperous, was in fact beginning to decline. Ever since Su Long became entangled in gambling, the family had continuously funneled money to cover his debts. He had also taken numerous high-interest loans behind their backs. And with the economic downturn of those years, the Su family was barely holding on. Under such circumstances, no one would tend to Su Zhuo and Appo's needs. Rather, they expected him to use his earnings to fill the gaps left by Su Long's recklessness. A heavy sensation enveloped Su Qian, a bittersweet ache blossoming from her heart as she questioned herself. Had they truly erred? As time passed, she stumbled upon a more shocking revelation. Su Long was clandestinely communicating with the old blind man. Under his instigation, Su Long began amassing various information about the Su family, seeking evidence that could undermine them. He stealthily extracted crucial documents from the family business's ledgers, falsified data, and even conspired with hostile merchants to leak company secrets, aiming to destabilize the family's financial standing. Furthermore, he endeavored to manipulate public opinion, disseminating negative news about the Su family through the media. Witnessing all of this, Su Qian's heart was rent with anguish. She had never anticipated that the brother she had cherished so dearly would morph into such a twisted being. What she had once perceived as love had become a catalyst for Su Long and Appo's descent into depravity. Despair engulfed her. She realized that the Su family and Appo's downfall bore no relation to Su Zhuo, but was solely a consequence of Su Long and Appo's treachery. The prophecy had indeed come to pass. Su Long was the calamity that would utterly ruin the Su family. The family and Appo's prosperity hinged upon Su Zhuo and Appo's protection. Yet his health was waning. The day Su Zhuo departed would mark the Su family and Appo's irrevocable demise. But who had orchestrated all this? It was them. Had they lavished more affection upon Su Zhuo, he might not have fallen prey to such debilitating illness at a young age. Had they devoted more energy to nurturing him, he would undoubtedly have flourished, never stagnating at this juncture. Su Long was undeniably a selfish and vain individual, yet had she not treated him with such kindness? Surely he would not be so heartless towards her. At this point, Su Qian could only seek solace in the notion that she was different to Su Long. He would never betray her. In his heart, she had always been his beloved sister. After all, to this day, aside from the imagined grievances, she had never witnessed him commit any wrongful act against her. With this thought, Su Qian felt a semblance of peace. However, the scene that unfolded before her soon stirred a tempest within her heart. She beheld Su Long's escalating madness, not only driving the Su family to bankruptcy, but also imprisoning Su Ningyue in a dark basement, subjecting her to unimaginable torment. Su Qiming was pushed to a point of desperation, ultimately choosing to take her own life. Su Qian was utterly shocked, continuously reassuring herself that Su Long would never turn against her. She was his most cherished sister. He would never act so cruelly towards her. Yet, reality delivered a staggering blow. Leveraging her connections, Su Long smuggled a shipment of contraband abroad, resulting in her being wanted by the international police as a fugitive. Initially, she contemplated shielding Su Long, bearing the burden alone. Yet, she was blindsided by the cold-heartedness of the brother who once sought comfort in her embrace. In a bid for self-preservation, Su Long conspired with his accomplices to eliminate her, ensuring her silence. Under the guise of visiting her, he slipped a sedative into her drink and struck her unconscious while she was defenseless. Su Qian struggled to accept the truth. Yet despair enveloped her as she realized Su Long had betrayed her to a rival organization with whom she had a deep-seated vendetta. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in a shadowy space, gasping for breath, her body restrained and paralyzed, her heart heavy with despair. The leader of the rival organization, evidently wary of her capabilities, severed her Achilles tendons. In the ensuing days, she was sold into a scam ring, forced to deceive the innocent. Yet every attempt to resist met with merciless beatings. Just as she was on the brink of surrender, a new group of recruits shattered her desolation. Raising her head, her gaze swept over the faces until it landed on a familiar figure, Su Zhuo. Su Qian could scarcely believe her eyes. The brother she had nearly forgotten now stood before her in this dire place. A torrent of joy surged within her, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Then, Su Zhuo engaged in a battle with the criminals, rescuing her from that abyss of despair. However, by the time they managed to escape, the Su family had been irrevocably altered. Unable to process it all, she shut herself away in her room, devoid of the will to eat. At that moment, Su Qian was unaware that during her self-imposed isolation, Su Zhuo had been lingering at her door, his eyes filled with worry. She often caught glimpses of him in the kitchen, tirelessly preparing meals, having taught himself to cook so that she would eat more. To ensure she consumed sufficient nourishment, he would meticulously chop meat, mixing it with her favorite carrots. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, the slender figure in the kitchen was bathed in warm light. Chapter 52. It is too late for regret. She drifted through the river of time, observing Su Zhuo steadfastly accompanying her in that hellish place, unwavering and loyal. She watched as Su Zhuo's health deteriorated, struggling even to maintain his balance. Each time he coughed, She felt her heart wrench in agony. Her once vibrant and cherished brother endured relentless torment due to their cold indifference. Why did I not awaken to this sooner? She beheld the latter half of her life, and what haunted her most was the debt she owed Su Zhuo. She finally comprehended that he had never truly harbored hatred towards his sisters, even amid their cruel indifference. If only I had realized sooner. If I had treated him well even once while he was alive, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Overcome with despair, tears cascaded through her ethereal soul. The scene shifted once more. She witnessed Su Zhuo, gravely ill, finally departing this world amidst unending suffering. Shortly after his death, Su Long reported her to the police, betraying her completely. Officers stormed in, dragging her from her home. The prison environment was akin to hell. She endured torment behind iron bars. Guards served her spoiled food and assigned her the heaviest labor. Fellow inmates frequently harassed her, splashing dirty water upon her and pricking her fingers with sharp objects, with some even attempting to strangle her. Countless times, she gritted her teeth in the darkness, forcing herself not to cry, yet ultimately, she could not hold back the flood of tears. Weak, she collapsed onto the cold floor, sensing the gradual ebb of her life. Xiao Zhuo, sister, I have come to accompany you, she murmured weakly before closing her eyes. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a blinding white light pierced through, jolting Su awake. She found herself lying in an unfamiliar room, sunlight streaming through the curtain's gap, enveloping the air in warmth. Her hands bore no scars, and her legs were intact. She sat up, fingers gripping the bedsheet tightly, her heart racing, her mind in disarray. "What is happening?" Sushi whispered. As she regained her senses, piecing together her memories, she realized she had been reborn, transported back to her youth. A time when Zhuo was still by their side. A tremor coursed through her body, and shock gradually filled her eyes. The image of that frail young man echoed in her mind, replaying the scenes of his neglect and mistreatment by them. Sushi inhaled deeply, a mix of heartache and a glimmer of hope surging within her. Now, she had been granted another opportunity. She must not repeat her past mistakes. Suddenly, Sushi sprang from the bed, tears shimmering in her eyes, with only one thought racing through her mind. Zhuo. She must find Zhuo. But her heart sank as she recalled that she had driven the feverish Zhuo out of the hospital just before her rebirth. Remembering his frail and helpless form at that moment, her heart twisted in agony. What have I done? Overwhelmed by guilt, she bit her lip and swiftly gathered her team, rushing out into the torrential rain without changing her clothes. "Captain, who exactly are we looking for?" One team member dared to ask. "Zhuo. Please help me find Zhuo." Sushi shouted hoarsely, tears mingling with rainwater as they streamed down her pale face. The team members exchanged puzzled glances. She had always been cold towards Zhuo, yet now she seemed to prioritize him above her own life. Though they were filled with doubt, they dared not defy her orders and could only assist in the search with all their might. The rain poured down, drumming on the ground with a resounding noise, while the biting wind lashed icy droplets against Sushi's face and body. She could not afford to pause for even a moment, stumbling through the muddy path in her desperate search, drenched to the bone. After a day and a night, there was still no sign of Zhuo. Exhausted, Sushi and Appo's legs trembled, and she sank to her knees in the mud, as if her body had been drained of all strength. Her fists clenched tightly. She struck the ground fiercely. The rain washed over her face, yet could not conceal the despair in her eyes. "Zhuo, it is all my fault," she sobbed, slapping herself across the face in a desperate attempt to alleviate her regret, her cheek instantly flushing red, as if that could somehow make amends. But it was of no use. Why? Why was I so foolish before? Why did it take me until now to realize how much I owe him? Her tears mingled with the rain, cascading into the mud below. At that moment, a cold voice emerged from behind her. "ISN and Appo's. This just your own doing?" Sushi looked up, her blurred vision revealing Su Chi-ming. With her arms crossed, Su Chi-ming regarded the kneeling Sushi with palpable disdain. "Now you realize regret? Zhuo is already gone. What good does your regret do now?" Upon hearing this, Sushi felt a sharp pain in her chest. After enduring another day of torment, she finally received a lead. The elderly man who had taken Zhuo had been apprehended and revealed that Zhuo had been sent to their rural hometown. Anxious and frantic, Sushi immediately drove towards the countryside. The journey was swift, her palms slick with sweat, her heart pounding furiously. She dared not waste a moment, hoping to see Zhuo soon and rectify her wrongs. Upon arriving in the countryside, the sky was overcast, heavy clouds threatening to descend. The rural road was muddy, with rolling green hills in the distance, trees swaying gently, and the air thick with the scent of damp earth. In a humble courtyard, several ragged children were playing, heedlessly surrounding Zhuo. They laughed mockingly, taunting, "You're the unwanted child, right? Your parents don't want you anymore." Zhuo stood in the center of the yard, his frail figure upright, his gaze vacant and numb, as if he had grown accustomed to such humiliation. He remained silent, ignoring the children, his eyes reflecting only desolation. However, the children were relentless, picking up water guns to spray Zhuo. "How boring," one child exclaimed upon seeing Zhuo's lack of reaction, angrily bending down to pick up a stone and hurl it at him. From a distance, Sushi witnessed this heart-wrenching scene, her heart nearly shattered. She rushed forward, enveloping Zhuo in her arms, shielding him from the incoming stone with her own body. The stone struck her back, forcing a sharp intake of breath. Yet she held on to Zhuo tightly, refusing to let him suffer any further harm. "Who dares to bully him?" Sushi shouted angrily at the children, who, frightened, hastily dropped the stones and fled. Zhuo lifted his gaze slightly to look at Sushi, his eyes still hollow. Chapter 53. Severing ties with Sulong. It was at this moment that Sushi realized that Zhuo was burning with an alarming fever, his body radiating heat. Overcome with concern, tears welled up in her eyes as she gently caressed his forehead, her voice trembling. "Zhuo, I was wrong. I will never let you suffer again. Please, come with me to the hospital, won't you? Yet. Zhuo merely cast a vacant glance in her direction before summoning all his strength to push her away and stagger into the dilapidated shack, swiftly locking the door behind him. Standing outside, Zhuo could not contain her tears, her heart wrenched with unbearable pain. Seeing Zhuo isolate himself, she grew frantic, pouring forth every tender word she could muster. Zhuo, I was wrong. I truly understand now. Please open the door and let me see you. Just this once. But inside, there was no response. At that moment, a child from the onlookers piped up, don't waste your breath. He mute, and won't he answer you? Zhuo recalled that it was this very child who had instigated the others to spray Zhuo with water guns. She hurried over to the group of children and, without hesitation, crushed their discarded plastic water guns and stones beneath her feet, producing a sharp, jarring sound. The children, terrified, fled the scene in tears, shouting about a bad sister, scattering away from the yard. After scaring off the unruly children, Zhuo's concern for Zhuo's high fever overwhelming her, she gritted her teeth and grasped the rusted lock with both hands, forcefully breaking it. The door swung open with a piercing creak. However, the sight before her left she momentarily frozen in shock. Zhuo was crouched on the floor, gripping a sharp, rusty knife, poised to cut into his own wrist. Panic coursed through her veins, and she rushed forward, enveloping him in her arms and clutching his wrist tightly. Her voice trembling, no? Zhuo, please don't do this. I beg you, don't harm yourself, please. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, her heart shattering into pieces, making it almost impossible to breathe. Zhuo struggled briefly but was firmly held by Zhu. His body was scalding hot, akin to a furnace aflame with fever, yet he stubbornly refused to lean on anyone for support. In desperation, Zhu pulled out her phone and sent a plea for help to Xia Qiushuang. Soon after, Xia Qiushuang hurriedly arrived. What happened? Why is Zhuo so ill? Zhu found herself at a loss for words, stammering as she attempted to explain, but shame held her back from revealing the truth. With her head bowed, she murmured, I did not take good care of him. Cousin, please check on Zhuo first. Understanding her hesitation, Xia Qiushuang did not press further and turned to enter the room. Upon seeing her, the tension in Zhuo finally eased, under Xia Qiushuang's gentle reassurance. He obediently took his medicine. Xia Qiushuang possessed a serene beauty, her features radiating warmth. Dressed in a flowing light blue gown, she resembled the morning dew, light and warm. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the green trees outside, illuminating her as though she had stepped out of a painting. She tenderly wiped the beads of sweat from Zhuo's forehead, and the room seemed enveloped in a warm glow. The rain outside had gradually subsided, leaving only the soft patter of droplets against the window. Observing this scene from outside, Zhu felt a tumult of emotions swell within her. Zhuo was so compliant with Xia Qiushuang, yet he was filled with resistance towards her. But who could she blame? Wasn't he at her past blindness and the many ways she had hurt Zhuo that had led to this? Xia Qiushuang gently helped Zhuo into the car and took him to the hospital. After administering an 4-drip, the doctor discreetly called Xia Qiushuang aside, whispering, This child is quite different. He seems to exhibit severe autism. Xia Qiushuang immediately grew anxious, fervently inquiring, Doctor, is there any way to alleviate his condition? The doctor patiently outlined several possible approaches, and Xia Qiushuang listened intently, even retrieving her notebook to meticulously jot down every detail. Standing outside, Zhu felt a pang of heartache. Autism. She covered her mouth, struggling to suppress her tears. After a moment, a thought struck her. Her fifth sister, Su Qinyu, was an expert in the medical field. Perhaps she could provide better solutions. At that moment, Su Qinyu was delivering a lecture on neurosurgery at an international medical conference. Tall and exquisitely beautiful, her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders in soft waves, radiating an air of elegant intellect. Clad in a well-tailored white suit that accentuated her perfect silhouette, she stood confidently at the podium, her slender fingers flipping through her presentation notes, exuding poise and grace. The audience listened intently as she articulated complex medical concepts with clarity. Whispers of admiration rippling through the crowd, some even discreetly capturing photographs of her. As the lecture concluded, Su Qianyu graciously thanked the audience and gathered her notes. Just as she engaged with her colleagues, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw Su's name, her brow furrowing slightly. Hello, third sister, what is it? Su Qianyu's tone remained even. On the other end, Su urgently recounted Zhuo's illness. Su Qianyu, however, seemed indifferent, responding a fever. Third sister, it's just a minor ailment. Let a regular doctor handle it. Oh, autism. Aren't there specialists in the country? I've been quite busy lately and can't afford to get involved with this. With that, Su Qinyu ended the call, an air of apathy lingering in her demeanor. Setting her phone down, she resumed her conversation with the medical experts nearby. Meanwhile, as Xia Qiushuang returned Su Zhuo to the Su family home, darkness had already descended. With evening classes approaching, she left him at the door, planting a gentle kiss on his small face as she departed. The yard lights illuminated the damp flower beds, and a hint of summer's coolness lingered in the air. She felt an urge to emulate Xia Qiushuang, to plant a kiss on her brother's soft cheek. But sensing the rejection emanating from Su Zhuo, she dismissed the thought. Xiao Zhuo, we're home now. Come inside with me. She forced a smile, extending her hand in hopes that he would take it as he had with Xia Qiushuang. Yet, Su Zhuo did not even glance her way, turning instead to walk away with his little legs. With a heavy heart, Sushi lowered her downcast eyes and followed him. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. The two entered the house in succession, only to be met with the sounds of a fierce argument emanating from the study on the second floor. Eldest sister, are you out of your mind? You want to sever ties with Xiaolong? Su Qinyu stood in the center of the study, her eyes filled with discontent. Typically rational and composed, her emotions were clearly unhinged at that moment. On the desk lay a certificate of severance, the text neat and precise, bearing the seal of the Su family. Chapter 54, Fifth Sister Su Qinyu, I am doing this for the Su family. Su Wanga retorted firmly. Humph. Since none of you are willing to take care of Xiaolong, I shall do it alone. After all, I can't afford to support him. The echoes of their argument reverberated through the spacious room. At that moment, Su Wanga noticed Su Zhuo's figure appearing at the doorway. She immediately suppressed her anger and hurried over, her expression tense as she inquired, Xiao Zhuo, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Should we go to the hospital again? These past few days, her sleep had been restless, and she had only just received reassuring news from Su Qian that Su Zhuo was fine. A heavy weight had finally lifted from her heart, yet upon seeing Su Zhuo's sullen demeanor, she felt a pang of distress. Indeed, Su Zhuo merely kept his head lowered, his gaze vacant, as if he could not hear her words. He silently bypassed her and walked straight towards the staircase, making no sound as he vanished into the shadows of the second floor. Su Qinyu's voice dripped with disdain. How rude. He doesn't even acknowledge his sister's greeting. What kind of manners is that? Su Wanga shot a glare at Su Qinyu, her tone tinged with sorrow. Xiao Zhuo, he has autism. Irritated, Su Qinyu frowned and, in a huff, slammed the door as she left. Su Wanga sighed, suppressing her agitation, and said to Su Qian, come with me to the study. With that, she turned and entered the study. Shortly after they had entered, the room was filled with angry shouts, accompanied by the sharp sound of a table being struck and Su Wanga's reprimands. Outside, Su Zhuo sat curled up at the corner of the staircase, listening to the commotion with an expression devoid of emotion. He hugged his knees, silently enduring the storm that surrounded him like a wounded creature. Meanwhile, Su Qianyu returned to her room and, the next day, as usual, took Su Long to kindergarten. Upon arriving at kindergarten, Su Long held his head high, regaling his classmates with tales of the previous days. Those country folks were actually human traffickers. I am the legitimate young master of the Su family, he added with pride. Let me tell you, that Su Zhuo is nothing but an unloved wild child. A group of boys who usually played with Su Long gathered around, listening intently and nodding in agreement. They whispered disdainfully about Su Zhuo. He is always alone. How pitiful. He never speaks, like a mute. No wonder nobody likes him. Standing like a little king among his peers, Su Long proudly distributed the snacks his sister had brought back from abroad. Each child held beautifully packaged treats, their excitement palpable. Thank you, Su Long. I've seen these snacks in the supermarket. My mother said they were too expensive and wouldn't buy them for me. Your sister is so good to you, exclaimed a little girl, her eyes filled with envy. Casting a glance at Su Zhuo from a distance, Su Long felt a surge of pride. Of course, my sister loves me the most. Meanwhile, Su Zhuo sat alone in a corner, taking out his lunchbox and eating quietly. He clutched his bowl tightly, his head bowed, as the clamor of the cafeteria felt like a world away. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the cafeteria, drawing everyone and Appo's attention. Su Qimeng, clad in a flowing gown and wearing sunglasses, entered with a captivating aura, accompanied by an assistant who carried an exquisite lunchbox. Her arrival elicited gasps of awe from the children and teachers alike, who exclaimed, Wow, isn't that the big star sister? Su Long's entourage buzzed with excitement. The Big Star sister must be here to deliver lunch to Su Long. Hearing this, Su Long's heart swelled with pride as he envisioned Su Qiming handing him the meal, surrounded by envious glances. He straightened his small stature, eagerly awaiting her approach. As Su Qiming removed her sunglasses, revealing a strikingly beautiful face with a slight upward tilt at the corners of her eyes, she radiated a cool elegance tempered with warmth. Bestowing a radiant smile, she walked to the corner of the cafeteria and sat directly across from Su Zhuo. Silence fell over the room as all eyes widened in astonishment. Su Long and Appos, as followers stared in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. The smug expression on Su Long and Appos' face froze, as though he had been struck. He gaped in disbelief, fists clenched. His face flushed. Xiao Zhuo, Su Qiming gently called out, pushing aside the lunchbox to place a steaming bowl of soup before him. This is specially made for you by your sister. Drink it while it and Appos' hot. Su Zhuo raised his head hesitantly, but still did not reach for his chopsticks. Merely lowering his gaze again to fiddle with the rice in his bowl. Xiao Zhuo. Su Qiming attempted to coax him further when the cafeteria door swung open. And Su Ningyue rushed in, holding another lunchbox. Her long hair danced in the breeze, and her beautiful, innocent face flushed slightly from running. Upon spotting Su Zhuo, Su Ningyue beamed like a blossoming flower, dashing to his side and sitting next to him, eagerly opening her lunchbox. Xiao Zhuo. This is a meal made by seventh sister herself. You must eat more, she urged, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she placed a piece of cooked rib into Su Zhuo and Appos' bowl. Noticing this, Su Qiming frowned, unwilling to back down, and added a pair of chopsticks full of vegetables to Su Zhuo and Appos' bowl. Su Ningyue, stop meddling. Your ribs look unappetizing. They must be pre-packaged. Let Xiao Zhuo eat the food I made. You're cooking? Su Ningyue shot back, glaring at Su Qiming defiantly. Who knows if it suits his palate? And this is not pre-packaged. It was freshly prepared by my chef. Don't spout nonsense. Caught between the two, Su Zhuo gazed wearily at them. His bowl was increasingly overflowing with food. From a distance, Su Long observed this scene, his expression growing darker. His friends whispered among themselves. So the Big Star sister and teacher Yeye are both here to deliver food to Su Zhuo. Don and Appos, T say that. Seventh sister and second sister just didn't and Appos. T know I was back at school. They have always favored me. Su Long insisted stubbornly. He clung to the belief that his sisters simply hadn't seen him, despite seventh sister being less attentive lately. After all, second sister had always treated him well, even scolding Su Zhuo for him not long ago. With this thought, Su Long jumped off his stool and made his way towards Su Qiming and Su Ningyue. Chapter 55. How smart can a child be? Su Long approached Su Qiming and Su Ningyue, his tone laced with a hint of childish pleading. Sister, the food in the cafeteria is dreadful. I wish I could have the dishes you make. He attempted to evoke their sympathy as he had done in the past, hoping to garner their attention. However, Su Qiming and Su Ningyue were engrossed in attending to Su Zhuo, completely disregarding him. Come, Xiao Zhuo, try this. Xiao Zhuo, would you like some shrimp? I and Appos, I'll peel one for you. Frustration bubbled within Su Long as he angrily reached for Su Qiming and Appos' lunchbox. I want it. Give it to me. What are you doing? Su Qiming exclaimed, her eyes widening as she firmly pressed down on her lunchbox. In the ensuing chaos, the box tipped over, spilling its contents onto the floor, while hot soup splattered onto Su Long and Appos' hand, causing him to scream in pain, tears streaming down his face. Ouch! It and Appos' hot. It hurts. Serves you right for stealing, Su Qiming retorted coldly, her heart brimming with annoyance. Why had she never noticed her brother's brazen audacity before? Yet, reflecting on his future misdeeds, perhaps snatching someone else's food was not such a grievous offense after all. Su Ningyue remained focused on soothing Su Zhuo, not even sparing a glance for Su Long. You're all mean, ganging up on me. I'll tell fifth sister. Su Long cried, turning to flee. Su Ningyue, seemingly oblivious to Su Long's presence, retrieved an exquisite box from her backpack, containing a carefully prepared gift. Xiao Zhuo, this is a present for you. Do you like it? However, Su Zhuo did not even glance her way, quietly rising with his lunchbox and departing. Su Ningyue and Appos' gaze fell, a wave of disappointment crashing over her. Oh, it seems Xiao Zhuo doesn't and Appos, T1 your gift, Su Qiming sneered from the side. Su Ningyue bit her lip, wanting to retort, but finding herself at a loss for words. Silently watching Su Zhuo's retreating figure, leaning against the window, She extracted a brand new gaming console from the gift box. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating its metallic sheen. She approached a female teacher, quietly requesting her to pass it along. The teacher casually fabricated a story, claiming it was a console her son had outgrown and was now being given to keep Zhuo entertained during dull moments. Watching Zhuo accept the console brought Su Ningyue a sense of relief, yet a pang of bitterness stirred within her. Memories from her past life surfaced unbidden. She recalled that autumn when Su Long flaunted his newly purchased console to his classmates, and Zhuo looked on enviously. Su Ningyue remembered how Zhuo had saved diligently to afford that console, only for Su Long to accuse him of theft and publicly humiliate him. In a fit of anger, she had shattered the console Zhuo had worked so hard to buy, oblivious to the deep wound she inflicted upon him. Now, as she reflected on it, her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Clutching her chest, tears blurred her vision. Only upon seeing Zhuo and Appo's smile did her heart begin to mend. Su Ningyue silently vowed to make amends for her past transgressions in this lifetime. The first class of the afternoon was an open lesson, with students filling the classroom and the principal alongside several directors observing from the side. Throughout the lesson, Su Ningyue found herself somewhat distracted, her gaze frequently wandering towards Zhuo. Fortunately, as a top student from Haida University, her insights and teaching style were distinctive. Even her casual remarks refreshing to the attending teachers. Midway through the class, Su Long covertly signaled to a boy beside him. Gathering his courage, the boy stood up, his voice tinged with nervousness. "Teacher, Zhuo is playing with a gaming console." An immediate hush fell over the classroom, all eyes turning to Zhuo, who sat in the corner, engrossed in his new console, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The boy's revelation rippled through the previously tranquil atmosphere like a stone thrown into a still pond. Concerned that Zhuo would be reprimanded by his homeroom teacher, Su Ningyue casually remarked, "Oh, that's a gift I gave to Zhuo." The boy's face flushed with embarrassment, unsure how to respond as whispers began to circulate among the classmates. Su Long felt a surge of displeasure. Previously, when he wished to play with the console, the sisters had forbidden him, yet Su Ningyue allowed Zhuo to bring his console to school. Such blatant favoritism. He stood up, voicing his discontent. "Even if it's a gift from you, Zhuo shouldn't be playing with the console in class. It shows disrespect to the teacher and the classmates." His statement ignited a low murmur throughout the classroom. The principal looked up, frowning slightly. "Teacher Su, it is indeed inappropriate for Zhuo to be playing on the console during class. You should not enable him to bring it here. As educators, we must lead by example and set a standard for the children." Su Ningyue calmly explained, "Zhuo has autism, and traditional educational methods do not suit him. Moreover, he is far more intelligent than his peers. Playing during class will not hinder his learning." A director interjected, "Intelligent? How smart can a child be?" Su Ningyue glanced at Zhuo, pondering silently. In her past life, she had never paid attention to him, despite her intentions to make amends this time around. Zhuo had consistently kept his distance. She knew little about him and was unaware of the extent of his intelligence. All she remembered was that Zhuo had achieved an outstanding score of over 700 points for Su Long, surpassing her own score from that year. Though his subsequent exam results had been rather mediocre, putting him in the average range at Haida, Su Ningyue suspected that it was merely his desire to remain inconspicuous, concealing his true capabilities. "If the director does not believe it, let us have Zhuo solve a problem to demonstrate his intelligence," she suggested, taking chalk and writing a question on the blackboard. Initially, the students did not find it remarkable until she completed the problem. Is this not too difficult for a child so young?" What Su Ningyue had written on the board was a system of 3 variable linear equations. "Zhuo, would you like to give it a try?" She winked at him. Zhuo felt a wave of exasperation. Even though he had been gradually adopting the behavior of a 6-year-old since his rebirth, he had not forgotten the knowledge from his past life. Such a problem was indeed exceedingly simple. Silently, he rose and approached the blackboard, chalk in hand. The principal and the nearby teachers whispered among themselves. Ultimately reaching a consensus, a child of such tender age could never possibly solve such a challenging problem. Chapter 56, knowing it was given by her. "Do you no longer want it?" The classroom fell into a hushed silence, all eyes converging on Zhuo. What is this question? It is utterly incomprehensible. Especially since he has never attended school. How could he possibly solve it? Su Long whispered derisively to a nearby classmate, his tone rife with disdain. A few boys echoed his sentiments, their laughter tinged with mockery. "What? He has never been to school. I started school at 3. Didn't T. Su Long say he is from the countryside? Another boy chimed in, joining in the ridicule. Come on, Xiao Zhuo, give it a try. Even if you can't solve it, that's perfectly all right, Su Ningyue gently encouraged. She was already aware of the results from the intelligence test and, having witnessed Su Zhuo's grasp of even junior high knowledge at school, she knew this problem posed no challenge for him. She wished for everyone to see that her brother was indeed a genius. Su Zhuo slowly approached the blackboard, his fingers lightly gliding across its surface, his mind conjuring the solution. The principal furrowed his brow slightly, while the director fixed his gaze on the board. To everyone's astonishment, without engaging in complex calculations, Su Zhuo simply wrote down a single number. The students were momentarily stunned, the director frowning, questioning what this child was scribbling. At that moment, Su Ningyue's heart raced. She could hardly believe that Su Zhuo would struggle with such a problem. She quickly flipped over the answer sheet. Upon seeing the answer, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed to the principal and director, "No, this answer is correct." The classroom was enveloped in silence, the students appearing as though enchanted. Staring blankly at Su Zhuo, Su Long's mouth hung open, clearly unable to fathom the unfolding events. Those who had previously mocked Su Zhuo wore expressions of astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. This child is truly a genius. A female teacher broke the silence with her praise. The director, unwilling to accept Su Ningyue's assertion, stepped forward to personally verify the answer. When he confirmed its accuracy, his expression froze in disbelief, staring at Su Zhuo in shock. "This is impossible," the director exclaimed. His tone agitated as he questioned Su Ningyue. "Are you certain you didn't see the answer beforehand?" "I refuse to believe that a child could arrive at the correct answer without any calculations." The classmates, witnessing the scene, began to jeer, tauntingly insisting, "He must have copied it. Who would believe he could figure it out?" "Very well. Let us create a problem on the spot and see if Xiao Zhuo can solve it." Su Ningyue turned to Su Zhuo and asked, "Xiao Zhuo, can you help me solve this system of 3 linear equations?" She wrote the new problem on the board. Su Zhuo silently analyzed it in his mind, and after a few seconds, he began to write a series of numbers on the board. Su Ningyue, containing her excitement, stepped forward to document his solution process alongside his answer. When the final result was revealed, everyone was left speechless. The answer was identical to what Su Zhuo had written. He really solved it. A classmate exclaimed incredulously. The director stood dumbfounded, glancing back at the principal, while the children in the classroom began to whisper amongst themselves, the earlier mocking voices fading into insignificance. As the school bell rang, the principal subtly inquired of Su Ningyue, "Once Su Zhuo completes elementary school, would you consider allowing him to attend the high school where I serve? I believe he would thrive there." The director, standing nearby, had shed his earlier arrogance, now displaying a hint of contrition as he addressed Su Ningyue. "I was blind to his abilities. I had no idea this little fellow was so bright." Su Ningyue offered a few nonchalant remarks before seizing the opportunity to depart and find Su Ming. However, as she turned, she collided with a pair of striking black and white eyes. Her gaze faltered momentarily. After enduring the tribulations of her previous life, she always felt that Su Zhuo and Appo's eyes were the purest things in the world. She gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Xiao Zhuo, you are amazing." Su Zhuo said nothing, instead retrieving a game console from his backpack and silently placing it into Su Ningyue's arms before turning away with an air of aloofness. Su Ningyue wished to chase after him, but Su Zhuo had already dashed off. She gazed at the game console in her arms and sighed softly. Indeed, knowing it was a gift from her, did he no longer desire it? Her emotions remained tumultuous at that moment, her thoughts scattered, even as she overlooked the murmurs of her classmates behind her. Throughout the day, Su Ningyue remained in a melancholic state. It wasn't until she returned home after school that she heard cries coming from upstairs. Alarmed that something might have happened to Su Zhuo, she hurriedly pushed open the door. Su Long sat on the floor, eyes red and face contorted with grievance amidst the chaos around him, while Su Wang stood nearby, holding a few of Su Long's cherished toys, her expression cold and indifferent. "Why did you throw away my things?" Su Long sobbed, his tears streaming down his cheeks. He pointed toward the new room, which was cramped and dimly painted, resembling a basement. "Why did I have to move into this room? This is Su Zhuo's room. It and Appo's dark and dirty. I refuse to stay here." "Enough, Su Long." Su Wang and Appo's tone was firm. "If Xiao Zhuo can live here, why can Appo's to you? If you truly despise it, then go back to your biological parents." I don't want to. Su Long cried helplessly. What is going on? Why is there such a commotion? Su Qianyu, just finished with her bath, approached, hearing the noise. At the sight of her, Su Long cried even louder, throwing himself at her and clutching her sleeve, lamenting, Fifth sister, why does everyone favor Su Zhuo? That was my room. Why does the eldest sister want me to give it to Su Zhuo? Su Qianyu, feeling pity for him, embraced Su Long and comforted him gently. Don't cry, Xiao Long. Tonight, you can sleep with fifth sister, all right? She softly patted his back, attempting to soothe him. After a while of sobbing in her embrace, Su Long finally began to calm down, nestling against her. Su Wang cast a disapproving glance at Su Qianyu. Qianyu, he is old enough. Isn't it inappropriate for you to sleep with him? Su Qianyu snorted softly. If I don't let Su Long sleep with me, are you suggesting I let him sleep in the junk room? Fifth sister, that's not a junk room. Su Zhui used to sleep there. Su Ningyue interjected, frowning. Now you realize the eldest sister is biased? At that time, the eldest sister gave the best facing room to Su Long, but made Su Zhui stay in the small dark room. Why didn't you say anything about bias then? He doesn't and oppose. He even deserved to compare with Su Long. Su Qiming scoffed, then picked up Su Long and returned to her own room. Chapter 57. A glimpse into the future 10 years hence, Su Qianyu had gently coaxed Su Long into bed, tucking him in snugly before softly patting his back to lull him to sleep. Yet, scarcely had he closed his eyes when he began to grind his teeth, muttering indistinctly in his dreams, his words a muddle of incomprehensible phrases. With a furrowed brow, Su Qianyu opened her eyes, a throbbing headache prompting her to adjust Su Long's sleeping position. However, as she carefully attempted to turn him, he suddenly kicked out, striking her abdomen fiercely. Oh! Su Qianyu gasped, the pain causing her expression to contort momentarily. Clutching her belly in silent agony, she refrained from disturbing Su Long, letting out a resigned sigh as she stifled her weariness and continued her efforts to soothe him back to slumber. Unable to find rest, her headache intensified. Pulsating at her temples, she pressed her forehead, feeling her body grow heavier with fatigue. Beside her, Su Long persisted in his dreamlike state, the incessant creaking of his teeth making it impossible for her to find peace. In a daze between sleep and wakefulness, Su Qianyu suddenly beheld an unfamiliar scene. Her consciousness was drawn into a hazy dreamscape. Gentle sunlight streamed through the curtains, filling the room with warmth. A tall, young man sat at her bedside, delicately pressing her temples with his fingertips, his touch tender and soothing. Does this feel any better? His voice was deep and soft. Su Qianyu strained to discern his features. Yet his face remained shrouded in a mist, as if obscured by thick fog. A profound sense of familiarity washed over her. She sensed that this young man held great significance in her life, yet his identity eluded her memory. Faintly, a broadcast drifted into her consciousness, pulling Su Qianyu back from her reverie. 10 years ago, Miss Su Qianyu, president of the International Medical Association, proposed a novel therapy for neuropathic pain. Today, a decade later, her brother has successfully developed a miraculous medication, finally addressing the affliction that has plagued countless individuals, heralding a significant breakthrough in medicine. Experts unanimously agree that this medication will transform the treatment of neuropathic pain, granting patients a new lease on life. The broadcast echoed in her ears. Yet her mind lingered on the gentle silhouette of the young man. The remnants of the dream intertwined with her throbbing headache as she slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling the shadow of the young man recede, replaced by Su Long and Appo's relentless grinding of teeth. 10 years later, she murmured softly, a smile gracing her lips as she tenderly stroked Su Long's head. So, you will be remarkable in the future. Since you possess a gift for medicine, I shall nurture your talents with care. At the break of dawn on the weekend, Su Qianyu instructed her assistant to prepare the finest attire, personally selecting a suitable suit for Su Long and meticulously grooming his hair. Gazing at her young, adorable brother in the mirror, she beamed with pride. Wow, my little brother looks just like a little prince. Su Long, beaming with delight from the praise, eagerly inquired, Sister, do you think someone will envy me? With a light laugh, Su Qianyu replied, Of course, for our little Long is the most exceptional. However, remember to be polite when you meet the president, all right? Su Long nodded vigorously, and when they arrived at President Qi's grand residence, the president's wife personally came to greet them. Miss Su, I apologize for the wait. My husband is currently attending to a guest. Curious, Su Qianyu asked, who is the guest? The interesting part, the president's wife explained gently, is that it is your sister, Miss Su Wanga. She has brought your brother, hoping my husband can examine the child's autism. A frown instinctively creased Su Qianyu's brow, tinged with a hint of derision. It was rather futile for Su Wanga to bring Su Zhuo to see the president. She was skeptical that the mute child could be cured and considered it a waste of time and energy. While conversing with Su Qianyu, the president and Apos' wife remarked, in fact, many children with autism possess extraordinary talents in certain fields. For instance, Su Zhuo may be a genius. Su Qianyu raised an eyebrow, thinking, a genius? What nonsense. My little Long is the true genius. She responded dismissively, oh, president's wife, you jest. Su Zhuo grew up in the countryside and has hardly attended school. How could he possibly be a genius? The president's wife appeared taken aback, not anticipating such comments from Su Qianyu regarding her own brother. Noting Su Wanga's concern for the little boy, she had assumed the Su family cared deeply for Su Zhuo. Realizing this, the president's wife refrained from further discussion and summoned someone to prepare tea for Su Qianyu. Before long, President Qi and Su Wanga emerged from the study. President Qi was an imposing middle-aged man, conversing with Su Wanga as he walked. Miss Su, your brother is indeed a rare genius. It is uncommon to encounter a child with such extraordinary memory. A child like him is ideally suited for the medical field. If you nurture him in this direction, I believe he will become a pillar of strength in the medical community. Regarding his autism, there is no need for concern. We refer to this condition as the genius disease. If you provide him with care and companionship, ensuring he is not left alone, he will naturally improve over time. Su Qianyu's gaze involuntarily shifted to Su Zhuo, standing beside Su Wanga. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. President Qi had described Su Zhuo as a genius. Noticing Su Qianyu and Su Long, President Qi approached with a warm smile. Dr. Su, what brings you here? President Qi, did you just say Su Zhuo is suited for the medical field? Su Qianyu and Apos' expression grew peculiar. Her intuition hinted that the vision she had seen last night was indeed a glimpse into the future. If Su Long could develop a miraculous medication a decade hence, then it must be Su Long who was truly destined for medicine, not Su Zhuo. President Qi turned his gaze towards Su Zhuo, admiration flickering in his eyes. Su Zhuo possesses not only a remarkable memory, but also an astonishing talent in mathematics. A child like him is best suited for the medical profession, wouldn't you agree? I've heard he's your brother. It seems he has inherited your medical talents. Su Qianyu's expression stiffened momentarily. Always proud of Su Long, she felt an unsettling discomfort at the praise bestowed upon Su Zhuo. Forcing a smile, she replied, my little Long is also quite clever. Why not have you personally assess him? Su Wanga scoffed. Can Su Long memorize 1,000 numbers in half an hour? After a brief silence, Su Qianyu inquired, is Su Zhuo's memory really that exceptional? Why not? If you do not believe me, surely you will trust President Qi. As Su Qianyu contemplated the dream, a sudden flash of insight struck her. The broadcast had stated it was her brother who developed the miraculous medication. Was it possible that the brother referenced was Su Zhuo, not Su Long? Yet, she had never regarded Su Zhuo as her brother, which had led her to mistakenly believe the figure in her dream was Su Long. Chapter 58. It is hard to believe that such words could escape Su Long's lips. As he listened to the praises showered upon Su Zhuo, he immediately voiced his objection. Why do you all keep lauding Su Zhuo? He doesn't deserve it. Indeed, President Qi, having a good memory does not equate to being a proficient doctor. One cannot speak so definitively. Su Qianyu still found it hard to believe that the person in her dream could be Su Zhuo. Then I shall devise a method to determine who among Xiao Zhuo and Xiao Long is more suited to be a doctor, President Qi declared, turning to retrieve 2 packets of traditional Chinese medicine from a drawer and placing them on the table. These 2 packets must be delivered to my 2 guests in Apos' homes. Whoever among you completes this task the fastest shall prove to be the finest doctor. Subsequently, President Qi produced 2 slips of paper, each inscribed with a guest's name, phone number, and address. I will undoubtedly win, Su Long exclaimed confidently, swiftly making his way towards the door. Xiao Long, take your time. Be cautious and don and Apos. Bump into any cars, Su Qianyu urged, following closely behind. Before departing, Su Wanga bent down and softly encouraged Xiao Zhuo. Your sister will be right behind you. If you encounter any problems, just come find me. In silence, Su Zhuo grasped the medicine packets. He boarded a bus alone, surrounded by passengers engrossed in their phones, while he quietly sat by the window, his gaze vacantly fixed on the scenery outside. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating his cherubic face, his short black hair slightly tousled, lending him an air of youthfulness. As the bus swayed, his small frame was jostled by the movement, gripping the armrest tightly in an effort to maintain his balance. Passengers could not help but glance over, some stifling laughter. "This child is remarkable. Riding the bus alone at such a young age," an aunt remarked to her companion, her eyes wide with astonishment. Upon hearing this, Zhuo turned his head slightly, but continued to gaze out at the fleeting landscape. The bus jolted along the street, and the driver kindly leaned out to inquire. "Little one, where are you headed?" "I am going to deliver medicine." "Ah, so you're helping your family. What a responsible little fellow." The driver's attention then shifted to the lane beside the bus, where a luxury car had been trailing them since Zhuo boarded. "That car on your left must belong to your family. The person inside has been taking pictures of you with her phone." The passengers turned to look out the window, marveling at the gleaming luxury vehicle. Through the glass, they could see a young woman dressed in fashionable attire, seemingly capturing photographs. The educational methods of the affluent are truly unique, allowing such a young child to ride the bus alone without fear of mishaps. What could possibly happen? Haven and Oppos, do you notice how closely that car follows us? They care more than anyone about their child. Zhuo expressionlessly pulled the curtain shut, eliciting laughter from the passengers. "Ha ha, this little one does not enjoy being photographed." Su Wanga retracted her phone, a hint of regret in her demeanor. "It seems he has caught on." On the other side, Su Long stood at the bus stop, his face a canvas of impatience. Having never ridden a bus before, he observed the passers-by, some absorbed in their phones, others engaged in conversation, none paying him any mind. "What are you all waiting for?" He shouted at a person preparing to board, but they ignored him entirely. Could he be deaf? He muttered, hesitating before boarding the bus himself. Xiao Long has never gone out on his own. This is bound to end in disaster. Su Qinyu fretted. She instructed the driver to follow the bus Su Long had boarded, while simultaneously video calling Su Wanga. "Sister, Xiao Long got on a long-distance bus. He won't reach his destination. He is still so young. How can he deliver any medicine? I believe President Qi is deliberately putting us through this. I'll take Xiao Long back. Please inform President Qi for me." Su Wanga raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with disdain. "Ah, Qinyu, you're always preoccupied with your own affairs. How have you not taken the time to teach Su Long? Look at him. He doesn't even know how to ride a bus." Many children his age manage to commute for school on their own. Annoyed, Su Qinyu retorted. As if Zhuo is any better, he grew up in the countryside and probably has an amp, Oppos, to even seen a bus. "Xiaozhua is nearly there," Su Wanga scoffed, her voice laced with pride. "Our Xiaozhua is a genius. He learns everything at a glance." Su Qinyu widened her eyes. "Almost there? Don't believe me? I'll show you the video." Soon, Su Wanga sent a video. In it, Zhuo politely inquired of a passerby for directions, his demeanor articulate and composed, far beyond that of an ordinary 6-year-old. In stark contrast, Su Long had been cursing at several individuals and throwing tantrums, earning disdainful looks from countless strangers. Xiao Long is still young. He will grow, Su Qinyu consoled herself. Thankfully, the long-distance bus did not travel far before stopping, likely because the driver had realized Su Long was on the wrong bus and let him off. Su Qinyu followed closely behind. After disembarking, Su Long continued to grumble, accidentally kicking a stone that struck a passerby, causing everyone to avoid him, leaving him without anyone to ask for directions. "I'm exhausted. I don't want to deliver medicine anymore. I want to go home." He plopped down on the ground, throwing a temper tantrum. "Stop the bus." Su Qinyu urgently instructed the driver. She could not bear to see Su Long suffer even a little, despite his occasional display of poor behavior. He had been her pampered brother for 6 years. How could she stand to see him cry? However, before Su Qinyu could reach him, Su Long suddenly collided with a blind man. The man, leaning on a cane, wore a perplexed expression and asked, "Strange, why is the blind path blocked? Kind soul, could you assist me in finding my way?" Su Qinyu paused, suddenly enlightened. President Qi's task was not merely to have Zhuo and Su Long deliver medicine. The speed of their deliveries did not determine their suitability for the medical field. A true doctor must possess a compassionate heart. She looked at Su Long, believing he would choose to help the blind man, never sacrificing kindness for the sake of victory. Yet, impatience flickered in Su Long's eyes. "Get away, you blind old man. I have no time." Su Qinyu and Amp, Oppos, eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom such words emerging from Su Long and Amp, Oppos' mouth. The blind man, taken aback, grasped Su Long and Amp, Oppos' clothing and implored softly, "Please, help me. I cannot find my way home." With disdain, Su Long pushed the blind man aside, exclaiming, "You old fool. How can you not even walk properly? Don't block the way." Chapter 59. I do not wish for others to know my sister is blind. Upon hearing Su Long's merciless insults directed at the blind, Su Qianyu's mind felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, the intense pain rendering her momentarily disoriented. In that fleeting moment, an unfamiliar scene materialized in her mind. It was a dimly lit laboratory, permeated by the acrid scent of chemical agents. She was deeply engrossed in a critical experiment, striving to develop a new type of medication. Unfortunately, a mishap occurred, and her eyes inadvertently came into contact with a strong acid, resulting in excruciating pain. In the days that followed, she learned that she might lose her sight. Reflecting on the sacrifices she had made for Su Long, she believed that he would be by her side during her most vulnerable moments. However, reality did not align with her expectations. Su Long exhibited not a flicker of concern. Instead, he coldly remarked, "I do not want others to know my sister is blind." He was in despair over his own blindness. Yet Su Long remained utterly indifferent. "Look at you now, unable to manage your own life. You truly are a burden. Please, do not ever say you are my sister. It embarrasses me." While at Su Long's home, she felt akin to a servant, constantly belittled and subjected to disdain from other housekeepers. Unable to see, she accidentally splattered hot oil on her hand while cooking, only to be met with Su Long's dissatisfaction. "Useless," he derisively scoffed from the side. To avoid his ire, she bore the pain in silence, continuing her tasks with her head bowed. She had no opportunity to sit at the table for a meal. Instead, she huddled in a corner, picking at the spoiled rice. At that moment, Zhuo suddenly appeared. He took her back to his rented apartment, settled her in, and began to busy himself in the kitchen. With practiced ease, he selected fresh ingredients and prepared a fragrant bowl of tomato and egg noodles. The vibrant red tomatoes were diced evenly, the eggs glistened golden in the hot oil, and the noodles danced in the pot, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. When Zhuo placed the bowl before her, tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Su Qianyu wiped her tears, jolted back to reality. Not again. Even if I were to become blind, Su Long would never disdain me. Yet, despite her reassurances, the scene of Su Long and Apos' harsh words towards the blind lingered in her thoughts. The blind man remained stationary, awaiting assistance. Su Qianyu hesitated, contemplating whether to approach him. Reflecting that since this was President Qi and Apos' test, Zhuo would undoubtedly encounter the blind man as well. It was too challenging to expect children, with their immature minds, to complete such a test. Su Qianyu silently reassured herself. She had little faith that Zhuo would perform better than Su Long. After approximately half an hour, Zhuo jumped off the bus. Concealed behind a tree, Su Qianyu consoled herself, thinking Zhuo would surely ignore him as well. However, an unexpected scene unfolded before her eyes. The blind man wandered helplessly along the street. Hearing footsteps, he hoarsely inquired, "Good Samaritan, could you help me find my way home?" Zhuo approached the blind man. "Where do you wish to go?" he asked. The blind man, upon hearing the voice, expressed gratitude. "I need to return to the small shop at the corner. Can you guide me there?" Of course, Zhuo nodded, extending his hand gently onto the blind man's larger hand. "I will take you there." Su Qianyu, witnessing this exchange, found herself momentarily speechless. There was no need for comparison. "I shall go fetch Su Long," she resolved, turning to instruct the driver. Su Long was overjoyed to see Su Qianyu arrive to pick him up, eagerly requesting her assistance in delivering medicine to a designated location before returning with her to President Qi and Apos' residence. "I arrived first. I have one," Su Long exclaimed with exuberance. However, President Qi and Apos' response was dispassionate. "You have lost. How could I possibly lose?" Su Long fumed, pivoting to seek out Su Qianyu. "Sister, you must say that I won. Why are you silent? Why do you not assist me? Are you favoring Zhuo?" At that moment, Su Qianyu's emotions were particularly intricate. She was reluctant to concede, yet the undeniable reality compelled her to acknowledge it. She crouched to meet Su Long's gaze, softly saying, "Even if you have lost, in my heart, you are the best. I have not lost. How could I lose to him?" Su Long bellowed, his face flushed with rage. "Su Long, calm down." Su Qianyu sighed, exasperated. "Let us return home." "I refuse." Su Long shouted defiantly, bolting away like a wild horse, desperately resisting Su Qianyu and Apos' guidance. "I will not go back." "Su Long, do not act this way. Be cautious of the traffic." Su Qianyu attempted to persuade him, But at that moment, a speeding car struck her. A sharp pain coursed through Su Qinyu and Oppo's body as she was knocked to the ground, blood quickly seeping from her injuries. It hurts, she grimaced, yet a part of her felt relieved, thinking that surely now Su Long would stop fleeing. Come help your sister. I am in pain. You deserve it. Su Long stood at a distance. Who told you to always meddle in my affairs? Su Qinyu and Oppo's heart ached. She had not expected that even at this moment, Su Long would still blame her. The driver hurriedly exited his vehicle, rushing to Su Qinyu and Oppo's side, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm so sorry. I did not see you." He quickly dialed for emergency assistance. In the hospital, the doctor promptly treated Su Qinyu's wounds, tiny shards of gravel embedded in her skin, causing her forehead to bead with cold sweat. Alone in the hospital bed, sunlight streamed through the curtain slits, casting a warm glow on her sheets, yet failing to dispel the shadows within her heart. Time passed, and eventually, commotion echoed from the corridor. Curious, Su Qinyu peeked her head out to see Xia Qiushuang being assisted inside. With her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, delicate features, and fair skin, she donned a simple yet stylish athletic outfit, radiating youthful vitality. "Sister, what brings you to the hospital?" she inquired with curiosity. Su Qinyu offered a vague response. "Oh, nothing much. I just had a little accident." Not probing further, Xia Qiushuang noted, "Just in time, our eldest sister has arrived. Let her take care of you." Following closely behind her, Su Wanga entered the ward. Upon spotting Su Qinyu, she seemed poised to speak but hesitated. "Did you only just remember me? I've been waiting here alone for quite some time," Su Qinyu complained. "I was accompanying Xiao Zhuo to visit Qiushuang," she replied, her voice tinged with an unmistakable hint of jealousy, pondering how wonderful it would be if Su Zhuo showed such concern for her as well. After a pause, Su Qinyu could not help but ask, "Has Su Long mentioned coming to see me?" She could not bring herself to believe that Su Long bore no concern for her. His fifth sister. Chapter 60. Su Zhuo is also unique. He's so engrossed in his games that he never bothered to ask you, Su Wang scoffed. Upon hearing this, Su Qinyu felt a pang of disappointment in her heart. In the following days, she found herself frequently checking her phone, yet not a single call came from Su Long. After the wounds finally healed, Su Qinyu awkwardly descended from the car. As she stepped into the living room, a cacophony of angry voices assaulted her ears. She walked in just in time to hear Su Long shouting, "Fifth sister, Su Zhuo deliberately broke your necklace. You must see it. It was your favorite." Su Qinyu's gaze fell upon the broken necklace on the floor, its beads scattered everywhere, and her expression darkened instantly. This necklace was a gift from her first love in high school, a solitary memento of her youth, now marred by Su Zhuo and Oppo's actions. Su Zhuo stood there, his gaze cast downward, seemingly indifferent to the destruction he had caused. Unable to contain her fury, Su Qinyu exclaimed, "Do you even comprehend how significant that necklace is to me?" Yet, Su Zhuo remained unresponsive, his head bowed, his eyes vacant as if he could not grasp her words. His apathetic demeanor nearly sent Su Qinyu into a frenzy. She rushed forward, seizing Su Zhuo's arm and forcefully attempting to shove him away. "Get out." Watching from the sidelines, Su Long wore a triumphant grin. It was already late at night when Su Zhuo stood outside, the moonlight cascading down and softly illuminating his frail shoulders. His silhouette appeared particularly fragile beneath the moon's glow, as if it could be swept away at any moment. When Su Qian returned, she stumbled upon this very scene. Having just completed a task, her first priority was to hasten back and check on Su Zhuo. Her long hair hung in disarray over her shoulders, her clothes dust-laden, and her right arm bore a deep gash, blood still oozing, while her battle attire was tattered from skirmishes. Despite her fatigued visage, her eyes sharpened upon witnessing Su Zhuo and Oppo's plight. She approached swiftly, noting Su Zhuo and Oppo's vacant stare and Su Qinyu and Oppo's stern tone. "I know you intentionally broke my necklace to seek revenge, didn't it, Oppo's? To you? Speak up. Where have you hidden the amethyst from the necklace? Why make such a fuss over a necklace?" Su Qian and Oppo's voice was icy as she advanced towards Su Qinyu. Su Qinyu sneered, "A mere necklace? That amethyst is one of a kind in the entire world. Do you believe I shouldn't be upset? We have only one brother." Su Qian's tone escalated, her voice laced with suppressed anger. "Moreover, what evidence do you have to prove that Su Zhuo broke the necklace? Why place the blame solely on him? Is a necklace truly worth more than him?" Su Qianyu's gaze faltered momentarily before she asserted, "Of course it is. That necklace is my only cherished possession, while he is merely an inconsequential figure in my life." Su Qian's fists clenched instinctively, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She refrained from interrupting, instead scrutinizing the break in the necklace. Furrowing her brow, she crouched down to examine the fracture closely. The break was remarkably clean, devoid of any dull edges, resembling a cut made by a sharp instrument rather than a child's clumsy mishap. Suddenly, she stood up and turned to Su Qianyu, coldly stating, "This necklace could not have been intentionally broken by Su Zhuo." Su Qianyu was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Instead of replying, Su Qian walked away, heading towards Su Long's room. Inside, she surveyed the surroundings, her gaze sweeping over the desk, bedside table, and closet. Her attention suddenly fixated on a corner where a small metal box lay, the glimmer of a blade faintly visible through its cracks. Approaching the box, she opened it without hesitation, revealing a sharp little knife within. The blade's polished surface bore signs of recent use. Returning to the living room, she did not reveal the knife immediately, but regarded Su Qianyu icily. "Why are you so certain that Su Zhuo broke the necklace? Just because Su Long said so. Do you blindly believe him? Is he incapable of lying?" Su Qianyu hesitated, recalling that Su Zhuo had no opportunity to access the necklace, as her room was locked and only Su Long knew the key's location. "Follow me," Su Qian urged, taking Su Qianyu's hand and leading her to Su Long's room. Upon seeing the knife in Su Qian and Amp Appo's hand, Su Long and Amp Appo's eyes flickered with alarm. Yet, this momentary panic quickly morphed into a feigned innocence. "Sister, what do you need that knife for?" With a derisive smile, Su Qian stepped closer and demanded, "Have you hidden fifth sister and Appo's necklace?" Su Long attempted to defend himself, but was rendered speechless by the intensity of Su Qian's gaze. "Third sister, stop frightening little Long," Su Qianyu interjected, visibly displeased. Su Qian lowered her gaze, scanning beneath Su Long's bed. After moments of concentration, she swiftly reached in, her fingers brushing against a cold metal object. Her movements were deliberate, as if she had anticipated what she might find. She gradually extricated the object, revealing a finely crafted amethyst pendant, the very fragment that had broken from the necklace. The gem sparkled enticingly in the room and Appo's dim light. Turning to Su Long, Su Qian spoke slowly. "Now, what do you have to say for yourself?" A flicker of panic crossed Su Long and Amp Appo's face. This ISN and Amp Appo's mine. I didn't, and Amp Appo's no. "You certainly did." Su Qian and Amp Appo's voice hardened, her words quickening. "You deliberately broke the necklace to steal this pendant for money." She paused briefly, at such a young age, to commit such an act for money. "Su Long, you truly are something." Su Qianyu stood by, astonished at how events had unfolded. She glanced between Su Qian and Su Long, clearly unprepared for this revelation. Her voice trembled slightly. "Little Long, you." Su Long lowered his head, seemingly unable to meet Su Qianyu's gaze. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to sell it for some money." With a hint of exasperation, Su Qian stated, "I've said all I need to say." Su Qianyu, do as you see fit, but I urge you to consider whether such a child is worth your sacrifices. Without waiting for a response, she exited the room, leaving the tension hanging in the air. Chapter 61. The blackboard report. Su Long gradually regained his composure, a devious thought flickering through his mind. He inhaled deeply, raising his gaze to Su Qianyu, mischief glinting in his eyes. "Sister, it was not intentional." He feigned a tone of grievance. "Recently, my sisters have stopped giving me pocket money. That necklace looked quite valuable. I merely wished to sell it for some spending money." He paused deliberately, casting a sidelong glance at the gemstone pendant beside him before lowering his head, as if inadvertently revealing a hint of guilt. "It was Su Zhuo who told me that necklace was worth something. He mentioned the gems could be sold, which is why I thought." "Was it Su Zhuo who urged you to take the necklace?" Su Qianyu could not help but frown. "Yes, he was the one who encouraged me to take it. However, after I brought it out, I regretted it because I remembered it was my sister's favorite necklace. I intended to return it, but Su Zhuo insisted I should not, which led to our argument." Su Qianyu sighed, gently nodding. "You are still too naive. Sister knows you did not mean any harm." Her tone softened. "Next time something like this happens, remember to tell me." A gleam of triumph flashed in Su Long's eyes. He internally scoffed at the ease with which this woman could be deceived. That evening, Su Long clung to Su Qianyu, lamenting the grievances he had endured recently. Su Qianyu felt a pang of sympathy and recalled how Su Long had indeed changed since Su Zhuo's return. The Su Long of the past had been quite obedient. It dawned on her that Su Zhuo was the catalyst for this transformation. If Su Zhuo were to leave, would Su Long revert to his former self? The following day was Monday, and the driver first took Su Long to kindergarten. Su Qianyu sat in the car, her head bowed, tightly clutching her mask. The sunlight streamed through the car window, warming her face while simultaneously blinding her. She bit her lip, her heart racing involuntarily. When the car stopped in front of the kindergarten where Su Zhuo was, Su Qianyu pushed the car door open and stepped out. Outside the kindergarten, a lush garden greeted her. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows on the ground, while the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and blooming flowers. Su Qianyu traversed the tranquil garden and entered the teaching building. After consulting with a teacher, she ascended to the second floor. Gently, she pushed open the door to a classroom, and the scene within momentarily stunned her. Several small tables and chairs were scattered throughout the bright classroom, adorned with the colorful artwork of children on the walls. The desks were laid out with vibrant chalk and drawing paper, and a faint scent of oil paint lingered in the air. Sunlight poured through the curtains, illuminating the faces of the children with a warm glow. Su Zhuo sat at a small table with a few girls, intently working on a blackboard report. Dressed in a clean white shirt, with a light blue bow tie adorning his chest, he appeared simple yet tidy. His youthful face bore a slight frown, deep in concentration, as he held a pink-colored pencil with unwavering focus. Su Qianyu stood at the doorway for a moment, frozen. She suddenly realized she had never observed Su Zhuo so intently before. His clear eyes and innocent demeanor seemed devoid of desire, embodying only a pure and tranquil heart. A sharp pang of guilt surged within her. Yet, a voice deep inside urged her to ensure Su Zhuo left the Su family. Her gaze lingered on Su Zhuo for a while, but she remained silent. When Su Zhuo was finally led away by the little girls to the cafeteria, Su Qianyu instinctively approached the blackboard report, her eyes unintentionally drawn to the vivid imagery displayed. The theme of the report was the hope of spring, centering on a robust tree with a tall trunk and abundant leaves, beneath which a lifelike little bird stood, wings outstretched as if preparing to soar into the distance. The background depicted a sunlit meadow, dotted with leisurely deer. The artwork was simple yet brimming with vitality, each stroke and line exuding a lively spirit. Su Qianyu was taken aback. The lines of the painting were not complex, nor were the colors particularly bright. But the bird and Appo's poised readiness to take flight radiated a sense of boundless hope. What astonished her further was how every stroke and detail, seemingly random, harmoniously flowed together, evoking an essence of natural beauty that resonated deep within her soul. The bird's slightly upward-turned wings and the gracefully curved lines of the grass below created a rhythm of harmony. This was truly a creation beyond the capabilities of a 6-year-old child. Perhaps it was painted by those little girls, Su Qianyu murmured softly. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard faint footsteps. Turning, she saw Su Long stealthily entering the classroom. His eyes scanned the room, ensuring no one was around, before he tiptoed towards the blackboard, glancing around as if to confirm he was unnoticed. Then, he stealthily produced a bottle of water. Slightly unscrewing the cap, his hand trembled, causing water to spill onto the blackboard report. Su Qianyu and Appo's heart tightened as she quickly realized Su Long and Appo's intentions. If the earlier incident with the necklace had been incited by Su Zhuo, what was this act of deliberate vandalism meant to accomplish? Confounded, she resolved to observe Su Long and Appo's actions, questioning why he sought to ruin the artwork of his classmates. Had those little girls somehow offended him? Half an hour later, the children returned from breakfast one by one. Su Qianyu stood outside, hidden from view, soon hearing a chorus of children and Appo's laughter. Wasn't Su Zhuo betting with Su Long to finish the blackboard report in half an hour? Let us see how it turned out. Hey, what is this? So ugly. Ha ha. It's hilarious. The tree doesn't even have a trunk, and the bird is missing a wing. Su Zhuo claimed he would create a report prettier than the second graders and Appo's, but he sure knows how to boast. Thanks to Su Long and Appo's bottle of water, the once exquisite blackboard report was now marred by water stains, obscuring much of its original beauty. The little girls who had collaborated with Su Zhuo on the report looked puzzled. How strange. It was perfectly fine when we left. How did it turn into this? Haha, I think you're just making excuses. A little boy teased, pulling a funny face. The girls stomped their feet in frustration. It was already finished when we left. Chapter 62. The little girl in the refrigerator. Zhuo lifted his gaze towards the blackboard before him, where the original drawing had been marred by droplets of water, rendering it indecipherable. He employed an eraser to wipe away the indistinct image, and the children in the classroom fell silent, their expressions filled with curiosity as they fixated on his actions. Is he going to redraw it? One little boy murmured, his disbelief palpable. Can he even draw? Zhuo's gaze remained unwavering on the blackboard. He grasped the chalk delicately, disregarding the mocking whispers and the presence of Su Long beside him, and began his creative endeavor in silence. His strokes were remarkably precise, his fingers gliding as if every hue of the world were swirling beneath his single piece of chalk. Moments later, a vividly lifelike bird sprang forth onto the canvas, followed by a lush green meadow where adorable little deer peeked through the grass, bringing the blackboard to life in one corner. The once mocking voices in the classroom gradually faded, all attention now riveted on the artwork emerging before them. Su Qianyu stood in the corner, her eyes widening in astonishment. So it was indeed Zhuo's work, not that of the other girls. She had never fathomed that Zhuo possessed such extraordinary artistic talent. How could he draw so beautifully? A small boy whispered, clearly in disbelief. A girl covered her mouth in astonishment. Is this really his creation? It's astonishing. In that moment, the entire classroom was enveloped in silence, each child captivated by Zhuo's masterpiece. A flicker of complex emotions crossed Su Qianyu's eyes. It dawned on her that she truly knew nothing of him. Yet, recalling that she had secured a good family for Zhuo, she found solace in the thought that even if he were to leave, he would receive a proper education and not squander his gift. She approached the homeroom teacher to affirm her identity as Zhuo's sister, subsequently taking him from kindergarten. The wheels of the car gently rolled along the spacious driveway, halting before the imposing iron gates. The villa's exterior was magnificently grand, its white marble walls gleaming under the sun, encircled by meticulously trimmed hedges, while towering pine trees swayed gently in the breeze, casting dappled shadows. As she gazed upon the flawless mansion, any lingering doubts within Su Qianyu dissipated entirely. Zhuo ought to be grateful to her. She had not wronged him. At last, they had arrived, she murmured softly, opening the car door and stepping into the back seat to assist Zhuo out. Zhuo hung his head, his expression appearing somewhat dazed, as if he sensed a somber atmosphere permeating the air, sending a chill down his spine. Just then, the doorbell rang, and a young woman emerged from the villa. She was tall and clad in a simple white dress, exuding an air of mature allure and intellect. However, despite her seemingly friendly demeanor, her gaze concealed a profound coldness. Qianyu, you have arrived. Welcome. The woman in Appo's voice was soothing as water, suggesting a familiarity with Su Qianyu. She approached and clasped Su Qianyu and Appo's hand. This must be little Zhuo? Such a well-behaved child, she remarked, her eyes flitting over Zhuo, betraying a barely perceptible smirk. Indeed, Su Qianyu replied with a smile. Your home is truly beautiful. It is a blessing for him to be able to stay with you. Thank you. Zhou smiled faintly. She was a university classmate of Su Qianyu and had been working as a consultant in the high-end family service industry since graduation, coming from an affluent background. Zhou had long desired to adopt a child, and Su Qianyu saw this as an opportunity, thus bringing Zhuo here. Why don't you stay at my home for the night and rest? Zhou suggested, her gaze shifting to Zhuo. Little Zhuo may need some time to adjust. That sounds good. I appreciate your hospitality, Su Qianyu agreed without much thought. However, upon entering the living room, Zhuo sensed something amiss. Despite its seemingly opulent appearance, an eerie chill lingered in the air. As night descended, the cold atmosphere intensified. The moonlight outside was as stark as white paper, filtering through the tall curtains and casting mottled shadows. With every gust of wind rustling the treetops, a whispering sound echoed outside, rendering the entire villa unnaturally quiet, save for the occasional hum of the air conditioning, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Lying on the sofa, Zhuo tossed and turned, exhaustion weighing him down, yet an unsettling anxiety kept him from slumber. At that moment, he heard a faint sobbing sound. The voice was weak, seemingly emanating from afar, tinged with a sorrowful anguish. Zhuo's heart raced. He rose from the couch, quietly following the sound into the kitchen. The kitchen was eerily silent. The refrigerator door slightly ajar, a ghostly blue light seeping through the crevice. A shiver ran down Zhuo and Appo's spine, but he pressed forward, pushing the refrigerator door open. Inside, Amidst the food items lay a tightly bound figure, as if someone had been forcefully stuffed into the refrigerator. Zhuo's heart raced, and just as he turned to flee, the figure suddenly stirred, the refrigerator door rattling violently. As it swung open, a ghostly little girl emerged, floating like mist in the air. Her face was pallid, her eyes hollow and devoid of life, her expression filled with unspeakable agony. Her frail body was clad in tattered clothes, marred by scars, as though she had clawed her way out from the depths of despair. "Run!" The little girl's voice was weak and hoarse, as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld. "Run! She is a demon." The girl extended a frail hand, pointing to her own body. Zhuo and Apos' gaze fell upon her clothing, riddled with wounds, marks that appeared to be inflicted by sharp objects, the blood long dried. The little girl and imp, Apos' skin was ghostly pale, revealing signs of abuse beneath, with burn marks, cuts, and bruises that churned Zhuo and imp, Apos' stomach in revulsion. "She took me from the orphanage to adopt me, then beat me every day until I died, and stuffed me in the refrigerator." The little girl's voice grew fainter, tears streaming down her cheeks. She will not spare you. Run." Just as Zhuo stood in shock, the little girl's apparition suddenly vanished, leaving the kitchen enveloped in utter silence. He looked up to find Zhuo standing behind him, her presence unsettlingly quiet. A calm smile graced her features, one that appeared warm yet was chilling enough to send shivers down his spine. Chapter 63. "She killed someone. What are you doing here?" Zhuo narrowed her eyes dangerously. Zhuo opened his mouth to speak, but was suddenly seized by a cold hand gripping his shoulder. Zhuo and imp, Apos' smile gradually faded, transforming into an expression of cold ruthlessness. "I saw it." Zhuo's voice was low. "Since you have seen it, you can no longer live." Before her words could fully escape her lips, Zhuo swiftly lifted Zhuo and dragged him into the kitchen. She ignited the gas stove, turning the gas valve to its maximum, and the room was instantly filled with a pungent smell of gas. A cold smirk played at the corners of Zhuo's mouth. "You accidentally opened the gas, and because no one discovered it in time, you will die from poisoning." She forcefully shut the kitchen door, allowing the gas to permeate the air. The room was soon enveloped in the acrid scent of the toxic fumes. Outside the kitchen door, Zhuo fixated on the metallic barrier as the gas odor intensified. She chuckled softly, her fingers caressing the doorframe. Yet, just as impatience began to creep in, the doorknob unexpectedly began to turn slightly. It was not someone inside twisting it. Rather, an unseen force was at work, turning the knob from her direction. At that moment, the air felt as though it had solidified. Zhuo and Apos' eyes widened in shock, a chill racing up her spine. Her heartbeat quickened, cold sweat trickling down her back. The turning of the handle grew more pronounced, and the grating sound of wood against metal became increasingly jarring. "This is impossible," she muttered under her breath. Just then, the kitchen door swung open with a loud creak, revealing Zhuo, unharmed and expressionless, standing behind it. Zhuo was nearly sent reeling, her heart racing wildly. How did you get out?" Zhuo offered no reply, merely standing there with an indifferent gaze. Unbeknownst to Zhuo, a girl in a red dress stood beside Zhuo. Ying stood tall, her smile cold and severe. Zhuo sensed something was amiss, but she could not see the ghostly figure of the little girl, only feeling an inexplicable chill. "I refuse to believe this. I will not let you escape today." Having confirmed that Su Qianyu was asleep, Zhuo's expression darkened as she dragged Zhuo outside the villa. By the pond, a damp, chilly breeze swept through. As Zhuo strained to suppress her inner turmoil while leading Zhuo toward the water and Apos' edge, the trees surrounding the pond emitted eerie sounds, their shadows casting twisted images on the ground, as if monstrous figures were ready to leap out and consume her. The clouds in the sky gradually gathered, obscuring the bright stars, and the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. At the moment she pushed Zhuo into the dark waters, a sudden gust of wind arose from the horizon. The wind, laden with biting cold, sliced through the air like a dagger, rustling the leaves and sending ripples across the pond and Apos' surface. As if the entire world was in turmoil, Zhuo dragged Zhuo toward the pond, intent on forcefully plunging him into the inky depths. However, the instant her foot touched the water, the surface began to churn violently, as if an invisible force was stirring it. Suddenly losing her balance, Zhuo tumbled into the water. She attempted to claw her way back up, but a freezing grip seized her ankle. Startled, she turned to look but saw nothing. Struggling, the grip only tightened around her, like a massive iron claw immobilizing her. At that moment, Zhou caught sight of a pair of icy eyes piercing through the darkness, staring directly at her. They belonged to Ying. The little girl and Apos' ghost slowly emerged from behind Zhuo, her spectral form exuding formidable power, flickering in and out of sight like a malevolent spirit from hell. Ghost. There's a ghost. Zhou gasped, her face paling. Ying regarded Zhou coldly before sneering. Your retribution has arrived. Just then, Su Qianyu, hearing the commotion outside, rushed out to find Zhou struggling at the pond and Apos' edge. She hurried over and pulled her up. Wei, what happened? How did you fall into the pond? Coughing violently, Zhou climbed ashore, glancing at Zhuo, still shaken. This was no ordinary child. He was a demon from hell. It was Zhuo. He pushed me in. Su Qianyu froze, anger rising within her as her gaze swept over Zhuo. Did you really push her in? How could you do such a thing? I should have known you were an ungrateful wretch. Zhou noticed Su Qianyu's reaction and sighed in relief. Seizing the moment, she incited, I no longer wish to raise such a child. Qianyu. Take him away. I never want to see him again. Su Qianyu furrowed her brow, lips pressed tightly together. She wanted to argue but found herself at a loss for words. I understand. I'm sorry, Wei, for causing you trouble. She turned away from Zhuo, coldly preparing to leave with him. Zhuo looked up at Su Qianyu. I didn't push her. He murmured softly. Enough. Su Qianyu interrupted him coldly. You did nothing wrong. Xiaolong is slandering you, and so is Wei. Why don't you say the whole world is slandering you? Coughing, Zhou interjected. I'm an adult. How could I slander a child? If he hadn't pushed me from behind when I wasn't paying attention, how could I have fallen into the pond? Surely, I didn't leap in myself. I know, Wei. I certainly believe you. This child has always been malicious. I just don't understand why he behaves this way when you have done nothing to provoke him. Su Qianyu reasoned, a layer of disdain appearing in her beautiful eyes. Out of familial loyalty, she had gone out of her way to find a good adoptive family for Zhuo, only to be humiliated by his ingratitude in front of her good friend. A child like this should be sent to a juvenile correction facility. He doesn't deserve even an ounce of pity. Zhou's eyes flickered as she recalled that afternoon when the neighbor had sent over a bag of snacks, all of which were imported. Not allowing Zhuo to eat any, she feigned grievance. Zhuo, are you upset because I didn't let you have snacks this afternoon? It was for your own good. Those are junk food, unhealthy in excess. Wei, why are you saying so much to him? I shouldn't have let you adopt him. I will send him to the juvenile detention center, and whatever happens to him, there is up to fate. Su Qianyu stated indifferently. He killed someone, Zhuo stated flatly. Chapter 64. The wall of ghosts. Lin Yue's expression darkened instantaneously as she lunged towards Zhuo, her eyes ablaze with fury. What madness are you speaking? How could I possibly commit murder? Su Qianyu, standing to the side, remained unperturbed, though a wave of nausea washed over her. Enough of your nonsense. I shall take you to the juvenile detention center right now. Su Qianyu retorted coldly, her gaze resolutely averted from Zhuo. You are nothing but a nuisance, and you deserve to be confined. Without awaiting Zhuo's response, she turned and strode toward the door. Observing this, Lin Yue promptly followed. I'll have my driver bring my car around to take you both. Thank you, Wei. I never expected this child to be such a handful. Su Qianyu expressed her apologies as she exited alongside Zhou. At the entrance, a middle-aged man awaited them. Clad in a black jacket, he bore a weary visage, his eyes sunken. The drooping eyelids and slightly upturned corners of his mouth obscured his thoughts, casting a particularly somber shadow. Zhuo glanced over and suddenly discerned a palpable resentment emanating from the man, an unsettling presence that lingered. The driver, sensing Zhuo and Apos' scrutiny, hesitated momentarily before donning a superficial smile that carried an unmistakable chill. Approaching Su Qianyu, he murmured, Miss Su, I am ready. We can depart. Su Qianyu nodded, entirely oblivious to the driver's ominous aura, as her sole focus remained on swiftly alleviating the predicament posed by Zhuo. Do not go, Zhuo whispered. However, Su Qianyu ignored him completely, issuing a frigid command. Cease your chatter. Let us proceed. The atmosphere within the car grew increasingly oppressive, as the dim glow of headlights illuminated the surrounding woods. The branches of the trees entwined like ghostly claws, swaying at times and remaining still at others, while only the sound of rolling wheels resonated through the night, as if the path led into an abyss of darkness. The driver's face remained obscured, Yet his lifeless eyes seemed fixated on the two occupants within the vehicle. A strange chill enveloped Zhuo, compelling him to turn and glance at Su Qianyu. Her pallor indicated that she too sensed something amiss. Suddenly, the driver slammed the brakes, the car screeching to a halt. Before Su Qianyu could comprehend the situation, the driver yanked the door open, turning to retrieve a glistening dagger from beneath the seat. "You, what are you doing?" Su Qianyu exclaimed in terror, her complexion turning ashen. The driver remained silent, a chilling smile escaping his lips as the dagger and Appo's blade gleamed ominously, aimed directly at Su Qianyu's heart. "Having seen what you should not have, you shall perish together," he hissed. Su Qianyu's body tensed, instinctively shielding her chest with her hands. Her mind blank and limbs rigid, unable to react. What should not have been seen? In a flash of realization, Su Qianyu recalled Su Zhuo's earlier words. Zhuo committed murder. Could this be what he referred to? But how could that be? Zhuo was her dearest friend from school. The driver lunged at her with a maniacal laugh, the dagger shimmering in the dim light. Su Qianyu summoned all her strength to push him away, yet the driver and Appo's force exceeded her expectations. "Do you think you can escape?" he sneered, delivering a heavy blow to her abdomen. Su Qianyu was immediately engulfed in excruciating pain, nearly collapsing from the impact. Her body crumpled against the door, feeling her strength being siphoned away. "Let go of me," she cried out. The driver grinned menacingly. "You think you can evade me?" He roughly shoved her out of the car. Su Qianyu stumbled to the ground, her body colliding violently with the rough terrain. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she struggled to rise. The driver, assured that she could not flee, seized the dagger once more and lunged at Su Zhuo. Su Qianyu hastily turned to the vehicle, witnessing the driver brutally grasping Su Zhuo by the collar and dragging him out. Su Zhuo was pulled to the ground, his frail form utterly powerless to resist. A flicker of conflict crossed Su Qianyu's eyes, but the thought of Su Long chilled her heart. She realized she was indifferent to Su Zhuo's fate. In fact, she would welcome his disappearance from this world. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qianyu limped toward the depths of the woods. "Look, even your own sister doesn't care about you," the driver mocked. Su Zhuo remained unresponsive, his gaze vacant. The driver let out a cold laugh, turning once more to press the dagger against Su Zhuo's throat. Yet, at that moment, a sudden chill enveloped the air. An icy gust surged around them, bringing with it an oppressive, suffocating presence. The trees began to sway violently, as if controlled by some unseen force, and the weight of the atmosphere intensified, as though the very earth was being consumed by something. The driver halted abruptly, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. "Who is there?" A peculiar rustling echoed through the trees, as if something were stealthily approaching. Then, the wind howled from all directions, carrying a mournful wail, as if countless specters whispered in the night breeze. Panic overtook the driver's features. He stumbled back, glancing around frantically, yet seeing nothing, only hearing the increasingly close footsteps, as if innumerable shadows encircled him. "Damn it! This is cursed!" He cursed vehemently, before abruptly tossing Su Zhuo back into the car and slamming the door behind him, fleeing in a frenzy. Sweat poured from the driver's brow as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes darting about. What is wrong with this road? Have we been driving for 3 hours without finding an exit? A sense of unease crept into his heart. The road ahead seemed endless, with each turn leading back to the same spot. He swerved the steering wheel violently, accelerating, his hands slick with cold sweat, almost soaking through the wheel. Could it be the wall of ghosts? He muttered. He began to scrutinize the scenery outside the window, the graveyard repeatedly materializing, the same rows of eerie tombstones appearing with each turn. What is happening? I clearly turned. The driver and Appo's voice trembled slightly as he pressed the accelerator once more. Yet the car's speed failed to increase. Instead, it veered erratically back to the same stretch of road, the graveyard looming ahead once again. Chapter 65. Working even in death at that moment, the shadows of the trees ahead began to take on an eerie quality. The driver's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld a sight that seemed beyond comprehension. A girl clad in a flowing white dress hung from a gnarled tree. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, obscuring her face, save for a haunting shadow that faintly pierced through her locks. Her visage resembled a lifeless sheet of paper, devoid of vitality, while her eyes appeared as deep, inky voids, with elongated shadows trailing from her fingertips. The driver's heart raced as he slammed on the brakes, his gaze fixated on the girl. Her figure swayed gently, as if moved by an unseen force, her feet hovering above the ground, approaching the car with an unsettling grace. A chill enveloped the vehicle, draining color from the driver and Apos' face. Help, a ghost! He screamed internally, his nerves unraveling. Instinctively, he pressed the accelerator, only to discover the car surged forward at an unnatural speed. Frantically, he spun the steering wheel, but the trees contorted as if reaching for him, their shadows resembling grotesque hands. In the distance, the withered tree still cradled the girl, her gaze fixed intensely upon him. The driver felt every pore on his body scream in terror, his eyes round with horror. He let out a terrified scream as he jerked the steering wheel, veering off course and crashing directly into a nearby tree trunk. Bang! The front of the car collided violently with the tree, the vehicle shuddering violently as it crumpled. Glass shattering in a violent spray, metal and shards inflicting grievous wounds upon the driver. Inside, darkness enveloped the space, thick with the stench of gasoline and blood. The driver was trapped beneath the twisted remains of the seat, his neck contorted from the impact, blood gushing forth like a fountain. His eyes, dislodged from their sockets, left behind gory hollows, his mouth agape in a frozen expression of terror. As the chilling wind dissipated, the girl in white lingered by the car, a ghostly figure silently observing the aftermath. A suffocating cold pervaded the air, rendering the scene utterly silent. Before long, a faint sound emerged from within the wreckage. The car door creaked open, and Zhuo crawled out unscathed, squatting on the ground and shaking his small feet, as if the preceding events bore no significance to him. His youthful face remained impassive, and beside him, Ying floated ethereally, waving her hand to disperse the lingering chill. "Are you hungry? Let me take you to the river to find something to eat," Ying suggested with a gentle smile, a lightness to her tone. Zhuo nodded, silently following her towards the nearby riverbank. The surroundings remained ominously still, a gentle breeze causing ripples on the water's surface. Suddenly, a deep sound of water stirred, revealing a frail figure beneath the surface. With a low moan, a water spirit slowly emerged from the depths. Ying waved impatiently. "Hurry up, bring back something to eat. Stop dawdling." The water spirit floated with a melancholic expression, and sensing the overwhelming resentment emanating from Ying, reluctantly sank back into the depths with a piercing wail, splashing water in its wake. Moments later, Zhuo spotted several plump koi leaping from the water, their bellies round and shimmering scales reflecting the moonlight alluringly. Ying nodded in satisfaction, gesturing towards a nearby pile of stones. "Roast them there." The water spirit resurfaced, its expression sorrowful as it gazed at the koi. It awkwardly approached the shore, using its nearly translucent hand to clumsily pick up a fish and lay it upon the fire. Soon, the aroma of roasting fish wafted through the air. Sitting on the ground, the water spirit rested its hands on its knees, watching the fish sizzle over the flames. Muttering softly, "Died, still have to work, how unfortunate." It's roasted nicely." Ying chuckled lightly, eyeing the golden fish. "But it's too slow. Add some more fire." The water spirit gritted its teeth, flipping the fish over once again. Meanwhile, Zhuo clutched her phone anxiously, tapping the screen repeatedly. She scanned her surroundings, intermittently checking for service. The screen still displayed no service, and her pace quickened, the rumbling of her stomach adding to her irritation. She crouched by the roadside, eyeing a few small, wrinkled fruits in the grass. Though they appeared unappetizing, hunger compelled her to grab the least wilted one, wiping it clean before taking a bite. The taste was bitter and coarse, lacking any sweetness. Zhuo grimaced, forcing herself to swallow. "What bad luck," she muttered, still pondering why the driver had attempted to harm her. Was it truly Zhuo and Apos' doing? At that moment, her peripheral vision caught a familiar silhouette. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze, spotting Zhuo beneath a nearby tree, wearing a slightly faded jacket and savoring a roasted fish. Zhuo took a few steps closer, drawn in by the mouth-watering aroma, lamenting Zhuo and Apos' fortune in escaping unscathed and finding such a large fish in the wilderness. "Zhuo," she called out. He glanced her way, but merely looked before diverting his gaze, as though he hadn't seen her at all. A pang of frustration welled within Zhuo. After a long afternoon without food or water, her stomach churned painfully, the sourness from the fruit failing to quell her hunger, especially as she watched Zhuo eat. However, she felt hesitant to ask him for food, swallowing her saliva as she coldly remarked, "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, I'll take you to the juvenile detention center." After a pause, she added, "Don't think you can return to the Su family, to be honest. From the very first day you returned, I knew I would send you away eventually." Suju took a few more bites of the roasted fish, and upon hearing her words, he slowly raised his head and asked, "Why?" Chapter 66. Juvenile Detention Center. Su Qianyu remained silent, her mind drifting back to a rather unpleasant memory. In her childhood, she was often ostracized by her classmates due to her cleft lip. Whenever she attempted to speak, she would inevitably provoke laughter laced with disdain, and hardly anyone was willing to befriend her. The only girl who dared to draw near was her once dearest friend, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu did not distance herself because of Su Qianyu's appearance. Instead, she would smile and invite her to play, partake in games during recess, and even collaborate on homework. It was during that time that Su Qianyu first experienced the warmth that friendship could bring. However, each time Xiaoyu visited the Su household to play, Zhuo would engage in various pranks. He would, for instance, sneak a caterpillar into Xiaoyu's backpack or discreetly spit into her water cup when she was not paying attention. Eventually, Xiaoyu could no longer tolerate it and completely severed ties with her. After that, they had little contact, and Su Qianyu endured a profoundly lonely period until her elder sister found a doctor who successfully treated her cleft lip. Yet, she could never bring herself to forgive Su Zhuo. "Enough chatter, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we'll leave," Su Qianyu said coldly. The sky gradually darkened, the night encroaching like ink as clouds began to gather, heralding an impending thunderstorm, and the humidity in the air thickened. Su Qianyu perched herself on a nearby stone stump, her gaze distant as she watched Su Zhuo devour grilled fish. She sat there quietly, having waited for quite a while when suddenly, her phone lit up. Startled, she picked it up to see it was a call from Zhuo, quickly pressing the answer button. "Qianyu, where are you? I've called multiple times and couldn't reach you. What happened? Are you all right?" Zhou's anxious voice came through the line. Su Qianyu hesitated, not responding immediately, instead remaining silent for a moment. Zhou continued, "I'm really worried about you. It's so dark outside. How can you be safe alone? Please tell me where you are, don't scare me." Wei, did you hire that driver to kill me?" He said Su Zhuo saw something he shouldn't have. "Could it be true that Su Zhuo claimed you committed murder?" Su Qianyu probed cautiously. "What? The driver wants to kill you? Damn it. I will not let him get away with this." Zhou feigned anger before swiftly changing her tone. "Qianyu, trust me, I have nothing to do with this. I just hired that driver not long ago. I truly had no idea he was a bad person. After all these years of friendship. You know what kind of person I am, right?" Su Qianyu could sense the concern woven into her words. She knew Zhou was not malicious. Slightly furrowing her brow, she replied, "I know you wouldn't harm me. I'm fine. I'll head back shortly." Zhou seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, her tone softening. "That's good to hear. You really scared me. Please come back now." After hanging up, Su Qianyu glanced at Su Zhuo, a surge of inexplicable emotion rising within her. Su Zhuo finished the last piece of grilled fish, stood up, and brushed his hands together. Su Qianyu also rose and said, "Let us go." The night deepened, and she checked her phone for directions before summoning a car. The vehicle arrived promptly, the driver nodding as Su Qianyu entered, her gaze briefly scanning Su Zhuo and Appo's face. "Today, I will take you to the Juvenile Detention Center. Behave yourself there and cease your mischief," she stated. The car began to move slowly, the night breeze stirring fallen leaves outside. Su Qianyu closed her eyes, her mood overshadowed by a heavy gloom. Soon, the vehicle navigated into a nearby area. The Juvenile Detention Center was situated on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by high walls, with little architecture in sight, creating a desolate atmosphere. A heavy iron gate stood at the entrance, and the guard approached promptly upon seeing the car, opening the gate. The vehicle came to a steady halt, and after the driver exited and opened the door, Su Qianyu stepped out, gesturing for Su Zhuo to follow. Su Zhuo's expression remained inscrutable as he slowly walked to her side. The director of the Juvenile Detention Center was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with dark skin and thinning hair, a few silver strands haphazardly falling on his forehead. Though dressed in a well-fitted suit, he exuded no air of refinement, instead emanating an uncomfortable presence. "Miss Su, welcome," the director greeted briefly. "We are already informed about this child's situation," he continued. "You need not worry about our management here. The children will receive excellent education and discipline upon their arrival, and I will ensure they do not repeat their mistakes." "That's good to hear," Su Qianyu replied coldly, nodding. The director casually turned away, retrieving a DVD from his desk and inserting it into the adjacent playback device. To put your mind at ease, I have a video showcasing the educational outcomes of our facility. He pressed a button, and the screen flickered to life. The video began with a pair of visibly elderly parents dragging a boy of around 7 or 8 into the center S hall. The boy appeared extremely reluctant, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "I want to go home. I don't want to stay here." He struggled violently, flailing his arms and even raising his fists toward his parents, becoming increasingly agitated as they stumbled under the force of his protests. "Why are you sending me here? I don't need you. You don't love me." In the final moments of the video, the parents helplessly departed, while the boy continued to wail, his cries persisting as he watched them leave. You can see that this child exhibited no semblance of upbringing before his acceptance here. He had physically assaulted his parents and was unmanageable, the director explained. Next, the director switched to another segment of the DVD, displaying the same boy now clad in the detention center S uniform, sitting upright with a calm expression at a long table, an open book before him. His previously turbulent demeanor had vanished, replaced by an air of compliance. As the video progressed, the boy followed the teacher's instructions, diligently completing his assignments and interacting harmoniously with the other children, a stark contrast to the defiant child he once was. "Behold, this is the outcome of our education," the director remarked with a hint of pride. The boy was no longer the rebellious youth he had been upon arrival. He had learned discipline and self-control. Chapter 67. Memories of a Past Life. Confined in a psychiatric hospital, Su Qianyu noticed the bruises on the boy's arm, yet she refrained from commenting, offering only a few perfunctory words before departing. As she sat in the car on her way back, the scenery outside gradually blurred. The vehicle moved swiftly, and she fixated on the landscape beyond the window, her mind awash with chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, a sharp pain assaulted her head, as if a needle had brutally pierced her skull. She shuddered violently, clutching her forehead in an attempt to alleviate the near-breathless agony. However, the waves of pain intensified, threatening to spin her world into disarray. "Oh, it hurts," Su Qianyu murmured softly, her fingertips digging into the armrest of the car seat. Unable to resist, she shut her eyes, yet the pain did not dissipate. Instead, it grew more severe. At that moment, a vivid and unfamiliar image surged into her mind. The scene was shrouded in gray, permeated by a morbid atmosphere. The heavy iron gate of the juvenile detention center slammed shut with a creak, shattering the darkness. Zhuo was roughly thrust inside, his eyes filled with boundless terror. The director approached with a cold smirk, wielding a stun baton. "Don't think you can escape. Today, you shall learn who the true master here is." With that, he unhesitatingly pressed the button on the baton. As the current coursed through him, Zhuo and Apos' body convulsed violently, a pained groan escaping his lips. "Please, don't." Zhuo and Apos' voice trembled, stripped of strength. He could only weakly collapse to the ground. Yet the director remained indifferent, grinning as if relishing the torment. "Beg me? You are not worthy." He spat through gritted teeth, increasing the intensity of the shock. Zhuo's body spasmed once more, his anguished cries echoing in the dimly lit room. Unbeknownst to Su Qianyu, or perhaps she did know yet did not extend a helping hand in time, she sat on the living room sofa, engrossed in her phone, beside her playful younger brother, Su Long. At that moment, her attention was solely on the sibling she had always cherished, oblivious to Zhuo's unimaginable suffering on the other side. Suddenly, her phone rang. Without checking the number, she answered and heard Zhuo's voice, only to hang up and turn back to resume her play with Su Long. Once more, Zhuo discreetly dialed her number, his voice low and laced with excruciating pain. "Sister, I hurt so much, please save me." Yet again, she hung up the call. Su Qianyu's eyes flew open, her heart racing violently. She struggled to extricate herself from the quagmire of memories, only to find herself ensnared, unable to move. Suddenly, her consciousness plunged into profound confusion. She realized she was not in her own time and space, but standing in a future realm. Once again, Su Qianyu was engulfed in recollections as the scene before her gradually sharpened into focus. She saw Su Qiming standing in front of her, her face streaked with tears, stifling sobs from her throat. "It was little Long, he pushed me down. Su Qiming and Apos' voice shattered. "I'm disfigured. I can't act anymore. He despises me, not wanting others to know that this ugly creature is his sister." Su Qianyu staggered back in shock, unwilling to believe her ears, and even less willing to accept the sight before her. She swiftly sought out Su Long, confronting him. "Little Long, did you push your sister off the cliff and call her an ugly creature?" However, Su Long merely scoffed, devoid of remorse. I don't know what you're talking about. You deny it? Fine, I'll inform the eldest sister. Upon hearing this, Su Long's expression shifted abruptly. The cunning in his eyes replaced by a darkened mood. The scene continued, revealing Su Long seizing the opportunity while she was absent from the room, taking her cup and sprinkling in a colorless, odorless powder, stirring it swiftly. After drinking the water, she suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented. It turned out to be a substance capable of inducing madness. The scene shifted, and the director of the Juvenile Detention Center approached the Su family. Miss Su, I've heard your sister has some mental health issues. I specialize in treating such conditions. Allow me to assist her, he proposed. Although Su Wang harbored doubts about the director's words, lacking better options, she decided to give it a try. After a moment's hesitation, she finally nodded. All right. We shall give it a try. Subsequently, the director, accompanied by an assistant, led her to a facility repurposed from the Juvenile Detention Center into a hospital. This hospital was situated within an abandoned complex, once a military testing area, now transformed into a treatment base for psychiatric patients. The buildings were encircled by heavy iron bars, their walls riddled with rust and cracks, the dimly lit corridors suffused with an air of antiquity. This is the most advanced treatment facility. We will employ the latest methods to ensure your sister's recovery, he assured. Despite lingering doubts in Su Wang's heart, she resolved to trust the director. Upon entering the room, the director remained silent, merely pointing coldly at the electric chair. Su Qinyu and Imp Appo's heart raced, terror engulfing her as she instinctively recoiled, only to be forcefully shoved back into the chair by the director. When you go out, do not speak out of turn. Suppressing the rising fear, Su Qinyu stammered. You are a bad person. The director let out a scoff. Let us see about that. Without warning, a jolt of electricity surged through her body, setting her entire being ablaze with pain. The intense agony contorted her muscles involuntarily, eliciting a cry of torment as her limbs convulsed uncontrollably against the chair. Every nerve in her body taut with excruciating agony. Her voice, strained by the torment, grew hoarse, nearly causing her to faint. Yet the relentless barrage of electricity kept her teetering on the brink of consciousness. Her body continued to tremble, her fair skin beginning to blister, the flesh charred by the current, painful moans escaping her lips. The director stood by, coldly observing, is that enough? Su Qinyu gritted her teeth against the pain. Her voice barely a whisper. I will call the eldest sister and report you. Then let us do it again. He activated the current once more. This time, the shock was even more ferocious, as if intent on tearing her apart. Her body felt as though struck by lightning, consciousness slipping away. Even the most rudimentary act of breathing becoming a Herculean task, her body shaking uncontrollably. Finally, Su Qinyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, the world before her blurring until she could barely muster a weak voice. Please, don't shock me anymore. Chapter 68. Not a doctor, but a demon. The director nodded in satisfaction, severing the electric current. Su Qinyu's head drooped in exhaustion, nearly fainting in her chair. Left alone in the hospital, the scene shifted to her expressionless visage seated upon an empty chair, her eyes devoid of life, her complexion pale, and her body marred by the burns of electric shocks. In the desolate corridor, she resembled a forsaken, shattered doll, sitting in utter solitude. Suddenly, the laughter of children echoed nearby. They stood before her, pointing and shouting. You are a lunatic. A small boy approached, brandishing a stone, exclaiming, Die, lunatic. He hurled the stone with force, striking Su Qinyu's leg. She lacked the strength to evade it, wincing in pain. The children continued to encircle her, their venomous words incessantly mocking and berating her. Lunatics deserve to be confined in an asylum. At that moment, a voice rang out from afar, Get away from her. Before Su Qinyu could react, several children were shoved aside, and a small figure rushed towards her. Su Zhuo? Her eyes widened, and upon seeing that familiar face, an indescribable feeling surged within her. Su Zhuo dashed forward and delivered a punch to the nearest boy, causing him to stagger back, fury etched on his face. Are you insane? Another child shouted, attempting to seize Su Zhuo, only to be met with a swift elbow that sent him sprawling. Su Zhuo then turned and delivered a powerful kick to another child, who doubled over in pain. Minutes later, the ground was strewn with fallen children, and Su Zhuo, panting heavily, turned to the protected Su Qinyu, saying, Sister, do not be afraid. You are not a lunatic. Su Zhuo's smile froze as the scene shifted once more. In a dimly lit small room, silence enveloped the space. with only feeble light filtering through a small hole in the wall, barely illuminating the confined area. The cold concrete walls bore the remnants of damp stains, and the air was thick with a musty odor mingled with decay. The floor was covered in a layer of cold dust, hinting at a long-abandoned place. Crouched in the corner, Su Qianyu leaned against the wall, gazing up at the small aperture, the sole source of light. She often fixated on this beam, fantasizing about glimpsing the outside world through that narrow opening, yet no matter how hard she tried, all she could see was a distant, blurred sky. However, at dusk, a small hand would reach through the hole, holding a piece of candy, carefully offering it to her. The candy, wrapped in translucent paper, shimmered like a pearl. Su Qianyu gingerly accepted the candy, its pale pink hue exuding warmth, resembling a tiny star emitting a faint glow in the darkness. She delicately unwrapped the candy and placed it in her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, a rush of sweetness spread, dispelling the shadows in her heart, transporting her back to sunny afternoons and cherished memories. She closed her eyes, savoring this fleeting sweetness, as if the candy held all her hopes. With Su Zhuo by her side, she endured countless days devoid of light. Finally, Su Wanga came to visit her. "Elder sister, please, take me away from here. I can't endure it any longer." Her voice trembled, her face pale, eyes filled with desperation. They torment me every day." Desperately clutching Su Wanga and Apos' sleeve, tears streamed down her face, soaking her sister and Apos' garment. "Sister, please, take me home. I am not insane." Yet, at that moment, the director approached. "Her illness has relapsed. Further treatment is necessary." Su Wanga opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing more, simply grasping the director's hand and softly pleading, "Please, ensure she recovers. Elder sister, do not leave. I beg you." Su Qianyu wept, but all she received in response was the sound of the door closing. The director ordered her to be taken to the treatment room. She was bound to a chair, her limbs tightly restrained, her struggles futile. "Cooperate, or it will only be more painful," he stated without hesitation, pressing the electric shock switch. Under the relentless torment, Su Qianyu neared her breaking point, finally weakly conceding to the director, I promise I won't speak out of turn again." The director regarded her with satisfaction, a glimmer of cold amusement in his eyes. Seeing her sister and Apos' condition improve, Su Wanga felt a sigh of relief within her. She approached the director, expressing her gratitude. "Thanks to you, Qianyu's state has improved significantly. It seems your treatment methods are indeed effective." The director smiled, his tone laced with feigned modesty. "Miss Su, you flatter me." With admiration in her eyes, Su Wanga replied sincerely, "Director, you truly are a miraculous physician. Our family owes you a great debt. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." The director smiled slightly, nodding in a show of false humility, maintaining his gentle facade. "Miss Su, you are too kind." Subsequently, the director personally escorted Su Wanga to the hospital exit. Just as they approached the parking lot, a small figure suddenly burst forth from the nearby bushes. Su Zhuo stood defiantly before the director and Su Wanga. "He is not a good person." Su Zhuo's voice rang clear, his gaze unwavering as he confronted the director. "He is not helping Fifth Sister. He is harming her. His so-called treatments are nothing but torture." The director furrowed his brow, coldly regarding Su Zhuo. "Little boy, what nonsense are you spouting? I am a doctor, solely wishing to help patients regain their health. I saw it with my own eyes." Su Zhuo declared loudly. "Every day, you torment her, using electric rods to make her suffer. You are not a doctor. You are a demon." Su Wanga momentarily paused in shock, while the director maintained a composed smile. "Child, you may have misunderstood. Electrotherapy is merely a method to help stabilize patients' emotions." His voice remained calm, yet a subtle chill lurked within his gaze. "It is not a misunderstanding." Su Zhuo clenched his tiny fists, standing tall and resolute before the director. "When some do not obey, you tie them to chairs that electrocute them, leaving their hands burned." Su Wanga frowned slightly, looking at Su Zhuo with a hint of reproach. "Su Zhuo, do not be foolish. Director Chun is a professional doctor. He would never harm Qianyu." Chapter 69. The truth of the treatment center. Su Zhuo was flushed with urgency as he suddenly rolled up his sleeves, revealing the clearly visible bruises and scars on his arms. "Sister, look. These are all from him," he exclaimed. "I witnessed how the director tormented Fifth Sister. He is not treating anyone. He is harming people." Upon seeing those harrowing wounds, Su Wanga's heart sank. She turned her gaze back to the director, her eyes sharpening with intensity. "What is the meaning of this?" You owe me an explanation. The director and Appo's expression instantly darkened, the facade of kindness evaporating. He sneered coldly, his tone laced with menace. Since you are already aware, do not think about leaving. Someone, apprehend them all. Before his words could settle, several burly men surged from the shadows, advancing towards Su Wanga and Su Zhuo. In that dire moment, the bodyguards accompanying Su Wanga reacted swiftly, positioning themselves in front of her. Chaos erupted as the two sides clashed. Su Wanga located Su Qinyu, who was imprisoned and appeared haggard, her eyes vacant. Quick, come with me. Su Wanga rushed forward, swiftly freeing her from her bindings. Although Su Wanga managed to rescue Su Qinyu, she inadvertently overlooked Su Zhuo. Upon awakening, Su Qinyu also forgot that dark chapter of her memory. Years passed, and through diligent study, she emerged as a prominent figure in the medical field, ultimately becoming a renowned neurosurgeon in the country. Meanwhile, the director of the mental hospital, Chun Liang, transformed into an authority in the realm of rehabilitating rebellious youth. He frequently appeared in prestigious publications and news outlets, promoting his innovative electroshock therapy, even being hailed as a rising star in education and a correctional expert. One media report encapsulated his achievements. Recent broadcasts have highlighted his story. Parents have increasingly focused on the issue of rebellious teenagers. And director Chun has garnered widespread acclaim for his unique electroshock therapy. This method is designed to gently stimulate the spirit and behavior of rebellious youth, gradually guiding them back on track. Under his treatment, many families have restored a harmonious atmosphere. Director Chin's method, known as electroshock correction, has gained considerable popularity among parents. Now a mentor in the medical department, Su Qinyu led her students on a field trip to a renowned juvenile rehabilitation center. However, as she stepped inside, an unexpected scene caused her to pause. Through a window, she caught sight of a familiar young face. Su Zhuo was confined in a cramped room, chains binding his frail limbs to the wall. His hair hung disheveled over his forehead, and his once clear gaze had turned hollow. Recognizing Su Qinyu, he weakly raised his hand and hoarsely called out for her, "Sister." Beside her, Director Qin Liang followed closely, a smile plastered on his face as he introduced. "Professor Su, this is our treatment center. These children are all students undergoing our special therapy, and you can observe their remarkable transformations. As you know, this therapy enables rebellious children to reform, with significant results." Su Qinyu withdrew her gaze, exchanged a few pleasantries with the director, and then exited the treatment center. Years rolled by, solidifying Su Qinyu's standing in the academic realm. She immersed herself in research at the medical school, occasionally recalling the hazy visage of that youthful face from years past with a sigh, yet she never delved deeper into those memories. However, an unexpected encounter led her to glimpse a conversation on Su Long's phone screen regarding organ transplantation. She approached him, attempting to seize the phone. "Xiao Long, these activities are illegal. How could you engage in such actions?" Su Long's eyes turned cold as he glared at Su Qinyu, a sinister glint flickering within. "Fifth sister, mind your own business. I know what I am doing." Su Qinyu made another attempt to retrieve his phone, her voice rising in anger. "This is a crime. You cannot bear the consequences." Suddenly, Su Long shoved her to the ground. Unprepared, she fell heavily onto the floor, her forehead striking the ground with a jolt of pain, blood trickling down her temple. She looked up at Su Long, whose once innocent face now appeared frigid and unfamiliar. Su Long gazed down at her, devoid of remorse, and coldly remarked, "You'd better not cause trouble." With that, he left the room, leaving Su Qinyu clutching her wound. That night, despite the pain, Su Qinyu stealthily followed Su Long. She trailed him until he halted in a secluded corner, pulling out his phone to dial a number. Cautiously, she edged closer, hiding in the shadows to eavesdrop on his conversation. "Director Chun, the shipment has arrived. You better arrange things quickly and not waste my time." Chun Liang's voice came through the phone. "Rest assured, this batch of organs has already been arranged for buyers. As long as transportation goes smoothly, everything will proceed as planned." Su Qinyu's heart plummeted. She realized that Su Long was not only embroiled in crime, but had also conspired with Chun Liang in this heinous illegal trade. Once again, she confronted Su Long, imploring him to turn back. "Xiao Long, you cannot continue down this path. It will ruin you and harm the innocent. Stop what you're doing." It is not too late. Yet, only disdain filled Su Long's eyes. He lacked the patience to hear her out, and sneered. "I warned you not to meddle in my affairs." He then ruthlessly swung his fist at her head. All Su Qinyu felt was a surge of pain as her consciousness began to fade, the world around her dissolving into darkness. Time passed. And when she finally opened her eyes, her head throbbed painfully, her vision slowly coming into focus. She attempted to move, but discovered herself confined within a narrow space, surrounded by thick transparent glass walls. Beyond the glass, a dimly lit room loomed, the cold yellow light casting a harsh glow, making everything appear stark and unyielding. She surveyed her surroundings, noting a group of indifferent guests dressed in various attire, their eyes occasionally scanning her body as if appraising a commodity for sale. Su Qianyu and Apos. S. heart constricted as the horrifying realization dawned upon her. She had become an exhibit, locked within this display case, awaiting selection by potential buyers. Nearby, others of all ages were similarly imprisoned, and upon closer inspection, she recognized many faces from the treatment center. Thus, it became evident that Chun Yuan and Apos' establishment of the treatment center had never been about healing. Rather, it was a means for him to facilitate his organ trafficking enterprise. Chapter 70. A mere transaction. Su Qianyu was chosen by a wealthy couple adorned in luxurious attire. She barely had time to react before several staff members clad in white protective suits whisked her away to the laboratory. The walls of the laboratory were painted a ghastly white, emanating a harsh, cold light that felt devoid of warmth, sending shivers across her skin. Metal instruments were meticulously arranged, their cold exteriors reflecting a chilling sheen, while various tubes and 4 bags hung from the equipment. The workbench was cluttered with syringes, frozen needles, petri dishes, and monitoring devices. On one side of the room, several sealed petri dishes contained a pale liquid, clearly harboring the embryos of infants. The doctor, donned in full protective gear and wielding tools, approached with an impassive expression, calibrating a machine and inspecting surgical instruments. Su Qianyu was restrained on the frigid operating table, her body ensnared by a myriad of monitoring devices, with her heartbeat, blood pressure, and temperature displayed prominently on a nearby screen. She gazed in terror at the glaring surgical lights above, their blinding radiance inducing dizziness. The doctor, expressionless, drew near, holding the prepared embryo and slowly raising the syringe. Su Qianyu struggled in vain, her body immobilized, rendering her incapable of movement. The world around her began to blur. Just as she despairingly closed her eyes, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the laboratory. Accompanied by a dull thud, the door swung open violently, light streaming in to illuminate a familiar yet foreign figure. Zhuo stood at the threshold, his breath quickened. Now an adult, his deep-set eyes and tall, slender frame remained unchanged from his childhood, though his face bore faint scars. He swiftly crossed to the operating table, delivering a decisive punch to the doctor, the action precise and unhesitating. The doctor had no time to react before being knocked unconscious, the syringe slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. Zhuo hastily freed Su Qianyu from her restraints, pulling her upright and whispering, "Sister, I will take you away from here." In disbelief, Su Qianyu stared at her brother, her throat constricted, rendering her speechless, only able to clutch his hand tightly. With Zhuo's support, she staggered to her feet, and together they dashed toward the exit. Several security guards, alerted by the commotion, blocked the corridor ahead, wielding batons with menacing expressions. Zhuo instinctively positioned himself in front of Su Qianyu, murmuring, "Sister, you stay behind me. I will handle them." No sooner had he spoken than the guards charged forward. Zhuo deftly evaded the first blow, swiftly turning to deliver a powerful strike to the assailant and Apos' abdomen, sending him stumbling back. Another guard swung his baton at him, but Zhuo sidestepped and grasped the guard and Apos' arm, twisting it forcefully until the baton clattered to the ground. A third guard crept silently from behind, prompting Su Qianyu to cry out, "Be careful." Before Zhuo could turn, a baton struck his shoulder with considerable force, a sharp pain radiating through him. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, steadied himself, and retaliated with an elbow to the assailant's face, knocking him to the ground. "Quickly," he urged, clenching his jaw as he pulled Su Qianyu down another corridor, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the wound on his shoulder staining his sleeve crimson. Blood gradually seeping through the fabric, yet he persevered, his pace unwavering. As they fled, more security guards emerged to intercept them. Zhuo fought valiantly to protect Su Qianyu, sustaining more injuries, yet he resolutely shielded her behind him. The cool night air outside carried a hint of earthiness. Zhuo's form wavered slightly, but he maintained his grip on Su Qianyu's hand, gasping, "Sister, we are safe. I will take you home." After escaping the laboratory, Su Qianyu and Su Zhuo found refuge in the shadows, still catching their breath when they suddenly overheard voices nearby. Turning her head, Su Qianyu was taken aback to see Su Long, who stood alongside the wealthy couple, his demeanor dripping with sycophancy. A wave of despair washed over Su Qianyu as she held her breath, straining to listen to their conversation. This arrangement is splendid. I cannot thank you enough. The impeccably dressed businessman smiled. After the deed is done, a generous reward awaits you. Su Long smiled faintly, his greed unabashed. As long as the money is right, I will ensure everything is in order. My sister is in good health and possesses all the qualities you seek. The businessman nodded in satisfaction before turning to his wife, saying, My dear, you need not endure any more suffering. The businessman and Appo's wife smiled slightly, her gaze sweeping over Su Long. If this succeeds, we will consider that matter as well. Excitement flickered in Su Long's eyes as he leaned slightly forward, his tone ingratiating. I thank you both in advance for your appreciation. Su Qianyu, concealed in the darkness, felt as if her heart had been cleaved in two, a suffocating pain gripping her chest. She gazed at Su Long and Appo's unfamiliar face, disappointment and anguish intertwining within her. Once, she had regarded Su Long as family, willing to overlook his transgressions, but now she realized that in his eyes, there was no semblance of sibling affection, only a relentless pursuit of profit. Her heart sank deeper into an icy abyss, tears welling in her eyes. The brother who once nestled beside her had transformed into a cold, greedy stranger devoid of any moral compass. She understood that Su Long had brought her here as part of a meticulously crafted scheme, and in his eyes, she was merely a means to facilitate a transaction. Noticing the shift in Su Qianyu's emotions, Su Zhuo gently grasped her hand, his gaze filled with reassurance, as if to convey that regardless of the betrayals ahead, he would remain by her side. Su Qianyu looked down at Su Zhuo, tears cascading down her cheeks. After their escape from the treatment facility, Su Zhuo brought Su Qianyu back home. Throughout the journey, he shielded her closely, fearful of any further harm befalling her. Once home, Su Qianyu finally relaxed. But the pain in her heart and the weariness of her body triggered an old headache. She sank into the sofa, massaging her temples gently, her brow furrowed. Seeing her distress, Su Zhuo approached, kneeling before her with tenderness. Sister, let me massage your temples. You will feel better soon. He carefully supported her shoulders, allowing her to lean against the sofa, his warm fingers tracing gentle circles on her temples. Chapter 71. Memories. His touch was gentle and delicate. Su Qianyu closed her eyes, feeling the warmth spreading from the crown of her head, as if ushering her into a tranquil haven. Su Zhuo's fingers pressed softly against her forehead, temples, and the nape of her neck, each stroke perfectly measured, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Sister, please rest well. I will prepare something to eat for you, Su Zhuo said tenderly, draping a blanket over her, allowing her to relax against the sofa. Before long, the kitchen resonated with the soft clanging of utensils, mingled with the sizzling sounds of ingredients being stir-fried. Su Zhuo first blanched tender green broccoli and sweet, crunchy carrots before quickly cooling them to preserve their vibrant colors. He then lightly sauteed them in fragrant olive oil, finishing the dish with a sprinkle of white sesame, creating a refreshing and colorful plate. Next, he sliced fresh salmon into uniform thin pieces, marinating them briefly before placing them in a skillet with a touch of butter, frying them to a golden brown, filling the air with an enticing aroma. The skin of the fish became crisp under high heat, while the interior remained tender and juicy, exuding a subtle fragrance. He carefully plated the salmon, arranging it as if it were a work of art, garnished with a few slices of lemon, the tangy zest complementing the fish and Appo's exquisite flavor. Before long, the dining table was adorned with an array of dishes bursting with flavor and color. Su Zhuo approached Su Qianyu with a bowl brimming with pumpkin porridge, gently calling her name. Sister, the meal is ready. Come and eat. Su Qianyu slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the exquisite spread before her, tears shimmering in her gaze. She dipped her spoon into the smooth, sweet porridge, and the warmth instantly dispelled the chill in her heart. Looking up at Su Zhuo, her pupils quivered slightly. Su Zhuo smiled softly, picking up chopsticks to offer her a piece of salmon. Sister, no matter what happens in the future, I shall always be by your side. Under Su Zhuo's attentive care, Su Qianyu gradually regained her strength, and her headaches became less frequent. Su Zhuo stayed by her side, meticulously tending to her needs. Each morning, he prepared her breakfast, featuring homemade oatmeal, neatly cut fruit platters, and a warm glass of milk, all presented with care. As the evening air turned slightly cool, Zhuo would thoughtfully spread a blanket over the sofa and place a cup of warm ginger tea on the coffee table. Concerned that his sister might feel cold, he would gently pull the warm blanket over her shoulders. At times, they would sit together watching television, and he would peel oranges for her, handing her the segments one by one. Su Qianyu slowly began to realize that Zhuo had seamlessly woven himself into the fabric of her life. Whenever she felt unwell, he was the first person that came to her mind. His attentive guardianship allowed her to gradually forget the shadows of her past, enveloping her in a long-lost sense of security. However, this blissful period was soon to be shattered. One day, while out alone to buy groceries, Su Qianyu unexpectedly encountered Su Long at the street corner. The pain of past wounds surged within her, yet Su Long suddenly knelt before her, his eyes filled with remorse. "Sister, please forgive me," he whispered, tears glistening in his eyes. "I know I was wrong, but I was forced into it. At that time, they were powerful and wanted me dead, as easily as crushing an ant. I had no choice but to obey. I truly had no options." His voice trembled with emotion. Su Qianyu regarded him coldly, her gaze unwavering. "Su Long, does it still hold any meaning to speak of this now?" Su Long and Appo's eyes flickered, unable to meet her penetrating stare. Lowering his voice, he pleaded more pitifully, "Sister, I truly regret my past actions. If given the chance, I would make amends. I only ask for your forgiveness, for one opportunity to accompany you to pay respects to our parents, to fulfill at least a shred of my duty as your brother." Su Qianyu continued to look at him with cold detachment, finding his oily apologies repulsive. Yet deep within, Su Long's explanation stirred a hint of conflict in her heart. Indeed, today marked the anniversary of their parents' passing. She ought to visit them. Moreover, Su Long had a point. He might have been coerced, especially considering the Su family and Appo's diminished standing in recent years, lacking the former strength to shield themselves from the storm. Just as she wavered, Zhuo and Appo's figure approached, grasping her hand with concern evident in his eyes. "Sister, please don and Appo's go," he urged softly. "He does not have good intentions." Su Qianyu gazed into Zhuo's worried eyes, her heart softening. She gently patted his hand and smiled reassuringly. "It's all right, Zhuo. I'm merely going to pay respects to our parents. There's nothing dangerous about it." Zhuo's brows furrowed slightly, yet he remained silent, only whispering, "Sister, be careful." She nodded, comforting him with a light squeeze of his hand, signaling him not to worry, before departing with Su Long. In the chilling wind, Su Qianyu followed Su Long to their parents' grave. At the tombstone, Su Long bowed his head in silence, appearing devout, seemingly filled with remorse. However, as he slowly rose, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Lost in her thoughts of her parents, Su Qianyu was unprepared. Su Long suddenly drew a sharp dagger from his pocket, thrusting it towards her throat. "Don't move. Come with me and bear my child, or I shall not hold back," he stated coldly, his earlier facade stripped away, revealing only greed and treachery. Su Qianyu and Appo's heart felt as if it were being torn apart. She could hardly believe her eyes, her voice trembling. "Su Long, I am your sister. Why would you do this? Is it for money that you would put me in such peril?" Su Long's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he offered no response, tightening his grip on the dagger, advancing closer with gritted teeth. Just then, a sinister laughter echoed across the desolate graveyard, shattering the surrounding silence. Accompanied by faint footsteps, an elderly man staggered from the shadows of the tombstone. His hair was silver, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken, resembling a mere shell of a living being. The old blind man raised a bony finger, pointing at Su Qianyu, his voice hoarse. "I have awaited this day for decades." His laughter was grating, tinged with a chilling madness. Su Qianyu's heart raced, her instincts alerting her. "Who are you? What has my Su family done to wrong you?" The old blind man scoffed, his face contorted with insanity, as if recalling past humiliations. "My ancestors were once prosperous merchants, yet your Su family and Appo's patriarch, envious of our thriving business, schemed against us, leading to our ruin. My family was driven to death one by one, and for generations, we have lived in misery. All thanks to your Su family. Fortunately, my son has succeeded, finally avenging me." Chapter 72. He cast her aside. Su Qianyu was forcibly taken to the confinement center by Su Long, where she was compelled to consume various nutritional supplements and vitamins daily to prepare her body for embryo implantation. In a desperate bid to escape the fate of becoming a mere vessel for childbirth, one night, while the caretaker was distracted, She found a box of contraceptive pills. Without hesitation, she swallowed the entire box. The effect of the medication was more intense than she had anticipated. A few hours later, she felt a piercing cramp in her abdomen. Her vision gradually blurred, and all light and shadow swiftly faded away, plunging her into darkness. Upon awakening, she discovered that she had not only lost her ability to conceive, but had also been robbed of her sight. When the wealthy businessman learned of her diminished utility, he expelled her from the confinement center. She was roughly dragged by several security guards and discarded onto the cold, hard concrete, like a worthless piece of refuse. Su Qianyu fell awkwardly to the ground, her gaze vacant, engulfed in darkness. Once clear eyes now appeared clouded and devoid of spirit due to the effects of the drugs. With cracked skin at the corners stained with faint traces of blood, her once lustrous black hair was now dry and disheveled, hanging messily over her shoulders. Dragging her weary body, she stumbled along the street until she ultimately collapsed beneath an overpass. The biting cold wind pierced through her thin clothing, and she shivered uncontrollably. Scattered beneath the bridge were discarded papers and trash, while a few homeless beggars cast her curious glances before quickly averting their eyes, as if it were a common sight. Leaning against the bridge support, she sat helplessly on the frigid concrete, her back rigid. She raised her hand to touch her blinded eyes, feeling sharp pain and heat. In that moment, the confidence and brilliance she once possessed had been completely stripped away, leaving only a wretched and miserable figure. Zhuo found Su Qianyu again, now wandering the streets, and brought her back home. As they made their way, Zhuo held her hand, and though she could not see, she felt the warmth emanating from him. However, Su Qianyu soon sensed that Zhuo's health seemed to have deteriorated. Whenever she drew near to him, she could hear the faint sound of his cough. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, "Zhuo, are you unwell? Why do you keep coughing?" Zhuo paused for a moment and replied with a smile, "It's nothing, sister. I might just be a bit tired. A few days of rest will do." Despite his efforts to conceal his weakness, Su Qianyu could still sense his frailty. She gently reached out to touch his face, noticing that his skin felt colder than before. Nevertheless, Zhuo continued to care for her attentively, preparing warm meals, massaging her head, and guiding her on morning walks around their neighborhood to breathe in fresh air. His thoughtfulness allowed Su Qianyu to almost forget the suffering she had endured. One day, Zhuo excitedly grasped her hand, exclaiming, "Sister, I found a doctor who can restore your sight." Upon hearing this, a long-lost smile graced Su Qianyu's face, but soon faded as she quietly murmured, "Zhuo, how can we afford a doctor? Treatment must be expensive, and I do not wish to burden you." Zhuo gently patted her hand and spoke softly, "Sister, do not worry. I will find a way to manage the finances. I will not let you live in darkness forever." Although Zhuo's complexion grew increasingly haggard and his coughing became more frequent, he never revealed any pain in front of Su Qianyu, always comforting her with a tender smile. On the eve of the surgery, Zhuo meticulously arranged everything for Su Qianyu, continuously soothing her. However, on the day of the operation, when the doctor came to take her into the operating room, Su Qianyu noticed that Zhuo was nowhere to be found. An anxious flutter stirred within her heart as she urgently inquired of the doctor, "Where's Zhuo? Has he not arrived?" The doctor gently reassured her, "Miss Su, it is time for the surgery. Your brother may have been delayed by something. Please, you should go in first." But Su Qianyu stubbornly shook her head, insisting, "No, I will wait for him. He promised to accompany me into the operating room. I cannot go without him." She held tightly to the sleeve of her surgical gown, resolutely standing at the entrance. Just then, a hand lightly rested on her shoulder. "Sister, Zhuo will not return," Su Long said in a somber tone. Knowing that the cost of the surgery was exorbitant and that Zhuo could not bear it, so he had fled. Su Qianyu froze, as if she had plummeted into an abyss in that instant. She could hardly believe her ears, murmuring, "Zhuo, how could he abandon me? How could he leave me at this moment?" Seeing her distress, Su Long gently grasped her hand, feigning consolation. "Sister, do not be upset. Zhuo is still young and lacks the means to earn much. I will cover the surgery expenses to ensure you receive treatment." Upon hearing these words, Su Qianyu coldly withdrew her hand, reproaching him, "Su Long, cease your pretentiousness. I know your intentions are not sincere. You do not genuinely wish to help me." Su Long quickly donned a look of grievance, sighing dramatically, with tears welling in his eyes. "Sister, how can you think of me this way? I know I have made many mistakes, but I, too, have been forced into difficult circumstances. Do you not realize how hard it has been for me? Caught between my biological parents and the Su family all these years. His voice trembled with regret, perfectly embodying the role of a remorseful brother. As the time for the surgery arrived, Su Qinyu reluctantly entered the operating room after the doctor's persuasion. Following the operation, the long-awaited light flooded back into her eyes, and the world appeared anew. The first thought that crossed Su Qinyu and Apos' mind was to see Su Zhuo, yet as time passed, the hospital room remained empty. Su Zhuo and Apos' figure never materialized. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened, and the winter night descended unusually early. The dim streetlights cast a quiet glow outside, while the cold wind rattled against the window, producing a soft tremor. Within the room, only the faint beeps of the heart monitor accompanied the soft sounds of the ventilator, creating an atmosphere of profound solitude. Seated at the bedside, Su Qinyu fixated her gaze on the door, her heart racing at every sound of footsteps echoing from the corridor. Instinctively lifting her head in anticipation of that familiar figure appearing at the entrance. However, as time ticked by, with several nurses coming and going, Su Zhuo remained absent. Eventually, Su Qinyu had no choice but to return to Su Long's villa with him. Initially, she was guarded, but as the days turned into weeks, Su Long's attentiveness and care seemed to transform him into someone entirely different from before. He took the initiative to inquire about her well-being, even preparing sumptuous meals for her personally. Gradually, Su Qinyu's heart softened, and she began to entertain the notion that perhaps Su Long had truly come to realize his past transgressions. Chapter 73. The benefactor of her corneal donation in a past life. That evening, after dinner, Su Long sat beside her, his face etched with sorrow. He suddenly spoke, "Sister, I am afflicted with uremia. You are the only one compatible with me. Without your assistance, my time may be short." As he spoke, he slowly knelt before her, his gaze earnest, his voice choked with emotion. "Sister, I implore you to save me. I am aware of the many wrongs I have committed against you in the past, but this time, I genuinely repent. I vow to treat you well from now on and ensure you endure no more grievances." Su Qinyu stared at him in a daze, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. She recalled Su Long's attentive demeanor over the past few days, and the truth dawned upon her. His kindness had always been conditional. Yet, at this juncture, did she have any alternative? Su Zhuo had abandoned her, leaving her with no choice but to rely on Su Long, hoping he retained a shred of conscience and would honor her after agreeing to donate a kidney. Su Qinyu slowly nodded. "All right, I agree." The surgery was swiftly arranged, and once it concluded, she lay weakly on the hospital bed. However, as days passed, the ward remained desolate, devoid of any greetings or inquiries. A creeping chill began to seep into her heart. Days later, a nurse coldly informed her, "Miss Su, you have outstanding medical bills, and the hospital is unable to continue your treatment. It is best you leave promptly." Struggling to sit up from the bed, she realized her body was frail, the surgical wound throbbing with pain. With great effort, she endured the agony and slowly stood. Outside the hospital, the sky was dark and oppressive. As she stepped through the door, a torrential downpour ensued, the cold rain striking her skin, stealing away her last vestiges of warmth. Soaked to the bone, clad only in a thin hospital gown, each step felt as if her wound were being torn apart anew. Yet she could only grit her teeth and persevere through the frigid rain. With her weakened body, she staggered to the dilapidated rental house where Su Zhuo had once resided. Tucked away at the end of a secluded alley, the dim corridor reeked of dampness and mildew, the walls peeling, and the stairwell cluttered with debris, dust-laden windows filtering out the scant light. She gently pushed open the door, revealing an even smaller, more decrepit space within. Water stains marred the walls. Bare wires dangled from the ceiling, and the room contained only a rickety single bed and a small wooden table, the corner of which was chipped and shabby. Standing in the center of the room, she surveyed her surroundings, as if still sensing the presence of Su Zhuo, who had once lived here. Her gaze fell upon the small wooden table where several open medical books lay, their pages yellowing and corners curling, evidently perused countless times. She tenderly caressed the pages, her fingertips brushing against his handwritten notes. In the corner sat a worn medicine chest, containing some basic medications and used bandages. The sight of these made her heart feel as if it were being cleaved by a knife. She vividly recalled Su Zhuo's gentle smile, her eyes instantly welling with tears that silently cascaded down her cheeks. She sat on the edge of the bed, clutching the book he had once read, closing her eyes as if she could still feel his attentive care in every moment. Yet at that instant, she remained bewildered. Where had Su Zhuo gone? Why was there no news of him? While she was lost in thought, a soft sigh emerged from the doorway. She looked up to see the neighbor lady standing at the entrance, her gaze filled with pity. Alas, young lady, you must be Zhuo and Apos' sister, the lady entered. Sighing heavily, her voice laden with sorrow. Your brother was truly a good boy, but fate was unkind. Su Qianyu urgently inquired, Auntie, do you know where Xiaozhua has gone? Why? Why has he come to find me? A flicker of compassion crossed the lady's eyes as she spoke slowly. Zhuo fell gravely ill several months ago. For reasons unknown, he donated his corneas, and afterward, he lost his sight completely. Su Qianyu felt her mind go blank, as if her heart were being torn apart by immense grief. She covered her mouth tightly, trembling uncontrollably as tears streamed down her face, soaking her cheeks. The lady continued, her voice a hushed lament. His condition worsened. He coughed incessantly. Growing so thin, he seemed little more than skin and bones. The hospital informed him that only a kidney transplant could save him, but he refused to burden you, enduring the pain alone. Not long ago, he could no longer withstand it. Now he has left this world. These words struck Su Qianyu like a thunderbolt, shattering her last hopes. She could neither believe nor accept that the one who had cared for her so tenderly, who had guarded her with his very life, Zhuo, had departed from her forever. She collapsed to the ground, tears cascading silently as she murmured, Xiaozhua, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you let me accompany you on your final journey? In her anguish, she clutched herself tightly, weeping uncontrollably, his gentle visage and thoughtful care flooding her mind, yet all of it was now a permanent farewell. Suppressing her heartache, Su Qianyu hurried to the hospital where her surgery had been performed. She sought to uncover the final truth from the surgical records. She could not bear to believe, nor could she accept, that the light she had regained had come at the cost of Zhuo's sacrifice. At the front desk, she implored the nurse to retrieve her surgical records. After a brief search, the nurse handed her a document, speaking softly, Here is your surgical record. The donor and payer details are included. With trembling hands, Su Qianyu accepted the document, her heart racing with trepidation. She slowly opened the pages, her eyes widening in shock as she saw the donor and Apos' name, Zhuo. Those few words felt like a brand, searing deep into her heart. She could scarcely believe her eyes, her fingertips tracing the name repeatedly, her heart writhing in pain. Zhuo, Xiaozhua, she whispered, tears blurring her vision. An overwhelming sorrow swelling within her. He had not only donated his corneas, but had also covered all surgical expenses, granting her the gift of sight once more. A tidal wave of guilt and anguish engulfed her. Tears streamed down her face like a flood unleashed. At that moment, all the past betrayals pierced her heart like a blade, leaving her chest feeling as though it were being torn apart. Su Long and Apos' shadow loomed ominously in her mind. He had known everything yet deceived her, leading her to believe he was the one sacrificing, causing her to misunderstand Zhuo. Su Qianyu clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, her body trembling with a rising tide of hatred. Su Long. Her eyes expressed an unprecedented resolve. How could you be so cruel? So selfish? Chapter 74. A chance to begin anew. Su Qianyu dragged her weary body step by step back to the Su family home. Yet, the sight before her made her gasp in horror. The once magnificent Su residence now lay in ruins. The grand entrance, once towering, was now corroded and dilapidated, its pillars askew and crumbling. Weeds thrived unchecked in the courtyard, while the flower beds had long withered, filled with desiccated plants and fallen petals. Surrounding her was an eerie silence, interrupted only by the cold wind that howled through the desolate estate, amplifying its melancholic gloom. As she slowly entered the crumbling hall, her heart twisted in agony at the sight that met her eyes. The walls, once adorned with exquisite frames, now bore only faint outlines and shattered glass. Fragments of broken furniture and porcelain lay scattered across the floor. With heavy steps, Su Qianyu was overwhelmed by an abyss of sorrow, the warm home she once cherished. The place where she and her sisters had laughed and played had become a wasteland, a desolate ruin. In her moment of despair, an elderly servant who had once worked for the Su family approached, her face etched with grief. The old servant sighed softly. Miss, the Su family fell apart so swiftly. All because of Su Long. He squandered the family fortune, leaving nothing. Even your sisters were driven to desperation. Now, the elder sisters are dead or mad, and you are the last one left. At these words, Su Qianyu felt her heart rend, as if it had been brutally torn apart, bleeding profusely. Her legs buckled, and she sank slowly to the dust-laden floor, trembling fingers brushing against the cold, hard ground, tears cascading silently, mingling with the debris around her. Memories flooded her mind. Her indulgence of Su Long, her unconditional trust in him, and her reckless leniency. All of it pierced her heart like daggers. "It's all my fault. My fault," she whispered, her voice breaking. Now, the Su family lay in tatters, her loved ones having departed in bitterness, while she remained, helplessly kneeling in the ruins, weeping inconsolably. Returning to her rented room, her frail body grew weaker, the wounds on her skin infected and agonizing, each throb cutting into her very marrow. The room was silent, save for her ragged breaths echoing in the frigid air, dim and damp. With peeling walls and feeble light filtering through the window, her world seemingly enveloped in an endless abyss of darkness. Curled upon the tattered mattress, she clutched a yellowed, old book, a medical text left behind by Zhuo, which she had found in the rental. Her eyes, long dried of tears, now held only the weight of despair. Yearning consumed her. Her heart ached with numbness, as if all warmth, light, and love had been stripped away, leaving only an infinite void of darkness. In the fading moments of consciousness, Zhuo's visage appeared in her mind, the brother who selflessly sacrificed everything for her, tenderly caring for her. A wave of profound regret surged from deep within her soul. Summoning her last vestiges of strength, she murmured, "Xiaozhua, I'm sorry. Sister. Sister was so foolish." As she closed her eyes, Su Qianyu's world plunged into utter darkness. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, when suddenly a glimmer of light broke through. Her awareness gradually sharpened, and she heard the faint sound of wheels rolling. She opened her eyes wide, finding herself safely seated within a vehicle, the scenery outside whirling past in reverse. Bewildered, she gazed around, her heartbeat quickening, nearly unable to believe her eyes. "What is happening?" she whispered, noticing her hands, delicate and soft, free from the scars of her past. Looking up at the rearview mirror, she beheld a youthful girl staring back, her face innocent and fresh, radiating the essence of her younger self. Instinctively, she inquired of the driver, "Uncle, where are we going?" The driver smiled slightly, replying, "Miss, we just returned from the juvenile facility and are on our way home." At this statement, Su Qianyu's heart sank, realizing she had inexplicably returned to many years prior, to the time when Zhuo was merely 6 years old. Stunned, she sat in the car, overwhelmed by a surge of elation and shock. She had been reborn. She was back in the past, at a moment when everything was yet to unfold, when all could still be salvaged. In her excitement, a wave of remorse washed over her. In her previous life, her indulgence of Su Long had driven away her kind-hearted brother, leading him to sacrifice his sight and ultimately his life to save her. How could she have been so foolish as to harm the one closest to her? Clenching her sleeves tightly, she urgently instructed the driver, "Hurry, turn the car around. Take me back immediately." The driver, puzzled, complied and turned the vehicle back. In the juvenile facility, Zhuo was confined in a dimly lit small room. The air was thick and musty, filled with a pungent moldy scent. The damp walls were stained, and neglected debris cluttered the corners. With no windows, the only light came from a small hole in the door, casting faint shadows within the dark space. The director stood outside, coldly observing Zhuo, a malicious grin creeping across his face. "If you kneel and beg me, perhaps I and Appos, LL let you out. Otherwise, prepare to remain here indefinitely." In the darkness, Zhuo merely cast a cold glance at the director, showing no sign of submission. The director snorted dismissively, turning to speak to his assistant before striding off to the adjacent treatment room. Hours later, he emerged, the anguished cries of a small boy echoing behind him, sending chills down the corridor. Yet, the director and Appos' face remained impassive. As he stepped out, he glanced at the assistant standing nearby and inquired, "What about that little brat, Zhuo?" The assistant hesitated, then replied quietly, "Strangely, that child hasn't cried or shouted. He's been remarkably quiet. Other children usually break down within half a day, but he remains utterly silent." The director frowned slightly, muttering, "A difficult little creature." He dismissed the thought, but felt a twinge of curiosity. Typically, children would crumble under such conditions, yet this boy's unusual composure was indeed peculiar. However, he did not dwell on it for long, and soon instructed his assistant before leisurely heading to the cafeteria for a meal. The cafeteria, located on the opposite side of the building, was a spacious yet somber hall. The walls were painted a pale hue, and iron bars adorned the windows, allowing only a dim view of the outside sky through the thick glass. Old pendant lights cast a yellowed glow, rendering the entire cafeteria even dimmer. The children sat at their respective tables, expressions vacant, nearly devoid of interaction, mechanically chewing the meager portions of food on their plates. Chapter 75. A long-awaited death to atonement. The assistant had prepared a meal for the director and took a moment to survey the cafeteria, ensuring that the inmates remained quiet and compliant. The director settled down with his tray, which contained a meat pie and a bowl of thin rice soup. He dined leisurely, appearing quite content with his modest fare. However, as he chewed thoughtfully, a fleeting glance upwards caught his attention, causing his gaze to fixate abruptly. It was a youthful yet serene face, coldly observing him. It was Zhuo. He was quietly seated in a corner of the cafeteria, exuding an air of calm. The director's chopsticks hovered mid-air, his expression darkening suddenly. This child had somehow emerged from the small dark room. He slammed his palm on the table, seething with anger as he barked. This little brat dares to wander out on his own. Seize him immediately and return him to confinement. The assistant promptly nodded and rushed forward, capturing Zhuo once again and dragging him back to the damp, shadowy room, slamming the door shut with force. The director, fraught with frustration, paced the corridor, muttering curses under his breath. He shook his hands vigorously, his anger unresolved, and returned to his office, though his mind remained tumultuous. As night fell, the correctional facility gradually succumbed to silence, all rooms cloaked in darkness, save for the cold moonlight seeping through the windows, casting an eerie glow in the corridor. The director tossed and turned in bed, inexplicably restless, until he resolved to check on Zhuo in the small dark room. The corridor was desolate, its stillness broken only by the sound of his polished shoes echoing on the floor. Approaching the door, his heart inexplicably quickened, beads of cold sweat forming in his palms. He inhaled deeply and leaned closer to the peephole, seeking confirmation of Zhuo's presence inside. To his horror, he was met with an abyss of darkness. The room was utterly empty. His face drained of color. The director could scarcely believe his eyes, muttering in disbelief, "This is impossible. How could he have escaped?" Trembling, he fished a key from his pocket, hastily inserting it into the lock, panic propelling him to open the door to the small dark room. With a creak, the door swung open, and he peered inside. Empty, save for the cold wind that rushed in, carrying a bone-chilling aura. The director and Oppo's pupils dilated with fear, his heart racing as an overwhelming terror surged within him. How had this child vanished from the small dark room? Just as his shock settled, the door of the small dark room slammed shut with a resounding bang, enveloping him in frigid darkness. Startled, he turned pale, rushing to the door to pound on it, shouting urgently, "Open the door. Quick, open the door. Help." Yet, the corridor remained silent, void of any response. His palms stung from the impact, and as fear gripped him tighter, he turned helplessly, only to discover a figure seated quietly at the door of the small dark room. It was Zhuo. His gaze was tranquil, imbued with a chilling calm that belied his years. "You have committed numerous wrongs, harming countless souls, and it is high time you atoned with your life." The director's heart quivered, suppressing the dread surging within him, forcing a smirk as he retorted through gritted teeth, "You little brat, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you not believe I?" Before he could finish, he found himself rooted to the spot. Beside Zhuo, a girl in a red dress materialized slowly, her hair disheveled, face pallid, eyes hollow, and her lips slightly parted, revealing a row of sharp, eerie teeth. Dark red liquid dripped from her fangs, fixating on him as if he were prey. The director's heart raced, and he staggered backwards, trembling as he raised his hands in a futile attempt to protect himself. Yet the girl in the red dress let out a low growl, springing at him with the swiftness of a predator, seizing his shoulders and sinking her teeth into him with ferocity. He emitted a chilling scream, the excruciating pain causing his body to convulse as blood surged from his shoulder, staining his clothes crimson. A ghost, a ghost. Stay away, huh?" He flailed desperately, attempting to push her away, but the vengeful spirit and Oppo's strength far exceeded his imagination. With each bite, she tore into his flesh, mercilessly shredding him, blood cascading from her mouth. The director, drenched in cold sweat, his face ashen, uttered fragmented pleas, as if realizing that his end was nigh. Each bite brought agonizing rips, his flesh gradually consumed, bones faintly exposed to the air. The girl's face was smeared with blood, yet her eyes held no pity, only boundless resentment. Ultimately, the director succumbed to the torment, his pallid visage etched with terror and anguish. After devouring the last morsel of his flesh, the girl slowly retracted her fangs, Her visage softened, the terrifying teeth vanishing, replaced by a lively, innocent face akin to a delicate flower, seemingly untouched by the cruelty she had just displayed. She smiled at Zhuo, and together, they exited the detention center. Meanwhile, Su Qianyu arrived at the treatment facility, scanning the surroundings for any sign of Zhuo. Before she could gather her thoughts, the assistant, accompanied by several security guards, swiftly surrounded her, their expressions grim as they coldly interrogated. "The child you brought has killed the director. You must bear responsibility for his death." Su Qianyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon an uncontainable sense of satisfaction washed over her. Regaining her composure, she cast a scornful look and retorted, "You claim that Zhuo killed the director? How could a 6-year-old child possibly commit murder? It is utterly absurd and laughable to place the blame on a mere child." The assistant and Apos' face flickered with anger as he insisted, "We witnessed him emerge from the small dark room, and the incident with the director occurred there. If the child you brought is innocent, why was he at the scene of the incident?" As tensions escalated, several police officers entered briskly, their authoritative voices commanding, "Miss, we kindly ask you to accompany us to the police station." Su Qianyu cast a cold glance at the assistant, unyielding as she followed the officers outside. In the waiting room of the police station, she sat in silence, her heart heavy with concern for Zhuo and Apos' safety, fervently hoping for his well-being. After a while, the chief entered with a broad smile, accompanied by Su Qian. Chapter 76. Fourth Sister Su Yinging. Miss Su, the investigation into the case has concluded. The director of the juvenile detention center died accidentally, and the possibility of homicide has been ruled out. The director smiled obsequiously, his expression one of eager flattery. Su Qianyu disregarded the director's demeanor, rushing forward to grasp Su Qian and Apos' hand, her tone laced with urgency. "Qian, please find Zhuo. He is still so young. I fear for his safety." Su Qian gazed at her coldly, her expression indifferent, her voice frigid. "It was you who lost Zhuo." Su Qianyu lowered her head, biting her lip tightly as tears brimmed in her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhuo and Yingying strolled down a bustling commercial street, where a high-end boutique caught their attention. Yingying's gaze was captivated by a delicate dress in the window, and she halted, written all over her face. The dress was crafted from lightweight silk and exquisite lace, its fabric soft and fluid, seemingly dancing with the wind. The hem was adorned with intricate floral embroidery, its fine stitches glimmering in the light. "This dress is truly stunning," Yingying whispered. Noticing the sparkle in her eyes, Zhuo smiled. "Since you like it, I shall buy it for you." Yingying's eyes lit up in surprise, her excitement palpable. "Really? Thank you, Zhuo. You are so kind." She nearly leaped with joy. Together, they entered the boutique. The interior exuded elegance, with luxurious crystal chandeliers illuminating the space, the warm light casting a dazzling sheen upon the marble floor. "Welcome," greeted a staff member, her gaze sweeping over Zhuo with a hint of confusion. Yet, she maintained her smile, inquiring, "How may I assist you? Could you please retrieve that red dress?" Zhuo politely requested, gesturing towards the dress Yingying had just admired. The staff member blinked, puzzled. Seeing that Zhuo was merely a child, and a boy at that, she doubted he could afford such an expensive garment. Nevertheless, adhering to her professional duties, she approached the display and carefully lifted the dress, her mind racing with the thought that perhaps Zhuo simply wished to admire it. Yingying gazed silently at the dress, seemingly envisioning herself in it. Just then, the doorbell chimed, and a mother-daughter pair entered the store. The woman walked with grace, clad in a bespoke black evening gown, her golden hair elegantly pinned with a dazzling diamond hairpin. Her daughter, a little girl of 6 or 7, wore a white lace dress, draped in an exquisite red shawl, embodying the essence of a pampered princess. "Xiao Jia, come here," the affluent woman commanded softly, her gaze never straying to others, as if they were non-existent. The little girl approached the display, her eyes scanning the garments with disdain. She halted before a high-end display, exclaiming, "Hey, where's that red dress I saw last time? Bring it to me." The sales associate took the pink dress from Zhuo and moved towards the little girl. However, as soon as she grasped the dress, the girl frowned in discontent. "Who told you to give my favorite dress to that little brat? This dress is dirty." Her voice was sharp and piercing. "How do you conduct business here?" The affluent woman slightly furrowed her brow, her gaze icy as it swept over the sales associate, coldly stating, "How can a child be allowed in such a place?" The sales associate, visibly flustered, managed a strained smile, quietly explaining, I apologize. But we do not have a specific policy against children entering. Ying watched the scene unfold, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. She turned to Zhuo, a hint of mockery in her tone. Shall I teach them a lesson? They are infuriating. However, Zhuo remained unfazed by the provocation, replying calmly, no need. Ying nodded, still harboring a flicker of anger, yet deciding to refrain from intervening. Zhuo then approached the sales associate, softly stating, please wrap this dress and take it to the counter. The sales associate and Oppo's expression stiffened. She hesitated, glancing at Zhuo with doubt. It was clear she did not believe this young boy could afford such a dress. Nevertheless, as a trained salesperson, she forced a smile, saying, of course. I will wrap it for you. Just as she turned to fetch a bag, the little girl cast a mocking glance at Zhuo, a subtle smirk on her lips. Oh, how amusing. Does he even know how much that dress costs? The girl and Oppo's mother scrutinized Zhuo from head to toe, her gaze settling on the dress he held, a cold smile creeping onto her lips, dripping with sarcasm. Do you think this is a marketplace where anyone can choose at will? The little girl joined in the laughter. Shouldn't you check with your parents if they have enough money before picking a dress? Young man, do you truly wish to purchase that dress? The sales associate asked tentatively, uncertainty evident in her tone. Zhuo nodded, maintaining his calm demeanor. Yes, please wrap it. The sales associate sighed softly, retrieving a card machine from beneath the counter, pressing a button to prepare for the transaction. Internally, she mused that it was merely a trial. If it failed, it would be of no consequence. The girl and her mother stood nearby, their expressions still those of amused spectators. The girl scoffed, oh look at him, trying so hard to impress. The sales associate inserted the card into the machine, the screen flickering with information as she pressed the confirm button, awaiting the machine and Oppo's response. With a beep, the machine confirmed the transaction, displaying a balance that was indeed sufficient to cover the entire amount. The sales associate and Oppo's smile faltered, her gaze dropping to verify once more, and this time, she realized it was indeed a successful transaction. Stunned, the sales associate could hardly believe her eyes. After confirming the card's validity, she finally dared to lift her gaze, offering Zhuo a tentative smile. This card can indeed cover the amount. Simultaneously, the girl and Oppo's expression changed, her mouth agape in shock, momentarily speechless. The anticipated mockery and derision stuck in her throat as she glared at Zhuo in disbelief. This is impossible, the girl exclaimed. Yet, regardless of her taunts, neither the sales associate nor Zhuo responded. The sales associate neatly packaged the dress and handed it to Zhuo, her professional smile unwavering. Zhuo did not accept the dress but instead politely inquired, could you burn it for me, please? The sales associate was perplexed. You truly wish to burn it? This dress is the latest model, valued at. Zhuo smiled gently. I need you to burn it. The sales associate hesitated, then finally nodded, her voice respectful and cautious. Understood. Zhuo nodded in satisfaction, then added, now, please bring me several more dresses. He pointed to the shimmering array of dresses in the store, each more luxurious than the last. The sales associate, though surprised, said nothing and began retrieving the garments in silence. The girl and her mother, standing at a distance, were utterly astonished. The girl widened her eyes in disbelief as she witnessed Zhuo purchase her most cherished dress, demanding it be set ablaze. In an instant, her heart shattered. Her petite face flushed crimson from sorrow and anger, yet she could not utter a single word. The girl's mother gently patted her back, offering solace. It's all right. Darling, don't cry. However, the girl disregarded her mother's comfort, continuing to weep loudly. Zhuo remained unfazed, pointing at several other dresses and instructing the sales associate. Burn these as well. The associate hesitated for a moment, her hand lingering on the dress before she retrieved the other items, preparing to fulfill Zhuo's request. Just as she contemplated whether to inquire further, Zhuo produced a gleaming golden card. A sense of dread washed over the associate as she accepted the card, her fingers trembling slightly as she swiftly grabbed the card reader and inserted the card, her heart inexplicably racing. She pressed the button to process the payment. The machine's small screen flickered a few times before emitting a beep that signaled a successful transaction. The associate's eyes widened in astonishment, hardly able to believe what she saw. She gazed at the displayed amount and the emblem on the card, suddenly realizing that this seemingly ordinary child was anything but. The mother and daughter, witnessing the successful transaction, were filled with shock. The girl's mother, initially poised to speak, found herself at a loss for words. tightly grasping her daughter's hand as they hurriedly exited. Zhuo turned to Ying, signaling her to follow him. Ying nodded gently, trailing behind Zhuo as they made their way out of the store. Meanwhile, Su Ying was seated in her studio, her legs crossed, exuding confidence with her alluring figure, fair complexion, and exquisite features. Her sharp, alluring eyes seemed capable of piercing through all pretense. The computer screen displayed an open hacker forum page. With one hand deftly tapping the keyboard, she leisurely sipped her drink. Suddenly, a post caught her attention. Her eyes brightened as she quickly clicked on the thread, discovering that an anonymous user had answered a question she had posted the previous week, causing her heart to race. Over the years, she had encountered countless experts, yet only a select few could solve her queries. How intriguing, she murmured softly, her eyes narrowing slightly, a sly smile gracing her lips. She promptly clicked on the user's profile, only to be astonished that the account was merely a low-level one with scanned information, yielding no useful leads. This individual was undoubtedly exceptional. Furrowing her brow, she began to ponder. This person could not possibly be an ordinary hacker. This low-level account was likely a backup for a prominent figure. As she perused some posts on this account's profile, she unearthed several intriguing details. The responses were imbued with unique insights. Who could this person be? Su Ying whispered to herself. While shopping with a friend, she remained preoccupied with thoughts of the forum. Unbeknownst to them, they had strolled past a familiar luxury boutique, the very place Zhuo had previously visited with Ying. She halted, turning to her friend. Let us check out this store. Hand in hand, they entered, just in time to overhear several employees conversing. That kid was incredibly wealthy, spending over $1 million in one go, only to burn it all afterward. I wonder if his parents are aware. But a family that can produce a gold card probably isn't concerned about such trivialities. Did you see the outfit that child was wearing? That was the latest from Sisu, far more expensive than anything in our store. I wonder which young master that is. I should have asked more questions that day. Upon hearing this, Su Ying paused, recalling that Su Wangu had informed her that Zhuo was missing and had asked for her assistance in searching for him. The photo Su Wangu had sent showed Zhuo wearing that very brand's white t-shirt before he went missing. Could it be that child? What a coincidence! Determined to uncover the truth, Su Ying swiftly exited the boutique, thinking that she needed to clarify the situation. After leaving, she called her friend. I have something to attend to. You enjoy yourself. Her friend didn't press for details, simply replying, all right, before hanging up. Su Ying hurried towards a street vendor area, rounding a corner to find a stall run by a middle-aged man with faint lines around his eyes. Scanning the crowd, she spotted Zhuo standing at the edge, clad in a simple t-shirt and jeans, his frame slender. It was indeed him. She quickly approached, grasping Zhuo's arm and pulling him away from the stall. Have you lost your mind? She exclaimed, her voice icy and filled with fury as she locked eyes with him. How dare you steal money from home? Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure. I didn't steal. You say you didn't? Su Ying's gaze was sharp as a blade. Where did the money for those items come from? Zhuo regarded the furious Su Ying, his tone steady. It's my own money. Your own money? She scoffed. Where did you get that? Zhuo remained silent, which only fueled her anger further. You went missing, and everyone was frantic looking for you, even asking me to help. I was puzzled as to why they were suddenly so concerned about you. Turns out it was because you stole money from home. It's a pity you're not of age. Otherwise, I would have you locked up, Su Ying said through gritted teeth, her disdain growing as she thought of Zhuo's deliberate act of purchasing luxury items only to burn them. You're coming with me. Chapter 77. The Great Fire. Su Ying returned home with Zhuo. Upon entering, she unceremoniously shoved Zhuo into a cabinet, closing the door with a flick of her wrist, her expression devoid of emotion. The cabinet was small, and Zhuo found himself trapped in the stifling confines, where the wooden walls sealed tightly, allowing only a meager stream of light through the tiny gaps in the door. The little ventilation that existed rendered the air inside oppressive, and the cramped space forced him into a curled position, barely able to stretch his limbs. Yet, Su Ying seemed entirely oblivious to his plight. She stood before the cabinet, watching Zhuo confined within, a faint smile gracing her lips before she turned and returned to the sofa, picking up the remote control to turn on the television. As night deepened, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tranquil. Unbeknownst to her, exhaustion from prolonged tension enveloped her, and she eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. Her hair lay in disarray against the back of the sofa, long eyelashes resting gently, her features exquisite yet marked by an air of cold aloofness, even in sleep, exuding an untouchable coolness. In her dreams, Su Yingying beheld flames raging, consuming the Su family manor. The entire house was engulfed in thick smoke and fire, a suffocating acrid scent permeating the air. The flickering tongues of fire devoured everything, rendering it unrecognizable as the manor began to collapse, leaving behind a charred wasteland filled with only the glow of flames and swirling smoke. "Ah, no," Su Yingying cried out in her dream, her vision blurring as the temperature around her seemed to rise perilously, suffocating her. She witnessed every brick and tile of the Su manor crumble in the inferno, its former splendor reduced to ruins. Familiar scenes flashed before her eyes: her father's study, her mother's garden, the grand tree by the flower bed where she spent her childhood, all consumed by flames, turning to ash before her gaze. In her dream, everything she had once cherished was reduced to cinders, and the one she cared for the most, Su Long, was trapped in the depths of the fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yingying plunged into the inferno, calling out desperately, "Su Long." The flames voraciously consumed everything around her, ashes swirling and smoke thickening. She dove headlong into the fiery chaos, her clothes singed, tears and sweat mingling on her face, blurring her vision, yet she pressed on. Her heart fixed solely on one thought: to find Su Long and save him. Finally, amidst the charred remnants, she spotted two figures. Su Long and Su Zhuo were ensnared beneath a massive beam, unable to move. A pang of fear gripped Su Yingying as she recklessly rushed towards Su Long. "Little Long, I'm here to save you." She began to push against the beam with all her might, her muscles straining, hands bloodied from jagged stones, droplets falling onto the scorched earth. But she paid them no heed. Her gaze remained fixed on Su Long. He was the most important person to her. And even though Su Zhuo was gravely injured beside him, she could not tear her attention away from Su Long. After several futile attempts, Su Yingying finally felt the beam shift slightly. Summoning all her strength, she heaved with all her might, managing to lift one corner of the beam. A dull thud echoed as the beam was moved, inadvertently causing Su Zhuo to be crushed further beneath it, but she had no time to worry. She quickly pulled Su Long free. Once she had him on her back, she turned to discover that Su Zhuo remained trapped beneath the beam. Su Yingying hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to carry Su Long, stepping cautiously out of the inferno. She knew her actions could very well seal Su Zhuo and Apos as fate. Yet Su Long was the one she loved most dearly, her little brother whom she had cherished since childhood. In contrast, her bond with Su Zhuo had grown distant since his return to the Su family, and if forced to choose, her heart unequivocally favored Su Long. As the dreamscape began to blur, the scene shifted once more, and this time, she found herself ensnared in flames. The smoke swirled around her, the fire consuming everything. The space surrounding her felt like a purgatory filled with the roar of the inferno. Su Yingying stood at the heart of the flames, her body buffeted by the searing currents, the cold sweat on her face evaporating amidst the ash. Her vision was clouded as waves of fiery light crashed upon her, each breath agonizingly sharp against her skin. The sound of wood cracking under the flames and explosions reverberated through the air. In her mind, the figure that had always been by her side since childhood, Su Long, surfaced. She had often wished to see him in moments like this, to have him rescue her. Even if just once. She had chosen to abandon Su Zhuo, opting for the one she believed would protect her for a lifetime, Su Long. Yet this choice had led her not only to lose Su Zhuo, but to become ensnared in an inescapable blaze. "Little Long," she murmured softly, tears mingling with smoke and ash, cascading down her pale cheeks. Just then, a sudden, heavy footfall echoed through the inferno. Su Yingying's heart jolted, a flicker of hope igniting within her as she anticipated the familiar silhouette emerging from the thick smoke. Mechanically, she lifted her head, straining her eyes to pierce through the dense haze in search of the man who once stood by her side. However, to her astonishment, it was not Su Long who emerged, but Su Zhuo, covered in soot and charred remnants. His face illuminated by the fire's glow, he appeared pale, yet his eyes radiated an unprecedented calmness. Su Yingying's heart raced, shock rendering her momentarily speechless. She had never expected that her savior would be Su Zhuo. "You." Her voice trembled, nearly choking on her shock. "How did you?" Su Zhuo offered no reply, merely stepping forward and softly assuring her, "Don't be afraid. I will get you out." She could barely muster the strength to stand, her legs weak from prolonged terror. She longed to articulate her thoughts, but found herself rendered speechless. Allowing Su Zhuo to steady her waist, lifting her onto his back, His presence felt as solid as a mountain, imbued with an unwavering strength. In that moment, Su Yingying almost forgot all her fears, enveloped instead in a sensation of safety she had never found with Su Long. Chapter 78. A choice to begin anew. Zhuo continued to make his way out of the inferno. Behind him, the flames roared ferociously, the scorching air threatening to consume everything in its path. Yet, Zhuo remained steadfast amidst the blaze, resembling a fearless hero enduring it all. Zhuo. Su Yingying finally spoke. I'm sorry. I initially. Do not say that. Zhuo interrupted her, his voice low and heavy. There is no need for apologies. What you must focus on now is surviving. As he spoke, he gently guided her away from the flames. Gradually, the heat of the fire seemed to lessen, and Su Yingying and Appo's consciousness began to blur, her vision becoming increasingly indistinct. She could feel Zhuo and Appo's breaths growing more frantic. Yet he persisted. At last, they emerged from the firestorm. Zhuo carefully laid her down on the ground and crouched beside her, panting heavily against a wall that was mercifully free of flames. His body was marred by burns, the blood and scars on his skin bearing testament to numerous agonies endured. However, he did not complain, nor did he falter. Instead, he raised his eyes to her. Are you all right? He inquired, his voice laced with fatigue, yet overshadowed by concern for her well-being. Su Yingying was taken aback. She lifted her gaze to behold the brother she had once forsaken, tears glistening in her eyes. Why? Why did you save me? She asked softly. A flicker of light danced in Zhuo and Appo's eyes. He did not respond directly, merely stating, because you are my sister. Suddenly, Su Yingying jolted awake from her slumber, her forehead slick with cold sweat, her breaths rapid. Her heart raced violently, the vivid imagery of the fiery nightmare still fresh in her mind, as if it had just transpired. She endeavored to calm herself, inhaling deeply and soothing her chest, relieved that it had merely been a dream. However, just as she sought comfort, a piercing alarm blared from outside, followed by billowing smoke and flames rising from the street below. The sky around her was illuminated by swathes of red fire, and it seemed the entire city was engulfed in a conflagration. Fire! Run for your lives! The desperate cries of her neighbors echoed from afar, urgency and panic spreading like wildfire. Su Yingying sprang from her bed, racing to the window, where she beheld buildings ablaze in the distance, thick smoke swirling upward, the flames casting a crimson glow across half the night sky, the air heavy with the acrid scent of burning. Run! The fire is spreading this way. The frantic voices of her neighbors filled the air as the crowd below erupted into chaos, people hastily grabbing their belongings and rushing outside without a second thought. Su Yingying and Appo's mind went blank as she instinctively dashed toward the exit of the stairwell, intent on reaching the ground floor. But midway through her frantic flight, a realization struck her. She halted in her tracks. She had forgotten that Zhuo was still locked inside the cabinet. She understood that if she did not rescue him now, that child could very well perish in the blaze. Yet, amidst the surrounding chaos and the frenzied crowd, her thoughts became increasingly tumultuous. The fire-esque glow illuminated the approaching flames outside, and the hallway began to fill with thick smoke. After a moment's hesitation, she clenched her teeth and made a decision. She would abandon Zhuo. What she had seen moments ago was merely a dream. If a fire truly raged, he would certainly not come to her aid. The one who would risk everything to save her would undoubtedly be Su Long. With a sudden pivot, she charged down the stairs, joining the throng of panicked neighbors as they spilled into the courtyard, witnessing the flames rolling and spreading in the distance. Most were relieved to have escaped, exchanging assurances and sighs of relief. However, Su Yingying felt no sense of gratitude. She stood amid the crowd, her gaze vacant, her heart tumultuous. Her thoughts raced, echoing with images of Zhuo trapped in the cabinet, his face haunting her mind. Soon, firefighters arrived, swiftly engaging in the battle against the inferno. The exterior walls of the building became drenched from their hoses, and the firefighters coordinated seamlessly, searching for those trapped within. The sound of water spraying drowned out the cacophony of the surroundings, as the flames gradually succumbed to the deluge. In the sky, the vibrant red of the flames was consumed by the dissipating mist, dimming into obscurity. Suddenly, an idea flashed across Su Yingying's mind, and she ran toward the firefighters. Wait, wait, she called out to one extinguishing the fire. There's a child in my home. He is trapped in a cabinet. The firefighter paused, turning to her with a look of confusion. What? There's a child locked in a cabinet in your home? Why didn't you say so sooner? I didn't expect the fire to spread so quickly. Su Yingying lowered her head, her tone tinged with guilt. Though he may not care for Zhuo, she did not wish for his demise. The firefighter hesitated for a moment before swiftly responding, rallying several colleagues to head to her residence. With their arrival, the fire was finally brought under control. The edges of the blaze were contained, and the flames began to dwindle. The firefighters entered the stairwell, searching for those trapped. After a flurry of activity, they finally located the path leading to Su Yingying's door. The charred door was pried open, and the firefighters, donning breathing apparatuses, ventured inside. This cabinet. Quickly, Su Yingying pointed to the large wardrobe in her room. He is locked inside. The firefighters hurried to the cabinet, wrenching the doors open. Smoke and dust billowed forth, nearly suffocating everyone present. They quickly adjusted their masks, scanning the surroundings, but the cabinet was empty. What is this? The firefighter frowned, glancing at Su Yingying, confusion evident in his eyes. Are you certain he was in this cabinet? Su Yingying froze, her eyes fixed on the empty cabinet. A wave of incomprehensible shock washing over her. She distinctly remembered locking Zhuo inside. How could he possibly have vanished in an instant? He was definitely trapped inside. Su Yingying instinctively rushed forward, forcefully opening and closing the cabinet door, checking again and again, but it remained devoid of any presence. Seeing her distress, the firefighter furrowed his brow, exhaling a resigned sigh. You may be in shock. Perhaps your mind is playing tricks on you. Do not worry. We will take you to safety. Though Su Yingying felt perplexed by his words, she nonetheless followed the firefighter to the safe area. A neighbor approached her, whispering, About that little boy? Just before the fire broke out, I saw him leave your house, heading toward the exit of the community. What? Su Yingying and Appo's head snapped up, astonishment flashing in her eyes. You mean he is outside? Chapter 79, completely vanished from her world indeed. The neighbor lady nodded. When I saw him, the fire was nearly extinguished, and he appeared remarkably unafraid, walking with a steadiness that was quite peculiar for a child. After hastily expressing her gratitude to the firefighters, Su Yingying turned and dashed in the direction indicated by the neighbor. Countless questions swirled in her mind. At last, she spotted Zhuo on the other side of the community. He emerged from the thicket, exuding an unsettling calm that belied his age. Suppressing her confusion, she couldn't and Appo's help but furrow her brow. How did you get out of the cupboard? You were locked inside. Zhuo lowered his gaze, replying in a dispassionate tone. I don't need to tell you that. Su Yingying's thoughts spiraled into chaos, and a horrifying notion suddenly struck her. Did you start the fire? The moment the words escaped her lips, she was taken aback. She had not anticipated voicing such a thought, staring blankly at Zhuo. A faint smile graced his lips as he met her gaze, his voice laced with indifference. If I say I didn't, would you believe me? You come with me. Su Yingying commanded, pulling Zhuo along. Once in the car, she intended to return him to the juvenile detention center, allowing him to remain there. However, her phone abruptly rang. It was a call from Su Qianyu. After a brief hesitation, she pressed the answer button. Yingying, have you found Zhuo? Su Qianyu's voice trembled, clearly distressed. He has been missing for several days, and despite searching numerous places, I cannot locate him. The others have no news either. Aren't you in Yin City? Zhuo is likely there. Do you know where he is? Su Yingying slowed the car and Appo's speed, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Don't worry. She attempted to keep her tone steady. I haven't found him. Perhaps he doesn't wish to return for the time being. You know how headstrong Zhuo can be. After a brief pause, she added, but rest assured, I will continue to help you look for him. Upon hearing this, a semblance of relief washed over Su Qianyu. All right. Then I shall trouble you, Yingying. If you find him, please inform me immediately. Rest assured, I will. After hanging up, Su Yingying exhaled deeply. Just then, Zhuo's voice broke the silence. Where exactly are you taking me? She shot him a cold glance, her impatience evident. To the detention center. Wherein and Appo's. You quite comfortable there? Stay until you are willing to behave. Zhuo did not protest, remaining composed in the passenger seat, his demeanor unflustered. As the scenery outside sped by, her unease intensified the closer they drew to the detention center. Finally, the car halted at the entrance. As Su Yingying gradually brought the vehicle to a stop, she glanced at Zhuo, who continued to gaze impassively out the window. A complex mix of emotions surged within her, disgust and anger. Taking a deep breath, she broke the silence. Get out. Su Zhuo slowly opened the car door and stepped out. Su Yingying followed closely, her pace hurried. Entering the lobby of the detention center, they were greeted by the new director, Chen Sheng. Upon seeing Su Yingying accompany Su Zhuo, a flicker of shock crossed his face, quickly morphing into fury. "What are you doing bringing this brat here?" Chen Sheng's voice grew increasingly agitated as he advanced, pointing at Su Zhuo with evident hatred. "It's you. You are the reason my uncle is dead." Su Yingying was momentarily stunned. Not expecting such a vehement reaction from Chen Sheng, she furrowed her brow, coldly scrutinizing him. "What are you talking about? Who is your uncle?" "My uncle was the former director. It was because of this kid that my uncle died." Chen Sheng's voice escalated in pitch, barely containing his rage. Su Yingying knitted her brows tightly, struggling to comprehend how a 6-year-old could commit murder. Yet, she understood one thing. If she left Su Zhuo here, this man would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for revenge. "Rest assured, I will take good care of this child," Chen Sheng sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. "Fine." Su Yingying nodded. She felt a growing sense of unease since Su Zhuo and Appo's arrival. Everything was spiraling beyond her control, a sensation she detested. The only solution was to ensure Su Zhuo vanished completely from her world. As she prepared to leave, Su Yingying glanced back at Su Zhuo, who was being pulled away by Chen Sheng. He remained expressionless, like a cold statue, standing apart from the world around him. With a heavy heart, she turned and left the detention center. The sound of the car starting subdued her tumultuous emotions, and she refrained from looking back. Upon returning home, she received a call from Su Long, his voice tinged with evident grievance. "Sister, no one cares about me. Everyone has left, and I'm all alone at home. The eldest sister sent the servants on leave, and no one is here to cook for me." Su Yingying and Appo's heart softened instantly. "Little Long, I'll be right back to keep you company. Just wait for me." Soon, she drove back to the Su residence. As she entered, she found the empty hall, with only Su Long sitting on the sofa. "Sister, you're finally back," Su Long exclaimed, rising with a bright smile. Su Yingying hurried over, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Sister is back. Sister, why did you return so late? I've been waiting for ages." She tousled his hair affectionately. All right. What would you like for dinner?" "Sister will cook for you." While Su Yingying busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure moving furtively in the yard through the reflection on the window. The figure flashed by, appearing suspicious, her brow furrowed slightly, an instinctive sense of caution rising within her. She chose not to investigate immediately, continuing her task. However, a few seconds later, she abruptly halted at the sound of faint hissing outside. Realizing something was amiss, she quickly set down the knife and approached the window, peering through the curtain. The figure was suddenly illuminated by flames, which began to spread rapidly from a small point, engulfing the dry plants and wood in the yard. "Fire!" Su Yingying and Appo's voice emerged almost as a strangled cry, her heart racing as she turned around. "I must find Little Long." She dashed out of the kitchen, her steps growing frantic. In her desperate attempt to evade falling furniture, she was still a moment too late. As she turned, a heavy wooden cabinet crashed down from above, crushing her right leg with a brutal force. A jolt of pain surged through her lower body, causing her to gasp sharply, her face paling instantly. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she clung to the edge of the cabinet, striving to lift herself from the suffocating weight pressing down on her. She raised her head, attempting to call out, but the pain rendered her voiceless. Just then, she spotted Su Long's figure in the distance, appearing in her line of sight. In that moment, despite the excruciating pain, Su Yingying tried to shout, "Little Long, run, run, run." Su Long, standing far away, turned and fled. His footsteps quickened as he resolutely distanced himself from Su Yingying. As she watched Su Long's frail figure gradually fade from her sight, a look of bewilderment crossed her face. She did not wish for Su Long to be hurt. She wanted him to run away swiftly. Yet, she never anticipated he would truly leave, showing no concern for her at all. "Is he truly abandoning me?" she murmured silently. She had never imagined that the younger brother she had cherished, tolerated, and devoted herself to would choose to forsake her when she needed him the most. Su Yingying's vision began to blur, the surrounding flames gradually engulfing her consciousness, causing everything to feel distant. After an indeterminate period, Su Yingying's eyelids fluttered, the glaring white light prompting her to frown. A lingering haze from her unconsciousness clouded her mind. Her body felt unbearably heavy, particularly her legs, which throbbed with pain. As she slightly opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a pristine hospital bed, encircled by a silent ward, the air thick with the scent of antiseptics. Su Wang sat at her bedside, quietly observing her. Upon noticing Su Yingying and Appo's awakening, Su Wang let out a subtle sigh of relief, but her expression quickly turned cold, her voice laced with reproach. Yingying, you risked your life to save Su Long. How reckless of you. Su Yingying was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at her injured leg. A faint smile tugging at her lips, a mix of self-mockery and resignation. Sister, it's nothing. I'm fine. It's just, she paused. I feel that Xiao Long is too young. He knows so little. If I hadn't saved him, he wouldn't have escaped alone. But he is no longer a child. Yingying, Su Wang interjected. You can no longer shield him or repeatedly make excuses for his actions. Lowering her head. Su Yingying and Appo's mind was a tumult of emotions. She understood her sister and Appo's reasoning. Yet she could not sever the bond with the little boy who had once relied on her so deeply. I understand, she whispered, seemingly seeking solace within herself. However, sister, no matter what, I cannot bear to see him perish. But who set the fire? Has our Su family offended someone? A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Wang's eyes, a hint of guilt flashing through her gaze. She deliberately shifted the topic. I brought Su Long here. Su Yingying turned toward the doorway. Xiao Long, you're here, she said softly, managing to muster a weak smile. Su Long rushed to her side, enveloping her in a fierce embrace. Instinctively, she returned the gesture. Sister, I was so afraid something would happen to you. Su Long and Appo's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes, ready to spill over. He clung tightly to Su Yingying. I've been worried about you. If something happened to you, what would I do? Su Yingying was momentarily taken aback by his words, her heart softening. She gently patted Su Long and Appo's back until he fell asleep in her arms. Yingying, Su Wang spoke, her tone calm. Do you still believe Su Long's words? Su Yingying turned, her brow slightly furrowed. He cares for me. He relies on me so much. How could I not believe him? Su Wang regarded her with a complex expression. Yingying, listen to me. Su Long is toying with you, as well as with everyone else. How can you say that? Su Yingying immediately retorted, her expression shifting. Su Wang fell silent for a moment, contemplating her words. Finally, she sighed. I know you're reluctant to believe this. Let me make a wager with you. Everything Su Long is doing now is merely an act. Su Yingying stared blankly at her, seemingly processing her statement. I don't believe it. Very well, Su Wang stood up. Let us place a wager. I will show you Su Long's true nature. Once Su Yingying recovered, Su Wang took her and Su Long to a prearranged location. The scenery outside the car window gradually transformed into desolation and simplicity, the modern city giving way to distant fields. The rural environment was stark, surrounded by vast, empty farmland, devoid of any modern essence, save for the gentle breeze rustling through the rice paddies. The houses lining the road were dilapidated, their walls adorned with creeping vines. Several roof tiles missing, and scarcely a soul in sight. When the car halted in front of an old courtyard, Su Wang remarked coolly, "We have arrived home." Su Long scrambled out of the back seat, his eyes wide with alarm. Sister, I don't like it here. I don't want to live here. He clutched Su Yingying's sleeve tightly, his tone pleading. Sister, please, can we go somewhere else? It's so dirty and cold. I'm scared. Su Yingying instinctively reached out to comfort Su Long, stroking his hair and softly assuring him, Don't be afraid, Xiao Long. We're here, and we won't let you suffer. Sister, why must we live here? Su Long continued to cry. I don't want to stay here. I want to go back. Back to our old home, the big house where there were so many servants, where we lived well and ate well. Standing aside, Su Wang's eyes glinted with a cold smile. Not wanting to stay here is futile. The fire a few days ago consumed the Su family's fortune. The Su family is now bankrupt. Su Long's expression instantly froze, his eyes darting around, contemplating some ill-conceived notion, unaware that Su Wang was keenly observing his every reaction. Chapter 80. The familiar figure at the stove. The rustic kitchen in the countryside features a quintessential earthen stove, with walls marred by age and soot-stained surfaces. The air is thick with the scent of burning wood. Su Yingying stands before the stove, wielding a spatula, clearly unaccustomed to such surroundings. Sweat trickles down her forehead, her clothing darkened by smoke, presenting a picture of disarray. Xiaolong, come here and help your sister by bringing over that bundle of firewood, she calls out, glancing at Su Long, who stands nearby in a daze. Had it not been for her wager with Su Wang, She would have refrained from commanding Su Long in such a manner. Su Long, standing a short distance away, smirks slightly before sluggishly approaching. He hesitantly picks up a piece of wood, purposefully dropping it to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. "Oh dear, sister, I'm so clumsy," he feigns innocence. Choked by the dust, Su Yingying coughs, hurriedly covering her mouth and nose. "Xiaolong, are you helping or causing trouble?" Unfazed, Su Long shrugs. "Sister, I genuinely don't know how to help. I've never been in a place like this before. How can I know what to do?" "Then you can help me by stoking the fire, making it burn brighter," she suggests. Seated beside the stove, Su Long grabs a worn-out bellows, pretentiously puffing a few times. Instead of invigorating the flames, he sends ash flying, which lands directly on Su Yingying's face. Seeing this, he can't help but chuckle. "Sister, your face looks like a calico cat. Are you here to assist or to create chaos?" Su Yingying retorts, pointing at him in exasperation. Feigning innocence, Su Long spreads his hands. "I really don't know how to do it. Please don't be angry, sister. I'll give it another try." He then grabs another piece of wood, attempting to position it in the stove, but deliberately misaligns it, nearly extinguishing the flames. As he fumbles, he pretends to lament, "Goodness, what a hassle, why can't I get it right?" Watching his lackadaisical antics, Su Yingying finally sighs in resignation, squatting down to rearrange the firewood herself. "All right, I can manage now. You can take a break," she states, her voice tinged with evident fatigue. Yet, Su Long leans against the wall, arms crossed, observing her with interest. Cough, cough. Su Yingying, crouched on the ground, attempts to regain her composure when a peculiar and unfamiliar scene flashes in her mind. It's a simple country kitchen, infused with the subtle scent of burning wood. Before the stove, a tall man, clad in plain cotton attire, stirs a pot with focused intent. His back appears familiar as he occasionally taps the edge of the pot with the spatula, murmuring, "Add a bit more salt. It must be just right this time." Meanwhile, she squats before the stove, expertly adding kindling to the flames, chiding him, "Don't just taste the food. The dish will burn." The man glances back at her, a warm smile gracing his features. "Don't rush, sister. It will be ready soon. Just blow on the fire a bit more. The soup is about to reduce." Instinctively, Su Yingying smiles back, continuing to nag, "You cook too slowly. By the time we eat, it will be dark outside." He shakes his head, yet patiently continues to stir the pot. His silhouette is cloaked in the dim glow of the fire, exuding a serene atmosphere. However, she clearly sees his face. It is Su Zhuo, now grown. "What's the matter, sister?" Su Zhuo raises an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in his voice. "Are you tired from stoking the fire? Take a break. I'll handle it." "Aye." Su Yingying begins to respond, but is abruptly yanked back to reality. The smoke clears, revealing the humble kitchen once more, with the firewood within the stove flickering inconsistently. Blinking, Su Yingying feels a wave of disorientation. The earlier scene felt so vivid, as though she had lived it, and the warmth lingers in her heart. "What is happening?" she murmurs, her brow furrowed in confusion. She rubs her temples, attempting to shake off the strange sensation, but the feeling of familiarity stubbornly remains. "Could it be that I am losing my mind?" she whispers, shaking her head in an effort to dismiss the haunting memory, yet the warmth persists. She glances back at the earthen stove and then at Su Long, who is lazily playing with a twig, showing no inclination to assist. Compared to the earlier vision, an indescribable complexity wells up within her. Taking a deep breath, she strives for composure. After much clumsiness, Su Yingying finally sets the dishes on the table. Despite the rustic conditions, she has managed to prepare a few simple home-cooked meals, a plate of shredded potatoes, a bowl of vegetable soup, and a portion of scrambled eggs. Though it appears modest, for someone unaccustomed to cooking over an earthen stove, this represents her utmost effort. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she looks at Su Long with a gentle tone. "Xiaolong, the meal is ready. Come and eat." Su Long saunters over, glancing at the spread with a frown of distaste. He sits down, picks up his chopsticks, and after a cursory taste of the potatoes, slams the chopsticks onto the table. "This is terrible," he exclaims, discontent etched across his face. "What is this flavor? It's absolutely inedible." Taken aback, Su Yingying's lips twitch as she struggles to maintain her composure. "Xiaolong, the conditions here are poor, and the ingredients are limited. I've done my best. Please eat a bit more and try to adjust. Once we return home, I'll make you something delicious." However, Su Long becomes even more agitated, pushing his bowl and chopsticks away, his face a mask of impatience. "I don't want this. I'd rather starve than eat this. Su Yingying's expression falters slightly, yet she suppresses her disappointment, reaching out to grasp Su Long's arm in an attempt to soothe him. Come now, don't be like that. Just take one bite. No. Su Long yanks his arm away, his eyes reddening, his voice sharp. Why'd I have to stay here? Why must I eat this horrible food? Where is the eldest sister? Why isn't she here? Is she off enjoying a feast with Su Zhuo? Chapter 81. Gathering honey before Su Yingying could utter a word. A loud crash resonated through the room as Su Long violently overturned the table. Food scattered across the floor, broth splashed everywhere, and dishes clattered against the ground, shattering into pieces. Xiao Long! Su Yingying exclaimed in shock, momentarily stunned. Ignoring her, Su Long stormed into the adjacent room, slamming the door shut with a forceful bang. Moments later, his wails echoed from within, sharp and piercing, replete with an unmistakable sense of grievance, as if he were the one suffering the greatest injustice. Observing the chaotic scene around her, Su Yingying knelt down to quietly gather the overturned meal. He is still so young, she reminded herself, unable to adapt to his new surroundings and simply requiring time. She forced herself to suppress the ache in her heart as she continued to pick up the broken dishes and right the table, as though all of this could be dismissed as if it had never occurred. Rising to her feet, she gently dusted off her clothes and approached the door, knocking softly. Her voice remained tender. Xiao Long, please stop crying. Can you open the door? I'll keep you company. The crying within gradually subsided, but Su Long did not respond. With a soft sigh, Su Yingying resigned herself to waiting patiently outside, hoping for him to calm down. As night fell, Su Long still had not opened the door. Exhausted, Su Yingying lay down on the crude wooden bed, her body and spirit pushed to their limits. The scent of smoke from the fire lingered in her nostrils, and the distant chirps of cicadas filled the air, mingling with the oppressive humidity. She closed her eyes, the image of Su Long overturning the table replaying in her mind. Gradually, fatigue enveloped her, and she drifted into a dream. In her dream, Su Yingying stood before the entrance of a familiar yet foreign villa, the Su family estate. Now desolate and dilapidated, the once splendid doors had been replaced by cheap iron locks. The garden's flowers lay wilted, and half of the windows were shattered, precariously hanging. The once orderly lawn was now littered with discarded furniture and garbage bags, the entire atmosphere exuding a sense of forlornness and desolation. She beheld several men, resembling creditors, standing at the entrance, clutching stacks of documents, their cold voices declaring, "The Su family is bankrupt. This villa is mortgaged. You must vacate today." Standing at the threshold, Su Yingying clenched her fists, her lips quivering with indignation. Before her, a group of servants clad in black uniforms shuffled past, heads bowed, each carrying their belongings. Not a single one daring to glance back at the opulent residence they once served. Yingying, let us go, came Su Wei's and Amp, Apos, weary voice from behind her. As she grasped Su Yingying's hand, she began to gather her meager possessions. Turning her gaze, Su Yingying saw her sisters standing behind her, their faces etched with exhaustion. Where shall we go? Su Qianyu's voice trembled. First, we must leave here. The debt collectors are coming. Su Wei urged. We need to hide. Just as they prepared to depart, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. A group of debt collectors brandishing sticks advanced menacingly towards them. Run! Su Wei shouted. In an instant, the sisters scattered, the collectors closing in like wolves. Su Yingying, burdened by heavy luggage, desperately sprinted into an alley, her steps growing increasingly sluggish with fatigue. Her shoes splashed into muddy water, staining her pants and leaving her in a pitiful state. Catch her! The collectors bellowed. Su Yingying and Apos' heart raced, threatening to leap from her throat as she glanced back, the pursuers drawing nearer. Suddenly, she slipped and fell hard to the ground. Rough stones scraped her knees, blood quickly soaking her pants, but there was no time to pause. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she scrambled to her feet and staggered onward. She lost track of how long she ran, only remembering that she eventually became separated from her sisters. As dusk descended, the streets grew darker, and passers-by hurried by, none willing to pause and assist her. The scene shifted, revealing Su Yingying and Su Long relocated to the countryside, residing in a dilapidated shack. The walls bore the marks of age, several tiles missing from the roof, allowing the night breeze to seep in, bringing with it a biting chill. With no electricity, a dim kerosene lamp cast a faint glow, illuminating their shadows. Sister, I dawn and Amp, Apos, do you want to eat this? Su Long shoved the bowl of braised cabbage and potatoes aside. his face etched with impatience. This dish is awful. I want honey. Su Yingying regarded him, a hint of helplessness crossing her face. Xiaolong, our circumstances are difficult. This is all we have to eat. Can we not make do? No. I want honey. Su Long retorted stubbornly. Seeing his obstinate demeanor, she sighed. All right. I will go find you some honey. She promptly took up a basket and stepped outside, heading toward the nearby hills. The path was steep, and she navigated the muddy trail, the basket wobbling precariously in her grasp. At last, she spotted a beehive nestled high in a tree, emanating an enticingly sweet aroma. Determined, she climbed the tree to retrieve the hive. However, her movements startled the bees within, and they swarmed out, buzzing furiously as they launched an attack. Ah! Su Yingying screamed, shielding her face with her hands in a futile attempt to fend them off. The bees stung her arms, legs, and neck, the searing pain almost causing her to falter. She swatted at the bees while enduring the agony to grasp the hive, stumbling down from the tree. By the time she returned to the shack, her body was covered in swollen, red welts, her complexion pale as a sheet, and her forehead slick with cold sweat. Xiaolong, I brought back honey. She trembled as she extended the hive towards Su Long, her voice faint. However, Su Long glanced at the hive and frowned. Why is there so little? This isn and appos, tea enough to eat. Su Yingying was taken aback, a deep sense of grievance welling up in her eyes, tears brimming in her gaze. Her body had already been ravaged by exhaustion and pain, yet she forced a smile. It's all right. Tomorrow, sister will go find more. In the early morning countryside, the air was rich with the scent of damp earth, a cool breeze brushing against Su Yingying and Appos's cheek. Her face was pale, dark circles forming beneath her eyes, her overall demeanor conveying an extraordinary frailty. Yet, she persisted in rising early, preparing to venture out once more in search of honey for Su Long. Chapter 82. The Noodle of Su Zhuo Xiaolong. Your sister is going to gather honey. Stay at home and don't wander off, all right? Su Yingying admonished gently, her tone imbued with warmth. Su Long, however, merely nodded dismissively before turning away, impatiently waving his hand. Hurry back, Don and Appos. Tea keep me waiting too long. The mountain path was rugged and treacherous, the damp air rendering the ground exceedingly slippery. Su Yingying, clutching a worn bamboo basket, moved slowly, having not eaten a proper meal for a day and a night. Fatigue weighed heavily upon her limbs, each step becoming increasingly burdensome. When she finally reached the base of a tree adorned with a beehive, she was nearly drained of all strength. Taking a deep breath, she leaned against the tree trunk and slowly crouched down, striving to regulate her breathing before attempting to scale the tree once more. As she grasped the trunk, her weary hands trembled, nearly losing grip several times. Just a little longer. I am almost there, she whispered to herself, gritting her teeth in determination. At last, she succeeded in plucking the beehive and placing it into her basket. Yet, as she prepared to descend, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, her vision blurring. Her limbs, now devoid of strength, could no longer support her, and she collapsed onto the ground, the basket slipping from her grasp. How could this happen? Su Yingying murmured weakly, her consciousness fading until she lay unconscious on the forest floor. When Su Yingying awoke once more, she found herself in her own bed at home. A kind villager sat beside her, concern etched on his face as he offered a gentle smile. You are finally awake. You fainted on the mountain, but fortunately, I happened to pass by and brought you back. Struggling to sit up, she found her body too weak to comply. She managed to muster a faint smile of gratitude. Thank you. I truly appreciate your kindness. The villager shook his head and, as he stood to leave, softly advised, You are in such a fragile state. Do not push yourself. Rest well. Nodding appreciatively, Su Yingying watched the villager depart before turning her gaze to the basket beside her, feeling a sense of relief. She lifted the basket to her chest and, dragging her weary body, slowly made her way out of the room. However, as she stepped into the living room, Su Long and Appos' voice shattered the brief silence. Sister, why are you only just back? I am starving. Su Long sat with his arms crossed. A frown of complaint etched across his face. Su Yingying froze, the basket nearly slipping from her hands. She had anticipated concern from Su Long, yet instead was met with such cold indifference. It felt as though a heavy stone had settled in her chest, causing her eyes to involuntarily well with tears. Xiaolong, I did not intend to return late. Her voice trembled as she attempted to explain. Yet, Su Long interrupted her dismissively. Enough. I'm nearly starving to death. Hurry and cook something. Her lips quivered, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Lowering her head, she ceased speaking, placing the beehive on the table before turning to retreat into her room. As she closed the door, she could no longer contain her sorrow, covering her face as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. In the middle of the night, moonlight filtered through the tattered curtains, casting a pale glow that barely illuminated the dim room. Su Yingying awoke, the gnawing hunger in her belly making it impossible to return to slumber. Instinctively, she pressed her hand against her stomach, sitting up wearily. Xiaolong, she murmured, recalling his earlier complaints of hunger, worrying he had not eaten. Despite her frailty and the dizziness clouding her mind, Su Yingying gritted her teeth and pushed herself to rise, stumbling toward the kitchen to prepare a simple meal for Su Long. She trudged through the corridor, her footsteps light, when she passed by Su Long's room. A faint light escaped through the slightly ajar door, prompting her to pause. Listening intently, she discerned the sound of rustling from within. Instinctively, she crouched down and peered through the crack in the door. The sight froze her in place. Inside the room, Su Long sat on his bed, savoring a chicken leg, clearly relishing his meal. On the small table before him lay half a succulent chicken, its glossy skin gleaming enticingly in the light. Su Long appeared utterly content, tearing off pieces of meat and humming softly to himself, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Su Yingying and Apos' eyes brimmed with tears, her heart pierced by an acute pain that left her breathless. She suddenly recalled the rich aroma of chicken wafting from a neighbor's home earlier that evening. At the time, she had assumed her hunger had skewed her senses, unaware that the delectable scent was the food delivered to them. Yet, Su Long had not mentioned it to her. Instead, he had consumed the entire chicken, leaving her with nothing. Why? Su Yingying whispered to herself. She thought of the exertion she had endured to gather honey for Su Long, nearly exhausting herself to the point of collapse, only to find him indulging in the generosity of others without a thought for her plight. Rising slowly, she steadied herself against the wall, feeling as if she might float away, devoid of the strength to even stand. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks, landing on the cold backs of her hands. She chose not to enter the room or proceed to the kitchen, but instead, dragging her weary body, made her way back to her own room. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she drew her knees close, burying her face in her arms as she wept silently. That night, the moon remained cold and indifferent. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the tattered curtains, illuminating the room where Su Yingying lay, her complexion pale, almost devoid of color, her forehead burned with fever, beads of sweat trickling down and soaking her hair and pillow. Her lips were parched, her gaze unfocused, rendering her exceptionally frail. She wished to call out, yet her voice failed her. Summoning all her strength, she attempted to rise, but the overwhelming weakness made even lifting her hand a Herculean task. Her consciousness began to blur, and the image of Su Long haunted her thoughts. Where could he be? A wave of worry surged within her, even in her own dire state. Her concern for Su Long remained paramount. Yet, her calls received no reply. The silence within the house was unnervingly profound. Just when she felt she could bear no more, a gentle scent wafted into the room, a warm, familiar aroma tinged with the fragrance of scallions and soy sauce. Su Yingying and Apos' eyes fluttered open slightly, glimmers of hope igniting within her gaze. With great effort, she turned her head toward the window and spotted a slender figure busily engaged in the yard. It was Su Zhuo, holding a spoon and diligently cooking noodles over the rudimentary stove in their garden. Chapter 83. The flower field in the dream transcends reality. The fire flickered in the hearth as he clumsily stirred the noodles in the pot, occasionally lifting the spoon to blow on it. Beside the stove lay an egg and several leaves of greens, evidently foraged from the mountains. As he cooked, he carefully arranged the noodles. Witnessing this scene, tears streamed down Su Yingying and Apos' face. She lacked the strength to call out to him, merely gazing silently at the figure outside the window. Moments later, Su Zhuo entered the room, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. He gently placed the bowl on the bedside table, saying, "Sister, you're unwell. Please eat something." "I cooked noodles with eggs and vegetables." Su Yingying looked at him, her frail hand reaching out to accept the bowl of noodles. After that, Su Zhuo stayed. Su Yingying had never anticipated that her seemingly timid and inept brother could possess such capabilities. He not only knew how to cook, but also how to cultivate vegetables, grow sunflowers, and prepare delicious sunflower seeds from their kernels. In the early morning, soft sunlight bathed the small courtyard in the countryside. In the backyard, a vast expanse of sunflowers stood tall, reaching for the sun. Each stalk stood straight and strong, their golden flower heads resembling radiant smiles, with delicate petals swaying gently in the breeze. The fresh scent of earth mingled with floral aromas, enveloping the courtyard in tranquility and beauty. The sunlight illuminated the sunflower heads, casting a dazzling golden hue, as if bestowing a layer of brilliance upon the modest yard. Su Yingying awoke from her dream, her eyes still moist with unshed tears. The imagery lingered in her mind like an indelible shadow, and her heart ached, reluctant to believe that Su Long could treat her with such selfishness. She shook her head gently, murmuring to herself, "It must be a dream. This isn't real. He's just a child. He wouldn't do this to me." As she attempted to calm her emotions, the sound of an engine echoed from the courtyard. Struggling to sit up, she approached the window and peered outside, spotting a truck parked in the yard, with Su Wanga disembarking from the driver's seat. The truck's rear was filled to the brim, evidently laden with numerous items. "Sister is back," Su Long exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the truck. And he dashed out of the house. He raced to the vehicle, eagerly grasping Su Wanga and Appo's arm and pouting, "Sister, what delicious things did you buy? With so much stuff. It must be for me." Su Wanga cast him a sidelong glance, ignoring his antics, her demeanor cold and detached. She turned to the florist by the truck, asking, "Is everything ready? As I mentioned before, plant these sunflowers in the backyard, digging deep enough and ensuring proper spacing." The florist, accompanied by several workers, carefully unloaded large pots of sunflower seedlings from the truck. Each seedling had been meticulously nurtured, with vibrant green leaves and intact root systems. The florist directed the workers to transplant the seedlings into the backyard soil, one by one. Su Wanga stood by, supervising closely. "Dig a bit deeper here. Don't let the roots surface. The spacing over there needs to be widened to ensure each plant receives ample sunlight. After planting, water thoroughly. And don't forget to clear the surrounding weeds." The workers acted swiftly, placing each sunflower seedling into the soil, gently adjusting them upright, compacting the earth around them, and watering them with a spray can. Observing this, Su Long couldn't help but scoff, muttering under his breath, "What's the point of this? It's better to bring back some tasty food. Flowers can't be eaten." Su Yingying also stepped out of the house, watching Su Wanga and Appo's actions with a hint of confusion. "Sister, why are you suddenly planting so many sunflowers? In such a desolate place, isn't this a bit unnecessary?" Su Wanga did not look up, merely replying coolly, "Some things exist not for their utility." Su Yingying paused, gazing at the sunflowers striving to take root in the soil. Though she didn't fully grasp Su Wanga's intentions, she sensed that these sunflowers were perhaps meant for more than mere decoration of the courtyard. Once the sunflowers were planted, Su Wanga brushed the dirt from her hands and turned to Su Yingying, saying, "Yingying, come and see." Curiosity piqued, Su Yingying slowly approached, leaning against the doorframe. As she stepped into the backyard, she halted in astonishment, the sight before her rendering her speechless. Bathed in the gentle morning sunlight, the sunflowers had been meticulously arranged, standing in orderly rows like soldiers poised for battle, all facing the sun. The freshly turned earth exuded a subtle fragrance, while the golden flower heads sparkled in the sunlight, each petal appearing as if edged in gold. The azure sky framed this golden sea, with a few butterflies fluttering gracefully in the distance, adding a touch of ethereal beauty. Su Yingying stood transfixed, her heart tumultuous with a storm of emotions. Her pupils dilated as memories of the dream surged forth. The field of sunflowers mirrored the scene before her. "How could this be?" she whispered in disbelief. The flower field from her dream seemed to have transcended reality, manifesting vividly before her. "What's wrong?" Su Wanga inquired, standing nearby with a hint of profundity in her gaze. I'm fine. I just think these sunflowers are incredibly beautiful," Su Yingying replied, forcing a smile to mask her inner turmoil. Step by step, she approached the sunflowers, her fingers lightly brushing against a tender green leaf, feeling its softness and vitality. The sunlight graced her face, as if merging dreams with reality. "Sister, why did you plant these sunflowers?" Su Yingying asked softly. Su Wanga regarded her and replied gently, "Sunflowers always follow the sun, no matter how barren the land. As long as there is sunlight, they will thrive." Hearing this, Su Yingying felt a stirring in her heart. As the sun dipped lower, the rural night settled in, tranquil and profound. Su Long's loud protests pierced the quietude, accompanied by the clattering of dishes, creating an unbearable cacophony. "What kind of meal is this? It's inedible!" Su Long shouted, angrily slamming his bowl onto the table, splattering soup everywhere. Su Yingying stood by, her complexion pale, instinctively pressing her hand against her forehead. Enduring a throbbing pain, she attempted to comfort Su Long. Little Long, please don't be like this. The conditions here may be poor, but I'll go to town tomorrow to buy some ingredients and make you something delicious, all right? Chapter 84. The dream continues. Su Long, however, showed no appreciation and forcefully pushed her hand away. I don't want to wait until tomorrow. I want to eat something delicious right now. Su Yingying attempted to say more, but the pain in her head intensified, making her nearly unstable on her feet, a fine layer of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Su Wanga observed this scene with a furrowed brow and quickly approached to support Su Yingying. Do not overexert yourself. Your health is paramount. Su Wanga's voice was low yet tinged with concern. I'll handle Su Long's matters. You should rest in your room. Su Yingying wanted to say something, but was gently restrained by Su Wanga and Apos, as hand on her shoulder. With a sense of helplessness, she lowered her head and managed a nod. All right, please persuade Xiaolong well, and do not let him get angry. Su Wanga assisted Su Yingying into her room, tucked her in, and patted her shoulder softly, whispering, do not think of anything, just rest. Leave everything else to me. Su Yingying closed her eyes, exhausted, leaning against the pillow, and soon fell into a light slumber. Meanwhile, Su Wanga turned and exited the room, heading straight back to her own bedroom without any intention of comforting Su Long. After a moment's thought, she entered the kitchen and poured the remaining lettuce from the pot into the chicken coop in the yard. The chickens immediately pecked the leaves clean, leaving the kitchen devoid of any remnants of food. After accomplishing this, Su Wanga coldly muttered to herself and returned to her room, falling into a peaceful sleep. As night deepened, Su Long sat in a chair, his stomach audibly growling in protest. Clutching his belly, he frowned with dissatisfaction. Why am I not being fed? Do they truly not care for me anymore? Unable to endure any longer, he sprang from the chair and, in the dark, made his way to the kitchen, hoping to find something to satiate his hunger. The kitchen was pitch black, but he flicked on the light and began rummaging through every cabinet and pot. However, no matter how hard he searched, every drawer, cupboard, and pot was utterly empty, devoid of even a single leftover bun. How could there be nothing? Su Long's stomach ached painfully, hollow as if it were on fire. His expression grew increasingly grim as he sat on the floor, cradling his belly, unable to suppress a low complaint. What kind of place is this? I can't even get a meal. Su Yingying returned to her room, her weary body feeling as though it were burdened by a massive stone, even her breaths heavy. She lacked the strength to think further and collapsed onto the bed, sinking into a deep sleep. The dream quietly descended upon her, seemingly transporting her into another world. The morning sun warmly spilled onto the windowsill, the birds chirping sweetly, enveloping the entire room in an atmosphere of rare tranquility. Su Yingying slowly opened her eyes, unexpectedly catching a whiff of a delicious aroma wafting through the air. Startled, she sat up slightly and gazed out the window. At that moment, the door gently swung open, and Su Long entered, carrying a tray. On the tray lay a steaming bowl of white porridge, 2 slices of freshly toasted bread, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Su Long wore a radiant smile, his eyes brimming with tenderness and consideration. Sister, you're awake. Hurry and eat breakfast. I specially prepared it for you. Su Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend her ears. She watched as Su Long carefully set the tray beside her bed and handed her a pair of chopsticks, feeling as if she had been struck by a bolt of surprise. Xiaolong, you. Her voice was filled with astonishment, her eyes slightly moistened. You really made me breakfast? Su Long shyly scratched his head, resembling a child seeking to make amends for a mistake. Yes, sister, you work so hard usually. I wanted to help share the burden. Though my cooking skills may be lacking, please give it a try. Su Yingying glanced down at the bowl of porridge, adorned with a few sprigs of green onion, exuding a delightful fragrance. She lifted the bowl, gently scooping a spoonful into her mouth. The warm porridge glided down her throat, bringing a comforting sense of warmth she had long missed. It and Apos, that's delicious, she softly uttered, her voice trembling with uncontainable emotion, her eyes gradually glistening with tears. Seeing her reaction, Su Long quickly waved his hands, smiling. As long as you like it, I'll learn a few more dishes to cook for you in the future. As his words faded, Su Long seemed to remember something and produced a beautifully wrapped box from behind him, presenting it to Su Yingying. Sister, this is for you too. Su Yingying was momentarily taken aback, accepting the box. Upon opening it, she discovered a pale blue silk scarf, the fabric soft and lustrous, clearly a meticulously chosen quality. This is. She looked up at Su Long, her eyes filled with disbelief. You bought this? Yes. Yesterday, I heard the neighbors say there was a market selling these, so I specifically chose this one. You and Amp, Oppos, VE always taken care of me. Sister, you and Amp, Oppos, VE worked hard. And this is my gift to you. Su Long and Oppos. S tone was earnest as he gently draped the scarf around her neck. You look beautiful wearing it. Su Yingying gazed down at the scarf around her neck, feeling its delicate texture, her heart filled with warmth. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Xiaolong, thank you, she choked out, overwhelmed with emotion. After finishing her meal, Su Yingying felt her head growing heavier, the world around her becoming increasingly blurred. She wished to call out, but her throat was parched and could produce no sound, her strength seemingly drained, gradually losing consciousness. When Su Yingying opened her eyes again, she found herself in a dim and dilapidated room. The walls were mottled and crumbling, the glass in the wooden windows shattered, haphazardly covered by tattered rags. A musty and pungent odor pervaded the room. She realized she was locked on a worn earthen bed, its surface cracked and covered with a yellowed straw mat that exuded a nauseating foul smell. Awake? A sinister voice echoed from the corner. Su Yingying lifted her head to see an old man standing in the room's shadows, staring at her with a leering gaze. He wore a greasy, tattered jacket, his hair disheveled as if unwashed for months, his face lined with wrinkles, eyes clouded, and a disgusting grin plastered across his lips. Don't struggle, little beauty. The old man approached the earthen bed, hands clasped behind his back, his smile growing more lewd. You are now my wife. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Yingying shouted in anger, desperately attempting to break free, but her hands and feet were tightly bound by coarse hemp ropes, the bindings painfully pressing against her skin. Fear and rage filled her eyes. Let me go? You pervert. The old man, however, appeared unfazed, sitting at the edge of the bed with a smug expression. Ha. Don and Amp, Oppos, struggle, your precious brother personally delivered you to me. He took the money and patted his chest, telling me you and Amp, Oppos, be mine from now on. These words struck Su Yingying like a thunderbolt, reverberating in her ears. Her eyes widened, her body stiffened, and her throat felt as though it had been choked. Unable to utter a single sound. Chapter 85. Su Zhuo, do not die Xiaolong. It cannot be. How could he? She murmured softly, her voice trembling as tears cascaded from her eyes. The old man continued, little girl, do not blame me. It was your brother who sold you. He claimed he could no longer endure his hunger, took the money, and brought you here directly. This is the act of your own kin. Do not lay the blame at my feet. You lie. You are lying. Su Yingying shook her head vigorously, unwilling to accept this cruel reality. Her heart felt as though it had been pierced by a dagger, aching to the point of breathlessness. However, the old man's shameless and triumphant expression prevented her from deceiving herself. Memories of Su Long's recent behavior flooded her mind, his capriciousness, indifference, and selfishness. Countless instances of indulgence and tolerance had culminated in this heartbreaking outcome. Su Long. What was it all for? Su Yingying bit her lip, tears blurring her vision. She had never experienced such profound pain. Her disappointment surged like a flood, obliterating her last thread of trust. She had once believed that Su Long was merely young and naive, even making excuses for him during his repeated betrayals. Yet in this moment, she finally comprehended that the brother she had endeavored to protect had never valued her sacrifices. Her world felt as though it had crumbled. The emotion surging within her was not anger, but a profound despair. Why? Why has it come to this? Su Yingying choked on her words, tears streaming down her face as her heart felt as though it had been shattered into countless fragments. She closed her eyes in agony, unwilling to witness the reality before her. The old man leaned in closer, extending his filthy hand as if to touch her. Su Yingying recoiled desperately, despite being bound and powerless to resist. Do not touch me. Get away, she shouted furiously, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. The old man laughed heartily at her reaction but did not act immediately. Instead, he stood up, reveling in his triumph. Go on, keep shouting. No one will come to save you. Before he finished speaking, he turned and exited the room, leaving Su Yingying alone. She gazed at the dilapidated ceiling, her tears flowing like pearls from a broken string. Su Long, she whispered, her voice laden with anguish. Why must you treat me this way? The old man re-entered, accompanied by several women from the village, brandishing a tattered red wedding dress with a smug grin on his face. Little beauty, stop struggling. Today we shall finalize matters. Put on this dress, and you will be my wife. He tossed the wedding garment onto Su Yingying, his gaze lecherous. Su Yingying shook her head vehemently. In your dreams. I will never agree. The old man, clearly enraged by her defiance, contorted his face into a snarl. Do not test my patience. Since your brother sold you, you must obey me. Bind her and make her wear this dress. The women advanced, pinning Su Yingying down, viciously tearing at her clothes. She struggled with all her might, screaming, "Let me go, you beasts!" Her cries grew hoarse as her wrists were brutally restrained, tears flowing uncontrollably from her eyes. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash, accompanied by an angry shout. "Stop!" Everyone turned in shock, and a slender figure rushed in. It was Zhuo, breathless and wielding a hefty wooden stick. He shouted, "Who dares to touch her? I'll fight you." He charged at the old man without hesitation. Startled by Zhuo's ferocity, the old man's expression shifted, but before he could react, Zhuo swung the stick down fiercely onto his leg. The old man cried out in agony and fell to the ground. "You little brat, you seek death," he cursed, attempting to rise to retaliate, but Zhuo showed no mercy, striking him down once more. The women, frightened by this sudden turn of events, recoiled. "Sister, run," Zhuo urged, helping Su Yingying to her feet with urgency. "I will get you out of here." Su Yingying, taken aback, followed him outside, astonished. She had never imagined that in her darkest hour, Zhuo would descend like a guardian angel to protect her fiercely. However, as they reached the village entrance, several villagers armed with hoes and wooden sticks surrounded them. "You little brat, dare to cause trouble in our village? Let me show you what happens," the leading villager shouted, raising his stick to strike at Zhuo. In a swift motion, Zhuo shielded Su Yingying with his body, taking the blow without flinching. He grunted in pain, but stood his ground. "Sister, go? Don't worry about me." "No, I cannot leave you," Su Yingying cried desperately, trying to grasp his hand. "Go." Zhuo's voice bore a commanding tone. "If you leave, they won't harm me. I can hold on." Tears streamed down Su Yingying and Apos' face. Yet the dire situation left her no choice. Gritting her teeth, she turned and fled into the distance. Behind her, Zhuo was besieged by the villagers, sticks and fists raining down upon him, yet he remained silent, refusing to plead for mercy. When the chaos subsided, Su Yingying seized the opportunity to return, only to find Zhuo collapsed in the mud at the village entrance, bloodied and pale. She rushed to him, cradling him in her arms, her tears falling uncontrollably. Zhuo, do not die," she cried out. With great difficulty, Zhuo opened his eyes, managing a faint smile. "Sister, you are free. I paid back the money. They will no longer trouble you. Why are you so good to me? Don't you hate me?" Su Yingying's voice trembled, her heart aching. "Because you are my sister, one of the few relatives I have in this world." Zhuo's voice grew fainter, yet a hint of satisfaction lingered in his smile. "You must take care of yourself. Do not let others bully you again." Su Yingying held him tightly, her tears pouring onto his face. Her heart felt as though it had been violently torn apart, leaving her nearly breathless. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the dilapidated window, awakening Su Yingying from her troubled dreams. Gasping for breath, her forehead slick with cold sweat, her heart felt as though it were still constricted by the horrifying scenes from her slumber. Chapter 86. Not a dream. Su Yingying sat on the edge of her bed, taking a moment to collect herself and gradually calm her racing heart. She shook her head, attempting to cast aside the haunting images from her dream, reassuring herself that it was merely a figment of her imagination. The figure of Su Long lingered in her mind, despite his recent capriciousness and selfishness wearing her down. As an elder sister, she still wished to bring him a semblance of joy. With a sigh, recalling that their home was nearly devoid of everything, Su Yingying picked up her remaining coins and resolved to visit the small supermarket in the village to buy some snacks for Su Long. As she entered the supermarket, the wind chimes jingled softly, and she was greeted by the mingled scents of cheap plastic and sugary confections. The modest store felt alive, though somewhat disorganized, with snacks haphazardly arranged on the shelves. She selected some of Su Long's favorite cookies and candies, along with a packet of inexpensive instant noodles. Just as she prepared to check out, her gaze inadvertently drifted to a corner of the store, causing her to freeze in place. There stood a man, bent over the freezer, selecting beers. His back was slightly hunched, clad in a wrinkled gray shirt, with his trousers rolled up, revealing his bony calves, and his feet encased in muddy plastic sandals. As if sensing her gaze, he slowly straightened, and turned to face her. The sight of his face made Su Yingying gasp sharply. His features were etched with deep wrinkles, and his eyes held a murky, unsettling greed. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile, exposing several discolored, missing teeth. Her heart raced, and her breath quickened. She fixated on the man, and the images from her dream flashed through her mind. The old man who had tried to force himself upon her, that repugnant face, that terrifying grin, identical. It couldn't be. She murmured, stepping back, the shopping basket in her hand clattering softly. The man, hearing the noise, turned his gaze toward her. His eyes lingered on her for a moment before he grinned, revealing his jagged yellow teeth, a smile imbued with a chilling familiarity. Su Yingying's face turned pale. Her legs felt as if they were encased in lead, rendering her immobile. Her fingers trembled slightly, her mind in turmoil. No, this cannot be real. How is this possible? She raced to find a rational explanation. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Perhaps he simply resembled someone. Yet, the familiar sense of revulsion and the exact scene from her dream left her unable to deceive herself. Could it be? A horrifying thought surged through her mind, plunging her into icy despair. She gripped the shopping basket tightly, her nails turning white from the pressure, the fear within nearly compelling her to scream. The man in Appo's gaze lingered on her for a brief moment before he nonchalantly turned away, resuming his selection of beers. Su Yingying fought to steady her breathing, forcing herself to remain calm, and swiftly exited the store. The entire day, Su Yingying was restless, her thoughts consumed by the events of her dream. In the evening, she quietly approached the outside of the juvenile detention center. The setting sun bathed the walls of the courtyard in a deep crimson hue, and the surroundings felt eerily silent, occasionally broken by laughter and commotion. After ensuring no one was watching her, she gently supported herself against a tree by the wall and began to climb over. The yard of the detention center was small, the ground uneven, scattered with several worn-out cement slabs. Rusty iron barrels were piled in a corner, and a few patches of wild grass swayed gently in the wind. A group of older children huddled in one corner, where a tall boy shoved a slender girl with a fierce push. She fell to the ground, her knee striking the cement, instantly drawing blood. A prominent red birthmark extended from her left eye to her cheek. She hunched her shoulders, her eyes brimming with tears, her lips trembling in fear. Yet she clenched her jaw, refusing to utter a sound of surrender. "Go ahead and cry." A boy with a buzz cut kicked her calf, his expression mocking. "You're so ugly, why don't you just get lost? Your face makes me nauseous." The slender girl bowed her head, trembling, shielding her face with her hands. Her voice barely above a whisper. "Don't touch me." "What if I do?" The tall boy grinned maliciously, reaching out to grab her hair. Su Yingying's anger flared, and just as she prepared to leap down to help, a cold voice echoed through the yard. "What are you doing?" Startled, she turned to see Zhuo emerging from the shadows, hands shoved deep into his pockets. Though he appeared smaller among the older children, his jet-black eyes radiated an icy intensity. The moment the older kids saw Zhuo, their expressions shifted dramatically. The tall boy's hand froze midair, his menacing demeanor replaced by fear. He stammered, We were just playing a joke." The short, chubby boy quickly backed away, his gaze flickering, unable to meet Zhuo's eyes. "Yeah, just a joke, right?" Zhuo remained silent, his cold stare piercing through them like a chilling blade, causing them to tremble. "Let's go." The buzz-cut boy urgently pulled at the tall boy's arm, his voice laced with panic. "Don't stir up trouble." The group scattered like frightened rabbits, not daring to look back, hastily fleeing to the opposite end of the yard. Su Yingying crouched on the wall, wide-eyed and speechless, unable to comprehend why the seemingly younger boy instilled such fear in those much larger than him. "Are you all right?" Zhuo knelt before the girl, gazing into her tear-filled eyes. She looked up, gratitude shining through her tears. I'm fine, thank you. Don't linger here." Zhuo and Appo's tone was gentle. "Return to your dormitory." The girl nodded, steadied herself against the wall, and limped away. Watching this unfold, Su Yingying was flooded with a complex array of emotions. She realized that Zhuo was far kinder than she had ever imagined. Chapter 87. To distant places as the sun gradually descended, the twilight painted the walls of the juvenile detention center in hues of orange and red. Su Yingying perched on the wall, preparing to depart quietly, when the corner of her eye suddenly caught sight of a familiar yet unexpected figure. It was Su Tongshan, her sixth sister. Tall and elegantly proportioned, Su Tongshan wore a well-tailored dark gray suit that accentuated her cool and competent demeanor. Her long legs were adorned with delicate high heels, and her features were as finely chiseled as a sculpture, exuding a chilling grace that seemed to emanate from her very bones. Her clear eyes, however, held a sharpness that suggested she could see through everything. At that moment, she stood at the entrance of the detention center, conversing with the staff inside, her tone calm and formulaic, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Sister Shan, what brings you here?" Su Yingying pondered with a heart full of intrigue, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. However, in that instant, a sudden and excruciating pain pierced her head, as if something had struck it with great force. She instinctively clutched her forehead, her vision blurring, accompanied by a deafening hum in her ears. Suddenly, a foreign scene flooded into her mind like a torrent. In the vision, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, waves crashing against the rocks with a thunderous roar. The sea breeze, heavy with salt, howled past as if it sought to scatter her. Su Yingying found herself standing at the edge of a high cliff, her hands firmly grasped by someone. Struggling to turn around, she faced two familiar yet alien faces. One was Su Long, wearing a mocking smile, his eyes filled with derision. The other was Su Tongshan, still beautifully cold, yet her brows held a chilling cruelty. She regarded Su Yingying with an icy detachment, her voice as frigid as the sea winds. "Don't blame me. This is what you all deserve." "What are you doing?" Su Yingying yelled, her voice laced with terror. "I am your sister. Have you lost your minds?" Su Long scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Sister? You don't deserve that title." "No." Su Yingying fought desperately, but Su Tongshan and Su Long joined forces, relentlessly pushing her toward the cliff and Appo's edge. "Go die," Su Tongshan stated coldly. No sooner had she spoken than they forcefully shoved her, and Su Yingying lost her balance, plummeting backward. The roar of the waves and the howling wind filled her ears as she reached out in vain, grasping at nothingness. The icy seawater engulfed her, swallowing her whole. Su Yingying jolted awake, realizing she still lay atop the wall of the detention center. Her face had turned pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead, breaths coming in rapid gasps, her heart racing as though it might burst from her chest. The vision had felt so real, as if she had lived through it. She could still sense the despair and suffocation of the frigid water invading her body. Raising her head, her gaze fell once more on Su Tongshan, who remained elegantly conversing with the staff. "This cannot be," Su Yingying murmured to herself, striving to convince her mind that it was merely an illusion, a product of her own imagination. Inside the detention center's office, the atmosphere was slightly oppressive. Chen Sheng sat behind the desk, perusing the documents in hand, his brow unconsciously relaxing as a hint of excitement flickered across his face. "Miss Su, are you saying you wish to take Suzhou away?" He looked up, his tone betraying his eagerness. "And to a very distant place?" Su Tongshan nodded slightly, her voice calm and devoid of emotion. "Indeed, I have arranged for an adoptive family for him, far from here, where he can grow up quietly without causing any trouble for anyone." The adoption papers were neatly placed on the desk, the handwriting clear and formal. Chen Sheng, listening, could hardly suppress a laugh. The troubles Su Zhu had brought him were exhausting, especially having seen a chilling little girl shadowing him on several occasions, her vacant gaze chilling him to the core. "That's wonderful. Miss Su, I wholeheartedly support this plan." Chen Sheng nodded vigorously, excitement evident in his voice. "As long as you can assure me he won't return here, everything is negotiable." Su Tongshan paid no heed to his enthusiasm, simply stating, "Rest assured, I will handle all the necessary procedures. He will no longer be within anyone's sight." Rising, she handed the documents to Chen Sheng before exiting the office. With the documents in hand, Chen Sheng trembled with excitement. Soon after, Su Tongshan, accompanied by Su Long and Su Zhu, boarded a vehicle. Su Zhu sat quietly in the back seat, his face devoid of expression, his cold gaze fixed outside, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Meanwhile, Su Long wore a smug expression, a faint smile playing on his lips as he occasionally poked Su Zhu's shoulder, muttering, "Finally got rid of you, Don and Appo's. T come back anymore. It's all your fault that the sisters ignore me." Su Tongshan, in the driver and Appo's seat, maintained a calm gaze ahead, her hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. At that moment, Su Yingying crouched in a corner outside the detention center. Where was Su Tongshan taking Su Zhu? She questioned softly, her heart in turmoil. She contemplated rushing forward to confront Su Tongshan, demanding to know where she intended to send Su Zhu. Yet, just as she steadied herself to rise, the haunting images from her dream resurfaced. The turbulent sea, Su Tongshan's indifferent expression, and the moment she had been pushed into the water. Her heart ached sharply, and she shrank further into her corner, her face pale, limbs cold. The vehicle slowly departed from the detention center, and Su Yingying, hidden in the shadows, quietly watched as it disappeared from view, her gaze gradually losing focus, seemingly consumed by her inner anguish. Alone, Su Yingying walked along the rural path back home as twilight deepened, the shadows of trees swaying in the wind, rustling softly. She hugged her arms tightly, her steps hurried. Her mind still preoccupied with thoughts of Sushu, her expression somewhat dazed. Suddenly, from behind a tree by the roadside, a faint sound of footsteps reached her ears. Looking up, she was startled to find the man she had encountered at the supermarket, his lips curved into a sinister smile. His eyes fixed on her as though she were an object of appraisal. "Ah, young lady, wandering alone?" He approached slowly, his voice laced with mockery. "You remember me, don't you? We met at the supermarket." Su Yingying's heart raced, and she instinctively took a step back, her voice trembling. "What do you want? Stay away from me." The man's smile widened, and he licked his lips as he advanced. "Don't be afraid. I merely wish to have a chat. It's quite dangerous for a young girl to be out this late. I'm a good Samaritan, wanting to protect you." In a panic, Su Yingying turned to flee, but the man seized her wrist with a firm grip. Chapter 88. Prison visit. His hands were rough, yet powerful, gripping her tightly, rendering her immobile. The nauseating stench drew nearer, sending chills throughout her body. "Let me go?" She struggled desperately, her face as pale as a sheet. "Stop resisting, little beauty." The man's voice grew increasingly sinister, a lewd smile creeping across his face. "Go back to your brother. He cares for you." In an instant, Su Yingying's body went limp, darkness enveloping her as she lost consciousness. Upon losing consciousness, Su Yingying felt her body becoming lighter, so light that she could traverse through the endless expanse of time and space. She was taken to the man's home, and seizing an opportunity when he was distracted, she fled with all her might. After that, she began a life of wandering. Penniless, she struggled to find food, clad in tattered clothing, her shoes worn out and gaping. Hair disheveled, her face smeared with dirt, and her hands rough and cracked from prolonged exposure to the elements. As she walked the streets, passers-by regarded her with indifference or disdain. Her stomach growled with hunger, her mind grew foggy, and the scenes before her began to blur. Leaning against a utility pole, she gasped for breath, feeling as though she might collapse at any moment. At that moment, a cacophony of lively chatter reached her ears from nearby. She lifted her head to see a luxurious car parked in front of a resplendent hotel. Several men in suits respectfully opened the car door, and then a familiar figure emerged. It was Su Long. Su Long had transformed entirely. He donned a well-tailored deep blue suit, a golden lapel pin adorning his chest, and polished leather shoes that gleamed. His hairstyle was meticulously arranged, and his face bore an air of confident exuberance. Those around him regarded him with utmost reverence, some presenting him with documents, others offering him drinks, to which he merely nodded in acknowledgement. As he entered the hotel's revolving door, he casually glanced at the street, his gaze sweeping over the direction where Su Yingying stood. Her hand trembled slightly as she clutched her garment tightly, finally summoning the courage to step out from the shadows. "Little Long," she called out, taking a step toward the hotel entrance. Su Long turned at the sound, his eyes landing on her. He paused for a moment, but then a flicker of disgust crossed his features. He raised his hand to cover his nose, as if repulsed by an intolerable odor, frowning as he said, "Where did this beggar come from? Get lost. Don't block my way." Su Yingying's heart sank abruptly. She looked into Su Long's indifferent eyes, her voice quivering. "I am your sister, Little Long. You don't remember me? I am your sixth sister." At her words, Su Long's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Sister? You must be mistaken. I have no sister. Don't embarrass yourself here. Su Long, I am your sixth sister. When you were little." Su Yingying attempted to awaken his memory, her voice tinged with sorrow. But Su Long interrupted her impatiently, waving his hand at his assistant. "Get her out of here. I want to let someone like her tarnish my image." The assistant stepped forward, pushing Su Yingying away with an expression of cold indifference. "Leave now. Don't cause a scene here. Su Long, I once sacrificed so much for you. You truly don't remember?" Su Yingying grasped at her last glimmer of hope, her eyes filled with despair and anguish. "I am your sister. We are family." Su Long scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He casually pulled a crumpled 10 yuan note from his suit pocket and tossed it to the ground. "Since you're so pitiful, take this money and stop bothering me." The 10 yuan note fluttered to the ground, leaving Su Yingying dumbfounded, tears welling in her eyes. Clenching her teeth, she bent down to pick up the note, her heart aching, yet feeling utterly powerless. Su Yingying entered a small noodle shop. She gazed at the menu hanging on the wall, hesitating for a long while before finally pointing to the cheapest bowl of plain noodle soup. "I'll have a bowl of this, please." The owner nodded and served her a steaming bowl of noodles. Su Yingying devoured the dish ravenously, the warmth of the noodles enveloping her, offering a sense of comfort she hadn't felt in a long time. After finishing, she approached the counter to settle her bill, handing the wrinkled 10 yuan note to the owner. However, the owner frowned as he examined the money. "A bowl of noodles costs 11 yuan. This is insufficient." Su Yingying's face flushed crimson as she stood there, at a loss for words, cold sweat beading on her forehead. But I only have 10 yuan. The owner's frown deepened, impatience creeping into his voice. "What can you eat with no money? What do you intend to do about the 1 yuan you owe?" Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers, and Su Yingying felt utterly humiliated, lowering her gaze and biting her lip, her eyes growing red. "I and Appos, LL cover her bill." A familiar voice suddenly called from behind. Su Yingying looked up in shock to see Zhuo standing at the entrance, holding several bills. He handed them to the owner. "The payment for that bowl of noodles, along with these dishes, will be on me." The owner accepted the money, nodding with a noticeably softened tone. "All right, I'll bring out your dishes shortly." Soon, the owner presented several steaming plates of food before Su Yingying. Zhuo took a seat and handed her chopsticks, saying gently, "Eat, but take your time, don't choke." Tears welled in Su Yingying's eyes as she looked at the spread before her, her heart swelling with emotion. After that, Su Yingying moved into Zhuo's home. Su Yingying remained perplexed by Su Long's sudden success. How could he rise to prominence and become a respected figure in just a few short years? She pondered this endlessly, yet never found the opportunity to uncover the truth. Until one day, she received a call from the police station. "Miss Su Yingying," the officer's tone was curt. "Your sister Su Qian has been arrested for illegal smuggling and is currently detained in the city prison. If you are a family member, you may come for a visit." Upon hearing this news, Su Yingying nearly dropped her phone. She hurried to the prison, and through the cold glass, she saw Su Qian for the first time in a disheveled state. Su Qian no longer appeared as her former glamorous self. She looked weary and haggard, her eyes bloodshot. With handcuffs around her wrists, her entire demeanor devoid of vitality. "Yingying." Su Qian raised her head, and a flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes upon seeing her. "Sister, what on earth happened? How could you be arrested?" Su Yingying and Appos' voice trembled, struggling to grasp this reality. Su Qian gritted her teeth, a hint of defiance sparking in her eyes. "It's because of Su Long. He committed so many filthy deeds and left me to take the blame." Chapter 89. Unwavering Care. Su Long? What exactly has he done? Su Yingying's heart sank heavily. Su Qian let out a cold laugh, her eyes brimming with hatred. "He has amassed his wealth through illicit means, peddling counterfeit medicine, defrauding investors, and even manipulating lives. Do you have any idea how nefarious his so-called company is? He feigns philanthropy while using charity as a guise to siphon donations, pocketing the money for himself." Tears shimmered in Su Qian's eyes. "He coerced me into helping him with his shipments, and when the police caught on, he cast all the blame on me." Su Yingying felt a chill in her limbs, as if a colossal stone were pressing down on her chest, making each breath a laborious task. How could this be? Su Long. How could he possibly commit such acts? Why wouldn't he? We have coddled him since childhood, shielding him from even the slightest setback, and now he is consumed by greed, viewing us merely as strangers. Su Yingying's heart felt as though it were being torn apart, rendering her speechless in agony. She stumbled out of the prison, Su Qian's words echoing in her mind. A few days later, Su Yingying sought out Su Long standing in his opulent office. She gazed at his lofty demeanor, her heart heavy with sorrow. "Su Long, how could you do this?" Su Long lounged on a leather sofa, sipping a glass of red wine, his eyes gleaming with mockery. "Sister, what are you talking about? Where's the evidence? Speak carelessly and you might invite disaster." "Su Qian has already informed me." Su Yingying exclaimed vehemently. "You have imprisoned her. How many others have you harmed? Su Long, what has become of your conscience? Do you realize that you have wounded everyone who loves you?" Upon hearing this, Su Long's expression darkened abruptly, and he shattered the wine glass against the floor. "Conscience? In this world, only wealth affords one a conscience. You worthless beings are beneath my feet. How dare you lecture me?" "Su Long." Su Yingying's eyes reddened as she gritted her teeth. "You are unworthy of being called human." I will ensure the world knows of your transgressions. Let everyone see how despicable this so-called successful individual truly is. Su Long narrowed his eyes, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Is that so? Since you are so eager to expose the truth, I shall ensure you are silenced forever. He gestured to his men, and several imposing figures immediately surrounded Su Yingying, pinning her to the ground. She struggled desperately, but they held her tightly, rendering her immobile. Cut out her tongue, Su Long commanded coldly, devoid of any trace of compassion. No, Su Yingying's eyes widened in despair, but her cries quickly morphed into a harrowing scream. Blood splattered onto the floor as her body convulsed violently, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. When Su Yingying awoke once more, she found herself in a hospital bed. The stark white ceiling and the scent of antiseptic induced a momentary daze. She moved her mouth, but was met with excruciating pain, tears streaming down her face. Sister, you're awake? A familiar voice reached her ears. Turning her head, she saw Zhuo was seated by her bedside, holding a bowl of congee, his eyes filled with concern. The sight of Zhuo caused Su Yingying's tears to flow uncontrollably. She wished to speak, but no sound emerged. Instead, she covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling as she wept. Zhuo gently grasped her hand, murmuring softly, "It and Appos. That's all right, sister. I wanted Appos to let you be harmed again." However, Su Yingying's condition deteriorated day by day. Since losing her tongue, not only could she no longer speak, but her emotions became increasingly volatile. Initially, she endeavored to communicate with her eyes, yet as time passed, the light in her gaze dimmed, leaving it hollow and desperate. She grew irritable, often lashing out for no apparent reason, exhibiting aggression towards those around her. The doctor, helpless, informed Zhuo, "Her mental state is extremely unstable. If this continues, she may harm herself or even you. We recommend transferring her to a psychiatric hospital where a professional care team can attend to her." However, Zhuo shook his head, insisting, "No, I will take care of her. I am her brother. I cannot abandon her." The doctor sighed, still unconvinced, advising, "Her situation is quite severe. Can you truly manage alone?" "I can." Once home, Zhuo commenced his meticulous care for Su Yingying. Each morning, he would rise early to prepare her meals. He ensured the congee was thick and soft, facilitating her swallowing. He learned to feed her with a spoon, gently wiping away any remnants around her mouth, patiently coaxing her to consume every bite. Yet, Su Yingying and Appos' condition showed no signs of improvement. During one episode, she suddenly seized a cup from the table, striking Zhuo fiercely. The cup left a gash on his forehead, blood trickling down his face, yet he merely frowned lightly, offering no reproach, instead softly saying, "Sister, I'm fine, don't be afraid." He quietly gathered the broken glass and water from the floor, tending to his wound in the bathroom, as if nothing had occurred. This pattern repeated itself time and again. Sometimes, Su Yingying would abruptly overturn the table, spilling freshly prepared dishes onto the floor. Other times, she would grip Zhuo's arm tightly, her nails digging in deeply enough to draw blood. Once, she even brandished scissors at Zhuo, her eyes wild with frenzy. Yet, Zhuo never lost his temper nor left her side. He always approached her first, soothing her, using his body to shield her from potential harm, softly assuring her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Whenever Su Yingying's emotions stabilized, Zhuo would crouch down, meticulously cleaning the mess she had created. He never uttered a complaint nor sought to evade this responsibility. At night, Su Yingying often awoke suddenly from nightmares, sitting up in bed and sobbing. Zhuo would promptly rush to her room, gently patting her back, whispering, "It's all right, sister, it's all right. It was just a dream. I will always be here with you." He would patiently accompany her while she read or basked in the sun during calmer moments. At times, he would hold her hand as they planted flowers in the garden, allowing her to experience a glimmer of beauty. As Su Yingying and Appos' emotions stabilized somewhat, she silently sat at the dining table. Zhuo placed a steaming bowl of soup before her, smiling gently. "Sister, try this soup. I added the yam you used to like. It should be delicious." Su Yingying looked down at the soup, and tears began to flow unbidden. Her hand trembled slightly as she scooped a spoonful and slowly brought it to her lips. Chapter 90. Zhuo departed regardless of how much Su Yingying hurt him. Zhuo never once left her side. "Why are you so good to me?" After her emotions had calmed slightly, she shakily pinned this question and handed it to Zhuo. He gazed at her, gently grasping her hand, his eyes filled with tenderness, Because you are my sister. I know you are suffering now, but you still have me. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Tears welled up in Su Yingying's eyes once more, her shoulders trembling slightly. Day by day, her condition improved, her emotions gradually stabilizing, occasionally revealing a faint smile. All of this was a result of Su Zhuo and Appo's meticulous care. As Su Zhuo and Appo's birthday approached, Su Yingying resolved to do something special for him. She began her preparations early, retrieving the only oven in the house and purchasing eggs, flour, and milk. She scoured her phone for simple cake recipes, diligently studying each step and noting every detail. In the early morning, Su Yingying commenced the cake-making process. With great care, she cracked the eggs, separating the yolks from the whites. Following the recipe, she slowly mixed the flour and milk, stirring them into a smooth batter. After pouring the mixture into a mold, she placed it in the preheated oven. Watching as the cake gradually rose, filling the air with a rich aroma, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Once the cake was baked, she carefully spread cream on top and adorned it with vibrant fruits. Done, she sighed deeply, admiring the cake she had crafted with her own hands. However, as time passed, Su Zhuo had yet to return home. From afternoon into evening, the cream atop the cake began to melt slightly, and Su Yingying's heart sank with each passing moment. She glanced toward the door intermittently. Where could Su Zhuo be? He never stayed out this late. As night fell completely, there was still no sign of Su Zhuo. Unable to sit idly any longer, she donned her coat and rushed outside. The night streets were desolate and cold, the streetlights casting a dim glow, elongating her shadow. Various terrifying scenarios raced through her mind as she walked, murmuring, Su Zhuo, where on earth are you? Please, don't let anything happen. She first went to a nearby convenience store, inquiring if the clerk had seen Su Zhuo. The clerk shook his head. Next, she hurried to their usual park, searching each bench where Su Zhuo liked to sit, but it was deserted. The night wind, laced with chill, made her hug her arms tighter, yet her steps never faltered. Su Zhuo, you cannot be in trouble, she whispered to herself, tears streaming down her cheeks, blurring her vision. As midnight approached, her strength began to wane. She stood on the street, staring into the pitch-black distance, surrounded by vehicles speeding past, yet not a single one contained the familiar figure she longed for. Su Zhuo. She softly called his name, her voice choked with emotion. That night, her world felt as though it had lost its direction. Endless streets and empty streetlights mirrored her solitary figure, seemingly ready to engulf her. Just as she was about to abandon all hope, a community worker in uniform approached her, holding a document. Miss Su Yingying? The worker confirmed her identity, a somber tone in their voice. I have some news to share. Su Yingying's heart tightened suddenly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Where is Su Zhuo? The worker lowered their gaze, exhaling deeply. Su Zhuo has passed away. This statement struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her frozen in place. Her mind went blank, a buzzing sound filled her ears, and she struggled to comprehend the meaning of those words. What? What did you say? Her voice trembled violently, her eyes wide with terror and disbelief. No. This cannot be. You must be mistaken. The worker handed her a document, continuing, he arranged a sum of money for you during his lifetime, sufficient for your future living expenses. His greatest concern before leaving was you, hoping you would live well. No. Su Yingying screamed, the document slipping from her grasp as she collapsed to the ground, tears flooding from her eyes like a broken dam. She shook her head, gripping her hair tightly, her voice hoarse and desperate. How could he die? He promised to always be with me. He would never leave me. He wouldn't he? Her body began to tremble violently, suppressed sobs escaping her throat, as she was torn apart by overwhelming grief. In that moment, her heart felt as if it had been mercilessly shattered, the pain so intense it stole her breath away. Without Su Zhuo and Appo's care, Su Yingying and Appo's mental state deteriorated rapidly. Initially, she managed to maintain a semblance of normalcy, but as time passed, she lost control over her emotions. Neighbors often heard her muttering to herself at home, occasionally erupting in screams or smashing objects. Her home gradually descended into chaos, emanating an unpleasant odor. Ultimately, a neighbor could no longer bear it and reported her to the community. Su Yingying was forcibly taken to a psychiatric hospital. The stark white walls and glaring lights of the hospital felt unbearably oppressive. She was harshly shoved into a small room, her limbs restrained to the bed, surrounded by the heart-wrenching screams and eerie laughter of other patients. On her first encounter with the doctor, when they forcibly held her head and injected her with a sedative, The cold needle piercing her skin sent her into a desperate struggle, yet it proved futile. The effects of the medication plunged her mind into chaos. Her consciousness clouded as if she were adrift in an endless, deep sea. Each day, she was coerced into taking medication and subjected to electroconvulsive therapy. She often fell victim to bullying from other patients, her meal tray snatched away, and she was shoved violently to the ground. Crouching in a corner, clutching her stomach, no one extended a hand to help. Her room was dilapidated and cold, the windows barred, allowing only a feeble stream of sunlight to filter through. At night, the cold wind seeped through the door cracks, and she could only wrap herself in a thin blanket, shivering uncontrollably. Sometimes, she dreamt of Zhuo. In her dreams, he still wore a gentle smile, telling her, "Sister, I'm back." Yet each time she reached out to grasp him, his figure vanished into thin air. Upon awakening from these dreams, she was met with the acrid scent of disinfectant and the emptiness of 4 bare walls. Tears soaked her pillow repeatedly, as the despair in her heart formed an invisible net, ensnaring her completely. Chapter 91. She has reborn. Su Yingying's life reached its conclusion on the frigid hospital bed of a psychiatric ward. In that fleeting moment, her body had withered to a mere skeleton, her face devoid of color, and her eyes hollow, resembling an unfathomable, desolate well. As her last breath escaped, the atmosphere around her was eerily silent, as if nothing had transpired. Her spirit gently detached from her corporeal form, hovering above the ward. Su Yingying gazed down in bewilderment at the scene below, where the nursing staff numbly prepared her remains, hastily covering her with a white sheet. The pungent scent of disinfectant lingered in the air, and the cold, mechanical atmosphere pierced her heart with an acute pain. "Is this it?" she murmured softly. Moments later, a staff member dialed a number. "Hello, is this Mr. Sulong? I am a staff member from the psychiatric hospital. Your sister, Su Yingying, has passed away. Please come to handle the arrangements." A familiar yet indifferent voice responded from the other end. "Su Yingying? Who? You must be mistaken. She is not my sister." The staff member was taken aback, their tone tinged with impatience. "But she did list your name as the contact." "Oh, maybe she wrote it down randomly." "It has nothing to do with me," Su Long replied, his voice laced with annoyance. "Handle it as you see fit, and do not call me again." The call ended, and the staff member shook their head, striking through her name and carelessly discarding the urn in a corner, amidst a chaotic pile of other nameless deceased's urns. As if no one would ever remember these lost lives. Su Yingying's spirit lingered there, silently witnessing it all. Her heart felt as though it were being torn apart, a pain too profound for words. The brother she had sacrificed everything to protect now refused to acknowledge her death. In Su Long's world, her existence seemed to have held no significance. "Su Long." Her voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes, though no one could see. "I sacrificed everything for you. Yet you won't even mention my name. Why?" Her tears fell, dissipating into nothingness. Her heart brimmed with disappointment and sorrow. Her soul consumed by boundless regret and resentment, as if ensnared in an eternal darkness. Time became indistinct, her consciousness gradually fading, as if sinking into a prolonged slumber. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself resting on a soft bed, surrounded by a bright and warm ambience. "Where's this?" She slowly sat up, surveying her surroundings. The room was elegantly and cozily decorated, with sunlight streaming through pristine curtains. She glanced down at her hands, astonished to see them no longer emaciated and cracked, but restored to the tender and smooth skin of her youth. Her heart raced, and she hurried to the mirror. The reflection staring back at her was that of her youthful self, with delicate features and an innocent gaze. "Is this me when I was young?" Her voice quivered as she reached out to touch her reflection, disbelief flooding her eyes. Approaching the window, she recognized the familiar street outside, the very place where she had lived in her youth, every detail mirroring her memories. "I have been reborn." Her whispered words transformed into excited murmurs, her eyes sparkling with incredulity. "I have truly been reborn." Vivid memories of her suffering surged forth, Sujua's warm smile, Su Long's cold betrayal, and the endless torment of the psychiatric ward. All of it rooted itself in her heart like a nightmare. But now, she clenched her fists, determination radiating from her gaze. "This time, I will not allow those tragedies to repeat. I shall protect Zhuo and ensure that all who have harmed me pay dearly." Standing before the window, sunlight bathing her face, her heart felt devoid of warmth. Suddenly, memories from before her rebirth flooded her mind. Those moments of indifference and cruelty towards Zhuo, pierced her like a dagger. What have I done? She mused softly, her eyes reddening. She recalled how, in her anger, she had locked Su Zhuo in a stifling cupboard, and how, swayed by Su Long and Amp, Oppos, as provocations, she had unhesitatingly sent him to a juvenile detention center. She even remembered the countless times Su Zhuo had been wronged, the look of injustice in his eyes. He was so young, yet I harmed him time and again. He had done nothing wrong. Su Yingying embraced herself tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Guilt crashing over her like a tidal wave, making her heart ache to the point of suffocation. Wiping her tears, she steeled her resolve, quickly composing herself, determined to seek out Su Tongshan for clarity. When Su Yingying found Su Tongshan, she was seated in a CAF, reviewing documents. Su Tongshan maintained her poised and composed demeanor, dressed in a fitted black suit that accentuated her noble yet aloof aura. Upon noticing Su Yingying enter, she frowned slightly, closing her file with a cold tone. What do you want? Su Yingying cut straight to the chase, urgency in her voice. Tongshan, where is Su Zhuo? Where have you sent him? At the mention of his name, Su Tongshan's expression instantly hardened, a note of wariness entering her voice. Why do you ask? What does it matter to you where he is? Of course it matters. Su Yingying nearly lunged towards Su Tongshan, her voice hoarse with urgency. He is our brother. How can you just send him away? Brother? Su Tongshan scoffed, her gaze laced with derision. Don and Oppos, be fooled by his innocent facade. He is nothing but a complete nuisance, sowing discord and disrupting our family and Amp, Oppos, peace. His absence is the best outcome. Sowing discord? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Yingying trembled with rage. How can you say that about him? He has done nothing wrong. You have all been deceived by Su Long. Is that so? Su Tongshan's cold stare bore into Su Yingying, her tone sharpening. What about you? Weren't you even harsher on him before? Now you come acting like the good sister? Su Yingying was momentarily at a loss for words, her painful truth laid bare. Yet, she gritted her teeth and lifted her head, her eyes resolute. Yes, I was wrong. I admit it. But all I want now is to make amends. I don't want him to be hurt anymore. Su Tongshan laughed mockingly, her voice dripping with scorn. Don't bother me. I want to tell you where he is. Su Tongshan. Su Yingying slammed her hand on the table, glaring at her. How have you become so heartless? He is your brother. He is only 6 years old. How can you be so cruel? Chapter 92. Brainwashing. Su Tongshan rose, a cold smile gracing her lips. Everyone had been ensnared by his innocent facade. You, too, have fallen prey to his brainwashing. I have not been brainwashed. Su Yingying retorted sharply, standing as well. We were wrong. We misjudged him. Wake up. Do not allow Su Long to deceive you any longer. The argument intensified. Yet no matter how fervently Su Yingying pleaded, Su Tongshan remained resolute. At last, Su Tongshan coldly declared, gathering her belongings and turning to leave. If you wish to seek him out, that is your affair. Do not bother me. I only hope he never appears before me again. Su Yingying stood frozen, her gaze fixed on Su Tongshan's retreating figure, her fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly piercing her palms. Su Tongshan found Su Yingying's reaction inexplicable, yet soon after, other sisters began to call persistently, urging her to bring Su Zhuo back. Su Tongshan, he is merely 6 years old. Do you comprehend the suffering you are subjecting him to by sending him so far away? The voice of Su Wanga, typically composed, was laced with suppressed fury. Rest assured, he is doing quite well. Su Tongshan impatiently hung up, promptly turning off her phone. Rubbing her temples, she glanced at Su Long, who sat idly by, her agitation mounting. Little Long, let us retreat to the countryside for a few days. We must evade these disturbances. The private villa nestled within a secluded forest, where the only sounds were the whispers of the wind and the chirping of insects. At night, the moonlight filtered through wispy clouds, casting a silvery sheen upon the dewy grass. Occasional low murmurs of unknown creatures echoed from the woods, while distant winds rustled the treetops, rendering the atmosphere serene yet slightly eerie. Inside the villa, silence reigned. Su Tongshan gently pushed open the bedroom door, rubbing her eyes as she prepared to use the restroom. As she walked down the corridor, she suddenly heard hushed voices wafting from downstairs. At this hour, who could be speaking? Furrowing her brow, she followed the sound to the staircase and cautiously peered into the dimly lit living room. There, in the shadows, Su Long stood conversing quietly with a middle-aged man who had lost an eye. The man and Amp, Oppos' appearance sent chills down Su Tongshan and Amp, Oppos' spine. His gaunt frame was clad in a tattered dark jacket, the cuffs frayed. One eye was shrouded in a grayish film, while the other gleamed with a predatory glint, reminiscent of a beast lurking in the dark. A sudden panic gripped Su Tongshan as a thought flashed through her mind. Human trafficker? Instinctively, she rushed down, pulling Su Long behind her while keeping a wary gaze fixed on the man. Who are you? Why are you here? She demanded coldly. The man paused, a smirk creeping across his face, tinged with mockery. I merely passed through. No need to be so tense. Pass through? Su Tongshan and Appo's brow furrowed deeper, suspicion lacing her tone. Why were you speaking with my brother? What do you want? Without answering, the man cast a chilling glance at Su Long before turning to leave. Big sister. He did nothing. Su Long's voice echoed from behind. He just asked me a few questions. Truly, it was nothing. Su Tongshan ushered him back to their room. Her brow knitted in concern. Did he harm you? What did he say? He did not harm me. Su Long lowered his head, his voice scarcely audible. It's really nothing. Still unconvinced, Su Tongshan cautioned him against conversing with strangers before returning him to his room. As night